Reincarnating into a new world after dying suddenly from overwork, you'd think you'd be granted a peaceful life, but reality is far more brutal than that. The moment he opened his eyes, Shen Yi realized he was just an ordinary student with no status, yet unexpectedly found himself targeted by mysterious assassins. Facing the threat of losing his life for a second time, a mysterious door suddenly appears, opening a gateway to a perilous alternate realm that harbors boundless power. Thrust into ruthless hunts where the lives of the weak are mere playthings for the elite, how will Shen Yi borrow power from the nightmare world, combining the extraordinary abilities of different races to unleash heaven-shaking explosive strikes? Let's witness how this young man transforms from a helpless prey into a shadow hunter, crushing every enemy standing in his way. Welcome back to Hali Recaps. Join me today as we dive into Shen Yi's insanely captivating comeback journey right here in Part 1. The young man woke up in a complete daze only to find a door hovering in thin air before him. It was truly floating there, right in front of his eyes, with nothing behind or in front of it, an impossibility that felt like pure magic. Driven by curiosity, Shen Yi didn't think twice before twisting the handle and opening it, only to be instantly sucked inside. To his surprise, behind the door lay a vast space, a pitch-black corridor that seemed bottomless. Shen Yi tried shouting a few times, but no one answered. The only thing that reached his ears was a series of chaotic noises, the sound of bones clashing together, followed by what sounded like someone or something crunching on a hard object. Terrified, Shen Yi froze in place, not daring to move an inch. After a moment, the rhythmic crackle-crunch grew closer, and he finally laid eyes on the source of the sound. It was a giant skeleton covered in fresh blood, looking vaguely human but also fundamentally wrong. 3 eyes, glowing with a ghastly green light, were set into its skull, presenting a horrifying sight. Shen Yi's skin crawled instantly. Driven by a fierce survival instinct, he turned and bolted. Fortunately, he hadn't ventured too deep into the corridor yet, and he managed to escape the space quickly. As he slammed the door shut, it vanished in an instant. Shen Yi gasped for air, his heart hammering against his ribs in terror as he asked himself repeatedly if this was all just a nightmare. Just then, a strange voice echoed from the air. "Congratulations, human. You have awakened the world link ability. I have finally found you." Hearing this bizarre voice only terrified Shen Yi more, and he instinctively backed away. "Don't be nervous," the voice soothed, explaining that it was currently imprisoned in another world and could only communicate with him through telepathy. "Listen, the time for interdimensional communication is limited. I cannot stay long. If you don't want to lose your life, do exactly as I say." Shen Yi was utterly bewildered, having no idea what was happening, but his desire to live won out. And so, still dazed, he followed the voice's instructions. First, he was told to open his backpack and find a strange little figurine. Shen Yi did as told, though he had no idea when this very real statue had appeared in his bag. According to the voice, this was a cursed statue of the king of the myriad fallen demons. Someone had intentionally placed it near Shen Yi to hex him, intending to take his life and snatch his soul. But for some reason he had survived. Upon hearing this, something clicked in Shen Yi's mind. Memories that didn't belong to him began to flood his consciousness, and he gradually came to a realization. He was not the original owner of this body. This body belonged to a middle school student who shared his name. That boy's soul had indeed been cursed and snuffed out by the statue. Simultaneously, the Shen Yi from Earth had died of sudden cardiac arrest due to extreme overwork, and his soul had accidentally transmigrated here, taking over the empty vessel. The voice added that since the curse failed to kill him, it would instead grant him unprecedented power. Over millions of years, the curse had absorbed the accumulated power of countless souls. As the voice finished speaking, cracks appeared on the demon statue in Shen Yi's hand before it shattered completely. "Good, now summon that door once more." "That door?" Shen Yi asked back skeptically. Hadn't he almost died in the space behind it? "Why summon it again?" "That's right. That door belongs to you now. From now on, it is your world link ability. Because you were very polite when you entered last time, you have earned the evaluation, Polite Person. This is a gray attribute item of the Destruction class. Once equipped, you will receive the following buff. Every time you perform a polite act, other people's favorability toward you will increase by 1 point. The voice rattled off a bunch of technical jargon that Shen Yi couldn't quite grasp. The evaluation seemed to function as a sort of equipable passive skill. However, the title of Polite Person seemed rather useless. He couldn't tell if it would actually be of any help. As Shen Yi stared at it doubtfully, the voice spoke again, sounding weaker. "My power is almost exhausted. You must be careful, human. The person who targeted you with that cursed statue will surely try to take your life again once they realize you're still alive. They might even attack again at any moment." It seemed the owner of the voice was about to disappear for a while due to energy depletion, but it struggled to finish its instructions because it needed Shen Yi. The world he had broken into through that door was called the Nightmare World. That was also the world where the voice's owner was imprisoned. It hoped that Shen Yi would grow stronger and eventually enter the deepest reaches of the Nightmare World to rescue it. In return, it promised a great reward. "Human, you must stay alive until you can save me." With those final words, the voice vanished completely. Shen Yi was left standing there with a mess of confusing information. What kind of rotten luck was this? Why was someone trying to kill him the moment he transmigrated? Furthermore, after searching all of the original students' memories, Shen Yi couldn't find a single enemy. So who exactly was trying to kill him? "Forget it, I'll just equip the item for now," Shen Yi muttered. He currently had no means of self-defense, so his only choice was to enter the door again and see if he could scavenge any new items. Still, he felt a lingering dread toward that terrifying skeleton. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to twist the handle. Worst-case scenario, he would just run back out. As long as he stayed near the threshold, the monster shouldn't be able to reach him. Besides, while that skeleton looked too powerful to fight, surely they could talk. Communication was, after all, the cornerstone of human civilization. Even if that skeleton was technically an undead thing, it must have been human once. Perhaps he could negotiate and turn it into an assistant to help him fight his nameless enemy. Following this line of reasoning, Shen Yi felt a surge of hope. With the polite person item equipped, he might actually make a breakthrough. Thinking this, Shen Yi decided to try again. But the moment he stepped through the door and saw the skeleton, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He forced himself to stay calm and initiated a conversation. "Hello, my name is Shen Yi. I'm very sorry for interrupting your meal earlier." Gaining confidence in his item's effectiveness, Shen Yi boldly proposed becoming friends with the skeleton. Unfortunately, as soon as the words left his mouth, the creature's sharp-clawed hand swung toward him. Shen Yi leaped back just in time, narrowly dodging a lethal blow. "Is all this violence really necessary? I just wanted to chat." He lingered at the threshold and tried a few more sentences, but the skeleton clearly wasn't listening. Seeing the creature prepare for another attack, Shen Yi had no choice but to dash back out and escape. The door vanished once more. That brush with death had been truly terrifying. Shen Yi cursed under his breath, thinking that the gray item was total garbage and completely useless. To make matters worse, he could only claim one item per day. Since he had used up today's turn, he would have to wait until tomorrow for another. Tisk, I guess I can't just farm items indefinitely, Shen Yi thought. If he couldn't handle things even with the item's help, it would be reckless to keep barging in. But if that skeleton kept guarding the entrance, he wouldn't be able to get better items tomorrow either. Moreover, the enemy in the shadows could strike at any moment. Shen Yi didn't have much time to waste. With that thought, he summoned the door again. This time, even without an item, he decided to stake his reputation as a former gold medal salesman to win over this skeleton. "Sorry to bother you. I'm back again." The skeleton attacked the moment Shen Yi opened the door. He had anticipated this reaction, and having gained some experience from his previous escape, his movements were much sharper. After dodging the attack, he calmly opened the door again. "It's useless. You can't eat me because I can move between these two worlds at will. We're stuck with only being able to talk. Do you want to hear my suggestion?" Shen Yi had to duck in and out of the door several times just to finish that sentence. Seeing that it couldn't hurt him, the skeleton seemed to lose interest and turned to leave. Seeing it walk away, Shen Yi panicked and tried to win it over. "Hey, don't go. I noticed earlier that you're injured. While you were eating, I saw new bones slowly growing where your left hand was severed. It's not just your hand, your skull, ribs, and spine are all injured. Am I right?" "Wait a second." The skeleton interrupted him with an impatient tone, but Shen Yi refused to give up. "I can't let you eat me, but my world has many things that are great for bones. For example, these calcium tablets specifically for orthopedic issues. There are also many nutritional supplements much more nourishing than my body. If we become friends, I can buy them for you. After all, we have a saying back home, I'd stab my own ribs for a friend. And that's a lot more commitment than just a few calcium pills." Shen Yi blurted it all out in one breath. The skeleton stopped, seemingly deep in thought, which made Shen Yi incredibly nervous. Then the terrifying skeleton produced a magic orb that looked quite intimidating. Shen Yi thought he had failed again, and that the creature was switching to a more powerful attack. Just as he was about to jump back through the door, a contract appeared before him. The monster had actually compromised. He read the crooked writing on the contract, which listed a series of titles for the creature. Mother of Shadow Bones, Executor Demon King, Defeated Alliance Leader Miktika Chiwa, Battlefield Collection Officer of the 5th Bone Legion. Shen Yi had expected the monster to be some high-ranking grandee, but it turned out to be a humble low-level official. This left Shen Yi slightly disappointed. The contract specified an equivalent exchange. The The skeleton also mentioned that it remembered 7,000 years ago, when humans used their talent to create culture, art and science, causing the eternal clock of destiny to chime twice, an event that even the gods took notice of. Because of this, humans did indeed possess startling power. Thus, the skeleton hoped Shen Yi would be a man of his word and help it recover its strength. It added that it had never signed a contract with anyone besides deities, so it hoped Shen Yi understood the value of this agreement. It was a fair contract. If either party became dissatisfied, they could terminate it unilaterally at any time. Once Shen Yi signed his name, the contract would officially take effect. Shen Yi reached out his index finger to touch the contract. His name appeared, accompanied by titles like The Human Who Overcame the Curse of the Myriad Fallen Demons, Gatekeeper of Nightmare and Reality, and Sole Controller of the Interdimensional Space. They sounded quite impressive. Shen Yi hadn't realized he held such a high rank. After signing, the contract was swiftly finalized. The next morning, Shen Yi woke up to see his parents of this lifetime. Xiao Yi, you just got out of the hospital. If you feel unwell, you must tell us immediately. Just stay home and rest for the next few days. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. His mother had bought supplements to help him recover, and his father had purchased a mountain of calcium tablets as his son had requested. Holding the medicine, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel his eyes well up. Having been an orphan in his past life, this was the first time he had ever experienced the feeling of being cared for by family. As the three of them were chatting, there was a knock at the door. When it opened, two men identifying themselves as officers from the East District Police Station walked in. "Hello, we are in charge of investigating the case involving Shen Yi." They were there to investigate the cursed statue. According to the older officer, many such cases occurred every year. They were completely unpredictable, and those who encountered them could only accept their fate, as the police were powerless to help. "It's a blessing among misfortunes that student Shen recovered," he repeated incessantly. But Shen Yi knew there was no such thing as a blessing among misfortunes. The original owner of this body had truly been killed by the monster summoned by the curse. Thinking of this, his heart grew heavy. He instinctively muttered, "Does that mean the next time someone encounters something like this, they just have to leave it to fate?" "Student Shen, I know you're upset, but there's something I need to tell you." This time the younger officer spoke. The higher-ups had approved it. That hospital would soon be condemned and abandoned, with all entry forbidden. "Don't worry, there won't be any more victims." Shen Yi observed the man. He wore a 3-star rank. He was surprisingly young to be a sergeant. The pressure radiating from him was significant, leaving Shen Yi momentarily at a loss for words. "Thank you for telling me. I'm just afraid that someone might still be trying to get to me," Shen Yi started. But he was interrupted. The young sergeant believed he was just an ordinary student with an extremely simple social circle. They hadn't found any enemies. After a few more brief words, the two left in a hurry. From their attitude, Shen Yi deduced that the curse of the king of the myriad fallen demons was of such a high level that not even the police or the government could handle it. This only made him more curious. If even the police felt fear when dealing with such matters, then who would use such powerful means against the original Shen Yi, who was just a normal student? A moment later, the young sergeant slipped back into Shen Yi's house, acting quite stealthily, as if he had returned behind his superior's back. He thrust a business card into Shen Yi's hand. Shen Yi wasn't sure what to make of it. The man simply instructed him to call if anything unusual happened before quickly departing. Shen Yi glanced at the card. The sergeant's name was Fei Chuan. It seemed the police station wasn't entirely composed of incompetents, but he wasn't sure if he could trust this man, or if the man could even help him. It was clear that Fei Chuan wasn't acting on official orders, but what could a minor officer do about a matter that even the police and government couldn't touch? Moreover, now that everyone knew Shen Yi was still alive, the assassin targeting him surely wouldn't give up. If he didn't handle this well, it might even endanger his family. Shen Yi certainly didn't want that to happen. He had to protect the family he had finally gained in this life. The only way to achieve that was to become stronger. With that thought, Shen Yi waved his hand to summon the door once again. When it opened, a professional salesman's smile appeared on his face as he held out a bag of calcium tablets to the giant skeleton. However, the creature watched him for a moment, and then pointed directly at the box of medicine in his trouser pocket. Those were the expensive supplements his mother had just bought for him. A system prompt appeared. The target craves the higher quality supplements in your hand. Of course, the skeleton had no intention of taking them by force. As a battlefield collection officer, it pulled out a relic of a fallen soldier from its scavenged loot to offer as an exchange. The high-quality tonic in Shen Yi's hand was traded away. After weighing the options, the giant skeleton chose a basic nightmare crystal to give to him. This was an item crafted by the high-level elves, former enemies of the skeleton, capable of imparting specific knowledge, skills, or intelligence to the user. In the nightmare world, war was the eternal theme. All knowledge in this civilization revolved around how to rapidly increase combat effectiveness, making this item incredibly useful. The moment Shen Yi touched the crystal, it shattered into countless fragments. Immediately after, a system notification informed him that he had learned Moonlit Deer Walk, a signature movement technique used by elven soldiers. In the past, frequent wars had broken out between the undead, to which the giant skeleton belonged, and the elves. The elves had created this movement technique specifically to counter the undead. It allowed the user to be extremely agile in combat, facilitating effortless dodging, lunging, and weaving. Shen Yi's jaw dropped in surprise. He hadn't expected a single high-quality nutrient pill to net him an elven movement technique. Now that he had a basic means of self-defense, this deal was an absolute steal. Once the skeleton took the medicine from Shen Yi, it quickly retreated into the shadows. What the hell, Shen Yi thought. Why act so mysterious after signing a contract? Shen Yi muttered to himself, but he didn't dwell on the skeleton for long. His priority was studying his newly acquired Moonlit Deer Walk. Furthermore, hearing the rhythmic click-clack of footsteps outside, he guessed his parents had returned, so he left the door and went back to his bedroom. A series of system notifications then appeared, stating that the first form of Moonlit Deer Walk, called Dodge, required 3 points of agility. After the system evaluated Shen Yi's physical condition, it found that his current agility was only 2, leaving him 1 point short of using the ability. Whoa, this is just like a game. So how am I supposed to increase my agility? Shen Yi asked. However, instead of a response from the system, a strange voice echoed from behind him. I didn't expect you to actually be alive. How is this possible? The words made the hair on the back of Shen Yi's neck stand up. He instinctively turned around and saw a strange figure hovering outside his bedroom window. The man's gaze was terrifying. Could this be the assassin who had cursed the original owner of this body? Let me see what you're really made of. Having said that, the figure leapt inside, his agile movements contrasting sharply with his tall, heavy build. He charged into Shen Yi's bedroom through the open window like an arrow released from a bow. Relying on his natural flexibility and a fierce will to live, Shen Yi narrowly managed to dodge the first strike. Not a bad move, kid, the man remarked with a click of his tongue. But Shen Yi knew he was in extreme danger. The more interested the man became, the more vicious his attacks would get. And right now, Shen Yi had no other abilities besides that destruction class polite person item. Whatever, I'll use what I've got. Shen Yi forced himself to speak as politely as possible. Hello, can I help you with something? Die, you idiot. The man lunged again with even more ferocity. Clearly the polite person item had failed once more. Just then, the basic nightmare crystal provided Shen Yi with a new piece of information. In the nightmare world, skills and equipment were categorized by rank. From lowest to highest they were gray destruction, white common, green excellent, blue superior, and purple 1 in a 10,000. The higher the rank, the more powerful the effect. Polite person was only destruction class, the absolute lowest tier, which explained its poor performance. Shen Yi cursed inwardly. This guy's luck is truly rotten. He had been hunted since the moment he transmigrated, drew the lowest tier item, and now couldn't even use Moonlit Deer Walk. Shen Yi could only continue to rely on his natural reflexes to keep dodging. But to his enemy, these amateur moves were nothing. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun a bullet. Seeing the man raise a gun, Shen Yi trembled with fear. Just as he thought he was finished, the system provided a helpful tip. He could devour unnecessary items to gain attribute points. The higher the rank of the item devoured, the more points he would receive. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? Shen Yi let out a roar and immediately devoured the polite person item, gaining 1 free attribute point. He then applied the point to agility, raising it from 2 to 3, exactly meeting the requirement to activate Moonlit Deer Walk. Now he could finally use the first form, Dodge. With this ability, Shen Yi's evasive maneuvers reached a whole new level. He then summoned the interdimensional door and ducked inside. The bald assassin didn't hesitate and charged in right after him, only to be met by a pitch-black, bottomless space. Before the man could even realize what was happening, Shen Yi suddenly appeared behind him. Goodbye, Mr. Assassin. With that, he slammed the door shut. Now it was the skeleton's turn. The assassin was instantly snatched up by the skeleton's gaping maw. The sound of crunching and chewing echoed through the dark space, signaling the assassin's final end. Although Shen Yi had escaped using his own abilities, he couldn't deny that the situation had been incredibly perilous. Once he was safe, he spent a long time calming his breathing. Today's events reminded him that more assassins might come looking for him in the future. This meant he couldn't waste a single moment. He had to find more skills to protect himself as quickly as possible. The live prey Shen Yi had delivered this time left the skeleton very satisfied. Following the contract's principle of equivalent exchange, it produced new items to trade. This time it was the Crown of Pale Shadows and the Silver War Medal. Shen Yi gasped. The skeleton is actually being generous this time. 2 items at once and their green, excellent rank. The system quickly relayed the information for these 2 items. The Crown of Pale Shadows was equipment infused with high-level sorcery from the Deep Valley. Whoever wore it could disguise themselves as an elven lifeform. The Silver War Medal was a symbol of elven power in the nightmare world. It was an honor only bestowed upon soldiers who had performed distinguished service. By wearing this medal, the user could teleport to within the territory of the elven forces. Shen Yi had to admit that this skeleton was very pragmatic. At first it was hell-bent on eating him, but now that it saw his value, it was handing out good items one after another. It seemed the equivalent exchange contract was a great deal after all. Shen Yi couldn't wait to place the Crown of Pale Shadows on his brow. Instantly his appearance changed. He pulled out his phone to check his reflection and was so startled by the face looking back that he couldn't sit still. My God, I really turned into an elf. This was incredible. After he claimed tomorrow's refreshed item, he definitely had to go see the elven territory for himself. Just then, there were 3 knocks on the door, followed by a shout. Hello, is Shen Yi there? Shen Yi's guard went up instantly. He was the only one home. Who was it this time? Could it be another assassin? Just as Shen Yi was debating whether to open the door, he heard the voice again. Brother Yi, you're home, right? It's so good to hear you're okay. It's me, Chen Haoyu. Shen Yi immediately relaxed. Wasn't Chen Haoyu the original owner's best friend? That day, the original Shen Yi had gone to the hospital specifically to visit him. He casually took off the crown and went to open the door. Chen Haoyu immediately lunged forward and hugged him. Brother Yi, I'm so glad you're okay. You worried me to death. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault for causing you such a huge mess. Chen Haoyu hugged him tightly, looking like he was about to wipe tears and snot all over Shen Yi's shoulder. Shen Yi patted him to offer some comfort. It's not your fault, it was just bad luck, but it's fine now. I'm perfectly fine now, aren't I? At that moment, Shen Yi's mother also returned home. Seeing her alone, Shen Yi thought it was strange. Upon asking, he learned that his father had gone to see his grandfather to beg for help in buying high-quality supplements to help his son recover. When Chen Haoyu heard the words, high-quality supplements, his eyes widened in shock. That kind of medicine is extremely rare. You can't always buy it even if you have the money. Your family really is full of surprises. Before Shen Yi could answer, he continued, Brother Yi, your parents are so good to you. You have to get well soon so you can come back and take the high school entrance exam. Chen Haoyu's words gave Shen Yi a sudden wake-up call. The high school entrance exam? Right. The original owner of this body was a middle school student currently facing a life-changing academic milestone. Because of the curse, the original host had missed the first exam while hospitalized. This made Chen Haoyu constantly blame himself. With your rank as first in the grade, you would have definitely made it into a top-tier high school. It's all my fault. Shen Yi's mother quickly told him not to blame himself. Although Shen Yi had missed the first exam, the strength test, he could still get into a normal high school as long as he performed well in the second one, the agility test, based on his mother's words and the original host's memories. Shen Yi discovered that the entrance exam in this world was completely different from the one on Earth. In addition to academic subjects, there were tests for strength and agility. No wonder the moonlit deer walk technique had an agility requirement. But the current situation was indeed tricky. Because he was still being hunted, going to the exam hall was equivalent to exposing himself, doubling the danger. Shen Yi fell into a difficult choice. Should he give up on the exam to save his own life? Seeing her son suddenly tremble with a terrible complexion, Mother Shen felt a pang of heartache and reached out. She pulled Shen Yi into her arms and said softly, Son, if you don't want to take the exam anymore, it's okay. Your father and I only want you to be healthy and safe. That's enough. This kind of embrace was something Shen Yi had never experienced in his previous life, and it gave him immense motivation. Instead, he comforted his mother. Don't worry, Mom. Don't I know my own abilities best? This display of confidence was a complete 180-degree turn from a moment ago, which put Mother Shen at ease. Shen Yi knew very well that even if he wanted to give up now, his parents would surely agree. But Shen Yi couldn't do that. He decided to go back to school with Chen Haoyu tomorrow for the pre-exam training. The longer he stayed in this body, the more the original host's memories flooded his mind. It turned out his grandfather and family background were anything but ordinary, possessing incredibly vast resources. However, the host's parents had a poor relationship with the grandfather and the rest of the clan. They had never asked the grandfather for help, choosing instead to live and raise their son through their own hard work. Though their circumstances were modest, they lived well enough. Thus, they couldn't actually afford those high-quality supplements. They must have endured a great deal of humiliation to go and beg the grandfather for help. Their real son, the original Shen Yi, was already gone. Since he was now using this body, he couldn't let their hard-earned efforts go to waste. "Mom, I'm hungry. Make me some late-night snacks," Shen Yi said playfully. His mother immediately went into the kitchen to cook 2 fragrant bowls of egg noodles for him and Chen Haoyu. The next day he returned to school as planned. The original host's desk was still piled with a messy assortment of books. Physical fitness, introduction to mental power, strength training. The school curriculum in this world was truly unique. Although he was still worried about assassins, Shen Yi guessed that in a crowded place like a school the enemy wouldn't dare strike. On the contrary, if he could get into a good high school, there would surely be many powerful teachers there who could protect him. While he was focusing on his books, a classmate ran over to tell Shen Yi that Zhao Yibing was looking for him in the hallway. In the original host's memory, Zhao Yibing had been a good friend who used to discuss studies with him every day. This was the first time Shen Yi had seen her since his transmigration. Zhao Yibing's expression didn't look very good. "I heard you're planning to come back for the exams. I did very well on the first one, and I'm confident about the remaining subjects. I should be able to get into the provincial key high school," Zhao Yibing said. At this point Shen Yi didn't see the issue yet and happily congratulated her. To his surprise, Zhao Yibing immediately followed up with, "So what I really want to say is, don't come looking for me anymore." As Zhao Yibing spoke these words, a crowd of gossip-loving onlookers immediately gathered. "Ooh, there's a show, the school bell is dumping Shen Yi." A question mark popped up over Shen Yi's head. Zhao Yibing's attitude was completely different from what he had seen in his memories. Seeing that Shen Yi was silent, she continued. 47. Her tone was both cold and resolute. "Shen Yi, what I mean is that we'll be going our separate ways from now on. Sooner or later, our different social classes will mean we no longer have a common language, so it's better to stop things before they go any further. However, we can still remain friends," Shen Yi sneered. In the past, Zhao Yibing was always the one badgering the original host. Now, knowing full well that he had missed an exam through no fault of his own, she not only failed to offer encouragement but had actively come to draw a line in the sand and humiliate him in public. "I've already deleted all your contact information. I hope you have a good life in the future," Zhao Yibing added. This girl was truly going too far, unable to take it anymore. Shen Yi immediately struck back. "I recall that for the past few years you were always the one coming to our class to find me. I never once sought you out. Zhao Yibing, I never intended to be your friend. The exams are coming up, I hope you're a person of your word. Don't come pestering me in the future and interfering with my revision. After all, I've had enough bad luck as it is." The surrounding students, seeing this brilliant scene, grew even noisier. Some whispered that Shen Yi had always been ranked first in the grade, and that it was true Zhao Yibing used to cling to him, now that Shen Yi had missed one exam. She wanted to draw a line in full view of everyone. This attitude was indeed excessive. Amidst the clamor, a girl with a face full of freckles jumped out from nowhere, pointed at Shen Yi's nose and said fiercely, "Wait a minute, Bingbing has given you so many gifts in the past and this is how you talk to her. You're such a disappointment." Shen Yi had absolutely no memory of this girl. He then saw Zhao Yibing turn her head. Her beautiful face was flushed red and her eyes were brimming with tears, making her look incredibly pitiable. "Shen Yi, I always thought we were friends. I didn't expect," Shen Yi sneered. This girl might be young, but she was quite calculating. Clearly she was the one who came looking for trouble, and now she was playing the victim. It seemed she was dead set on making him look like a fool in public. Unfortunately for her, she had run into a former gold medal salesman. Without a second thought, Shen Yi shot back, "Zhao Yibing, I did receive your gifts, but receiving them doesn't mean I'm obligated to accept you. If you truly cared for me, you wouldn't use those gifts to morally blackmail me. I have the right to pursue someone better. I have nothing left to say to you. If you want the gifts back, I'll compensate you immediately, but don't expect to still be my friend after tearing into me like this." Zhao Yibing was stunned into silence, and the scene among the other students instantly erupted into chaos. The girl with the freckles screamed in a rage, calling Shen Yi a scumbag, while the simps surrounding Zhao Yibing joined in, accusing Shen Yi of being heartless. Zhao Yibing's expression was hideous. She had come there to dump Shen Yi, but instead she had been dumped by him in front of everyone. Unwilling to accept this, she cried out and chased after him. "Wait, Shen Yi, we're not finished yet." Shen Yi ignored her completely, walking away without looking back. Zhao Yibing was eventually held back by her friends. "Bingbing, forget it, a guy like that isn't worth it." The conflict reached its climax when Shen Yi's path was blocked by Sun Ming. In the original host's memory, this guy was ranked third in the grade and was much taller and stronger than Shen Yi. He stood before Shen Yi like a brick wall. Most importantly, Sun Ming was Zhao Yibing's #1 sycophant, so Shen Yi could guess his motive with his eyes closed. He roared forcefully, "Stop right there, Bingbing didn't say you could leave yet." Shen Yi didn't want to waste words. Class was about to start and he had no time for this, but Sun Ming clearly didn't intend to let him go easily. Shen Yi, it seems after a few days away from school, your information has fallen behind. My strength has increased by leaps and bounds, and you are no longer number 1 in the grade, so if you don't want a few broken ribs, go and apologize to Bing Bing right now. Is student Sun misunderstanding something? Zhao Yibing was the one who called me over. I wasn't pestering her. Why should I apologize? Having said that, Shen Yi began to put on an act, putting on a face of extreme grievance. Sai, forget it. Since you're forcing me to apologize, I'll do it. Shen Yi turned back to face Zhao Yibing, looking reluctant, his eyes even turning red. I'm sorry, Zhao Yibing. You win. From now on you can keep pestering me. Are you satisfied? As soon as the words left his mouth, tears began to stream uncontrollably. Though he was chuckling inwardly, this victim-playing tactic wasn't exclusive to girls. Shen Yi could pull it off with ease. After ensuring everyone saw him crying bitterly, he turned and ran. Seeing this, the onlookers began to gossip again. Shen Yi was moved to tears by anger. He must be truly heartbroken. This is just too much. Even Zhao Yibing was stunned by this scene, feeling momentarily at a loss, and instinctively chased after him, shouting, "No, Shen Yi, I didn't mean to force you. Don't listen to Sun Ming's nonsense." After saying this, Zhao Yibing wanted to scream in her heart. She was clearly the one who came to dump Shen Yi. So why did it now look like she had been dumped and was desperately begging him to stay? Meanwhile, Sun Ming had wanted to stick up for his goddess, but his self-esteem was wounded by her words. Don't listen to Sun Ming's nonsense. Naturally, he didn't dare take his anger out on his goddess, so he swung a fist at Shen Yi. You little brat, I'm going to teach you a lesson. However, his fist never touched Shen Yi because Shen Yi reached out with lightning speed and grabbed his wrist. Using that as a pivot point, Shen Yi performed an incredible mid-air flip, landed a precise kick to the other's head and touched down lightly. The entire sequence was seamless and fluid, happening so fast that the watching students thought they were hallucinating. What happened? How did Shen Yi's speed get so fast, even faster than before? Yeah, Sun Ming couldn't even react. If Shen Yi had used his full strength, he'd probably be unconscious by now. The students couldn't help but whisper. The reason Shen Yi was faster than before was that he had just utilized the first form of Moonlit Deerwalk. Dodge. I already apologized, so why are you still being so aggressive? Shen Yi asked casually, maintaining his pitiful appearance. Before Sun Ming could snap back, a teacher suddenly appeared in a fury. What are you students crowded around here shouting for? The mock exam is about to begin. Get to the gymnasium immediately. The students were as afraid of the teacher as they were of a tiger, and the crowd quickly dispersed. Everyone felt it was a shame, however, as they didn't get to see Shen Yi and Sun Ming get into a real fight. As for Sun Ming, he didn't dare talk back to the teacher, but he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Shen Yi as he left, muttering, "Shen Yi, this isn't over." Shen Yi then followed the others to the gymnasium. Before they even started their warm-ups, Chen Haoyu ran over in a hurry. He whispered in Shen Yi's ear, "Boss, this test takes forever to grade, and with so many people in line it won't be our turn for a while. A new manga shop just opened behind the school gate. Let's go hang out there and come back later." Shen Yi, having been reborn, had no interest in such meaningless pastimes, but Chen Haoyu's suggestion reminded him of something. He had overslept last night and hadn't claimed today's refreshed item yet. So Shen Yi made an excuse about having a stomachache, asked Chen Haoyu to hold his place in line, and quickly ducked into the restroom. He didn't know that a stranger was quietly tailing him at that moment, clearly harboring ill intentions. However, when the person burst open the stall door, Shen Yi had long since disappeared. Of course he couldn't find Shen Yi because he had already passed through the interdimensional door and entered the nightmare world. This time, Shen Yi wore the crown of pale shadows, disguising himself as an elf. As mentioned before, he wanted to see if there were any treasures in the elven territory. However, even after calling out in the corridor for a long time today, the giant skeleton did not respond. He had no idea where it had gone. Walking a few steps further, he picked up a handgun with a full magazine. This was likely a relic from the assassin the skeleton had eaten yesterday. A real find. With this trip to the elven territory, he finally had a self-defense weapon. Although Shen Yi had never used a gun, holding it made him feel much more secure. He didn't have time to worry about where the giant skeleton was. He simply took out the silver war medal and prepared to teleport to the elven territory. Just then, Shen Yi heard the mysterious voice that had guided him on his first day. "Human, I really have no strength left to do much for you. Take this, it is a token of humanity." Its voice was incredibly weak, barely able to finish a sentence. Simultaneously, an object appeared out of thin air in Shen Yi's hand. Then the teleportation array activated. After a bout of dizziness, Shen Yi finally arrived at his destination. Because he landed on his backside, he was aching all over. It was only then that Shen Yi saw he was holding a short sword. This was the item the mysterious voice had given him, but he didn't understand why he had been given this so suddenly. "Who goes there?" A loud shout from behind startled Shen Yi. He whipped his head around, seeing 3 male elves. After they got a clear look at Shen Yi, their expressions softened slightly. "Oh, it's Finn. You finally arrived. You took forever. We waited so long without seeing anyone that we were about to declare the mission a failure and return to report." Initially, Shen Yi thought the Crown of Pale Shadows would assign him a random elven identity, but a closer look revealed that all 3 men were wearing the same crown as him, meaning they, like him, were disguised as elves. "There were some complications. I'm late." Shen Yi quickly utilized his award-winning acting skills to avoid suspicion. "Fine, at least you made it. We have successfully won the trust of the elves, convincing them that we are warriors who have returned wounded from the battlefield," one of them said. Their main purpose for disguising themselves as elves was to strike at the leader of this tribe tonight, seize the treasure, and flee. Although Shen Yi didn't know the full story, he could only nod along calmly. When he reached out to adjust the crown on his forehead, the 3 men's expressions changed drastically, and they rushed forward to stop him. "Don't touch it, you idiot! How dare you take off the Crown of Pale Shadows? Once our identity as members of the undead is exposed, we are finished." Shen Yi awkwardly explained that he just felt uncomfortable wearing it and wanted to adjust its position. But clearly he had done it on purpose. Through this small test he confirmed that all 3 of them were from the undead race. The crowns and medals they possessed were identical to the ones in his hands. That being the case, Finn must be the name of that giant skeleton. Tisk, what a scoundrel. Shen Yi thought it was giving him some battlefield loot, but who would have thought the skeleton used those 2 items to trick him into taking its place for a mission? "Fine, don't worry about it. With me, Finn, here, everything will be handled." Shen Yi continued his act. "You'd better not mess up. We're heading to the elven village now. You've already delayed us quite a bit by being late." With that, the 3 men bolted like arrows from a bow. Their speed was incredibly fast. Shen Yi had to use every ounce of his strength just to barely keep up. It seemed the strength of the undead was indeed extraordinary. Before long, the 4 arrived at the elven village. Shen Yi was panting for breath. Fortunately, they had arrived. If they had run any further, his identity would have definitely been exposed. To enter the village now, they needed permission from the guards outside. However, this step was not dangerous, as they only needed to show their silver war medals. "And then?" Shen Yi asked in a questioning tone. He truly knew nothing about this assassination plan. "Tonight's assassination, of course. The 3 of us will be responsible for covering you from the outside, while you will be responsible for taking the leader's life." "Me? I'm the one doing it." Hearing this, the hair on Shen Yi's neck stood up and he instinctively asked back, "Me? Are you joking? I'm the core figure of this assassination?" Seeing his surprised look, the expressions of the 3 men immediately darkened. "What? Do you want to break the contract?" "Break the contract? How is that possible?" Shen Yi struggled to suppress his internal unease, drew a short knife, licked it, and forced a bloodthirsty look. "My blade can't wait to drink human blood. Leave this mission to me." Seeing him like this, the 3 men finally relaxed. While Shen Yi looked as steady as a mountain on the surface, he was panicking inside. If he had dared to say no just now, he probably would have been executed on the spot by these 3 undead. However, assassinating their leader in elven territory seemed like a suicidal mission. It seemed that this was the real reason the giant skeleton had generously given him 2 items at once. It wanted someone to go to their death in its place. Shen Yi had no choice but to follow along. Subsequently, the 4 slowly approached the village entrance. There were 3 guards above, all genuine elves. After showing their medals as expected, the guards immediately identified Shen Yi and his group as brave warriors returning from the front lines. They then opened the gates and enthusiastically led them to see the leader. Along the way, Shen Yi saw many members of the elven race. They all shared one thing in common. They were very beautiful. The sight of the stunning women almost made Shen Yi forget his primary mission. After wandering around for a while, they finally arrived in front of a house with closed doors. The guard said the leader was waiting inside and Shen Yi must enter alone. The 3 disguised undead said they would rest outside and wait for him, but Shen Yi knew very well they were monitoring him from the outside. Afraid he would run, Shen Yi couldn't stop sighing. This situation was too suffocating. How did he get caught up in the bloody conflict between the undead and the elves for no reason? But on second thought, if the assassination was successful, maybe he could get some powerful items. Thinking of this, Shen Yi's morale surged and he pushed the door open. The room was large, and the moonlight through the window illuminated a tall, steady figure. Seeing Shen Yi enter, the man closed the book he was reading and slowly turned his head. "Welcome back, warrior from the front lines." At that moment, with the help of the basic crystal, Shen Yi could see countless titles appearing over the elven leader's head, including Spirit of the Myriad Woods and Heir to the Ancient Tree Throne, Lord of Nature, Master of 10,000, Grand Master of Arcana, guardian of the nightmare magic realm, and fifth head of the world. All of these entries belonged to this one person, and they were all purple. Meanwhile, the only entry floating above Shen Yi's head was the gray, polite person. His head buzzed. At this point, Shen Yi didn't even have the strength to mock himself. He was too naive. Just now he had actually fantasized about a successful assassination. Those three undead outside were clearly much stronger than him, yet they didn't even have the courage to meet this elven leader. So how could he, with only a single gray entry, possibly defeat this powerhouse with numerous purple titles? Thinking of this, Shen Yi involuntarily shuddered. This was great. He couldn't even run away. The giant skeleton's name was Finn, right? Since it dared to set him up like this, he would remember that name for life. The elven leader didn't seem to have noticed Shen Yi's abnormality yet, and was still full of gratitude when facing him. Young and brave warrior, thank you for your sacrifice. Stay in our village tonight and rest well. We are holding a celebration banquet. Go and enjoy yourself. With that, he casually fired a spell directly at Shen Yi. It's teleportation magic. Before Shen Yi could respond, he was teleported to the banquet scene, sitting at the same table as the three disguised undead. They didn't seem surprised to see Shen Yi appear. You're here? Eat. It's still early. We can rest for a bit. You've seen the target, right? He'll be attending the banquet later. When he lets his guard down, that's when you strike. Just like before, these three claimed they would provide cover for Shen Yi. Hearing them say it so lightly, Shen Yi could only smile bitterly. Because he knew full well that the so-called cover didn't exist. These guys would definitely take the opportunity to flee, leaving him to fend for himself. Shen Yi picked up a piece of bread and racked his brains for a solution while he ate. If things continued like this, death was only a matter of time. He had to find a way to resolve this predicament. Just then, a female elf suddenly approached him from behind. "Mister, can I ask you for a dance? It's an honor to dance with a hero from the front lines." Besides lamenting being called a mister despite looking so young, Shen Yi realized this seemed like a good opportunity to escape. So he put down the bread and stood up. "Of course I can't refuse. But I'm not a very good dancer. It's okay, I'll teach you." The female elf seemed very excited, took Shen Yi's hand and walked away. Her dance steps were light and graceful, her appearance was exquisite, and her figure was shapely, making Shen Yi's heart race. He moved with the rhythm of the dance, but his heart was in turmoil because he was about to go to his death. If it weren't for that cursed assassination plan, how happy he would be to dance with this elven lady without a care in the world. "Mister, why aren't you saying anything?" Seeing Shen Yi fall silent for a long while, the girl took the initiative to speak. "My older brothers are just like this. Is it because the fighting on the front lines was too brutal that it affected your mood, uncle?" "No, I was just thinking about how terrible my dancing is. I feel I've truly done a disservice to your invitation, miss." "May I ask your name?" "I'm called Lan," she replied. "Well then, Miss Lan, I'd like to perform a magic trick for you as an apology for my clumsy dancing. Would that be all right?" "Haha, really?" Lan laughed happily, looking very interested. "That would be wonderful. Hurry and show me, uncle. And besides, your dancing isn't actually that bad." After a brief pause, the girl pressed something into Shen Yi's hand. "This is for you, my bracelet. Consider it a return gift for your magic performance, but let's get this straight. If your trick isn't exciting enough, I'm taking the bracelet back." Shen Yi gave her a thumbs up to show it was a deal. Then he stepped forward and climbed onto a table, becoming the center of attention for everyone at the banquet. "Dear friends, please look this way," Shen Yi shouted. "Next, I am going to perform a magic trick the likes of which you have never seen. It's a grand disappearance act. I can turn myself into a human." This sentence successfully captured the attention of every elf present, as they had never seen magic that could transform one into a human. Only the three disguised undead began to grow nervous. "What is this guy Finn doing? Turning into a human? Have any of you seen that kind of spell? I didn't expect Finn to be so clever, to think of such a method to quickly blend in with the elves." From his elevated position, Shen Yi swiftly removed the crown of pale shadows. In an instant he reverted to the appearance of an ordinary human middle school student. Simultaneously, Shen Yi tossed the crown toward Lan, saying it was a return gift for her. The crowd, witnessing this scene with their own eyes, couldn't help but let out a collective gasp of amazement. "Wow, look at his ears and eyebrows, he really turned into a human. This truly is a human youth. Incredible, absolutely brilliant." Lan was likely the most excited person there. She clapped incessantly, and then urged Shen Yi to quickly change back into an elf. But the crown was gone, how could he change back? This, however, was exactly Shen Yi's goal. "The thing is, I can turn into a human because I took off that crown. Coincidentally, my three brothers here are also experts at this magic trick." As he spoke, Shen Yi pointed ruthlessly at the three disguised undead. "As long as they take off the crowns on their heads, they will turn back into undead." The word undead was like a bomb. The moment the words left Shen Yi's mouth, the bomb detonated. Every elf at the banquet became alert, their gazes shifting to ones of hostility and scrutiny. Meanwhile, the three undead had no idea what was happening. "That's it for now. I'll come back after my three brothers finish their transformation," Shen Yi said composedly. Right then, a door appeared behind him. "Goodbye, Miss Lan." Shen Yi waved his hand, then ducked into the door and vanished. The elves didn't have time to catch him, so they had to focus their attention on the three undead. Outnumbered and outmatched, the three were quickly restrained. Just then, the elven leader appeared. He had intended to personally deal with these fellows, but he was a step too late. "You undead thought you could infiltrate my village, but you didn't expect the humans to have already infiltrated your ranks. And they even led your side mission astray. How utterly ironic. Is there some misunderstanding? We have war medals," the men cried, still stubbornly trying to deny it. However, the elven leader manipulated a vine to pluck off their crowns of pale shadows, and the three instantly reverted to their true forms. "These crowns carry high-level shadow sorcery from the deep valley. It truly is beyond my expectations that every village has undead spies lurking within. With these, I can find their weaknesses and counterattack." The elven leader muttered to himself, feeling a sense of gratitude toward Shen Yi. He now owed Shen Yi a favor, though neither he nor Lan knew if that human youth would ever return. Having escaped danger and returned to the pitch-black corridor behind the door, Shen Yi's heart rate still hadn't settled. Just thinking about how he almost lost his life in the elven territory sent a chill down his spine. As he was thinking, he heard that familiar crunching sound again. Shen Yi immediately rushed over and shouted angrily, "You damn skeleton, I nearly died in the elven territory while you're here peacefully enjoying a meal all by yourself?" Hearing Shen Yi's voice, the skeleton looked extremely surprised. It stared at him for a long while before finally speaking in an incredulous tone. "You're still alive, HMPH, so you can talk. You freak, you gave me that crown of pale shadows on purpose just so I'd go to my death as your scapegoat, didn't you?" Finn was scolded relentlessly by Shen Yi but didn't offer a single rebuttal. It knew it was in the wrong and had no way to talk back. However, the monster seemed very curious about how Shen Yi had survived, repeatedly begging him to explain the details of what happened with the elves. "You think I'm going to tell you?" Shen Yi angrily gave Finn the middle finger. The creature didn't get angry. Instead it pleaded, "Just tell me. If you finish the story, I will give you a corresponding reward. It's not a matter of a reward now. You almost cost me my life. I'm a very vengeful person." Shen Yi still refused to budge. Then, with a clink, a system window appeared before Shen Yi, indicating that the other party was being very sincere and was prepared to give Shen Yi a powerful undead spell according to the principle of equivalent exchange. However, before the prompt could finish popping up, Shen Yi swiped it away. "Don't think you can buy me off with some shiny toys, you're insulting my character." Shen Yi was fuming. Then, Finn finally began to explain. The reason it gave the crown of pale shadows to Shen Yi was that he was human. The elves and humans were originally allies. Only by Shen Yi going did he have a chance to survive. If Finn had gone himself, the only outcome would have been dying there. To show its apology, Finn even broke the principle of equivalent exchange and gave Shen Yi an extremely precious treasure, a nightmare inheritance crystal. This crystal stored 3 top-tier evolutionary undead talents. Shen Yi could choose one to fuse with his soul, thereby gaining that ability. Finn added that a talent is a special ability that an individual can successfully perform without needing to consume any energy. Furthermore, this nightmare inheritance crystal was the very foundation of the undead race's survival, making it incredibly rare. The reason Finn had been able to cling to life despite being heavily injured was that others had always wanted this crystal and its talents, so they hadn't dealt the killing blow yet. But now, it was even giving this item to Shen Yi to show its sincerity. Upon touching the nightmare inheritance crystal, Shen Yi's anger had actually dissipated, but he remained stiff, putting on an act of having high principles and not being easily bought. "Fine, since you're being so sincere, I'll forgive you this once. But remember, don't let it happen again." Then came the most anticipated part. Shen Yi could choose one of the 3 ancient inherited talents to make his own. The 3 talents were basic Nether Whisper, evolvable, its power depending on the soul. The deceased could respond to Shen Yi's call and crawl out of hell to tell him the information they knew, allowing their souls to finally rest. Next was basic Sacred Skeleton Body, also evolvable. Any power attempting to take Shen Yi's life would prompt his body to transform into a sacred skeleton, helping him temporarily escape the fate of death. This effect lasted for 5 seconds and would activate again after 1 day. Finally, there was basic Undead Rebirth, also evolvable, which functioned by creating a clump of soul fire to be placed on a fallen undead. The soul fire would enter the corpse to aid its resurrection. While there were many types of regeneration spells, this was a mysterious and highly sophisticated one. Shen Yi weighed them carefully. Currently, Undead Rebirth was useless to him. although Sacred Skeleton Body could grant immunity to attacks for 5 seconds and sounded invincible. What about after those 5 seconds? Wouldn't he just die anyway? Nether Whisper sounded very weak at first, but it was what he needed most right now. He had to obtain intelligence to quickly catch the person trying to harm him, so he decided to choose this talent. Shortly after making his decision, Shen Yi felt the whispers coming from the undead. Finn looked very surprised by this choice. "What's wrong? Is this one not good?" Shen Yi asked. "It's not that, it's just that it doesn't immediately translate into combat power. In my memory, former monarchs would always choose the third talent. Very few chose the second, and choosing yours is practically unheard of," Finn replied. But since Shen Yi had already made his choice, it couldn't interfere. What Finn cared about most now was what exactly happened with the elves and how Shen Yi survived. Hearing its tone so urgent, it seemed this matter was very important to it. Since Shen Yi had received the talent, he naturally had no reason to hide anything, so he told Finn the whole story. After listening, Finn's expression became very complex because the original assassination target was supposed to be an elven priest. Yet the person Shen Yi mentioned was the strongest high priest of the elven race. Hearing Finn say this, Shen Yi finally understood why that man held so many staggering titles. As for Finn, although it didn't know why the assassination target had suddenly changed, the identities of the 3 undead knights had been exposed and they were captured, so it was no longer under surveillance or threat. "This is my only chance." Finn suddenly burst into loud laughter and then bolted away at top speed. Shen Yi didn't have time to chase it, as he still had to take care of himself. After returning, Shen Yi continued to receive system notifications, saying that because of this door opening he had gained the excellent green rank One of Us skill. After equipping this skill, he would receive the following bonus. When identifying a target and saying, "It's one of us," the other party will treat you as an accomplice for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, the other party will forget everything that just happened. In simple terms, it was like hypnosis, capable of turning an opponent into a teammate in dangerous situations. This skill could be performed once per day, provided the target's total attribute points did not exceed double Shen Yi's own. Otherwise, it would be resisted. Simultaneously, the system notified him that he had obtained the Bracelet of Nature's Blessing. Shen Yi looked at his wrist and found he was still wearing the bracelet Lan had given him. He hadn't expected this bracelet to be of green quality. It was a good item, capable of slowly increasing his mental power. Shen Yi clicked his tongue. Although summoning the door this time had been a bit dangerous, the rewards were plentiful. First was a short knife, then a gun, a new talent, a green rank skill, and a green bracelet. He quickly put these things away and then walked out of the restroom. When Shen Yi returned to the gymnasium, it just happened to be Chen Haoyu's turn for the movement technique test. This test looked simple but was actually complex. Candidates had to run through an area filled with guns firing colored ink. Getting hit resulted in point deductions, initially. Chen Haoyu started off very confidently, taking large strides and running very fast. "Go Haoyu, stay calm," Shen Yi shouted from below. Hearing his voice, Chen Haoyu hurriedly replied, "Thanks, Brother Yi, this is a piece of cake. Just relax, buddy, I can handle this." Although Chen Haoyu was confident, the moment he finished speaking, he was hit in the face by an ink gun, which immediately caused a burst of laughter from the students below. "Haha, Chen Haoyu's a dummy, he got hit in the head. That's what he gets for acting so cocky just now." The teacher also showed a look of disappointment. "Chen Haoyu, 71 points. You should be glad this isn't the official high school entrance exam. Next, Shen Yi." Chen Haoyu walked down dejectedly while Shen Yi moved to the starting position. Although he had never participated in this kind of movement test, he handled it with ease thanks to Moonlit Deer Walk. Not only was he fast, but his posture was also elegant and composed, as if he were performing figure skating. The pigment fired from below simply couldn't keep up with his speed. Although Shen Yi found the test relatively easy, he still didn't dare to be careless. After all, he had already missed one exam. He couldn't afford to be sloppy with the remaining subjects. At this time, in addition to the teacher in charge of the test, beneath a tree not far away, a school teacher and a stranger were observing Shen Yi's testing process. The stranger appeared very interested after seeing Shen Yi's movement technique. The teacher also spoke very proudly when mentioning Shen Yi, calling him the top of the grade. "It's just that he missed the first exam, which I think is such a shame. So I invited you to come take a look and see if you could give him another chance." The man smoked while he thought. He's quite talented in terms of movement. If his mental power can also get a full score, giving him a chance isn't out of the question. A full score in mental power. Supervisor Qian, isn't this requirement a bit too high? The teacher immediately became anxious because he remembered that Shen Yi's mental power was quite average. That was correct. In addition to strength and agility, this exam also tested a special attribute of the students. mental power. However, the mediocre mental power in the teacher's memory was a thing of the past. It was hard to say now. By this time, Shen Yi had completed the movement test and received a full score. Seeing this, the teacher in charge of the test couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, Shen Yi, if only you hadn't missed that one exam. Thank you, teacher. I won't give up on the exams, Shen Yi replied in a flat tone. It was now close to noon, and seeing this, the teacher dismissed the students to go eat lunch. The remaining students would continue testing in the afternoon. Chen Haoyu was very excited to see Shen Yi get a full score in movement, and wanted to drag him to the cafeteria for lunch. But Shen Yi sent him off to wash the ink off his body first, saying he would stay in the classroom for a while. Then wait for me in the classroom, brother Yi. I'll be done washing in a second. Chen Haoyu nodded vigorously, and then bolted off. Shen Yi returned to the classroom and slumped over a pile of books looking exhausted. Only now did he find the time to look at the academic subjects. Math, physics, and chemistry were fine. They were similar to the knowledge on Earth. But Chinese and general science were completely different. Whether it was historical figures, major events, or even literary works, they were worlds apart from Earth. Shen Yi felt as if his memories were fighting in his head, which annoyed him greatly. Right then, Sun Ming stormed into the classroom aggressively, and without a word kicked over Shen Yi's desk, nearly hitting his face. I told you, Shen Yi, it's not over between us. Did Zhao Yibing tell you guys to come? Shen Yi asked with a look of pure disgust. Sun Ming replied, Brat, Zhao Yibing can't be bothered with you. Just as he spoke, the classroom door was kicked open, and a crowd of ill-intentioned students stormed in, clearly looking to settle a score with Shen Yi. Sun Ming wouldn't stop bragging, claiming his strength had reached a new level while Shen Yi was away. Now he wanted to duel to see if Shen Yi's agility could outmatch his strength and decide once and for all who was truly number one in the grade. Shen Yi responded, What's the point? We're all one of us here. As he spoke, he activated his newly acquired one of us skill. Sun Ming and the group froze as if hypnotized. Their expressions shifted to a look of struggle, and they let out heavy sighs. I can't help it. Zhao Yibing was crying, begging us to get revenge for her. You're right, we don't actually want to raise a hand against our own brother. I only did it because I like her too much. And honestly, man, you were always so arrogant. I just wanted to teach you a lesson. Forget it. Since we're all family, I'm not fighting. Through this skill, Shen Yi confirmed these students were just driven by petty jealousy and that no assassins were hiding among them. However, the skill only lasted 10 seconds. Once the 10 seconds were up, the group became vicious again, lunging forward to pummel Shen Yi. The effect was so short-lived and could only be used once a day, it was practically useless. Without a second thought, Shen Yi devoured the skill, gaining 3 attribute points in return. Furthermore, for some reason, the 1 point previously used for agility could now also be applied to strength. Shen Yi immediately put all 4 points into strength, boosting his original 1.2 strength attribute to 5.2. No sooner had he finished allocating the points than his hands were pinned behind him by someone. Shen Yi, don't think you're slipping away like last time. Fight Sun Ming like a man. While Shen Yi was restrained from behind, Sun Ming charged forward with his fist raised, looking confident that he would break a few of Shen Yi's ribs. His punch was aimed straight at Shen Yi's solar plexus, an attack that would cause internal damage to any normal person. However, it was Sun Ming who ended up injured in the exchange. His hand felt as if it had struck solid concrete. It was so hard and painful that he let out a sharp cry of agony. For a teenager without special training, base strength and agility are usually around 1. Even so, Shen Yi's physical toughness left his opponent in misery. The watching students couldn't stop whispering. Strength is a foundational attribute. It's not just pure muscle. He actually broke free from Student Ma's grip and took a punch from Sun Ming as if it were nothing. His strength must be even higher than Sun Ming's, to be more precise. Strength referred to the power of one's limbs and bones, the resilience of internal organs and meridians, physical explosive power, and even the cellular vitality of the body. Combined, these factors are known as individual strength. Though the fight was over, some onlookers were still shaken. How was this possible? Shen Yi ended the battle with calm composure. His voice was soft but carried a heavy threat. I missed 1 exam, yet you still want to beat me. With the entrance exams right around the corner, you gathered a mob just because of jealousy, intending to ruin someone's entire life. Sun Ming remained kneeling on the floor, still cursing stubbornly. Damn you, Shen Yi, you deserve to die. Shen Yi walked over, grabbed him by the collar, and hauled him up, warning. If this had been any other student or the old me, they probably would have been severely injured by you. Sun Ming's fingers were twisted at an awkward angle from the pain. Though he was filled with hate, he could only beg in a low voice, Shen Yi, we were wrong today, just let us go this once. Shen Yi continued, speaking calmly, though his tone grew increasingly intense. You humiliate him, beat him, and try to destroy his future. And now you want my forgiveness? As soon as the words left his mouth, he gripped Sun Ming's collar and executed a brutal shoulder throw. The violent impact sent Sun Ming's screams echoing through the campus. "Help!" A teacher heard the commotion and came running, shouting, "What are you doing?" But the damage was done. Sun Ming and his cronies lay injured on the ground, blood staining the floor. Shen Yi sat by the wall, tears welling in his eyes. "Teacher, you're finally here. They were bullying me." The teacher looked on in shock. The teacher scolded him. "Are you joking? You beat them into this state and you're claiming they bullied you?" In the crowded circle of students outside, Zhao Yibing bit her lip nervously. She had miscalculated. These people were no match for Shen Yi at all. Is he really this powerful? She wondered. "No, it doesn't matter." A friend beside her nudged her and whispered, "Bing, do you regret it?" Zhao Yibing kept the answer to herself. Regret? Yes. If she had supported him when he came asking for encouragement and promised to stay in touch after starting high school, would the outcome have been different? At that thought, Zhao Yibing lowered her head. Her lips were pressed tight, her expression somber, but then she found her answer. No, there was no turning back. He had caused such a scene, beating up 7 or 8 students. He would likely be disqualified from the exams. Her goal had been achieved. Shen Yi was now a failure, while her future remained bright. So she replied to her friend, "I just hate that I didn't see him for the scumbag he is sooner." Suddenly, someone gasped, "Bing, look." As Zhao Yibing spoke, she inadvertently looked down at the railing and saw Sun Ming's swollen face. Her eyes widened in disbelief. "Sun Ming? No way." Zhao Yibing suddenly felt a surge of unease. "This lunatic is staring right at me. He isn't planning to drag me down with him, is he? Hey, don't look at me like that, you bastard. Don't speak. Keep your mouth shut, you stupid pig. Die, don't say it." But things didn't go her way. Sun Ming's lips moved, and he weakly croaked out her name, Bing. The eyes of everyone around them immediately fixed on the two of them. Zhao Yibing suddenly burst into tears, putting on a pained and pitiful expression. She looked at him with heartbreak and then turned and ran away. "Sun Ming, I can't believe Shen Yi bullied you like this. I'm calling the police right now." "Hello, is this the police station? It's happening right here." Shen Yi's expression darkened as he watched her short performance. Zhao Yibing's move was both offensive and defensive. She instantly cleared herself of all involvement while simultaneously taking another shot at him. Even the teacher standing there was bewildered. Why would a student call the police? This matter had become much more complicated. After a moment, he raised his hand to the crowd. "All right, disperse. Go back and review. Shen Yi, come with me to the office." Shen Yi replied calmly, "Yes, Mr. Zhang." At this time, the principal was accompanying Supervisor Qian. The principal introduced the school as they walked. "Old Qian, the students at our school are all very talented. You should really sign a few of them." Supervisor Qian, hands in his pockets and a cigarette in his mouth, replied, "Old friend, it's not that I won't help you, but there's nothing I can do if they don't meet the group's minimum requirements. I have other business. I'll take my leave now." As they were walking, a teacher rushed over to report, "Principal, Shen Yi and Sun Ming's group got into a fight. The police are here." The principal raised his voice. "Ha, you're reporting a student fight to me. Can't you see I'm—" Unexpectedly, the teacher pulled out a phone to emphasize, "No, principal, you have to see this. This is the video of them fighting." The principal wondered what could be so interesting about a middle school fight, but Supervisor Qian leaned in curiously to watch as well. At the police station or school office, the police reviewed the footage. An officer asked Shen Yi, "Student Shen, you were prepared with a recording from the start?" Shen Yi hunched his shoulders, pretending to be afraid, and replied, "Yes, I was afraid of being beaten by them." But inwardly, he thought it was lucky he had recorded it in advance. Hearing this, the officer countered, "You almost beat them to death, okay?" He then looked at Shen Yi sternly. "Even with the video, you still have to come with us. The final result will depend on the medical assessment of their injuries." Only then did Mr. Zhang speak up anxiously. "This child already missed one exam because of an accident. If you take him away, won't he miss the exams again? There's video evidence already. What else needs to be investigated?" The officer consoled him. "Teacher, don't worry. We're just taking him in for questioning. It won't take more than a few days. If the injuries aren't serious," Mr. Zhang continued to protest, "doing this will ruin this child's future." Regardless of who was arguing, Shen Yi was currently closing his eyes and concentrating, taking the opportunity to convert his attributes. "I need to let my body adapt to these changes as quickly as possible." Amidst the tense atmosphere, Supervisor Qian and the principal arrived at the office. Both spoke up to protect the student. "Student Shen, it's lucky you recorded the whole process on your phone. Otherwise, those students' injuries would be enough to get you expelled." The officer cried out in surprise. "Principal, you're finally here." Qian Rushan chuckled and continued, "Exactly, your physical fitness far exceeds theirs. Fighting them wasn't even a challenge." Seeing him, the dean seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Supervisor Qian walked straight to Shen Yi and handed him a business card. I've seen the video of your fight, although it only shows half of it. You actually held back, didn't you? Shen Yi replied sheepishly. Yes, I was afraid of killing someone. After hearing this, Qian Rushan was even more impressed. Truly a child of noble character. You also got a full score in the movement mock exam, which is enough to earn my recommendation. I want to talk to you. Shen Yi read the business card, somewhat surprised. Humanity Martial Arts Group, Regional Supervisor Qian Rushan. His mind began to wander. The Humanity Martial Arts Group was a massive conglomerate that controlled the inheritance of martial knowledge and held extensive intellectual property and copyrights for martial arts techniques. For an ordinary person, joining them was essentially a leap into the big leagues. It was a path to transcending the ordinary class, a stairway to heaven. Thinking of this, and looking at the man right in front of him, Shen Yi felt a sudden shiver. The man was just standing there, yet he felt entirely without openings. No matter how Shen Yi allocated his attributes, he wouldn't be able to harm him even slightly. Qian Rushan then spoke in a gentle tone. Student Shen, the brain-computer system analyzed your strength to be at least 4.5. May I ask what your specific strength attribute is? The brain-computer system was the world's super AI, capable of precisely evaluating an individual's qualities. Shen Yi suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. He's too powerful. If I have his protection, what assassins do I have to fear? He opened his mouth and said loudly, 5. The dean and the principal stood frozen in place, repeating, 5. Qian Rushan chuckled with satisfaction. Good lad, impressive indeed. Shen Yi hadn't quite figured it out yet and quickly asked, is a strength attribute of 5 a lot? Qian Rushan explained, in middle school, reaching 4.5 already exceeds our group's assessment standards. Reaching 5 is on a completely different level. With a 5, you can operate certain combat-type mechs and wield certain standard destruction-class ancient weapons. Moreover, you got a full score in your movement mock exam. This is enough for me to use my recommendation quota. Join our group. I will arrange for you to retake the strength exam. Shen Yi blurted out in surprise, I can retake it? Qian Rushan explained sincerely. Normally no, but to ensure we don't miss out on talent like yours, our group has the right to propose to the Ministry of Education to organize makeup exams for specific candidates. Shen Yi had no reason to refuse and replied joyfully, of course I'm willing. Qian Rushan waved goodbye and gave a few closing remarks. Then it's settled. Someone will be in charge of the arrangements. As for this fight investigation, handle it however you like. The makeup exam will be scheduled around your time. Shen Yi was ecstatic and thanked Supervisor Qian. Just as he was about to leave the office, Qian Rushan suddenly remembered something, stopped, and asked, by the way, what is your mental power? Purely out of curiosity, your strength and agility have already met the mark, so it won't affect the assessment. Shen Yi muttered to himself, I can't be godly at everything. So he quickly replied, mental power is 3. It should be decent, right? No sooner had he spoken than the cigarette fell out of Qian Rushan's mouth in shock. The police and the 2 teachers stared at Shen Yi blankly, as if looking at an alien. 3. That high. Wasn't Shen Yi's mental power always very average? To confirm, Qian Rushan suggested, Student Shen, can you demonstrate? A mental power of 3 is enough to move objects with telekinesis. Try moving this chair. Shen Yi replied briefly and without fear. Okay. He then reached out toward the chair, focused his attention, and added attribute points to mental power to bring it to 3. The police officer from earlier suddenly ordered a retreat. His subordinates were taken aback and asked, Captain, we're just leaving like this? The officer countered. Otherwise, that student named Shen Yi has a strength of 5, a full score in movement, and agility must be at least 4. And on top of that, his mental power has reached 3. Do you know what that means? His subordinates looked dazed, still not understanding. What does it mean? The officer raised his voice and said loudly, it means he's about to skyrocket to the top. This kind of local genius is not someone our level can handle. Let's go. Meanwhile, Shen Yi had also proven his mental power. He breathed a sigh of relief. He could only maintain it for a short time. Qian Rushan let out a hearty laugh, put his arm around Shen Yi's shoulder, and recited, I truly didn't expect this. When the time comes, heaven and earth work in unison. This is truly the moment to soar 90,000 miles. Young Master Shen, a great destiny awaits you, and I'm basking in your reflected glory. The principal applauded enthusiastically from the side. Bravo, old Qian, I've never heard such a wonderful melody. Shen Yi thought awkwardly to himself, I'm sorry, do I have to sing along too? But I can't sing. Then Qian Rushan took the initiative to suggest, would you 2 mind stepping out for a moment? I'd like to speak with Shen Yi privately. The 2 quickly hurried out. Of course, take your time. Only the 2 of them remained in the room. Qian Rushan lit a cigarette and turned to ask Shen Yi, Student Shen, what is your dream in life? Shen Yi, being quick-witted, immediately gave a polite answer. Supervisor Qian, your name is my ideal. Qian Rushan, money like a mountain. Qian Rushan froze for a moment after hearing this and asked, "That's just the basics. I want to know what your heart truly craves." Only then did Shen Yi speak his heart. "To crave, at the very least, not to be bullied by others and to be able to protect myself and my family." Qian Rushan smiled kindly and praised, "Very good, this is the moment in your life when you are closest to your dream. Try attacking me." Shen Yi immediately pointed at him and used a verbal jab. "You long-haired, eccentric, dramatic old man," Qian Rushan reminded him with a dark face, "not a verbal attack, hit me with your fist." Though Shen Yi was a bit apprehensive, he clenched his fist. "In that case, excuse me." He converted all his attribute points to strength. However, Shen Yi's fist didn't swing out even after several seconds. Qian Rushan seemed to have used some kind of crowd control technique. Shen Yi stood as if nailed to the spot, his eyes wide and unable to move an inch. Qian Rushan slowly explained to the green youth, "This is a technique that can freeze an attacker in place. By learning this technique you can protect yourself." Shen Yi immediately exclaimed, "That's amazing." Qian Rushan followed up by asking, "Want to learn?" He answered immediately, "Yes." Then Qian Rushan pulled out a gun and squinted one eye. "Watch closely. I'm not done yet." Shen Yi obediently held his breath, his eyes fixed intently on the scene. Suddenly, Qian Rushan fired a shot with a loud bang, then began to explain. This was another secret technique from within the group. Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat from the tension, not daring to even blink as he carefully observed every detail. The moment the bullet was fired, it was blocked by an invisible shield in front of Qian Rushan. He continued, "This technique can defend against all kinds of projectile attacks. Even bullets are no match for it." Full of admiration, Shen Yi blurted out, "In the world of martial arts, no matter how strong, only speed remains invincible." Qian Rushan stroked his chin with satisfaction. "That's a powerful line. Where did you learn it?" Shen Yi replied casually. "I just thought of it myself." This made Qian Rushan burst into a hearty laugh once again. "You truly are a genius. Now I officially invite you to join our Hidden Dragon project." Hearing those 3 words, Shen Yi's heart couldn't help but beat a little faster. "Hidden Dragon project." Qian Rushan immediately answered, "That's right, it's our group's specialized program for cultivating supernovas. We will recommend you for entry into the best high schools in the world. Of course, before that you must pass a rigorous entrance assessment. This isn't a normal school exam. It's an exam specifically designed by 3 top-tier high schools, something ordinary people can't even access. Because for a long time these exams have been monopolized by the children of the great families." Shen Yi listened while repeating the keywords Qian Rushan mentioned. Knowing what Shen Yi was puzzled about, Qian added, "The great families are clans that have preserved the knowledge, divine weapons, and bloodline covenants passed down from ancient gods. These massive clans, which have endured from antiquity to the present day, possess more martial inheritances than even our group. Simultaneously, they control the majority of the land, population, and resources. The great families stand high above, separated from the common people by an unbridgeable chasm." As soon as Qian Rushan finished speaking, Shen Yi began to suspect that could Shen Yi's grandfather also be a member of a great family? Qian Rushan continued his explanation. "The Hidden Dragon project exists to find commoner geniuses like you. We will help you get into top-tier academies. If you fail the exam, you will be eliminated. Of course, we would still guarantee your entry into a key high school, but if you successfully get into any of those 3 elite high schools, the group will provide you with comprehensive resources and help you choose a future career based on your specialties. When you reach your peak, you will return and serve the group. Naturally, the compensation will be extremely generous. Think it over, student Shen." Shen Yi's interest was piqued. The corners of his mouth curled into a slight smile. "So that's how it is. I understand." This was a world where strength was paramount, and a golden opportunity was right in front of him. He answered readily, "I accept the invitation." After answering, he fell into thought. "Originally, we were also members of a great family, but for some reason, my father was kicked out of the house by my grandfather. It's precisely because I have a commoner background that the police wouldn't risk handling abnormal incidents for me. My parents had to beg everyone just for a single supplement pill, yet that kind of medicine is nothing in the eyes of a great family like my grandfather's. Today, I injured people but don't have to face the consequences because my abilities have reached a level where I no longer need to follow the rules of this social class." Having recruited a talent, Qian Rushan quickly suggested, "If there are no issues, sign and provide your fingerprint on this file." Shen Yi reached out for the file thinking, no wonder the teachers always emphasized in cultural classes that humanity must rely on the strong for civilization to endure. Qian Rushan thoughtfully gave Shen Yi some space. "You can take a moment to think about it. In fact, other organizations might come knocking on your door very soon." Shen Yi declined flatly. "You were the first to find me and even helped me out of a jam. I'm willing to join you. Qian Rushan was very satisfied with this firm attitude. Good, you're a decisive lad. Since you're still a minor, I still need your guardian's signature. Shen Yi replied, yeah, my parents should be home. Qian Rushan had already stepped out the door but turned back to remind him, good, I have to hurry. It'll be trouble if another organization beats me to it. I'll come back for you as soon as the papers are signed. With that, Qian Rushan vanished in an instant, leaving only a few trails of white dust as if a hurricane had just swept through. Shen Yi stood there, his mouth agape in surprise. Gone in the blink of an eye, he truly was powerful. Seeing Supervisor Qian leave, the principal immediately hurried over to ask, Student Shen, how did it go? Shen Yi replied, I signed. Now Supervisor Qian is going to my house to talk to my parents about the contract. The principal and the dean jumped for joy. Wonderful, this time our school is definitely going to shock the whole city. Just then his phone rang. Shen Yi answered. It was an unknown number. Hello? A low voice came from the other end. Student Shen, it's Fei Chuan. I found some things on my end. I'd like you to come to the police station. Shen Yi hurried to the station where Fei Chuan personally came out to greet and guide him. Sit here. Student Shen, you're still a bit dazed. Shen Yi replied, yes, Officer Fei. He then asked to see the evidence. Shen Yi scanned the police station, a wave of unease rising within him. For some reason, ever since entering the station, he had felt an indefinable sensation. Fei Chuan sat across from him and began the inquiry. This photo was taken accidentally by a passerby. Because there have been many rumors about the hospital lately, someone sent the photo to us. It shows a suspicious man in the building across from the hospital on the day of your accident. Do you recognize him? Shen Yi zoomed in on the screen, looked for a moment, and then said firmly, no, I've never seen this man. Fei Chuan continued with a grave expression. According to the experts in the forensics department, they believe this person was trying to activate something. Shen Yi, were you carrying anything unusual that day? Although Shen Yi didn't recognize the man in the photo, he knew at a glance that the man was activating the cursed statue of the king of the myriad fallen demons. But obviously, Officer Fei hadn't caught the man yet, and the statue had long since turned to ash. The trail was cold. I can't reveal anything about the statue. After realizing this, he replied with feigned calmness, Officer, I was just like usual, nothing special. Shen Yi's mind was racing. Everyone else died from the statue's curse, and only I survived. Telling others about this now will only invite trouble. Fei Chuan asked back with a suspicious tone. Really nothing. He then stroked his chin, tilting his head as he stared at Shen Yi as if testing him. Wasn't it strange? A sense of suffocation, loss of control, blurred consciousness. None of that either? Shen Yi emphasized. No, Shen Yi thought to himself that Officer Fei's questioning suggested he already knew something. Moreover, from the moment he stepped into the office he felt uneasy all over, as if something was hidden nearby, something that would trigger an unprecedented event if he so much as let out a shout. He then shouted with feigned panic, I remember now, my backpack was open but I clearly remember zipping it shut when school ended. Fei Chuan immediately raised an eyebrow and pressed, Have you checked your bag yet? Shen Yi answered naively, Not yet, I should check it. Inwardly, he suppressed his doubts. What did Officer Fei's hand gesture just now mean? It looked like he was about to strike. He put all his attribute points into agility. No matter what happened, he had to be ready to run at any moment. But could he get away? Officer Fei's attributes could surely crush his own. His legs were already set in a starting sprint position. Blue spiritual energy swirled around his body. Shen Yi clenched his fists and pursed his lips, lowering his head to hide his tense expression. He didn't care anymore. He was prepared to summon that door beneath his feet at any second. If something went wrong, he would step inside and hide. Just as he was about to retreat, the police station telephone rang shrilly. Shen Yi jumped. He was scared half to death and almost opened the door, but he realized this was a good chance to slip away. So he immediately said to Fei Chuan, Officer, your phone. It's better if I step out for a moment. Fei Chuan waved him off and commanded, No need, just stay seated. He then picked up the phone. Hello. This is Officer Fei Chuan. A message suddenly came through the line that made his whole body freeze. Fei Chuan, you are about to die. As soon as that mysterious voice spoke, a cluster of eerie red energy condensed into a point, aiming at his body like a bullet. Shen Yi's eyes widened, and he stood frozen on the spot. What is happening? An assassin? No, that wasn't right. It was clearly targeted at Officer Fei. Is this the technique Supervisor Qian was talking about? Fei Chuan was safe for the moment. He looked to his left and cursed under his breath. Damn it, is he outside the station? In the blink of an eye he lunged out. Fei Chuan charged toward the window and shattered the glass as Shen Yi watched in horror. The violent sound of shattering triggered the station's emergency alarm. The alarm displayed attacker detected. Attacker has infiltrated the station. Non-combatants, please find a safe place to hide. Shen Yi's arms hung by his sides as he stared blankly at the desolate primitive graveyard before him. Is this the seaside? Why, wasn't I just in the city? Shen Yi stared at a man wearing a flashy suit standing on a tombstone. That was the person on the phone, not the man in sunglasses from the photo. Had he done all this? The man was also glaring fiercely in the other direction. Fei Chuan, you killed so many members of our church, I'm going to avenge them. Fei Chuan responded aggressively. Save it for later, I'll give you an explanation then. I'm busy right now. Fei Chuan's subordinates were rushing over, shouting anxiously. Boss! The man was already blinded by hatred, his eyes hollow and manic. Your life is the best explanation you can give us. Shen Yi suddenly felt a wave of foreboding. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the familiar city setting. He was back. Those two men had vanished. Fei Chuan had likely been taken to that seaside area by the man. He felt extremely uneasy. Shen Yi turned and roared, "Damn it, that inexplicable feeling is back again. What's wrong with me? Is there a ghost in this office? Person or ghost, come out." Just as he asked, blue flames erupted from his eyes. His undead talent, Nether Whisper, had been activated. After he asked the question, by relying on a corpse in this location, the soul was forced to return to the body to answer his query. If it did not answer, it would never find peace. This new information left Shen Yi bewildered, and he muttered to himself, "What? So it's Nether Whisper, based on a corpse. There's a corpse in Fei Chuan's office?" As he was looking around, an eerie voice came from behind him. "Thank you, Shen Yi." He immediately whipped his head around. "Who?" The voice was coming from the cabinet. "I didn't expect to be able to return to my body. It's thanks to this flesh that hasn't rotted yet. To answer your question." Shen Yi stood frozen for a moment as the voice continued from the cabinet. "Is the corpse in there? That voice is so familiar." He raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with doubt. Wait a minute, could this voice be? The voice sounded sorrowful. To be a hunter yet killed by the prey, and then have the prey disguise itself as me. How tragic. Just as the cabinet door opened, seeing Fei Chuan's body riddled with arrows, Shen Yi trembled all over and shouted in horror. "Officer Fei, is that you?" Fei Chuan answered firmly, "It's me." Shen Yi was still shaking. "Officer Fei, what on earth is going on?" Fei Chuan briefly recounted the events. "The man in sunglasses from the photo killed me. He's an assassin, and I'm the type of special warrior with half strength and half agility. I need powerful equipment to show my true strength, and he assassinated me while I was off guard. But at the critical moment my weapon malfunctioned. After I died, he impersonated me, even when you came to the station." Shen Yi asked in terror. What was his goal? Fei Chuan was also unclear but was certain the man was looking for some kind of answer. Hearing this, Shen Yi understood. That's right. Historically, the curse of the king of the myriad fallen demons has never failed. He must want to know why only I survived. Fortunately, a madman attacked the station and disrupted the assassin's plan. Shen Yi suddenly remembered the previous situation. "Right, Officer Fei, the killer impersonating you was just taken away by a person in flashy clothes using a technique." Fei Chuan asked back. "A technique? What technique?" Shen Yi continued. "The outside of the station turned into a sea." It changed back quickly. But that fake Fei Chuan and the attacker didn't seem to return. After listening, Fei Chuan let out a cold laugh. The prey disguised as the hunter, unaware that there was even bigger trouble hidden behind the hunter. What you described wasn't a technique, it was an anomaly. Shen Yi found the term new and asked, "Anomaly?" Fei Chuan continued to explain. "Other worlds suddenly connect with ours, surrounding, occupying and plundering an area or directly taking away certain creatures. These are called anomalies, and there is an even more powerful version known as a disaster." Hearing those two words, Shen Yi felt an immediate surge of fear. "What is a disaster?" Fei Chuan continued. "Powerful monsters from another world use certain means to suddenly descend upon the primary world. This situation is highly likely to cause a great catastrophe. You know Jiangnan City, right?" Shen Yi nodded. "I know. I heard there was an unprecedented earthquake that leveled the entire city." Fei Chuan took over the conversation. "Earthquake is what ordinary people call it, but that was one of the most classic disasters. Out of over 13 million people in the city, not a single one survived. This was too terrifying." His soulbound corpse continued to warn, "Our time is running out, we can't talk for long, we must hurry. That kind of anomaly is just the lightest type and has a time limit. The killer might return very soon." Shen Yi asked loudly and anxiously. "So you mean my current situation is still very dangerous?" Fei Chuan instructed carefully. "You must go immediately to the weapons storage room on the 3rd floor. Enter the password and go into the silver wall outside the storage room. Go to the drawer, take a pen and paper and remember the password, ABC, followed by a long string of numbers." Shen Yi marveled at how long it was as he memorized it. Fei Chuan struggled to finish. "There's a special pen outside the storage room. When the time comes, write the password on the wall to report the truth and you will be protected. Time is limited. This is the only way for you to protect yourself. Go now." After he finished speaking, a system prompt appeared. The target has told the truth. The soul has departed. Shen Yi looked sadly at Fei Chuan's scarred corpse, and he understood a few things. No wonder the other police officers didn't want to get involved in his case. Even as an officer, one could die a wrongful death like this. In this world, if you aren't strong enough, you can only be bullied. Do I need to expose the killer's identity? No, it was meaningless. There might even be his accomplices in the station, and with his abilities, killing me would be as easy as turning over a hand. The only thing he could do was follow the officer's dying words and seek refuge on the 3rd floor. Shen Yi placed the police cap back on Fei Chuan's head, carefully closed the cabinet door, and continued to warn himself, with my current strength, I don't even have the right to seek revenge for Officer Fei. He leaned weakly against the iron door, hanging his head. Shen Yi's eyes burned with grief and indignation, his logic locked onto a single target. But I will definitely get revenge for this. Officer Fei, I will let you rest in peace. After a moment, a rapid knocking on the door pulled him back to reality. Is student Shen Yi in there? An anomaly has occurred. Everyone must gather downstairs for inspection. After a moment, the door opened, and a chubby police officer walked in. Shen Yi, come out. There's been an attack, and everyone must immediately undergo a check by the central brain computer. Noticing there was no movement inside, he turned and ordered his subordinates, you all head down first. I'll speak with Shen Yi on behalf of Officer Luo. The officer named Dong Qing replied, yes, Captain Wang, he continued in a soothing tone. I know you're a bit scared, but you'll only be safe once Officer Luo has been sent away by the technique. Besides, we're all police. We'll definitely take good care of you. As he passed the cabinet holding Fei Chuan's body, Captain Wang suddenly stopped in his tracks. A sinister glint began to flash in his eyes. Captain Wang began to interrogate him, as the body had clearly been moved. You did this, didn't you, Shen Yi? He lifted his heels slightly, and then, with movements as fast as the wind, he checked every corner of the room. Captain Wang stopped at the desk and searched the entire room. No one. Had he run away? He clicked his tongue in amazement, thinking that he had killed so many people, yet had been far too arrogant in front of a 15-year-old kid, failing several times in a row. It was truly humiliating. I won't be as useless as the rest of you. Failing to find Shen Yi, Captain Wang utilized his authority to issue an order. Attention all units, I suspect Shen Yi is involved in this incident. Issue a wanted notice immediately. Arrest Shen Yi as soon as he is spotted. A subordinate received the command and replied instantly. Understood, Captain Wang. The central brain computer system has completed the environmental assessment. Everyone is to gather at the square outside the main hall for inspection. After delivering the report, he closed the door. Immediately following this, the iron plate on the wall opposite the door began to glow red, and whispers echoed from within. Shen Yi stepped out cautiously. Have they gone far? As expected, the assassin had other accomplices. He rushed toward the window. Although he could hide in the nightmare world until it was safe, doing so would mean losing the chance to punish this band of killers. His arms gripped an iron pipe as he flipped himself upward. I must get to the 3rd floor to report all of this. Shen Yi was agile, reaching the 3rd floor in the blink of an eye. He steadied himself, calmed his breathing, and observed the movement in the corridor. He then fumbled his way to a certain room. This was the place. Quick, write the password on the wall. Just as he was about to slip into the room, Shen Yi was startled by a voice from behind. No wonder I heard movement upstairs. It's student Shen Yi. What are you doing here? Captain Wang's sudden appearance flustered him, and he blurted out a random excuse. My entrance exams are coming up and my teacher assigned a math problem today. I have to hurry and calculate it. At this moment, Shen Yi was incredibly anxious. Why is this password so long? The other man watched his actions and deduced. That's the emergency trigger device connected to the world central government. This kid actually has the password. Immediately, Captain Wang swung the baseball bat in his hand toward Shen Yi. Who gave it to you? Damn it, I absolutely cannot let him write it. Shen Yi didn't look back. Sensing the incoming attack, he immediately summoned an iron door to block himself. The opponent was shocked. What is this? Is it your talent ability? Despite trying to remain calm, Shen Yi was actually frantic. With this kind of power, it was lucky the door could change according to its surroundings. If it were an ordinary door, his head probably would have been severed by now. Captain Wang lunged toward the door, clearly not intending to stop. The door shook violently under his attack. Die! With a loud boom, the door began to gradually lose its strength. Captain Wang charged at full speed, shouting incessantly that he would kill Shen Yi. In the end, he successfully rammed open the iron door. The door fell straight onto Shen Yi's back, giving him a massive start. The door, however, Captain Wang was also exhausted and bleeding. You little brat, that door you summoned actually locked itself firmly into the floor. At the same time, Shen Yi cheered excitedly. Finally finished writing it, a system notification sounded. Password correct. I am Kunlun, the world government's strongest AI. Beginning evaluation of emergency processing requirements, scanning entire police station. Fei Chuan's corpse discovered, successfully identified the fake identity of Wang Shuimu from the Major Crimes Unit. Mobilizing nearby high-level professionals, dispatched Humanity Martial Arts Group Regional Supervisor Qian Rushan. Given the severity of the current situation, immediate execution is decided. Hearing that familiar name, Shen Yi cried out in surprise. Its supervisor Qian, the police security system, continued to announce. In 30 seconds, the assassin impersonating Wang Shuimu will be executed on the spot. Countdown begins. 29, 28. At this moment, Captain Wang recovered from the violent impact with the iron door. He let out a contemptuous sneer. Calling for reinforcements. Hey, you want to kill me? Keep dreaming. 30 seconds is plenty of time for me to finish you off and retreat safely. Shen Yi didn't answer, but instead manipulated the iron door to try and create an escape path for himself. But this time the fake Captain Wang was faster. He grabbed Shen Yi's wrist and barked, "Brat, you think I'll let you run?" 27, 26. Shen Yi instantly fell into despair. This is it. Time continued its cold countdown. 25. Die. At the very last second, Qian Rushan arrived just in time, throwing a heavy punch that instantly filled the space with light. The fake Captain Wang seemed to be torn apart in an instant. Vanishing into the void, Qian Rushan maintained his punching posture. Though his head was lowered, he exuded a confident aura. In the world of martial arts, no matter how strong, only speed remains invincible. The security system suddenly mocked in a high-pitched tone. "You idiot, did you really think I would wait the full 30 seconds? Qian Rushan placed his hands on his hips and asked calmly, "Am I cool?" Shen Yi rushed to answer, "Stone cold cool, thank you Supervisor Qian for the rescue." Afterward, the two returned to the police station office. Once settled, he made a proposal to Shen Yi. "I can handle everything else for you, but regarding the password, you must tell me the truth." Shen Yi reported honestly to Qian Rushan, "That password was given to me by Fei Chuan before. He said someone was hunting him and told me to use it immediately if I ran into trouble." He then raised his head. It seemed he already knew the silent church and the assassin from just now were targeting him. Shen Yi followed up on the unfamiliar name. "Silent Church?" Qian Rushan immediately explained. "That's the organization of the group that created the anomaly earlier. They're a bunch of mentally unstable lunatics. It's likely Officer Luo made enemies of them while handling a case." Shen Yi looked sorrowful after hearing this, and sighed. "Officer Luo's death is such a tragedy." Qian Rushan lit a cigarette and continued, "It truly is a waste. I didn't know him long, but I could feel a sense of justice from him. It was likely because he was too hot-blooded that he brought this disaster upon himself. You're lucky. You should have been killed by that assassin posing as Fei Chuan, but by some fluke you survived. Kunlun has already identified the assassin hunting you. He's an assassin from the Assassin League, but they only take missions online and don't know who the employer is." Shen Yi became even more alert and uneasy. Since it's an assassin capable of killing Officer Luo, their skill and price must be very high. In other words, the employer must be someone wealthy. Qian Rushan nodded slightly in praise. "Smart, but the question is, why would such a person go to any lengths to kill an ordinary middle school student like you? We are still investigating that." Shen Yi then asked, "Then what is Kunlun, the thing that appeared after I used the password? Why didn't Officer Luo call it out to deal with the assassin?" Qian Rushan explained calmly. "Who is Kunlun? It is the central intelligence system of the world government. This support mission was arranged for me by it. Normally it doesn't bother with such trivial matters. Unless you have the password it provides, it won't step in to help. As for why Officer Luo didn't call it, it's because he didn't know his weapon had been compromised. Earlier, one of his staff reported that this was Fei Chuan's prosthetic metal limb, his weapon. The internal core had been infected with a virus, making it impossible to activate. But as soon as Fei Chuan died, it returned to normal. Clearly, this was sabotage, and it must have been done by someone very close to Fei Chuan. Kunlun has handed the mission over to us. We will continue the investigation." Shen Yi stared at that metal hand, standing rooted to the spot. No wonder he had told him his weapon had a problem. This excellent and capable officer had specifically left a business card at his home, and then worked hard to investigate. Even after death, he was still guiding him. Such a person died without even being able to use his weapon when he encountered the enemy. Qian Rushan continued gently, "Shen Yi, you are already one of our group now. Today I will teach you your first lesson, and I hope you remember it well. Always be wary of those with ill intentions. They are more terrifying than monsters." Shen Yi looked him straight in the eyes, his expression resolute and strong. "I will remember those words." His attitude put Qian Rushan somewhat at ease. He stubbed out his cigarette and said, "Very well, now come with me. I've already made an appointment to meet your parents." Shen Yi hurriedly asked, They're still in the anomaly zone, what should we do? Qian Rushan answered dismissively. More professional people will handle the aftermath. This place is about to be sealed off, we must leave immediately. Shen Yi asked back naively. Why don't you stay to handle the police station matters? With your ability, dealing with those two should be easy, right? Hearing this, Qian Rushan chided him softly. Stop with those childish thoughts. Who knows what they'll bring out from the anomaly zone? I remember a boy who came out of an anomaly zone triggered by the church. He looked completely normal, but in reality, he was nothing but a layer of human skin. A monster never before recorded was hidden beneath that skin. Eventually, that monster slaughtered half the city before its weakness was found and it was destroyed. So I'd rather take a killing job than have anything to do with anomaly zones and the church. Everyone is like that. But don't worry, the fate of those two guys will only be worse than the one posted on the wall. Suddenly mentioning this, he seemed to think of something and quickly dialed a number. By the way, Fei Chuan's real surname is Luo. Hello, it's me. Help me look up a person named Meng Yu. Check her relationship with Fei Chuan. Upon receiving the feedback on the other end of the line, Qian Rushan suddenly broke into a cold sweat. What? This is trouble. Shen Yi repeatedly muttered the newly heard name. Meng Yu, who was that? It seemed she had some connection to Officer Luo. After leaving the police station, Qian Rushan went to see Shen Yi's father. Supervisor Qian, since things have reached this point, there are some things my son Shen Yi must know. Let the child decide for himself and then we will look at the details of this contract, he readily agreed. Of course, I'll go outside for a smoke, just call me in when you're ready. After Qian Rushan left, his parents revealed, Xiao Yi, Mom and Dad won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, you are also a descendant of nobility. Originally, your father was a branch of the great family known as the Three Genealogy Shen family. Shen Yi was once again baffled by this unfamiliar title, Three Genealogy Shen family. He looked at them awkwardly, thinking, as expected, Shen Yi's family background is anything but ordinary. History books seem to mention that the Three Genealogy Shen family was one of the families with the right to inherit deities and divine weapons. The two continued to explain. Back then, your father was also a genius of extraordinary talent. Unfortunately, while practicing a volume of a great martial technique, he suffered a chi deviation and lost all his power. When your father was discouraged and depressed, he came to live in this city and subsequently met your mother. Later, your grandfather arranged an alliance marriage for your father, but because of your mother, your father refused. This enraged your grandfather, leading to your father being abandoned by the family. Then we had you, and we lived a quiet, contented life. Watching the couple's affectionate behavior and loving gazes, Shen Yi felt a sudden surge of jealousy. Our mom and dad showing off their love in front of me. His father took over from his wife. Xiao Yi, the reason I'm telling you all this is because the talent you're showing now has far surpassed ordinary people. If we go back now to find your grandfather and return to the clan, he will definitely agree. At that time, you will become a scion of a great family, enjoying abundant resources and treatment. The heritage of a great family is something countless people dream of but can never obtain. Xiao Yi, if you join the Humanity Martial Arts group, you will never be able to touch the family's secret heritage. Mom and Dad are giving you the right to choose. Rest assured, whichever path you choose, Mom and Dad will support you with everything we have. Shen Yi wore a happy smile, but there was a trace of melancholy in his eyes. Dad, Mom, I've decided, I want to join the Humanity Martial Arts group. His mother was very surprised. Have you thought it through? Mom and Dad can go beg your grandfather. Once he agrees, you won't have to worry about food or clothes for the rest of your life. He looked at his mother with an unwavering gaze. No, I'm not going back. I don't want Mom and Dad to go begging anyone. Since Mom and Dad could hold this home together, I certainly can too. You have to believe in me. Mother Shen's eyes filled with tears upon hearing this. This is your life. Mom and Dad respect your decision. Xiao Yi has truly grown up, he quickly added. Then I'll go call Supervisor Qian in. In the space of a thought, more ideas surfaced in his mind. Over the years, the family had only returned to his grandfather's a handful of times. Looking back now, every time they returned, his grandfather never had a kind look for the family, and the other relatives were even colder and more distant. In my memory, the only joy was the time spent playing with the other children. In his past life, he had long been accustomed to a life of hardship and solitude, a lonely existence until now, when he finally felt sincere family affection. Qian Rushan held the file and announced, "Contract successfully signed. Welcome Shen Yi to officially join the Humanity Martial Arts group." Meanwhile, he continued to hide his inner thoughts behind a happy face. A cold-blooded and heartless family like the Shens was better off forgotten. He then suggested, in a few days Shen Yi has to take the entrance exams for the 3 elite schools, so I want him to stay at the group temporarily. What do you think? Mother Shen agreed without hesitation. That's wonderful. Those are the 3 best high schools in the world. Xiao Yi, don't put too much pressure on yourself. Just perform at your normal level. Shen Yi smiled politely. President Qian, I'll be following your lead from now on. At this time, Zhao Yibing was sitting in the corridor, her eyes fixed on her phone. She read aloud triumphantly. Malicious bullying, burying a classmate's future. A grade leader's mindset becomes twisted due to missing one exam, taking revenge on society, and hurting classmates. Police have intervened in the investigation. There will surely be repercussions for this. Great, the video I posted is working. The video of Sun Ming and his group's pathetic state had attracted a massive amount of attention and comments. It made her special trip to the hospital to sneak photos of Sun Ming's face, beaten like a pig's head, worthwhile. Before long, Shen Yi would be dealt with, and his reputation would be completely ruined. And I will still be that pure and noble goddess. Zhao Yibing kept clicking the screen while talking to herself. Shen family, don't blame me. This is just your fate. From now on, you'll never get into high school. You won't learn moves, you won't have weapons or armor, no pills or evolution potions, you won't even be able to get a heritage. In the future, you'll become trash just like Sun Ming's gang, while I will be an eternal chasm you can never cross. Just as she was ecstatic, a notification popped up. A line of large characters appeared on her phone screen. Your post has been identified as a rumor, and has now been completely banned. The police have released a related report. Please stop spreading rumors and causing trouble. Otherwise, the platform and the Humanity Martial Arts Group reserve the right to pursue legal responsibility. Zhao Yibing's face turned ashen, and her eyes widened. Identified as a rumor? That's impossible. There was clearly evidence showing the boy acted in self-defense. No, I don't believe it. Why not release the truth? And what does this have to do with the Humanity Martial Arts Group? What about the school? What does the school say? At school, the principal had hung a red banner and was joyfully announcing, "Congratulations to student Shen Yi of grade 9 for successfully signing with the Humanity Martial Arts Group." A top-tier high school in the province had already sent him an invitation for direct admission. Seeing this, Zhao Yibing slumped to the ground in despair. It's impossible. I was so close to succeeding. On the hospital bed, Sun Ming suddenly called out, "Yibing, are you still there?" But she didn't respond at all, completely lost in her own thoughts. How could he sign with the Humanity Martial Arts Group? What right does he have? Meanwhile, inside the Humanity Martial Arts Group building, Qian Rushan and Shen Yi were talking in the elevator. Qian mentioned that word had come from the police station. It was over. A major battle had occurred with many casualties, and one person had been captured alive. You turned pale with shock. Was it really that brutal? The news continued. I took that guy out and earned 5 points of military merit. Hearing the new term, Shen Yi asked in confusion, "Military merit?" Qian Rushan nodded. It acts as a currency to purchase special items, such as martial techniques, materials, intelligence, and weapons. Speaking of which, you were the one who reported the whole incident. But since you don't have a professional class yet, you likely won't receive military merit. This news hit like a bolt from the blue, causing you to cry out in disappointment. A moment later, Shen Yi received a notification. For your significant contribution to this battle as a minor, the government has a more appropriate reward. Your goods have been dispatched. Please collect them at the lobby of the Humanity Martial Arts Building within the next few days. Sender, World United Government Military Merit and Rank Management Department. You immediately showed off to Supervisor Qian. I have a reward too, I wonder what it could be. Just then, the elevator doors opened at the 105th floor. Qian Rushan explained in detail, middle schoolers only build their foundation. You won't learn real professional moves until high school. So I suspect it's a fairly high-quality manual, Shen Yi agreed. True, I'm lacking offensive skills and I've been targeted by several assassinations in a row. If it weren't for my luck, I'm afraid I would have. Qian Rushan took the initiative to say, I know, for the time being. It's best if you don't go out. I'll start investigating this matter immediately. As the two walked into the 105th floor lobby, the people inside began to bow formally. President Qian, the public opinion has been handled. Shen Yi muttered to himself in surprise. Public opinion. Meanwhile, Qian Rushan remained in high spirits. Very good. Shen Yi, from now on, you are a member of the group. This month's funds have been transferred to your account. Spend them wisely. A man nearby then approached. Mr. Shen, please follow me. I will show you to your room. Fearing you would be overly polite, Qian Rushan instructed ahead of time. Feel free to move around as you wish. Treat this place like your own home. I have other matters to attend to. I won't accompany you for now, but call me anytime if you need something, Shen Yi replied cleverly. All right, thank you, President Qian. A beautiful woman in a tight black dress came forward to greet him. Shen Yi, I'm Sister Mu Lin. First of all, congratulations on joining the Humanity Martial Arts group. You're truly amazing since you're younger than me. I'll just call you little brother. I want to thank you for your constant support and affection. I hope you study hard, increase your strength, and become a legendary figure. The world is vast and it's worth our joint effort. Keep going. Oh, by the way, I've prepared VIP tickets for a concert. I'll be waiting for you. Shen Yi stared at the video clip, completely stunned. Mu Lin. That was the original Shen Yi's favorite celebrity. Everything in the room, from the flowers and paintings to the books, snacks, drinks, and even his sports hobbies, including this female star, were all Shen Yi's favorites. He stepped onto the balcony of the luxury suite. As the sun set, his emotions were a bit complex. For a single newcomer, the group had gone to such lengths. This was the fame and fortune brought by sheer strength. Shen Yi's vision extended into the endless space from the 105th floor. Who wouldn't want to stay at the summit? Who wouldn't want to ride the wind and look down upon the magnificent scenery? I have to go to the nightmare world at midnight tonight to try and get a good evaluation. I must become stronger. I can't be eliminated in the entrance exam the day after tomorrow. Just as planned, when the clock struck 12, Shen Yi pushed open the door to the nightmare world. He was greeted by tens of millions of bone fragments scattered all over the floor. What happened? Shen Yi carefully stood on his tiptoes, telling himself not to rush in recklessly, as it would affect his evaluation. But unexpectedly, the skeleton monster's consciousness was still there, and it was actually calling for help. Shen Yi, is that you? Shen Yi, save me quickly. I'm dying, he hurriedly asked the massive skull. How did you end up like this? I don't know how to heal myself, Finn answered. Do you still have those supplements from last time? Hurry, give me a few more. Shen Yi spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry, I don't have anything like that on me. The creature grew desperate. It's over, I never thought I'd die here. How ridiculous. Seeing the situation was critical, Shen Yi quickly closed the door, planning to seek help. Regardless of anything, this guy was a good partner. He had to try and save it once. Hang in there. I'll find a way to save you immediately. Wait for me. Exhausted, Finn only managed to squeeze out one word, hurry, and so Finn waited. 2 hours passed and he began to lament his fate. I'm a goner. Finally, the door radiated dark red energy. Shen Yi was back. Big Skull, I'm back. This is bad. The door isn't big enough, I can't get it in. Finn spoke heavily. You're finally here. What are you doing, Shen Yi? Shen Yi introduced his plan enthusiastically. To save you, I've practically emptied my savings. I bought a giant fish tank and filled it with calcium gluconate oral liquid and liquid calcium containing magnesium and zinc. This spent all of my money. As long as you can soak in it, you'll be able to recover. Do you have a way? It clicked its teeth and replied. What way could I have? Suddenly, the interior of the space shook violently, and the ceiling cracked and fell. Shen Yi shouted in panic. What's going on? Finn gritted its teeth in resentment. Damn it, they're about to burst in. It's the humans and the elves. This is actually a secret passage. Outside is our undead base. The humans and elves are sieging us. The battle isn't over, but I'm extremely weak right now. Take this and go. It's a spatial ring. Put it on quickly. I must hide. With that, Finn vanished instantly, shrinking into the ring on Shen Yi's hand. Its soul and body were immediately contained within the tiny ring. As for Shen Yi, he immediately shouted, Door, dissipate. After a moment, the space returned to silence. Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. How dangerous. It would have been disastrous if I'd been caught by that shockwave. He quickly woke Finn. You jumped into the ring? Its voice drifted out. That's right. Living things can't be stored inside the space, but I happen not to be a living thing. I'm undead, Shen Yi thought to himself. I knew this guy had treasures hidden away. At first, he didn't even want to take them out. What a crafty fellow. Inside, Finn continued to shout, Reach out toward those medicines and suck the fish tank in. That way I can soak in the liquid, Shen Yi chatted enthusiastically. As expected, you're no ordinary skeleton. I've suspected your identity since the elven village. After all, who would be caught by 3 of their own kind to assassinate an enemy leader? However, I don't like prying into others' privacy, and I won't tell you what to do, but since I saved you, you have to repay me, it immediately responded. How do you want me to repay you? Shen Yi spoke without hesitation. I want to take a trip to your world today. You have to help me with everything you've got. Hearing this, Finn cried out in anxiety. Didn't you see how fierce the fighting was just now? You'd be going there to die. Forget it. You respect my privacy and I respect yours. But the powerful treasures on me have long been used up. I can't help you much. Shen Yi pressed seriously. Aren't you a battlefield collection officer? It didn't plan to deny it. That's right, I'm responsible for scavenging spoils on the battlefield. But don't think I can actually find anything great. Those truly powerful treasures are snatched away the moment their owner is defeated. Shen Yi fell into deep thought after hearing this. Outside the secret passage is the undead base. If I disguise myself as an undead soldier and walk around the battlefield before coming back, wouldn't I gain something? So he asked Finn, Do you have undead soldier equipment? ideally something that can mask a human aura. It immediately summoned a pile of scrap metal from the war era and replied, "Masking an aura, let me look." Shen Yi rummaged through it frantically. "What is all this junk? Are you a scrap collector?" Finn replied. "This shattered armor constantly displays the cruelty of war. Look through it, maybe there's something useful." After some hard work picking through the pile, Shen Yi finally assembled a set of armor, barely cobbling it together. "This horse tablet isn't bad either. It says it can summon a bone horse." Finn clicked its teeth in praise. "Excellent. Your whole body is radiating an aura of death now. This centurion mask is just right for you." Shen Yi asked in confusion. "What is this mask for?" It guided him patiently. "It carries a high-level death aura. Wearing it with your equipment you definitely won't be seen through by other undead. Now you look like a real undead warrior. If you move quickly, you might even be able to get a bone warhorse with that horse tablet. Ride a bone warhorse and act tough on the undead base. Then run immediately if you encounter danger. You might even be able to steal something like a ghost knight." Shen Yi was ready. He turned his back to Finn and walked through the door. "All right, I'm heading over." It shouted out final instructions. "You absolutely must not die. If you die, the ring on your hand will be snatched away, and then I'll definitely be finished too." Shen Yi announced confidently. "I'll try my best not to die." He stepped into the scene behind the door, which currently appeared to be a stone cavern. Shen Yi noticed the place had been completely destroyed. He walked straight up to a high stone platform and whispered to himself, "Right, I got a sword in the elven territory last time. I'll bring it along for self-defense." With that, Shen Yi moved slowly, clinging to the rocks as he peeked toward the other side. Just as he raised his head, 8 sharp spears appeared before his eyes, held by a group of cold-faced and fierce-looking people. "There's a lone undead here. Kill him." Shen Yi turned pale with shock upon seeing them. "Humans? Isn't this an undead base? Have the undead been defeated?" He quickly ripped off his mask and shouted, "Don't attack, I'm on your side. Look, I'm human." But the other side didn't believe him at all. Roman raised his longsword and accused, "A sacrifice for the undead, die." As soon as he finished speaking, the gleaming blade slashed down. Fortunately, Shen Yi reacted quickly and blocked it. Roman looked at you, starting to feel a bit flustered. This sword was Nightshade. Shen Yi repeated the name in confusion. Nightshade. A white-rank dagger for human scouts with the trait Sharp. This is a dagger used for assassinations, and it has also been granted the Silent Sanctity blessing. Silent Sanctity. Only human scouts whose souls have never fallen can possess this sword. By holding this sword, you are worthy of the human race's trust and can transmit intelligence. He reached out to pull you up while explaining to the others, "Only humans who have never fallen can possess Nightshade. He is indeed one of us." "All right, there's nothing else here. You all continue to hunt down the remaining undead," the subordinates responded. "Yes, Commander," Roman asked. "Brother, do you need our help?" Seeing the hand gesture he made, Shen Yi chuckled inwardly. "Is this a confession upon first meeting? Are the people in the nightmare world this trendy?" No, he's been staring at my mask. This gesture definitely has some mysterious meaning. Does this mask represent something? That lying bag of bones pulls out special items like they're nothing. Regardless, he decided to bluff him first. After a moment of thought, he replied, "As you can see, my current situation is quite difficult. If you can help, I certainly won't refuse," he replied tensely. "Understood. I'll give you a soldier's combat pack." Shen Yi couldn't believe the situation had turned so quickly, feeling smug inside. "I actually bluffed him. Thank you, please leave your name, I will surely repay you in the future," he answered curtly. Roman. Just then a troop of cavalry arrived. Someone shouted, "Quickly, make way for the Baron." Baron Valen questioned the moment he arrived. "Roman, you've been lingering here for too long. Do you intend to delay the military opportunity?" He quickly explained, "It's not like that. I discovered a scout outside the ruins of the secret passage." Hearing this, the Baron immediately ordered, "A secret passage scout? Men, arrest this scout. I suspect he is an undead spy." But Roman quickly blocked them. "Wait a moment, he has the Nightshade longsword in his hand, that is?" Valen broke into a curse before he could finish. "Shut up, I naturally know that those who can hold Nightshade haven't sold their souls, but I want to know what his mission is." With boldness and caution, Shen Yi looked directly into his eyes and asked back, "Who are you? By what right do you question my mission?" Valen gave a sinister laugh. "I am Baron Valen of the Southern Eagle Fortress. Does a lowly scout like you dare ask my name? Watch me strip your clothes, give you 20 lashes, and then uncover your secrets." Shen Yi gave a cold sneer. "Valen, you dead pervert, I'll remember you." Door. He roared an order at the soldier who shouted, "A mere scout dares to threaten this Baron? Go to hell." Just as the soldier swung his club down, you had already vanished without a trace. Looking at the empty ground, the crowd stared at each other in bewilderment. "Where is he? Strange, he vanished? How is that possible? Lord Baron, there are no secret passages or traps underground." Only then did Roman calmly cross his arms and explain, "I've heard that some anonymous assassins also joined this operation. They are experts in stealth and are specialists in assassination. Valen, you were truly brave just now, actually giving your own name. Hearing this, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat. A battlefield assassination expert's movements were mysterious and unpredictable. What if he takes my life amidst the chaos? Valen hurriedly ordered a retreat. Damn it, let's go. By this time, Shen Yi had returned to his room. He slumped onto the floor in exhaustion. Damn it, Baron Valen, right? Attacking without a word. I'll remember you. Luckily, I placed the door beneath my feet in advance, or it would have been disastrous. You bag of bones, may the ancestors protect me. There's something wrong with that mask. Didn't you see that guy making hand gestures at me? Finn defended itself calmly. You can't blame me. How was I supposed to know the twists and turns of the human army? Besides, didn't you come back safely? A notification popped up. Evaluation item obtained for this door opening. One of us. Blue excellent rank evaluation. The user is judged to be an ordinary human. This was the highest level item you had ever obtained. Blue. Special event in progress. If the next evaluation item obtained is still the blue one of us, an honorary item can be obtained. It is extremely rare for an ordinary person to obtain the same evaluation item 3 times in a row. Shen Yi frowned. How is it the blue one of us item again? The system issued a warning. Note, this is the second time you have obtained this item extra. Anyone who earns this honor will trigger a powerful energy resonance, summoning a hidden ability. You have only one chance to obtain a hidden ability, so please proceed with extreme caution. Shen Yi's face contorted slightly with tension. Does earning 3 identical evaluations in a row really activate a hidden ability? He thought. In other words, if my next evaluation is still one of us, I'll succeed. But if it's not, I lose the chance forever. Things had already come this far. He had no choice but to accept it. Shen Yi checked his backpack, pondering how to secure another blue rank one of us evaluation. According to the item's guidance, it required using borrowed power to strike, resolving a crisis and successfully escaping. He compared this to his previous 2 experiences. Carefully recalling the process of obtaining those 2 one of us evaluations, he realized that whether in the elven village or on the undead battlefield, he had been in someone else's territory and in a life-or-death crisis. Ultimately, he had turned enemies into friends, even making them willing to help him. That's it. Those are the unlock conditions. Shen Yi felt a bit conflicted. The requirements were incredibly steep. It was practically like walking on a knife's edge, and he only had one shot. No, if I keep walking by the river, I'm bound to get my shoes wet. If the situation gets too dangerous, I'd rather give up the hidden ability. My life is the most important thing. Suddenly an electronic bell chimed, followed by a mechanical voice. Mr. Shen, you have a visitor. She claims to be a family member of Fei Chuan. Her identity has been verified by the group. There are no issues. Would you like to see her? Shen Yi blinked and immediately thought of Officer Luo's family. Officer Luo had died a wrongful death while investigating his case, and had even saved his life after death. He couldn't possibly refuse his family's request to see him. With that in mind, he said, "Yes." Upon receiving the command, the system responded, "A meeting room has been arranged for you on the 50th floor." Shen Yi hoped he could do something for the officer's family. He gathered his courage, walked out the door, and asked politely, "Excuse me, are you the one looking for me?" The girl Meng Yu turned away from the moonlight to look at him. "Shen Yi," she said. He answered honestly, "That's me." Suddenly, a strange flicker crossed Shen Yi's vision, and the words Grand Swordmaster appeared over her head. She extended a hand in introduction. "Hello, my name is Meng Yu. I am Fei Chuan's younger sister. I came here today because I want to learn more about the situation." Shen Yi hurriedly shook her hand. Thanks to his evaluation ability, he had seen many people, but the vast majority had no attribute evaluations at all. In the nightmare world, countless humans, undead, and elves lacked them as well. Only that elven high priest had a long string of titles. This girl was the second person he had ever met who possessed one. He suddenly realized that she was the person on the other end of the phone call that had made Supervisor Qian's face turn pale. Meng Yu explained, "My brother found the assassin who was hunting you, the man in sunglasses. During their close-quarter struggle, my brother's weapon failed, and he was unfortunately killed. I have also found the people who tampered with his weapon, 2 of his classmates. Their motive was nothing more than jealousy over the honors my brother received." Meng Yu added coldly, "I have already killed them all." Shen Yi froze completely. His voice trembled involuntarily. "But Supervisor Qian said the killer was only captured yesterday," she replied calmly. "Correct? So I went and killed him just now." Shen Yi was hit by a massive psychological shock. "And you killed the 2 people who sabotaged the weapon as well," she answered frankly. "Yes." Shen Yi felt his moral compass collapsing. She spoke of murder so casually. Was this the style of a grand swordmaster? A trace of sorrow flashed across Meng Yu's face. "My brother's talent was limited, so I introduced him to a decent school. I wanted him to find a good job after graduation, marry a virtuous wife, and carry on the Luo family line. Everything was supposed to go according to my plan. I hoped he could be protected like that and live out his life in peace. Shen Yi felt something was off. Wait, I thought Fei Chuan was a gifted prodigy. Why does he sound like a limited talent in his sister's mouth? She continued, yet his end was to be schemed against by small-minded people, his body stuffed into a cabinet. Noticing Shen Yi's reaction, she asked, "Why are you silent? Is it only permitted for others to bully him, but not for me to avenge him?" Shen Yi waved his hands frantically. "No, it's not that. I was just wondering. If you kill like this, won't anyone come to arrest you?" Meng Yu's expression remained unchanged as she asked back. "I see, although your surname is Shen, you've never lived in a great family, so you wouldn't understand. No matter how mediocre my brother was, he was a scion of a noble clan, yet he died so humiliatingly at the hands of an assassin. I am acting on behalf of the Luo family, to seek justice for him. No one dares to say a word against it," she added. "Furthermore, my mother's surname is Shao. I took her surname." Shen Yi assumed a listening posture. "Understood, please continue," Meng Yu went on. "I interrogated that assassin. He didn't know who wanted you dead, nor did he know he was killing a member of the Luo family. Now that they are all dead, the trail has gone cold." She looked at Shen Yi sternly. "The reason I came to find you this time is to ask if you have any clues about the person who wants you dead, or any suspects. Even a vague guess will do. Can you give me a few names? Once I have the names, I'll handle the rest." Shen Yi confessed honestly, "To be honest, I have no clues regarding the mastermind, but by killing those culprits you have already avenged Officer Luo." Meng Yu interrupted him, drawing a longsword, her eyes ice cold. "Not enough. I must find the person who hired the hit on you. An assassin killed my brother, so I will kill every assassin and every mastermind behind them." A clear ringing sound echoed, "To comfort my brother's soul in heaven." The sword aura seemed to slice through the very sky. Shen Yi stood agape. Was that the sword aura she had just unleashed? He hadn't even seen her draw the blade. Meng Yu gently adjusted her hair. "Shen Yi, please think carefully again. Is there any special event, or perhaps a detail that was overlooked? You are a descendant of the Shen family. Have you ever made enemies with other noble scions in the past? Do not give up the investigation just because the opponent is powerful or influential. You can seek my support at any time." Shen Yi smiled helplessly. "My family's relationship with the three genealogy Shen family isn't good. We hardly ever interact. On the rare occasions we went back, I only played with kids my age. I never offended anyone." He suddenly cried out. "Wait, I remember now. During the first attack on me, I vaguely heard a terrified scream in the hospital. Could there be a witness?" Meng Yu immediately seized upon this key point. "Investigate immediately. Wait for my word." She came and went like the wind. "This is my contact information. Thank you, Shen Yi. I must go. Farewell." Shen Yi waved blankly. "Safe travels." Immediately after, a sigh came from behind him. "What a terrifying strike. When she arrived, I specifically asked if she would hurt you. I was afraid she would take her anger over Fei Chuan's death out on you. But looking at it now, the outcome isn't bad. It seemed Qian Rushan knew Meng Yu very well. She was the most outstanding descendant of the Luo family's current generation, and could be considered a top-tier talent even among the youth of the great families." Shen Yi fired off a series of questions. "Is she in school or already working?" Qian Rushan said she was also taking the high school entrance exam this year, in the same grade as him. Shen Yi felt a wave of dizziness. Qian Rushan consoled him. "Don't be discouraged. These noble scions have secret family inheritances and are cultivated from a young age. It's normal for their abilities to far exceed their peers. If you had grown up in the Shen family, you wouldn't be much behind her." Shen Yi yawned, not letting it bother him. "I'm actually quite happy about it. Now that she's on my side, she can provide support as soon as I find the mastermind. I'm going back to sleep." Qian Rushan chuckled. "Go on. Tomorrow I will arrange for several teachers to brief you on some key points for the exam." Shen Yi hurried back to his room and slumped over as soon as he entered. As expected of a noble scion, "She's too strong. The great families truly are the pinnacle of human civilization. What if it really was someone from a great family trying to kill him? They could hire the Assassin League with a flip of a coin and buy his life easily." Shen Yi encouraged himself. "I must learn some offensive moves as soon as possible. After all, I won't always have a grand swordmaster on my side." He shouted, "Hey big skeleton, do you have any more nightmare crystals? The kind with skills. The lesson learned is that in the end, one must rely on oneself." Shen Yi asked again, "Big skeleton, any nightmare crystals with skills?" Finn whispered. "I only have undead skills." "You aren't undead, you can't use them without soul fire power." He wouldn't give up. "Then where did that moonlit deer walk you gave me come from?" Finn explained coldly. "I found that by accident." Shen Yi fell silent. Do I really have to wait until high school for a chance to learn offensive moves? But I can't wait. Not to mention someone is hunting me. The entrance exams are also imminent. Those noble scions were likely all extraordinary. He suddenly remembered, right, I haven't looked at the soldier's combat pack that human officer Roman gave me yet. Shen Yi rummaged through the pack. Compressed rations, a first aid kit, nothing great. Then he excitedly pulled out a shimmering stone. It was a nightmare crystal. He used it eagerly, hoping for a good skill. After the crystal was crushed, a piece of information was transmitted. The Brotherhood of the Hand of Shadow has established an intelligence transfer point at the army encampment. If you see a tent with 3 short swords standing vertically, you can go there to deliver your mission. The Hand of Shadow awaits your word. Shen Yi's heart immediately sank. What the hell, it's not a skill. Finn mocked, it seems that human named Roman took you for a member of the Hand of Shadow. Shen Yi could only look for another way. He had already claimed today's evaluation. Even if he went back to the nightmare world now, he wouldn't be able to get another similar title. He might as well use this time to explore. Shen Yi thought of something. Big skeleton, where did you find that centurion mask? Can we find that place again? Finn was a bit puzzled. It was near the secret passage at the old site. I don't remember the exact location. Why are you asking? Shen Yi spoke rapidly. The undead base outside the passage has been occupied by humans. I want to disguise myself as a human soldier and go to the nightmare world again. Do you have any human equipment? Finn thought for a moment. Let me look. A moment later, Shen Yi was fully armed. He was now disguised as a territory rank human soldier. See the hound emblem on the shield? That's your mark. The territory rank humans have all been slaughtered by us undead. If you pose as a survivor, no one will suspect you, Shen Yi asked. And what is this crystal? Finn explained. This is a distress letter from a territory rank lord. Consider it a token. It'll come in handy when you go out. It's rare for you to be so considerate. Why the sudden concern for my affairs? Finn sounded a bit embarrassed. Because you saved me last night, I have to return the favor, though it's a pity you saw through me. Tell the truth or I'll dry out your calcium supplement solution. Finn was forced to admit, I need to help you gain a certain status so that you can buy some high-level materials in the nightmare world to treat my injuries. Shen Yi was amused. Now that's more like it. The withered trees looked exceptionally desolate under the moonlight, the scene bleak and filled with the aura of death. A soldier shouted, wounded here. Several people ran over. Quick, over there. Shen Yi hid behind a tree to observe. They encouraged each other. Hang in there, brothers. Stay conscious. The base camp isn't far. We'll get medical treatment soon. Shen Yi scanned his surroundings. Are there still remaining soldiers clearing the battlefield? I can't act recklessly. It'll be bad if I bump into that group from last time and they recognize me. He moved stealthily. This place is full of corpses. I have to ask them for intel. A corpse lay behind him. It was huge, an undead giant. Shen Yi whispered, Hey big guy, wake up, I have something to ask. Nether whisper activated. Shen Yi pulled out an item. Big guy, do you know the origin of this mask? The undead giant was silent for a moment, then said, I don't know. He frowned. Fine, rest then. He then ran to ask every deceased soul brother. Have you seen this mask? No. Seen it? Never. Seen this before? Never in my life. After a full circle without a single clue, he leaned dejectedly against a rock. Damn it, this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. His hand suddenly touched something furry. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. A werewolf, perfect. Werewolves have a keen sense of smell, maybe he can help me. He performed the same technique. Good doggy, have you seen or smelled anything like this mask before? This time he got information. I have seen this mask, it belonged to a centurion. He's right over there, he only has one arm left. Also, I'm not a dog, I'm a wolf. Shen Yi didn't care. Good doggy, you've done a great job. You can go back now, the werewolf corrected. I am a wolf. Shen Yi walked in the direction the werewolf had pointed. It was a scene of devastation left by a large-scale spell. Just as described, only a single arm remained. Is my nether whisper still useful? Brother, are you there? The arm trembled slightly, then made a beckoning gesture. Shen Yi was thrilled. That was the signature gesture of the Hand of Shadow. It seemed he had found the right person. This man was the owner of the mask. Brother, is there anything you want to tell me? The arm pointed in a direction once more. Shen Yi followed the gaze and saw a boot. Shen Yi walked over and picked it up, instantly feeling a sense of suffocation. This boot stinks to high heaven. Wait, there seems to be something inside. Amidst the stench, something fell out. The system chimed in, congratulations. You have discovered a special item. The item analysis auxiliary ability has been unlocked. You can now see annotations for special items. Metal of Night Shadow. Superior blue item. High-level rune arrays are engraved within the metal, which can activate designated weapons. Without the matching weapon, it is merely a useless trinket. Shen Yi had an epiphany. A weapon? He pulled out his short sword, and the metal was instantly attracted to it. The sword emitted a dazzling blue light, and the item's rank increased. Nightshade was upgraded to Night Ink. The information for the sword also changed. Night Ink Dagger, Human Assassin Exclusive Superior Blue Rank, Characteristics, Advanced Sharpness, Advanced Bleed. This is a dagger meant for assassination, and it has been bestowed with the Shadow Blessing by the Brotherhood of the Hand of Shadow. Only high-level assassins are qualified to wear it. This blade emits a special energy fluctuation representing your identity, assisting you in completing various missions for the Hand of Shadow. To obtain your due rewards, the Shadow protects everyone who manifests justice. Shen Yi's eyes welled up with tears. He hadn't expected such a surprise. Nightshade had upgraded to Night Ink. Brilliant, right? There's also a letter here. He opened the letter, which was covered in a densely written notice about investigating the truth behind the undead's abnormal movements. Brothers and sisters, the Human Empire and the Elven Kingdom have jointly issued a large-scale mission. Any news regarding the undead's movements can be exchanged for generous rewards. I hope everyone will actively head to the battlefield. The survival of our nations requires us to fight together. May the Shadow protect us. Hand of Shadow. Shen Yi still couldn't stand that smell, so this was a mission from the Hand of Shadow. He thought back to that nightmare crystal. The crystal Roman gave him mentioned that the place with 3 vertical short swords in the camp was the Hand of Shadow's location. That's right. Roman must also be a member of the Hand of Shadow. He must have decided to give him a hand after seeing the mask. Shen Yi burst into laughter. Exchanging intel on the undead's movements for a generous reward would be incredibly easy. He pointed at a corpse and said, "Tell me everything you know about the undead's abnormal movements." The corpse replied weakly, "I don't know anything." Shen Yi refused to give up. "Fine, you and you, all of you, tell me everything. Tell me everything you know about the undead's movements." Their responses were identical. "We know nothing. Ordinary soldiers only follow combat orders." Shen Yi frowned. This was turning into a real hassle. Just then a faint voice spoke up. Actually, I can provide that intelligence for you." Shen Yi reacted instantly. Of course, didn't he have a resident undead right here? "But you're an undead yourself. Why are you voluntarily selling out your own kind? You're not trying to lead me into a trap, are you?" Finn chuckled. "The undead are indeed my kin, but every single one of them harbors ill intentions toward me." You felt that made sense. After all, this guy's situation among the undead seemed precarious at best. It followed up by asking what kind of intel you wanted. Did you want something earth-shattering or just ordinary? Shen Yi set a requirement. The intel couldn't be too shocking. "I'm just an ordinary person. If I throw out some world-changing intelligence, people will definitely come to verify it and I'll be in danger." Finn said, "That's perfect then. I have a piece of intel that's just enough to trade for some good items." You were curious about what it was. Finn answered, "The undead have adopted new fortress components which can increase the power of their soul fire cannons by 20 and their firing frequency by 10. Hearing this, Shen Yi frowned slightly. "Wasn't the value of this intel a bit too high?" It replied. "Not necessarily. Actually, with the war breaking out, I believe the Human High Command already has their suspicions. They just haven't confirmed them yet. Providing this intel is just right, it'll net you some benefits without drawing too much unwanted attention." Following Finn's guidance, Shen Yi arrived at the army encampment, where the Hand of Shadow's intelligence transfer point was located. But how was he supposed to get in? Finn suggested. "Aren't those humans searching for the wounded? You can disguise yourself as a casualty and let them carry you in." Shen Yi was instantly intrigued. That was a great idea, however, the level of medical treatment on the human battlefield. The two discussed it for a while. Human holy arts provided the best healing effects, surpassing even those of the elves, provided you had the money. You have to use money even on the battlefield, of course. As long as you can pay, they can even regenerate severed limbs. What about the undead? Its tone turned rueful. "We usually just throw the dying outside and leave them to fend for themselves." Shen Yi felt a wave of disgust. Was there no treatment at all? Finn sighed. "We can heal, but it's a hassle." It recalled, "We need to use special incantations to manifest a sacrificial altar, and then imprison a group of undead or living beings, to drain their power so we can recover instantly. But the cost is the life force of other creatures. Only very high-ranking undead can do it, and they have to be well-versed in the secret methods," you said dejectedly. "In that case, the humans offer much better value for the money. Too bad I don't have any." Finn cheered. "I do. I didn't expect it to come in handy this time. It's great that we have money." Shen Yi walked toward the corpse of the undead giant. "I have a plan." He used his ability to lift the heavy warhammer to boost his strength attribute. Finn looked bewildered. "What are you doing?" Shen Yi smirked. "If I can't make a sound in a moment, remember to help me think of a way out." It asked back in surprise. "Wait, are you serious?" Shen Yi then let go, allowing the heavy hammer to slam directly into him. The intense pain made him cough up a mouthful of blood. Finn marveled. It's just a supporting role. Do you really have to go that far? You struggled to act, not even fully understanding how to play a dead man, yet you still had to play this part. Shen Yi grabbed a stone and banged it against his shield, shouting desperately, "Help, is anyone there? Help me!" People nearby immediately heard the commotion. Someone's calling for help. They mobilized quickly. "Fast, over here, a casualty, hang in there, we're coming." Shen Yi was brought to the barracks where a priest began chanting a healing hymn. A cluster of green light enveloped his injured body, and the wounds healed rapidly. The priest stepped aside and bowed. "My lord, the treatment is complete, his injuries are healed," the noble blonde man nodded. You may go, someone will pay your fee shortly." Shen Yi asked groggily. "Where am I?" The man supported him. "Child, you are safe now. This is the human army camp," you asked with half-opened eyes. "Who are you?" the man replied. "I am Prince Not, child. A shield you carried has the hound badge. Tell me, which lord do you serve?" Shen Yi put on an expression of agony and pulled out the message stone. "I finally found you, my lords. The Lai territory has been invaded by the undead. Please send reinforcements immediately. This is the letter the lord entrusted to me." A mage behind them took the stone and cast an analysis spell. A voice echoed from the stone. "Lords of the Empire, I am Lord Joe Lauren. If anyone can lead troops to liberate our territory, I will offer 300 gold coins and the land deed. Please, you must save us." Not shook his head with certainty. "That is indeed Lauren's voice, and the crystal is genuine. Child, you truly are one of his men." His gaze held a trace of sorrow. "But there is one thing I must tell you. The Lai territory has completely fallen." He explained that the undead had already occupied the area, and it was likely you were the sole survivor. Shen Yi looked shocked, his eyes turning red as he covered his face and began to sob. "What? Father, mother, and Zelos, grandma, and little Lou. Did none of them survive?" "No, I don't believe it." Not tried his best to comfort him. "Child, you went through many hardships on the road and somehow survived the stone hammer of an undead giant. It's practically a miracle. You are the last spark of your family. Rest now, don't think too much. Tomorrow I will arrange for you to return to the rear of the Empire and find a safe place to live." Shen Yi didn't forget his main goal. He was here to find the Hand of Shadow to turn in his mission for skills, so he couldn't just be sent away. He pleaded. "Thank you, my lord, but please allow me to stay on the battlefield." Not was surprised. "Why?" Shen Yi gritted his teeth in pain. "I want to avenge them. I will never let those undead off. I want to fight, to drive them all out, not a single one left." The atmosphere in the tent grew heavy. His eyes were full of pity, so brave at such a young age. "Since you were chosen by the Lord to bear the heavy responsibility of delivering the letter, you must possess extraordinary skills. You worked hard to show off. I can run very fast. In the whole territory, no child my age can run faster than me." You conveniently dumped all your attribute points into agility. As soon as you finished speaking, the system notified you of the gains. Shen Yi then rushed outside excitedly. "My lord, watch how I run." After a running start, he sprinted like an arrow from a bow, executing a sharp drift around the corner. In less than a few seconds, Shen Yi looped back and braked hard in front of them, panting heavily, his eyes full of anticipation. "My lord, do you think I can stay on the front lines?" The crowd burst into praise. "This kid is amazing. Let him stay, my lord, to seek revenge with us. Let him come to our unit. I'll take good care of him." Not also nodded in approval. "Your speed is indeed startling." Julia suddenly grabbed his wrist. "Child, where did this bracelet come from?" Only then did he notice it was an elven item. Shen Yi explained without hiding anything. "It was a gift from an elf named Lan," but inwardly he thought, "I exposed the undead's plot. The elves definitely owe me a favor. They shouldn't give me trouble." She touched the bracelet, and an image manifested. "Who is calling me with elven sorcery?" Julia spoke. "Lan, I am Julia, High Mage of the Royal Court. Why is your bracelet on a human youth?" Lan answered happily. "You've met him. Where is he?" Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat. Lan shouted excitedly. "That magic performance was incredible. When are you coming back to our village to play?" Julia interrupted her. "Lan, answer my question." She truthfully recounted how an undead spy had previously infiltrated the village, and that this youth had exposed the shadow, leaving the high priest owing him a favor. Hearing that the high priest had been looking for him, Julia hung up the communication after gathering the information. "Understood. I'll be in touch later." Julia patted his shoulder and gave a slight smile. "Prince Not, though this child is young, he is incredibly agile and has escaped death multiple times. He even has ties with our elven race. I suggest letting him go to the imperial capital to study." Not naturally had no objection. "Good. It's rare for a human to be favored by the elves. Then it's settled. Men, prepare his identity documents and arrange for him to rest for a few days. Recorder, relay this to the Imperial Military Academy." He asked kindly, "Child, what is your name?" Shen Yi felt a bit awkward. He didn't know the local naming custom, so to avoid exposure he had to pretend to have amnesia. He suddenly clutched his head and sat down. "My head hurts so much," a mage stepped forward to diagnose him. The shock from the undead giant's stone hammer likely damaged his brain, resulting in amnesia. Not showed an expression of pity. So that's how it is, Shen Yi chuckled inwardly. Thanks for the assist, old gentleman. Not reached out to help him up. It's all right. Rest first and recover your health, he smiled warmly. We shall meet again, the boy who lived. Immediately after, Shen Yi received a notification. You gained a certain amount of prestige and have a chance to obtain a self-generated title, The Boy Who Lived. Your face turned pale. The Boy Who Lived? What kind of garbage entry is that? I don't even have a lightning bolt scar on my forehead. Is there any way to delete this title before it fully forms? The system answered that an unformed title requires constant exposure and widespread fame in the world to fully solidify. If you want to reject this title, there are two ways. First, go into hiding. As time passes and the world forgets you, the unformed title will naturally vanish. Second, perform actions that are completely contrary to it. Of course, the way people look at you will also change, and the title will change accordingly. Shen Yi's mouth twitched. Fine, once things here were finished, he would just stay obscure for a while. A soldier waved at you. Goodbye, the boy who lived. Shen Yi could only roar internally. Stop calling me that, he sent a telepathic message to Finn. Who is that Prince Not? Why did my prestige jump so much just by talking to him? Finn explained. Prince Not is the eldest son of the royal family and the future heir to the throne. In other words, he's the prince. How did such a big figure end up here? The undead offensive was repelled by the joint human and elven forces he led. Why wouldn't he be here? You marveled. So that's it, how impressive. The mage also nodded in approval. That kid was quite interesting just now, Julia asked curiously. Did you discover something? He didn't stop praising. He carries a high-level token of the Hand of Shadow. To have reached this stage at such a young age is no small feat. Only then did she realize he was referring to that short sword. Not also agreed. Indeed, I saw it too. That was night ink. Something only a high-level assassin can possess. I didn't expect a random rescue to reveal a genius. It truly is a stroke of luck. Apply for a Medal of Valor for him in my name. The subordinate took the order and left. Meanwhile, Shen Yi also began his solo operation, finding a certain tent. Found it. This was the Hand of Shadow intelligence transfer point established in the camp. He spoke. Hello. The person inside ignored him. Blushing, Shen Yi gave the secret code. May the shadow protect us. Only then did the man turn his head and return the same gesture. Brother, what intel do you have? Shen Yi tossed the stone to the older man. I got this from the soul fire cannons at the undead position during this campaign. Their firepower is much stronger than before. The other party caught it accurately. Excellent. This is indeed very valuable. What do you want in exchange? He asked what good items they had. The man blushed and gave an ambiguous look. I have plenty of things here. I'll make sure to open your eyes. The supervisor placed a knife on the table. This is a specially made tactical dagger coated with a unique poison. Just one lick and you'll enter a state of suspended animation, perfect for an assassin to use on the battlefield. This is a newly produced poison with a 2-year shelf life. You can also lick it when you have insomnia at night. I guarantee you'll fall asleep instantly and wake up with 100 times the energy the next day. Shen Yi glanced at it and curled his lip. Got anything else? The other party pulled out another item. Is that not enough for you to handle the battlefield? Then look at this. With that he whistled. A horse outside suddenly neighed, froze for a moment, and then slumped to the ground. He explained, this horse knows how to play dead. With just a look it'll fall over and fake its death. Shen Yi felt this was very unreliable. That horse and the knife must be a set. He looked up at the wall. Anything else? The other party produced a pair of glasses. It seemed these weren't enough to impress you. Fine, then use this, the clarity lens. Its function comes from the 2 inlaid pieces of shadow glass. Whoever wears it can see through the treasures on others. You watched 2 people outside showing off their muscles and gaped. Not a bad workout. Current me is bigger than you. Shen Yi felt as if his lifespan was being drained. Do you have nightmare crystals? I want to learn some skills, the supervisor said. Combat has been intense lately and resources are scarce. I only have 2 on me. Pick one. The red stone on the right is basic bloodletting. It's a move that makes enemies bleed uncontrollably. Swords, daggers, any blade can use it. I only provide the basic knowledge. The green stone on the left is basic bone wind. It's a kicking technique and knockback move that can send enemies and their weapons flying. Have you learned either of these? Which one are you lacking? Shen Yi gritted his teeth. I'm lacking all of them. Suddenly, a voice entered his mind. Human. Choose bone wind. You froze. It was that low, dark voice. Choose bone wind. Shen Yi stood dazed. This was the same mysterious person who had guided him before and given him the nightshade short sword. Under the supervisor's puzzled gaze, you asked why you should choose bone wind. The voice responded, because it is not a move from this world. Next, you would need to find a way to obtain the undead's shadow art and the beast king's thunder palm. Once you have all of these combined with moonlit deerwalk and your bone wind, you will be able to unlock the true secret. Shen Yi was utterly bewildered. Learning a skill can lead to a secret, whatever. Listening to him was never wrong, so you picked up the gem. I'll take Bonewind. The supervisor reached out generously. Fine, take it, it's yours. Suddenly, the object in Shen Yi's hand emitted spiritual power, and instantly, illusions of various martial arts moves appeared in his mind's eye. The supervisor then thoughtfully asked, Bonewind is just a basic kick, but the value of your intelligence mission was higher. Do you have any other requests? You answered softly. Not for now. So he handed over a small cloth bag. Very well, I'll use these gold coins to make up the difference. Shen Yi wasn't polite either, reaching out to take it. Thank you, many thanks. He then left with a serious expression as the supervisor waved goodbye. Hey big skeleton, can you get me an undead skill? Finn's voice rang out. I told you long ago, undead skills require soul fire to perform. Shen Yi cut him off immediately. Shadow art. This made it a bit surprised. How do you know about that technique? You began to circulate your spiritual power again. Don't worry about how I know, just tell me if you have it or not. I need that technique right now. Finn replied slowly. I have it, but this spell is just a basic illusion type with no offensive power. It can be performed as long as your agility and mental power meet the requirements. Shadow art requires 3 points of mental power and 5 points of agility. Its effect is to release a dark shadow to confuse your opponent. Feeling the spiritual energy in his hands, Shen Yi calculated silently. I currently have 7 free attribute points. If I allocate 3 to mental power, its value reaches 3.9. If I put the remaining 4 into agility, it reaches 6.9. A reasonable distribution. After completing the reallocation, Shen Yi followed Finn's guidance and walked quickly toward the depths of the forest. He had to find a place where no one was around. If someone discovered him using undead sorcery, it would be a massive headache. Shen Yi cautiously observed his surroundings. Once he confirmed it was safe, he finally stopped, formed hand seals and cast the spell, releasing a bizarre soul-like illusion. However, the newly formed shadow quickly fell to the ground and dissipated before it could even steady itself. Looking at the vanishing illusion, Shen Yi felt a bit dejected. Is this it for shadow art? Aside from giving someone a jump, it doesn't seem to have any practical use. Finn took the opportunity to mock him. You actually like this garbage spell? I thought you had good taste in picking skills. Seems I was wrong about you. Shen Yi raised his head with a serious expression and countered, that's where you're wrong. He thought to himself, I've already mastered Moonlit Deer Walk, Bone Wind, and Shadow Art. Now I'm just missing the final Thunder Palm. I really want to see what magical changes will occur once all these skills are gathered. Just then, a soldier ran over panting, shouting excitedly, I finally found you, the boy who lived. Hearing this title made Shen Yi cringe so hard his toes curled. Don't call me that, he thought. The soldier solemnly handed over an exquisite box and congratulated him. To commend your heroic performance, Prince Not has decided to award you the Hero Medal and this recommendation letter. Although Shen Yi's mind was full of question marks, what did I even do to get a medal? He still straightened his back and gave a standard military salute. Thank you, Your Highness. I will certainly work hard to serve the country in the future. The soldier added, you can return to the imperial capital with the main force or return on your own. Regardless, just take this letter to report to the Imperial Military Academy. Understood? Shen Yi replied immediately. Understood. Before leaving, the soldier instructed, take this too, young man. Do good work in the future. Looking at the money bag in his hand, a smile touched the corners of Shen Yi's mouth. Thanks to the prince's generosity, my travel and living expenses for the nightmare world are sorted. Subsequently, he stepped back into the gloomy forest. The gold coins he had exchanged at the Hand of Shadow earlier could be brought back to cover household expenses. This trip to another world was quite fruitful. When he transmigrated back to the real world, the sun was directly overhead. The system immediately sent a notification. Mr. Shen Yi, the gold coins you brought back have been successfully converted into 65,044.44 RMB. The funds have been transferred to your designated account as per your request. While he was staring at the ATM screen with his bank card, marveling at the sum, his phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, his mother's anxious voice came through. Xiao Yi, why did you suddenly transfer so much money home? Where did this money come from? Shen Yi explained calmly. Mom, this is the subsidy I got after joining the group. You and Dad should go ahead and use it. Mother Shen still wasn't at ease, pressing, that's so much money though. Aren't you going to keep some for yourself? Shen Yi explained unhurriedly. It's fine, Mom. The group provides room and board. I don't really have a use for money. I've got to go now. I'm heading to the cafeteria for lunch. After hanging up, Shen Yi checked his phone and was stunned. Having gone to the nightmare world and not checked his phone, the text reminders were too many to count. The system's mechanical voice also chimed in succession. Congratulations, Shen Yi, on successfully signing with the Humanity Martial Arts Group. Shen Yi, you are our pride. There was even a text message from Zhao Yibing on the screen. Hubby, I was wrong before. Shen Yi, please forgive me, okay, can you accompany me to the cinema tonight? The text was accompanied by a selfie of her. Shen Yi stared at the screen for a moment, his face flushing slightly, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, "She is quite pretty, what a shame." He then typed back a cold reply, "Face reality, Zhao Yibing. I am the swan meat you will never get a taste of." Immediately after, Chen Haoyu sent a message, "Boss, congrats on signing with the Humanity Martial Arts Group, want to go celebrate tonight?" This sent Shen Yi into thought. Indeed, he should have treated Haoyu to a meal long ago, but then he thought of the Assassin League's hits. Leaving the group to move about didn't seem safe, but Haoyu was genuinely happy for him. Memories of the deep friendship between the original host and Chen Haoyu flooded Shen Yi's mind. Though the original host was gone, that sincere bond still flowed through this body. He could feel the pure affection of two people who had grown up together, a warmth he had never experienced in his past life. Although the gap between them was widening, he still wanted to protect this friendship if given the chance. While he was lost in thought, another text popped up. "Brother Yi, take me for a tour of the Humanity Martial Arts Group today. That's the place of my dreams. Just let me have one look really," Shen Yi thought to himself. That's right, the group allows internal staff to bring visitors, and the security inside is airtight and very safe. It can satisfy Haoyu's curiosity, and we can celebrate together. So he replied readily, "Come over then. You can grab a meal with me." The other party was clearly excited to the extreme. "Got it? I'm on my way, 10 minutes tops." Shen Yi sent a final reply, "Okay, I'll wait for you in the lobby." At this moment, a group of people stood not far away in the lobby. Shen Yi looked at them, a faint sense of unease rising in his heart. In his vision, these people radiated a cold, oppressive aura. This powerful presence was fundamentally different from ordinary people, making Shen Yi unconsciously nervous. Could these be the professionals Supervisor Qian mentioned before? While Shen Yi was wondering, a burly man noticed him and leaned down to size him up. "Are you this year's newcomer?" Shen Yi had to look up at the man and replied politely, "Yes, sorry, should I not be staring at you?" The man laughed heartily. "It's fine. Back when I was chosen to join and was a newcomer myself, I also stood here staring at the senior professionals just like you." Hearing this, Shen Yi asked tentatively, "Were you longing for the future back then?" The man shook his head, then licked his lips, his gaze turning sinister and dangerous. "No, I was thinking, these guys are so arrogant, quote. I really want to tear them all to pieces." Shen Yi was silenced by this sudden burst of malice. Are these the professionals, possessing great power but with such twisted personalities? Just then, the big guy seemed to spot an acquaintance and waved at someone walking over. Shen Yi also turned his head curiously. "Yo Orna, you're on duty tonight, want to grab a meal together?" However, the woman named Orna pressed a gun barrel directly against his face and said coldly, "Beat it. If you dare harass me again, I'll skin you alive, just like I did to that creep a few days ago." Shen Yi watched this scene with a racing heart. The big guy could only cover his face and slink away, muttering, "If you won't eat, you won't eat. No need to be so fierce." Orna turned her head and said in a kind tone to Shen Yi, "Shen Yi, a boy named Chen Haoyu is looking for you. His identity has been verified. Shall I let him in?" Shen Yi hesitated for a moment, then replied, "He's my best friend, please let him in." Orna turned to leave efficiently. "Fine, wait here. I'll bring him over." Shen Yi instinctively wanted to follow. "No need for the trouble, I can just go pick him up myself." Orna adjusted the brim of her hat and looked back with a cool refusal. "That won't do, little brother. Supervisor Qian gave instructions. Your current situation is a bit special and we have to ensure your safety." Shen Yi had no choice but to comply. A moment later, Chen Haoyu walked in, marveling incessantly. "Whoa, this place is way too grand, I feel like my eyes can't take it all in. Brother Shen, you've really hit the jackpot this time." He excitedly threw an arm around Shen Yi's shoulders and clenched his fist. "So cool, actually signing with the Humanity Martial Arts Group. You have no idea what they're saying at school right now." Shen Yi gave a slight smile. "If you want to visit in the future, you can find me anytime." He pressed the elevator button and continued, "Let's not talk about that for now. Come on, I'll take you to the group cafeteria." Chen Haoyu, however, was still in a state of high excitement. "I'm not hungry yet. I want to see where you live first." Shen Yi didn't think much of it and agreed directly. "Sure, let's go." The elevator was crowded. Shen Yi shielded Chen Haoyu as they squeezed into the throng and pressed the button for the 105th floor. Chen Haoyu marveled. Incredible, a true leap to the top. Just then, Shen Yi's phone vibrated again. It was a message from Meng Yu. The news stated that on the day he was attacked in the hospital, a nurse had indeed witnessed the entire process, but that nurse had since gone missing. Meng Yu only found a mangled corpse, though the identity couldn't be confirmed yet. It definitely wasn't the nurse. The message wasn't over. Meng Yu followed up with a video. "Shen Yi, look at this." Shen Yi's eyes widened in shock. Meng Yu added, "I suspect that nurse was silenced because she witnessed something regarding you. In the video, there was a back view of someone peering around suspiciously, their movements shifty. The person slipped into a deserted corridor with extreme stealth. Then another message popped up. So I reinvestigated everyone around you, and I found this. Shen Yi held his breath as the video clearly showed Chen Haoyu's face. The other end of the phone continued, yesterday morning this person's movements at school were very bizarre, as if he were searching for something. The elevator chimed. They had reached the 80th floor. As the crowd began to filter out, Shen Yi stood frozen, staring intently at the best friend before him. Could the person looking for me in the video really be Chen Haoyu? But what was I doing yesterday morning? Then Shen Yi realized, that's right, he was in the nightmare world at the time. So in the surveillance video, Chen Haoyu had searched the entire teaching building but couldn't find him. But what exactly was he looking for me for? Just then, Chen Haoyu turned his head and noticed Shen Yi's stiff expression. His face looked very calm as he asked in confusion, "What's wrong, brother Yi?" The elevator gave another ding. The 105th floor had arrived. Chen Haoyu charged out of the elevator with a face full of excitement, completely failing to notice Shen Yi's heavy expression. "I've never been this high up in my life, brother Yi. Living here every day must be amazing," he urged impatiently. "Brother Yi, where's your room? I can't wait to see the view from up here." Shen Yi pointed toward the room at the end of the hallway and replied in a low voice, "It's that one right ahead." Chen Haoyu pointed at the open door and shouted, "Oh, here it is, this is the one." Suddenly, Chen Haoyu whipped around, his face contorting into a hideous mask as he launched a lethal strike. "This is your end." The strike landed squarely on the head and Shen Yi showed an expression of agony. However, as the pen pierced the forehead, Shen Yi's body began to turn ethereal and finally vanished. Seeing this, Chen Haoyu roared through gritted teeth, "An illusion? How is this possible? How could this brat's movement technique level be this high?" While he was still in shock, Shen Yi suddenly appeared behind him and delivered a heavy kick to his face. Before Chen Haoyu could react, he was sent flying, blood spraying as he crashed. Shen Yi landed steadily, the floor tiles beneath him cracking from the impact. He quickly adjusted his attribute distribution while simultaneously activating 3 skills: Moonlit Deer Walk, Shadow Art, and Bone Wind. Building on this, he temporarily grasped a derivative move, Bone Moon Heaven Shaker. The effects were as follows: 1. Forced knockback of the enemy. 2. Creation of a deceptive illusion identical to the caster. 3. Movement speed increased by 30 for 10 seconds. Shen Yi was surrounded by thick spiritual energy as he demanded harshly, "You're not Chen Haoyu. Where is he?" A cold voice echoed in his mind. "Due to the successful execution of Bone Moon Heaven Shaker, your physical stats have been significantly strengthened. Strength 0.1, Agility 0.2, Mental Power 0.1. At this moment, the Chen Haoyu before him began to twist and deform. He condensed an aura blade in the shape of a pen and wore an evil grin. "He's already dead. Since you want to see him so badly, I'll send you down to keep him company." The arrogant assassin tore off his disguise and lunged forward frantically. Shen Yi's eyes were sharp as he suddenly raised his leg and kicked out a heavy blow that created a piercing sonic boom. The assassin contemptuously blocked the kick with one hand. "You think this level of power can hurt me?" Naive. However, the impact from the tip of the foot suddenly exploded exponentially. Leaving the assassin aghast, Shen Yi decisively triggered the forced knockback effect, kicking the opponent back violently. Before the assassin could even land, Shen Yi instantly drew his handgun. This was the hidden follow-up within his skills. Who could have imagined that a combination of low-level skills could produce such a powerful combo attack? Unfortunately, the opponent's movement was extremely fast, and he managed to dodge the bullets with a series of mid-air evasions. The assassin gave a cold snort, condensed his magic again, and closed in on the barrel of Shen Yi's now empty gun. "You've got plenty of dirty tricks, kid, even hiding a gun. Too bad your marksmanship is trash, you couldn't even hit me." Just then, the building's alarms blared loudly. "Warning, warning, gunshots detected on the 105th floor. Professionals, please report to the scene immediately." Shen Yi calmly tossed the gun behind him and said flatly, "I didn't fire to hit you." At this time, the defense system outside the building also began a frantic scan. As the alarm echoed through the entire floor, all security personnel were converging on the location. Just as the assassin prepared to strike the final blow, his limbs were suddenly pierced with precision by hovering bullets. Orna slowly stepped out from the smoke, coolly holstering her gun. "Damn it, to think even I was fooled." Orna's voice was filled with rage. She had clearly checked this youth's body earlier, but she hadn't expected the guy to be able to turn a pen like that into a lethal weapon. Orna roughly pinned the assassin against the wall and interrogated him harshly. "Talk, what is your objective? Who sent you? Why kill Shen Yi if you don't confess honestly? I'll skin you with my own hands and make sure you beg for death but won't let you die easily." despite a mouthful of blood. The assassin wore a mocking smile and clenched his teeth firmly. "You don't expect to hear a single word from my mouth." Seeing foam at the corners of the man's mouth, Orna's face turned extremely ugly. Damn it, he committed suicide by poison. It turned out he had hidden a lethal poison in a hollow tooth. Orna gripped her hair in frustration. "I should have knocked him out first. This kind of disguise technique is unheard of. To actually fool the building's central defense system, and even play me for a fool. This is bad. Not only is he dead, but the lead is cut off. Now I can only wait for the autopsy report to see if there are any clues left behind." Just then, people from outside rushed in to ask what happened. Shen Yi stood silently in the corner observing, thinking, "I definitely shouldn't provoke Sister Orna at a time like this." Later, a low discussion echoed from the morgue. "Ma'am, the technical department has completed the autopsy. This person was a high-level expert in assassination. He carried no identifying items, and there are no records in the fingerprint or gene databases." Orna lowered her head, looking dejected. "It was my incompetence." Qian Rushan gently patted her shoulder to comfort her. "It's not your fault. This person's disguise technique was indeed brilliant. Even the group's security system failed to detect it. Let's go. This corpse has no further utility." To their surprise, however, Shen Yi showed no intention of leaving. "You guys go ahead. I want to stay here for a bit longer." Seeing this, Qian Rushan simply pulled the door shut behind him. "Fine then, come find me in my top-floor office later," he guessed inwardly. This child has a natural sharp sensitivity toward death. Perhaps he can discover some details we overlooked. Shen Yi stood by the corpse, a ghostly green light flickering in his eyes. That spiritual energy was slowly establishing a connection with the body beneath the white sheet. Shen Yi performed Nether Whisper. Along with a cold surge of spiritual energy, the broken corpse actually trembled and sat up. "You can actually talk to the dead." But the assassin's soul let out a burst of wild laughter. "A waste of effort. I will absolutely never tell you anything." Finn's low, mocking chuckle suddenly rang out. "Interesting. I've never seen a corpse so resistant to Nether Whisper before." Shen Yi's expression grew grim. "What happens if he doesn't talk?" the voice responded instantly. "I don't know, but I'm certain there's a hell of a show about to start." Suddenly, the corpse was pinned firmly to a massive iron table, and the space behind it turned a hellish glowing red. The assassin watched in horror as withered skeletal limbs began to crawl out from the ground, seizing his body in a death grip. Immediately after, the corpse was racked with agony as it was torn apart and engulfed by a roaring incandescent fire. The violent flames seemed poised to devour him entirely. When the fire died down and the smoke cleared, a withered skeleton was revealed, but it was quickly covered by regrowing flesh. The corpse looked at itself in disbelief, trapped once again. "What?" The flames flared up again, and Finn's voice was filled with excitement. "I remember now. Rebellious Nether Whisper souls suffer the continuous torment of a curse. This burning will last for 100 years, but that's just the appetizer." It seemed to already be imagining the wretched state of the poor flesh being tortured in the fire hell. "Next, there will be a rotation of 1,600 types of punishment, each lasting 100 million years until the sinner's soul finally speaks. If he still won't talk, I'll summon even more powerful evil spirits. They would certainly be very interested in such a stubborn soul. Each of them is a seasoned expert at keeping a soul conscious and intact while it endures torment. That's right, only the victim enjoys these long ages. The 10 billion years he experiences are but a blink of an eye to us." As soon as the words were spoken, the corpse wailed for mercy before its flesh could even fully recover. "Enough. Stop it. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything." The flames gradually died out, the space returned to normal, and Shen Yi stood before him. Amidst the sound of Finn's voice, Shen Yi calmly opened his phone. "Welcome back. It looks like he's folded." Ignoring his ringing phone, Shen Yi commanded, "Account for everything you know from start to finish." A few minutes earlier on the rooftop of the girls' dormitory, a girl stood in the twilight. Mr. Han sent a text. "How is it going?" She replied truthfully, "I've done as you ordered." Unfortunately, Shen Yi didn't take the bait. He's signed with the Humanity Martial Arts Group. "I'm just an ordinary middle school student. I'm afraid any further action will be ineffective." Mr. Han sent a notice. 8 p.m. tonight, Maple Forest Hotel in the west suburbs. Don't be late. Zhao Yibing hesitated. Should she go to that place? Suddenly her phone rang. She answered it cautiously. "Hello, who is this?" Her tone gradually became excited. "Really? I got a direct admission spot to the Provincial Key High School. That's great, thank you. Thank you so much." Zhao Yibing wept with joy. "Thank you, Mr. Han. I will definitely be there on time tonight." Suddenly, Meng Yu appeared behind her, startling her half to death. "Give me the phone. Who were you just talking to?" Zhao Yibing spun around to face her. "Who are you? Are you crazy sneaking up behind people like that?" "That's my business. Why should I tell you?" The other party decisively swung her blade. Zhao Yibing stared in terror at the sword's edge pressed against her neck. the girl threatened coldly. Zhao Yibing, I know the thing you're most proud of isn't your grades, but your face. I'll say it once more, give me the phone or I won't mind slicing off your nose first. Left with no choice, Zhao Yibing gritted her teeth and threw the phone over. I don't care who you are, this isn't over. Just wait until the police catch you. Manhua caught Zhao Yibing's phone effortlessly as it rang. She looked at the screen while answering, Hello Shen Yi, any new intel? Shen Yi's voice came through clearly. I've caught an assassin here and I'm interrogating him. He's spilled everything. Hearing this conversation, Zhao Yibing turned pale and stumbled back several steps. Shen Yi, did Shen Yi send you to get revenge on me? Manhua ignored her and asked Shen Yi, what did he say? Shen Yi sternly commanded the corpse, keep talking. The corpse obeyed. We are assassins from the Assassin League. We received a joint mission not long ago. The main goal was to kill you, but to disguise it as an accidental death, we set up the disaster scene at the hospital and my partner was responsible for the deed. I killed Chen Haoyu first and took his form. If you had gone to the hospital, you should have died there according to the plan once that thing was activated. But not only did you survive, there was actually a witness at the scene. This meant that afterward we didn't just have to kill you. We also had to find out why the spell failed and recover the ritual item. Just then, a policeman found us, but he was too young. We used him to find out about your relationship with him. So we followed the path of least resistance, killed him in the station, and then impersonated the police to trick you and finish you off. But both attempts failed. Until today when I came personally. Shen Yi's face darkened. Officer Luo's body was hidden by you in a locker at the station. What about Chen Haoyu's body? Where did you hide it? The corpse replied quickly. Chen Haoyu's body was hidden by me in the school sewer. On the other end of the phone, Meng Yu also said loudly, Shen Yi, the body I mentioned earlier was found in your school's sewer. The phone in Shen Yi's hand was crushed by his fury. Shen Yi glared at the skeleton and asked, Who hired you? Magic swirled in the corpse's eye sockets as it answered stiffly, Only the general manager of the mission knows all the mission details. Shen Yi's gaze was extremely grim. Who is the general manager? Where is he? The corpse's next words were accompanied by visions of a luxury palace. He is known as the Flayer, a highly prestigious assassin in the underworld. In fact, the human skin on my body is a disguise he flayed to help me. He went to the Maple Forest Hotel near the west suburbs because the witness nurse is there. He's going to silence her. Shen Yi stared intently at the corpse. What kind of assassin is the Flayer? Does he have any weaknesses? The other party replied quickly. His strength is unfathomable. I can't see any weaknesses at all, but one thing is strange. If he's really that strong, why didn't he come to kill me himself? The corpse's eerie voice brought to mind a dangerous figure with red eyes glowing in the dark. With his status and reputation in the assassin world, personally killing a middle school student would be a stain on his professional career. He believes that being the puppet master behind the entire assassination plan is already showing great face to the employer behind the scenes. Shen Yi continued to press. Doesn't he have any distinguishing features? Tell me everything you know. The other party maintained the same spine-chilling tone. If I have to say something, he has one special hobby. The following words made Shen Yi's expression tighten. Cannibalism. Meng Yu was still listening with bated breath over the phone. She let out a scream of extreme rage. I'm going to meet this Flayer. Hearing this, Shen Yi hurriedly tried to stop her. Meng Yu, wait a moment, but the call had already been hung up. Shen Yi said helplessly. She hung up. The corpse broke into a wild, excited laugh. I don't know who the girl on the phone is, but if she goes looking for the Flayer, her ending will be tragic. The Flayer loves eating girls most of all, especially young, pure ones. As soon as he finished, Shen Yi slammed a heavy punch into his face, shattering his teeth and sending blood flying. Shen Yi sent the corpse flying into the air. Shen Yi's face was filled with a violent, murderous aura. Shut up until you're asked. The spiritual energy in the corpse's eyes dissipated. Shen Yi coldly spat out one word, begone. In the 5-star Maple Forest Hotel, the man skillfully used a knife and fork to cut through a bloody piece of meat. Under the dim candlelight, a man and a woman sat opposite each other in the dark space. The man held a wine glass, eyes closed in leisurely enjoyment. The texture is delicate and firm. A fine chew reveals a faint sweetness, but the tip of the tongue is slightly astringent after swallowing. It seems the hiding lately has caused you no small amount of stress. My apologies. Having said that, he raised his glass and took a sip. Looking at the woman's back, he continued to sigh. The taste is extremely mellow, exquisite, and soft. Most stunning is the balance of sweet and sour with a flavor similar to cherries. This blood cocktail is just right to harmonize with the astringency of the meat. Truly magnificent. Before the man was a girl who had lost an arm and an eye. The food on the table appeared to be made from those missing parts. It's been a long time since I've tasted such high-quality delicacies. You've touched me deeply, nurse. Before the man could finish, a phone rang, interrupting him. He wiped his mouth in displeasure and picked up the device. I am truly sorry. There are always some rude people who like to disturb others while they dine. Life is always full of surprises and helplessness. The incoming text was full of desperation. Mr. Han, I hope you can personally step in and kill the target. He gave a slight smile. As expected, I have to step in myself? But inwardly he let out a tired sigh. He had just received word that his assistant was dead, and 3 assassins had died in succession. This meant the opponent was by no means an ordinary middle schooler. So he replied, I can strike, but what will you give me as payment? The other party replied immediately, Mr. Han. A girl. The man known as Mr. Han gently swirled the wine glass in his hand. A girl? I'm not a junk collector. You should know my aesthetic standards are very high. The other party immediately sent 2 breathtakingly beautiful photos of Zhao Yibing. Mr. Han froze, his eyes widening as he stared at the screen. A second later, he pressed the phone against his chin, trembling all over with excitement. What a pure and beautiful lamb. Mr. Han reached out to feel her silhouette. Just looking at you, I can smell that youthful, innocent fragrance on your body. Thank you for arranging such a perfect encounter. I am truly moved. I will personally kill that boy. The text notification read, Mr. Han, the girl will be there at 8 p.m. sharp. So he passed by the nurse, checking his watch as he prepared. Time is short. I must get ready to make tonight's date perfect. Mr. Han seemed to be in a hurry as he stripped off his clothes. The perfume I'm wearing isn't quite right. I must shower first. The tie needs changing too, these socks, and I must brush my teeth carefully, otherwise I won't be able to kiss and taste that true flavor. Suddenly, he tilted his head slightly as if remembering something. Ah, right, Mr. Han looked at the nurse still sitting there. I almost forgot the most important thing. His face was ice cold, and countless slender threads erupted from his fingertips. The threads wound around her body. Mr. Han skillfully manipulated the threads, cutting the body behind him into pieces. I can't let you scare my guest. Shen Yi stood dazed before the glowing barrier, as an electronic voice sounded. Fingerprint match successful, brainwave match successful, facial recognition match successful, identity verified. Please say a phrase as your exclusive awakening voice. Hearing this, Shen Yi spoke, a man killed in 10 paces, no trace left for 1,000 miles. Qian Rushan gave an appreciative thumbs up. What a poem. The eggshell-like barrier gradually vanished. Shen Yi looked in surprise at the object that appeared before him. A motorcycle. Qian Rushan threw an arm affectionately around his shoulder. Cool, isn't it? If I had a bike like this at your age, I can't imagine how many girls I could have wooed. Shen Yi still hadn't recovered from the shock. What features does this motorcycle have? Qian Rushan immediately began a non-stop introduction. A water-cooled 4-stroke twin-cylinder engine. The suspension system adjusts automatically. Light alloy frame, retro-style, stainless steel exhaust, wireless motor, fully handcrafted design, and the iconic Angel Wings flight system. Supports switching between autopilot and manual driving with a flight time of up to 30 minutes. Shen Yi's face was flushed with excitement. It can fly? Qian Rushan chuckled. Of course, but you haven't learned how to fly yet. It's best to set it to autopilot when you're in the air. Hearing this, Shen Yi asked curiously, does it consume power? What kind? How are the costs calculated? He explained with a smile. Just give the command and it will find a place to charge itself. It's bound to your personal ID and will automatically deduct the fees. Shen Yi sat on the bike with style. If it were red, it would definitely be more striking, like a fiercely burning flame. As soon as he spoke, the bike's body actually changed color, and electric sparks flickered around it, surprising Shen Yi even more. It can change color, Qian Rushan explained. The body uses the latest chameleon smart material, changing as you wish. Shen Yi leaned against the bike and sighed. The bike is definitely cool, but I thought you'd give me a volume of martial techniques. The other man slowly evaluated. It seems Kunlun believes your situation is extremely dangerous. So it sent you this latest motorcycle to make it easier for you to run. He looked seriously at Shen Yi. Once you activate the fuel injection mode, it's as fast as a rocket, faster than you can imagine. It can save your life at a critical moment. Shen Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Since Kunlun thinks I'm in danger, it must know who wants to kill me, right? Qian Rushan wore a helpless expression. Even if it knows it won't step in for such trivial matters, it must always focus on the survival of human civilization. Unless you demonstrate corresponding value, only then will it give you a redemption code or provide appropriate rewards from your perspective. Shen Yi pursed his lips nervously, falling into thought. Value, right. If you have no value in this world, no one cares about your life or death. It was like that for Officer Luo. And it was the same for Chen Haoyu. I wonder how Meng Yu is doing. Has she run into the flare? The silence of late night enveloped the entire building as a low voice spoke. You'll rest at the group tonight. You aren't allowed to go anywhere. I'll take you to the exam hall tomorrow morning. The hall is guarded by experts from the 3 elite schools, which will maximize your safety. Shen Yi replied obediently. Don't worry, President Qian. I won't go anywhere tonight, he cautioned again. The floor you're on tonight is completely sealed. No one is allowed to enter or leave. We depart first thing tomorrow morning." 2 pairs of feet appeared in the dark space. Meng Yu and Zhao Yibing were now looking together at the brightly lit hotel. Unlike Meng Yu's resolute expression, the other person appeared extremely terrified. "I brought her here. I wonder if Mr. Han will be angry." Meng Yu, however, seemed able to see the strands of dark black energy gathering before her. That was killing intent, hidden extremely deep and almost imperceptible. Meng Yu's tone was devoid of any emotion. "You asked that netizen to provide you with a large amount of high-level pills and nutrient fluids to boost your grades, and he even helped you get a direct admission spot at a key high school. Is that right?" Zhao Yibing admitted nervously. "Yes, as long as I took the lead in uniting classmates against Shen Yi, smearing and attacking him, I would get everything the other party provided." She turned slightly and said, "Shen Yi has already signed with the Humanity Martial Arts Group, which means your mission has completely failed. Zhao Yibing, do you know what your fate will be?" The person beside her was not to be outdone, pointing back at her in rebuttal. "You controlled and threatened me. Do you know what your fate will be?" Meng Yu ultimately only lowered her eyes in silence. This was just a young girl from an ordinary background. She saw everything she had done to Shen Yi as a transaction that could be exchanged for benefits, yet she had no idea that this transaction would lead her into a bottomless abyss. "Forget it." In the heavy atmosphere, she spoke firmly again. "Zhao Yibing, I'll give you 2 choices. First, you hide nearby. Once I'm done, you come out and testify, proving everything you know. Second, pretend you never saw me tonight and go straight in to find your benefactor. And I will also pretend I don't know you." Zhao Yibing gritted her teeth in resentment. She ran straight ahead, leaving the other woman behind as she coldly closed her eyes. Then, Meng Yu slowly drew her longsword. By now that figure had already entered the hotel. A night breeze lightly brushed against the hem of her skirt. A soulless butler opened the doors, and behind him, Zhao Yibing was fraught with nerves. Mr. Han turned his head quickly, looking refined and elegant, a rose in his hand, which left Zhao Yibing in a daze of surprise. "I have finally met you, Yibing, if I may call you that. You are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen, and the most talented. I am willing to be your recommender, to ensure your admission into the provincial key high school, and I can even sponsor your studies." Zhao Yibing shyly accepted the flower, lost in thought. Is this Mr. Han? Unlike his online persona, he was very approachable in person. Her tone became soft and gentle. "Thank you for your kindness. Regarding Shen Yi's matter, I don't know how to repay you." The man lowered his voice considerately. "Don't worry about him." Hearing this, Zhao Yibing took his arm and asked, "I don't need to deal with him anymore. Will he come looking for revenge later?" Mr. Han consoled her. "Rest assured, as long as I am here, he won't have the chance to seek revenge." Zhao Yibing was overjoyed at the news. "That's wonderful." Suddenly, a cold wind poured in through the window, making Zhao Yibing shiver. Seizing the moment, she hugged Mr. Han and acted spoiled. "It's so cold." Against a backdrop surrounded by sword chi illusions, the man's expression turned serious. He gently draped his overcoat over Zhao Yibing, careful not to catch a cold miss. But inwardly he had already sensed it. An incredibly pure sword intent was pointing directly at him from outside. Yet the girl beside him still looked up innocently and sighed. "The clothes you're wearing smell so good." The space was surrounded by countless air currents, leaving Mr. Han in deep thought. "It seems someone has targeted me. I must speed up the process." But on the surface he remained composed. "Yibing, you are not only gifted but also have a kind heart. I've decided to recommend you for the entrance examination of the world's 3 elite schools. Would you like that?" Hearing this, Zhao Yibing raised her voice in excitement. "Heavens, the world's 3 elite schools, is it true, Mr. Han?" At this moment the man beside her had only one thought. I must not let this incredibly romantic encounter be ruined." The night sky was eerily quiet. Despite the spiritual energy constantly fluctuating in the air, Zhao Yibing walked excitedly beside Mr. Han. The 3 elite schools, the dream of countless teenagers, represented supreme honor. Once admitted, one would rise rapidly through the ranks, never having to associate with commoners again. Her tone was full of excitement. "Mr. Han, are you serious?" He replied calmly. "I made a significant contribution to an archaeological operation this year. Kunlun gave me this code. As long as I use it, my research successor is qualified to take the joint entrance exam for the 3 elite schools." Having said that, Mr. Han considerately touched her hand. "Now I am giving this spot to you." Zhao Yibing looked at her phone in confusion. "But my ability," the man interrupted her. "It doesn't matter. I will help you improve your ability. Now you just need to enter your information on your phone," he thought to himself. "Good, there's still time." She looked at the text on the screen in shock. "Zhao Yibing has obtained qualification for the joint entrance exam of the world's 3 elite schools." The man continued his plotting. Before the sword chi could affect the girl, Zhao Yibing suddenly threw herself into his arms. Heavens, Mr. Han, thank you so much. The man remained very gentle on the surface. Are you happy, Yibing? She wept with happiness, placing his hand on her face. Yes, I'm very happy. He flashed a deep smile. The moment of harvest had arrived. Mr. Han cupped Zhao Yibing's head with both hands and incredibly, he separated her head from her body and kissed it affectionately. It's time. Then he excitedly ran 1,000 fine threads through the girl's body and head. I'm very happy too, Yibing. As Zhao Yibing was perfectly reassembled, Mr. Han's face was filled with obsession, his blood surging violently. Together we have completed this great work of art. He knelt to the ground in excitement, looking tremblingly at the puppet before him. Just looking at you brings tears to my eyes. So perfect, so soul-stirring, frozen in the moment the flower blooms. Suddenly, a flash of sword light streaked through the darkness. He wept amidst the surging power. I can't wait to taste your nectar. The entire hall exploded with light as if it would shatter the space. Meng Yu's figure loomed in the thick smoke. She walked toward Zhao Yibing, the residual aura of the blade not yet dissipated. Meng Yu looked thoughtfully at the now lifeless girl before her. She was a step too late. She had thought her sword intent could restrain him and make him wary. She hadn't expected this guy to be crazed to such an extent. Suddenly, countless threads shot out from the swirling dust. No, don't touch her, Mr. Han rushed out, entangled in red threads. She is mine. Meng Yu swung her sword without hesitation, the spirit-filled blade resting against Zhao Yibing's neck, leaving him aghast. Mr. Han compromised in panic. Enough, don't hurt her. You can have anything, just don't hurt her. She watched the person opposite her with a serious gaze and interrogated, Stay back, don't move, or I will destroy this corpse immediately. Answer my question. Who is your employer? Mr. Han fell into deep thought. You are using the Luo family's rippling wave sword technique. If I'm not mistaken, you are the legendary pride of the Shao family, Shao Meng Yu. He now floated arrogantly on high, looking down. Miss Shao, look around you. My threads have already surrounded you. Believe me, you cannot break through the siege of my threads. Mr. Han closed his fingers dangerously. Give Yibing back to me obediently, and out of respect for the Luo family, I can grant you a way out. Suddenly his eye twitched in shock. Meng Yu gripped her longsword firmly, an overbearing power surging through the blade. Fine, then let's try it. That power gradually enveloped her. Let's see who can better endure this strike of mine. You or this corpse? Tears streamed down his ugly, twisted face as Mr. Han clutched his face in agony. Yibing, we've only just met. Must we say goodbye forever? Such a perfect work of art, and I haven't even had the chance to taste your sweetest flavor. He fell into a frantic monologue in the dark space, the damaged puppet looming behind him. Although he hadn't tasted Yibing's flavor yet, Meng Yu seemed even more delicious and enticing than Yibing. Can I have you? When you enter my mouth, I'm afraid you won't be as happy as Yibing, will you? In that case, Yibing is the most perfect girl. Then Mr. Han's eyes flickered, becoming extremely dangerous and terrifying. Damn it, damn it, damn it, I don't care anymore, I'm going to swallow you both regardless. Seeing this, Meng Yu narrowed her eyes slightly. It seemed threats and death would not make this assassin speak. So she gathered the sword chi in her hand and spoke. How about we make a deal? The puppet lunged frantically toward Meng Yu from the black aura. A deal? She calmly held her sword across her body. As long as you tell me who the employer is, not only will I give Zhao Yibing back to you, you can even try to kill me. My corpse will be at your disposal. Mr. Han confirmed amidst the violent demonic aura. Even without this deal, I can get your corpse just the same by killing you. She glanced sideways, raising the power-filled sword before her. You can feel my ability, can't you? Perhaps you can win against me, but if I don't cooperate, you won't get an intact corpse. Furthermore, I guarantee that regardless of your success, I will not seek help from the Luo family's power, nor will I let the Luo family seek revenge on you. He fell into silence, seemingly thinking. Then the black aura around Mr. Han dissipated. Are you serious? He stood on the ground, trembling. The power on Meng Yu's sword also dissipated. Of course, Mr. Han clutched his forehead and laughed. It's truly a headache. Betraying the employer means breaking the rules of the Assassin League, and I'll face their pursuit from now on. She watched him with an ice-cold gaze. Are you afraid? Mr. Han immediately twisted his body and hugged his arms, denying it. How could I be, my lovely girl, to have you? I am willing to make such a sacrifice. Just thinking about holding you tightly in the future and giving you a kiss as hot as the sun makes me incredibly excited. Meng Yu coldly ended his fantasy. My sword will hack you into a bloody pulp. Yet the other party gave an elegant bow. That is another kind of wonderful. Just hearing your voice makes me very excited. What a beautiful night to harvest two perfect works of art. Allow me to thank you. Then, with a look of gloomy madness, he picked up Zhao Yibing. The moment I utter the employer's name, the affection between us begins. Before that, allow me to take her to a safe place. Afterward, I will leave all my time for you, my lover. At this moment, dark clouds loomed over Shen Yi's worried face. The motorcycle was left behind solitary. He muttered to himself, I wonder how things are with Meng Yu. She's not answering her phone. That assassin's corpse, Meng Yu, is definitely no match for the Flayer. Could she really be in danger now? Shen Yi narrowed his eyes, looking at his hand which was radiating spiritual energy. Big skeleton, what do you think are Meng Yu's chances against the Flayer? Finn replied quickly. Do you want the truth or a lie? Shen Yi spoke without hesitation. The truth, of course, why would you lie? Its voice echoed from high above. To tell the truth, Meng Yu will definitely lose. I was afraid that if I said it, you'd impulsively run to your death and get us both killed. After listening, Shen Yi's small figure appeared somewhat flustered. No way, did you see her sword chi earlier? Even the clouds in the sky were split in two, Finn countered coldly. Idiot, clouds don't dodge or hide. I could blow them away with a fart, although I don't know the assassins of your world. Since that Flayer has the cursed statue of the king of the myriad fallen demons, his experience and ability must be far beyond that Xiao Meng Yu. Shen Yi's face turned tense. You're right, Meng Yu might be in danger. The gloomy voice spoke again. Don't think too much, go to bed obediently. However, Shen Yi frowned. The images of his friends and Fei Chuan appearing in his mind. Originally, I wanted to rely on Meng Yu's power to investigate the truth, but instead I've put her in danger. Her brother is dead, Hao Yu is dead, and the witness has likely met with misfortune. He lowered his head gloomily. How many more people have to die? She was the only one who had put all her effort into running around for this matter. Shen Yi's thoughts continued to spiral. I've decided not to let her die. Suddenly a phone ring startled Shen Yi. Seeing the caller ID, Shen Yi thought it was an unknown number. Though it wasn't Meng Yu, he still answered. Hello? The other end asked tentatively. Is this student Shen Yi? Shen Yi replied quickly. It's me. The caller was a girl. She said, My mom said if I couldn't reach her I should come find you and ask you to go to the police with me. Hearing this, he hesitated slightly. And you are? The girl's voice came through. My mom is the nurse who saw you encounter a ghost that day. Shen Yi's eyes flickered. Where is her mother? He was currently searching his memory. It was the witness's daughter calling. Right, the original host had left his contact info at the nurse's station when he went to the hospital. The other party's voice became increasingly choked. Mom told me to go to the Maple Forest Hotel in the west suburbs. She said she's waiting for me there. But now I can't reach Mom. Shen Yi hurried toward the motorcycle. Where are you? The girl replied. I'm at the fast food restaurant across from the Maple Forest Hotel. Upon hearing this, he immediately instructed, Okay, don't go anywhere. I'll be right there. By the way, call the police now. At this moment, Finn shouted anxiously, You're not actually planning to go, are you? Watch out for a trap. Shen Yi used spiritual energy to shrink the bike and took it in his hand without hesitation. Her mother might have already been killed. I don't want her to have an accident too. I have to check it out regardless if it's true or fake. Help me put the motorcycle in the ring first. Hearing this, it asked back in confusion. Is it worth it? How safe it is to hide here? Why must you go looking for trouble? But he still steadily examined the sword in his hand. Can I hide for a moment, but can I hide for a lifetime? If things aren't right then, I still have the ghost bike and the door to take them and escape. Bring Nightshade. Finn tried hard to dissuade him. It's too dangerous. What if you die? What will I do? Shen Yi walked steadily toward the door without wavering. Don't worry, I won't die. Moreover, with the decisive and ruthless character of those assassins, only by using Nether Whisper can I get information out of them. In other words, to pursue the truth, I can only rely on myself. Looking at his retreating back, full of momentum, it gave a light snort. It's useless. Supervisor Qian has ordered the 105th floor sealed. You can't get out. Hey, what are you trying to do? His feet kicked off the ground violently. Shen Yi stood at the edge of the rooftop where the wind was howling, listening to the skeleton's shocked voice. Don't tell me you plan to fly over on the motorcycle. That noise will alert the whole building. Shen Yi seemed to have a plan already, allocating all attribute points to agility. The gloomy voice responded in kind, as you wish, attribute allocation complete. Current agility attribute is 10.1 at this moment. Shen Yi's entire body was enveloped in surging spiritual energy, leaving Finn incredulous. You're not planning to jump, are you? I'm telling you, at this height, even if your agility reaches 30, it won't help. You'll definitely fall to your death. Shen Yi just smiled faintly, looking up at the sky. There are some things we must do. Dark clouds and lightning are my best cover. Finn watched in horror as the other party jumped off the rooftop. Ha! Ignoring its scream, Shen Yi looked composed amidst the howling wind. He simply let his body fall freely. A night rain was about to arrive. Shen Yi tore through the night wind as he fell. Finn shouted in rage. You idiot, if you die I will definitely use necromancy to resurrect you into a brainless zombie. He still maintained a charging posture, his expression grim. Then Shen Yi lunged toward a door that appeared abruptly in midair, which left Finn extremely surprised. He tumbled through the space, quickly rushed toward another door, and then exited, continuing to fall. Shen Yi entered another door directly below. As long as he opened doors at a safe height to land, he could use the nightmare world as an aerial buffer to dissipate the force. Then he exited again. Countless doors were laid out all the way down from the heights, repeated like this. It was as if he had created countless footholds in midair. Finally, Shen Yi landed smoothly and safely. Finn marveled. Crazy, I almost thought I was going to die in your barren world just now. Shen Yi observed the surroundings warily. Though you curse me, you're actually impressed by my actions in your heart, aren't you? The skeleton naturally wouldn't admit it. Shen Yi didn't pursue it further, commanding, get the bike out quickly. There's much to do tonight. Just like that, Shen Yi steadily straddled the red machine. He spoke calmly. A man killed in 10 paces, no trace left for 1,000 miles. Immediately after, crisp chime sounded, confirming the passcode. In the next second, man and machine lunged forward as one, speeding so fast that even the residual shadows of the lightning didn't have time to dissipate. On the outskirts of the west side of the city, Shen Yi brought the bike to a halt and looked up at the brightly lit storefront. This was the place. The moment he stepped inside, he asked anxiously, "Was it you who called me?" The girl across from him replied with confusion. "Yes." Yin Chen gripped her hands together, filled with worry. "Have you seen my mother? I can't reach her." Shen Yi consoled her while holding his phone. "I'm going to look for her right now. By the way, did you call the police?" The girl admitted honestly that while the call went through, no one ever picked up. Thus Shen Yi made a decisive choice. "Let me try." A persistent ringing tone echoed, leaving Shen Yi puzzled. No one was answering. Strange, what was going on? Yin Chen's anxiety continued to grow. "Is my mother still alive? Can you help me find her?" The girl's tone was filled with unease. "My mother's room number is 707, but I'm afraid to go over there." Shen Yi asked again, "What about your father?" The other party replied with a somber expression. Had he passed away long ago? The mother and daughter had been relying on each other. After a moment of silence, he decided, "How about this? I'll send you to a safe place first and I'll contact you once I find your mother." Shen Yi turned to the motorcycle and commanded, "Ghostfire, take this child to the Humanity Martial Arts building, and then come back for me." It immediately took the command and began planning the route. Path confirmed. "We are departing now. I will return to your side in 5 minutes and 40 seconds. By now, tears were already welling in Yin Chen's eyes. "I'm scared. I want to see my mother." Shen Yi soothed her gently. "Don't be afraid. I'm sending you to an extremely safe place." He coaxed her with a determined look. "I will definitely find your mother, and then we'll come find you together. Until then, just wait at the Humanity Martial Arts building for a while, okay?" The little girl lifted her glistening eyes to look at him and replied obediently. Hum. The motorcycle roared to life, generating a surge of power like a blazing fire. Shen Yi waved goodbye while watching her fade into the distance. Finn's displeased voice suddenly rang out. "You aren't actually planning to go look for that kid's mother, are you?" he replied casually. "Of course." The other party immediately snorted in contempt. "What a waste of time. This girl is neither kin nor friend to you, and she's highly likely to become a burden. I don't understand why you're helping her." Shen Yi's expression was exceptionally firm. "Her mother is innocent. All of this happened because she was caught up in my troubles." Upon hearing this, Finn mocked, "A soft heart makes for a short reach. You'll never achieve great things." Suddenly it asked again, "Haven't you noticed the anomaly in this block yet?" Shen Yi also became alertly aware that, an anomaly, now that you mention it, it does feel quite uncomfortable. The night shrouded the silent space around them, with only Finn's voice echoing. "You were so distracted by that little girl that you didn't even sense the surrounding environment. I can perceive the life fire of the living, but since entering this block I haven't seen a single spark of life besides that little girl." Shen Yi slowed his pace. What he meant was, Shen Yi stood in the center of the empty street, lost in thought as Finn's voice sounded in his ear. "That's right. There isn't a single living person in this entire block." Suddenly, something caught his attention. Shen Yi turned around and looked into the distance. "Hey, bag of bones, did you hear something?" Finn replied. "It's the sound of explosions from a battle. It's coming from the Maple Forest Hotel. It seems they're fighting fiercely." His tone became urgent. He couldn't wait any longer. As Shen Yi sprinted forward, he instructed, "Big Skeleton, I'm charging into the hotel now. Keep an eye on the surroundings for me. If anything changes, remind me to run immediately." Shen Yi stepped into the spacious, dim lobby, where a young girl dressed as a waitress approached him politely. "Hello, do you have a reservation?" Seeing this, Finn immediately warned, "Careful, she's dead." Shen Yi retreated swiftly, eyes narrowing as he drew the longsword radiating sword chi. "How did you die? And why can you still stand here?" Nether whisper. As his eyes emitted a bizarre green light and red threads swirled around him, the girl explained cheerfully, "To live more comfortably, the master killed us. He used special threads to sew our bodies back together and used sorcery to control our souls, ordering us to perform various actions." He shouted with some confusion. "Then why aren't you attacking me?" She peacefully extended her hand. We are programmed to serve customers wholeheartedly. The master has encountered a powerful enemy and is busy fighting. He hasn't given us any new instructions yet, Shen Yi continued to interrogate. Besides you, how many others have died here? The girl spread her arms wide. Everyone, he asked back in shock. What do you mean everyone? The magic in her eyes surged, and she shed tears of blood, her expression becoming exceptionally terrifying. Everyone in this entire block is already dead. Shen Yi's face was full of horror. Suddenly, the vibration of the space caused him to look at the ceiling. They had fought all the way to the roof. Now was a good chance to slip into room 707. Shen Yi hurried past the girl. He walked toward a door, found it. The youth kicked the door open with a bang, his eyes immediately widening, filled with surprise and shock. Inside the dim room were countless naked corpses entangled in red threads. Shen Yi's face was drenched in sweat from horror. How can there be so many corpses? Finn also spoke up. I can sense them. The other rooms are the same as this one, some are even more densely packed, he shouted weakly. Damn it, do any of you recognize me? Are there any living people nearby? Nether whisper. At that moment, Shen Yi was surrounded by waves of eerie whispers. Don't know him, never seen him, all dead, not a single living soul. Don't know who could survive. Suddenly, a corpse spoke up, giving him a start. I recognize you. You are Shen Yi. The mother of the little girl from earlier spoke, her neck covered in blood. I saw the process of you encountering a ghost when I was on duty. His expression instantly became grave. Shen Yi clenched his fists in guilt. I'm sorry, you died because of me. There was no hint of resentment in the other's tone. I am already dead. This matter is no longer important. Besides, it wasn't your fault. If you are willing, she, along with the equally resentful corpses beside her, pleaded together, please avenge us. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes resolutely. Rest assured, I will definitely get revenge. As for your daughter, I will do my best to help her grow up healthy. Please rest in peace. But the corpse was somewhat confused. Daughter, Shen Yi patiently explained to her. It was she who called me. Before he could finish, the space vibrated again, and debris fell onto the corpse. The explosion seemed poised to destroy everything, and the firelight illuminated the dark night. Shen Yi struggled to protect himself amidst the chaos. What's happening? Finn explained calmly. This building is under attack. Judging by the angle of the explosion, it doesn't look like it was done by the two people on the top floor. Suddenly, a frantic roar echoed as if tearing through the dust. Who dares to ruin my plans? Finn reminded him that of the two fighting on the roof, one with extremely weak life energy was falling toward them. Immediately after, that dark shadow gradually became visible. It appeared. Shen Yi leapt up with his arms open, calculating the trajectory. The roar earlier was a man's voice, so the one falling must be just like that. He steadily caught the person. It was Meng Yu. Her face was full of surprise. You? How did you get here? Amidst the chaotic space, Shen Yi looked a bit awkward. It's a long story. Anyway, I'm here to save you. Meng Yu was silent for a moment, then mocked. To dare run here as backup with your meager strength, you truly are a fool, he interrupted her. Enough talk, you'll be fine. She closed her eyes wearily, lost in thought, having exerted a great deal of effort just to control her wounds and breathing, putting on a weak appearance. The flayer was about to take the bait. She had thought success or failure would be decided in one stroke by luring the enemy in for a counter kill, but she hadn't expected this youth to suddenly appear and save her. Truly, man proposes but God disposes. Regardless, even so, she still had a backup ace. Meng Yu appeared somewhat helpless. Forget it for your sake, however. A hand carrying spiritual power swiftly struck the back of her neck, leaving her in shock. Shen Yi stared at the person in his arms. Meng Yu, forgive me. Finn's eerie voice rang out. As you wished, all attribute points have been allocated to strength. Current strength is 8.3. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, she's a great swordsman. If I strike with all my might, I should be able to knock her out. Meng Yu's expression gradually became dazed. Just like that, Shen Yi placed her on a rock. I'm sorry, I just don't want you to see my secret. Then he charged toward that mysterious space, the door. At this time, Mr. Han stepped out eerily from the dust. Vanished, hidden away. He licked his lips with interest. Playing hide-and-seek with me. How interesting. He walked slowly through the severely damaged room. I suppose you don't know yet. My eyes and ears are all over this hotel. Well then, I'll play along now. I'll start counting down. 10, 9, 8. The door was kicked open violently before the startling dust could even settle. Shen Yi was holding Meng Yu, but they were surrounded by countless strange items. Big skeleton, you're a scrap collector on the battlefield. Hurry and find a suitable set of battle armor for me. Finn snapped back, displeased. I am a battlefield collection officer, not a scrap collector, he replied dismissively. Look at the junk you pull out and tell me you're not a scrap collector. It was still defending itself. Gathering a complete set of equipment isn't as easy as you say. That figure appeared on the desolate land of the middle of the night. Shen Yi, clad in iron armor, struggled to hold Meng Yu, who was dressed in a sexy bunny girl outfit. Sacred Bunny Battlesuit Blue Quality Strength 1 Agility 2. Nimble as a white rabbit, smooth and polished, it seemed to offer absolutely no help in battle. However, the more brave and mature the swordsman, the more they favored this type of equipment. Special effect. The lighter the equipment weight, the more strength and agility are increased. He walked with staggering steps, then roared angrily, "Damn it, do you really not have any other equipment?" Finn explained calmly. "I only found a set suitable for a girl." Hearing this, Shen Yi wanted to roar even more. "Why would you pick up these kinds of clothes on a battlefield?" The big skeleton fought back, refusing to be outdone. "You should ask your own kind why they bring this stuff to the battlefield. I even stripped it off a man's corpse." The cries for help caught the attention of that group of people. "Help, is anyone there? Come quickly, she's not going to make it." They pointed at him excitedly. "It's him, that boy who lived." Shen Yi's face darkened at the words. This keyword was becoming harder and harder to change, but the group still quickly laid Manhua down and checked her injuries. "Hurry, put the wounded on the bed." Although her injuries were severe, an icy aura still radiated from her body. "She's wearing the Sacred Bunny battlesuit. She must be an incredibly powerful swordsman. The wounds are heavy. We need to use some rare holy runes." Shen Yi anxiously pulled out a large bag of money. "I have money. Hurry and save her, give her treatment." He recalled the scene when he met that soldier earlier. This was the currency given by the prince last time. It should be enough, right? A man picked up the money bag and examined it carefully. "Is this money the tuition fees given to you by His Highness the Prince?" Shen Yi was stunned upon hearing this. "How did you know?" The man observed the bag closely. "There is a special royal mark on the money bag. This is proof of the royal family. This bag alone is worth a lot of money, not to mention." Shen Yi's panicked shout gave everyone a start. "Stop blathering, you can have it all, just hurry with the treatment. I'm afraid she won't hold on." Immediately after, they responded tensely, "All right, we will do our best." He watched with rapt attention as the people before him worked together to circulate spiritual power. Only then did Shen Yi relax. With so many people treating her, it seemed humans were reliable after all. Finn's voice suddenly spoke, surprising him. "The battlefield situation changes in an instant, plus you were previously missing, so people were gradually losing interest in you. Your fame keyword was also slowly disappearing. But at this very moment, you returned to the battlefield, immediately rescued a compatriot, and carried her back to the camp, even spending your own tuition money just to save her. You paid with royal gold coins. The value of each coin is 100 times that of an ordinary gold coin, which is to say, regardless of the cost, you saved a girl at a price several thousand times higher than the normal medical fee. From now on, everyone will talk about your noble and generous character. Congratulations. Your viral boy who lived." Shen Yi's face twisted in horror. What have I done?" At this time, the group turned around happily to look at him. "The treatment is complete, boy who lived," Shen Yi asked stiffly. "How is the situation?" the other party replied excitedly. "Excellent, we used the best healing arts. Her body is recovering rapidly. She'll wake up in a few minutes." Finn also slowly evaluated. "I can sense that her life fire is very vigorous. Human healing arts truly live up to their reputation." At this time, Shen Yi waved goodbye to everyone while holding Manhua. "All right, thank you. We still have a mission and must take her away." In reality, he was thinking, "I spent a fortune. If it wasn't vigorous, I'd die of anger." The medical staff waved enthusiastically. "You're welcome back anytime, boy who lived." Just like that, he hurried his pace. He had to return to the primary world before the girl woke up. The soldiers sighed as they watched Shen Yi's back. "How nice. It seems that girl is his lover," another person chimed in. "Otherwise, who would willingly spend so many gold coins to save someone?" "True. If I had that many gold coins, I could win over dozens of wives." The endless dark night shrouded the surroundings, and his vision was somewhat blurred. Manhua finally woke up and the bunny girl outfit had disappeared. She looked in surprise at Shen Yi, who was giving a slight smile. "You're awake." A sword light flashed by instantly. Manhua's blade pressed against his neck as she interrogated. "What did you just do to me?" Shen Yi explained calmly. "It was a type of healing art that only works if you're unconscious." Hearing this, she stared blankly at her palm. The injuries on her body were indeed completely healed. Manhua sheathed her sword and stepped back somewhat awkwardly. "I misunderstood you." Shen Yi spoke up. "I'm sorry for suddenly knocking you out. That guy will be catching up soon. Can you still fight?" He was a bit surprised by her murmurs. Manhua's entire body began to radiate a golden light overflowing with power. "Great swordsman, sacred arm, 3 sounds," she spoke seriously. "I'm going to kill him. Your healing arts are incredible. I've never felt my state so peaked as I do now." That power made him unable to help but feel surprised. Sacred arm. What kind of keyword is that? Did the healing just now help her gain a special bonus? Shen Yi excitedly instructed. "Remember to find out who the mastermind is." Manhua confirmed. "I already know." Sudden movement made him alert. Who, a voice came from the darkness, found you two? The two immediately realized the situation was bad and simultaneously took their stances. He appeared, his body surrounded by several trails of dark red energy. Oh, Shen Yi, you truly arrived at the perfect time. The situation became dangerous. Meng Yu turned her head and said, if you don't have powerful combat techniques, I suggest you stay far away. He remained silent, breaking into a cold sweat as he looked at the enemy. She felt somewhat puzzled. She had looked down on him before, but did he actually have some hidden combat ability? Without hesitating for long, Shen Yi quickly conceded, waving goodbye. You're right, I must hide immediately from a battle of this level. He then turned and ran until he was out of sight, not forgetting to shout, good luck, Meng Yu. She stood frozen on the spot watching him leave, but quickly gathered herself. Meng Yu looked at the man named Han opposite her and thought, so his talent is in healing, forget it, I can do this alone. Anyway, current me is already. He had already appeared instantly before her, laughing sinisterly. Ah, dear little fishy, did you stay behind instead of fleeing with Shen Yi just to wait for me? Meng Yu gripped her longsword, crouching and turning her body to prepare a strike. She unleashed a powerful wave of sword chi, the brilliant light tearing through the darkness and aiming straight for Mr. Han. As she swung, she was enveloped in a golden aura so intense it seemed to slice through the very air and the floor beneath her. Her momentum was magnificent, far exceeding even her peak state. This single strike not only repelled the enemy, but also demolished part of the building, causing the surroundings to collapse. Buried under a pile of rubble, Mr. Han was aghast, finding the situation inconceivable. With one side of his head injured, he stood frozen in disbelief. She had clearly been so severely wounded just moments ago. Meng Yu ignored him, looking at her opponent with an icy gaze while thinking to herself, he actually managed to dodge that. Standing beneath the falling boulders, Mr. Han burst into a solitary laugh, muttering to himself, I see, is it because of Shen Yi? First he used a strange brute force to collapse half the building to bail you out, and then he healed your injuries. That brat has managed to thwart my assassination plans time and again. He truly is extraordinary. These words surprised Meng Yu. Shen Yi collapsed half the building? No, that wasn't him. Mr. Han let the blood flow down his face, completely unbothered, his expression twisting into one of perverse delight. But it doesn't matter, nothing captivates me quite like my little fishy. The resilience and killing intent you radiate make me unable to help myself. Look, the wound you gave me is throbbing with joy. Let us remain entangled like this. The scene shifted to a quiet camp under the peaceful night sky, where light filtered through several tents. A group of people had gathered there, discussing heatedly. It seems the prince thinks very highly of him, actually rewarding him with so many royal gold coins. And he's so generous, giving all that money to us for the sake of his friend. Do you think it's too cruel of us to take it all? The medic slapped his chest and laughed heartily, replying confidently, don't worry, while treating her, I secretly tucked the remaining gold coins into his friend's battle armor. I only took one coin as payment, which is what we deserved. A companion nearby looked skeptical, thinking, tuck them where? Then the medic lifted his head with pride. You should know I even gave his friend a blessing of strength that lasts for 3 hours. Consider it a token of my respect. The group immediately broke into a stir, exclaiming in unison, what? The companion was also startled. And then everyone began to reveal their secrets. I gave his friend a blessing of agility. I gave a blessing of resonance. And me, I gave a blessing of perception. I gave a blessing of mental power. I gave, after a round of debate, the medic asked stiltedly, are you saying that girl has gathered every single blessing? The others nodded in confirmation. When all blessings are applied to the same person, they evolve into a high-level amplification magic. He and his teammates were stunned by the news. A sacred arm user can double the effects of all blessings and maintain them for 3 hours. Immediately after, someone in the group whispered anxiously, that's a spell reserved only for those of royal blood. Using it without authorization is a capital offense. If anyone finds out, the medic nearby immediately cut him off. Shish, wiping away cold sweat, he cleared his throat and lifted his head, feigning composure. Our sacred medical team rarely gathers in full during this war, and it's even rarer for us to cast a full set of blessings. Let's just consider this a deep friendship forged in advance with that boy who lived. Despite his words, he was actually sitting on pins and needles with anxiety. It's a good thing I returned some of the gold coins. I just hope he never mentions this to anyone. Back with Meng Yu, the battle was exceptionally brutal. Her movements were crisp and lightning fast, flexibly attacking and defending as she evaded her opponent's strikes. Her internal monologue echoed. The speed and power of these threads are growing stronger. His offensive momentum is twice what it was at the start. Why? How can he increase his own power? There's been a cacophonous noise since a moment ago. What is it? It must be related to his surge in strength. Meng Yu's eyes quickly scanned the room. Suddenly identifying the source of the sound, she decisively swung her sword at the wall where the noise originated. A horrifying sight was revealed through the cracks. Hundreds and thousands of distorted human faces, a bloody mess filled with despair. A look of alertness appeared in Manhua's cold eyes. The layers of bloody faces before her filled her with a sense of overwhelming pressure. Mr. Han's dull, mocking voice rang out, "Oh dear, you've discovered the gift I prepared for you." He looked at Manhua, tears falling from his eyes even as a sorrowful smile touched his lips. "Listen, they are singing a hymn for us." Thousands of agonizing faces emerged on the wall, their mouths open as if wailing. Mr. Han knelt, holding up a ring box with both hands. "This is the hymn for our wedding." Countless tangled red threads connected the myriad pained expressions on the wall. This was the blood demon myriad life curse. Seeing this, Shen Yi hurriedly broke into a run, fleeing at top speed. Finn suddenly spoke up. "You're finally showing some wits, kid. Now is the time. We must leave this building and get to safety." Rushing down the stairs, Shen Yi shouted urgently. "Are you joking? We're only one step away from the truth." Hearing this, it was taken aback. "What? You ran downstairs for something other than saving your own skin?" Shen Yi decisively kicked open a nearby door, searching for something as he shouted, "Look around us, all the corpses have suddenly started chanting. It must be that flayer's doing. We have to find a way to help Manhua." Seeing Shen Yi meddling again, Finn was terrified. "You can't possibly intervene in a fight of this level." That pervert was relying on the countless blood demon incantations to constantly increase his power. "Listen to me, run now." However, Shen Yi remained resolute. "You're right, if I charge into a fight of this level I'll definitely die, but we can provide support through a detour strategy," Finn asked with a blank look. "What do you mean detour support? What exactly are you looking for?" Just then, Shen Yi slammed open a room door and shouted, "Found it, it's right here." It looked at the empty room, feeling a bit dazed. "This is the place you were looking for. What's the use?" Shen Yi didn't answer, but walked toward a broadcast speaker and said with full confidence, "Brother, now is the time to test your world strength." Finn was so surprised he became incoherent. "Don't tell me you want to." Meanwhile, in the villa, Mr. Han suddenly produced a ring and knelt, smiling as he said, "My dear little fishy, let me put this on for you." He manipulated the red threads to entwine her, saying excitedly, "I will personally weave a wedding dress just for you." The red threads multiplied, making Manhua feel uneasy. She hurriedly swung her sword to cut them, but her movement suddenly stalled and she looked to the side in shock. Her longsword had been tightly bound and pinned to the floor by the red threads. Manhua's heart jumped. The sword is trapped. Just then, Mr. Han suddenly appeared before her and said, "Let me personally put the ring on you." His speed was so fast it filled her with dread, too fast. Seizing the opportunity before she could recover her senses, the man named Han grabbed her hand to put the ring on. Manhua's reaction was lightning fast. She gave the sword hilt a violent tug, pulling out a hidden short sword to slice through the red threads before fiercely lunging to stab him. As the blade grazed Mr. Han's face, he marveled calmly, "There's actually another sword hidden within the sword?" Manhua glared at him silently, listening to his self-absorbed laughter. Unfortunately, he mocked her while chanting, "Within this endless blood demon curse I am invincible." Instantly, countless red threads continued to wrap around Mr. Han's body as he roared with manic laughter. "Struggle, little fishy. The more complex the process, the sweeter the fruit harvested at the end. The outcome was decided long ago." At this, Manhua's face darkened, and she lowered her head, her right hand unleashing a powerful wave of sword chi. "That's not necessarily true." She slowly raised both swords and rubbed them together. The friction allowed the power of the two blades to merge, making them even sharper. Manhua swung both swords and charged forward valiantly. An excited smile curled the corners of the man named Han's mouth. "This is..." He focused intently, observing and evaluating. Twin blades, sharp, left long and right short, using chi to guide the sword. This was the Orofu Sun Moon sword style. "I didn't expect you to master such a peerless sword technique at such a young age. You truly are worthy of my interest. It's a pity that divine sword isn't in your hands. Otherwise we could surely have a magnificent fight to the death today." "What a shame," Manhua glared at him coldly. "Go to hell." No sooner had the words left her mouth than she streaked out like a gale, reaching him in an instant. Seeing this, the man named Han was ecstatic. "Yes, perfect. Attack like that," with a light wave of his hand. Red threads immediately shot toward Manhua. "Great blood-sucking two-headed snake demon with the blood of 10,000 dead as a sacrifice, answer my call." Looking at her approaching figure, the man named Han felt an incomparable sense of happiness whispering in his heart, "Little fishy." He frantically reached out to release countless red threads, thinking excitedly to himself, "Just die in my embrace like this." Only then did Manhua realize things were going south, thinking frantically, "Damn it, it's a monster he summoned. I can't dodge in time." Seeing the monster closing in, she only had time to raise both swords to block. At that exact moment, Shen Yi's booming voice echoed through the surroundings. "Hello to all my friends here today. How are you doing? Hearing Shen Yi's voice, the man named Han froze, and even Meng Yu's movements stalled in surprise at the familiar voice. The surrounding corpses suddenly began to scream manically. Then Shen Yi raised his voice and continued, "If you can hear me, scream back loudly to answer me." Mr. Han hurriedly chanted a spell, his voice a nether whisper. "This is bad. Despair, agony, it hurts so much, help me." But before he could finish the incantation, the summoned monster collapsed uncontrollably. Mr. Han looked blank. Why was the blood curse interrupted? In his moment of daze, Meng Yu seized the opportunity and charged. With a cold gaze and a ruthless strike, she unleashed a charged blow at her opponent. Mr. Han was sent flying by Meng Yu's strike, coughing up blood as he hit the ground in extreme pain. Finally, she calmly sheathed her sword and said flatly, "It's over." But unexpectedly, he began to laugh. A chilling, bone-deep sound. "No, you can't kill me." The red threads on his body wound tightly together, transforming into a formidable set of dark red armor. Witnessing this, Meng Yu's eyes were filled with shock, and she couldn't help but wonder, my full-strength strike actually failed to finish him? Did that armor block the fatal blow? Suddenly, the surrounding corpses all looked up in unison, chanting incantations incessantly, causing her to whisper in panic, "Damn it, the corpses have started chanting again." Mr. Han slowly stood up, a cruel smile on his face. "It doesn't matter that I was interrupted by that brat just now, let's continue." At the critical moment, Shen Yi's loud voice came through again. "To all the deceased out there, does everyone know how to sing Happy Birthday? How about we all sing a rendition of Happy Birthday together?" At this, the crowd of spectating corpses actually responded arrogantly. "Nonsense, who doesn't know how to sing Happy Birthday?" Receiving such a warm response, his voice became even louder and more passionate. "Then let's sing. Say bye-bye to all your troubles. 3, 2, 1, everyone sing together." Those corpses actually opened their mouths and began to sing. "Say bye-bye to all your troubles, say hi-hi to all your joys." Seeing this harmonious scene, Mr. Han asked in horror, What on earth is going on? Damn it, my blood curse." Yet in contrast to his terror, the corpses were fully immersed in the birthday song. Dear friend, happy birthday to you, let every day be wonderful." The singing rose and fell, continuous and unbroken. "Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you." Listening to the raspy singing, Meng Yu turned red from trying to suppress her laughter. The eerie singing echoed through the entire villa. "Today is your birthday, sending you my blessings. On this special day with a brilliant smile we gather together, with hearts full of care and love, wishing you forever good luck." At this point, Mr. Han was completely enraged. "You bastard, Shen Yi, I'm going to slaughter you." Without hesitation, he leaped up, flying off to find Shen Yi, the ground beneath him cracking from the violent force of his takeoff. Meng Yu whispered worriedly to herself, "Oh no, he's going after Shen Yi." The scene switched to Shen Yi as Finn suddenly urged, "Run, I feel someone charging toward you." "It's definitely that flare." Shen Yi hurried to leave, not forgetting to grab the microphone before he went. As he ran, he shouted into the mic, "To all my deceased friends, remember your favorite songs, sing them all for me, one after another, don't stop." The corpses immediately complied. "This is the first time I've been like this, how can I deny it? Thundery, with this heavenly cultivation the sky falls and the earth sinks. Purple gold hammer, David, oh David forgot to wrap the bun with that. Just then, Mr. Han, radiating a terrifying killing intent, suddenly appeared before him, leaving Shen Yi pale with fright. He stared coldly at Shen Yi, his voice raspy as he said, "Found you, Shen Yi." At that moment a brilliant sword light flashed, splitting the space between the two. Meng Yu appeared quickly and shouted sternly, "I'll hold him off, you run." Seeing this, Shen Yi hurriedly turned and ran, shouting back as he went, "You got here fast, I'm leaving him to you. Good luck." Mr. Han immediately threatened, "Listen here, you brat, if you dare run I'll kill your parents." But Meng Yu said, "Ignore him, just run." This attitude from the two of them only enraged him further. "Fine, I'll definitely kill your whole family. I'll eat them right in front of you." Before leaving, Shen Yi actually flipped him off, making the man named Han jump with rage. He roared with a venomous tone, "I'm going to skin them. I'm going right now." Feeling anxious, Shen Yi paced back and forth in the room. "What should I do? What on earth should I do?" At this point, Finn had to speak up to soothe him. "Brother, I know you're angry, but up until now you haven't learned a single combat move. How can you intervene in their fight? If you trip or fall, you're a goner. Besides, that nether whisper was just a stroke of luck. Don't think too highly of yourself." It sounded quite reasonable, so Shen Yi could only let out a helpless sigh. "You're right." He gripped the blue ring in his hand and asked with heavy doubt, "If it were you right now, could you defeat that flare?" Its arrogance surged again as it announced loudly that a fight of that level was like child's play in its eyes. "In my prime I could have crushed him with one hand, but there's no point saying that now. I'm too heavily injured to make a move of the 36 stratagems. Fleeing is the best." Unexpectedly, Shen Yi had a new idea. "That's good then, it seems we can talk about something else." Finn's heart skipped a beat and it shouted suspiciously, "What are you planning now?" Shen Yi ignored its attitude and followed up seriously, "We have a contract deal, right? it confirmed with a nod without hesitation. That's right, so what exactly are you trying to say? Shen Yi made a straightforward request. I want to make a deal with you. He firmly proposed an agreement to Finn. I help you recover your strength and you help me deal with him. How about it? This sudden plan made it jump up in surprise. Help me recover my strength, Shen Yi stated his reasoning clearly. Last time on the battlefield outside the secret passage, didn't you tell me how to treat your undead kind? You use a special type of incantation. Then, by using specific items to construct a sacrificial altar and trapping a group of undead or living beings inside to drain their power, you can recover instantly. Shen Yi's clinical description left Finn with no room for denial. It was true. This method could return one to their peak state in an instant, even if they were on the brink of death. Are you planning to use the deceased in the hotel? Shen Yi looked around, speaking with some hesitation. Can these dead fulfill the conditions to heal you? Finn quickly assessed the probability of success. The souls here have all been bound within their corpses by the flayer using sorcery. It's just enough for a high-level energy extraction. However, I've lost all my power and can't force these corpses to recite my sacrificial incantations. As long as there's a possibility, I have to try. Let me think of a way, it cautiously reminded its master. The entire casting process takes time. Once that guy discovers it, he will do everything in his power to stop you. You're dead set on killing him, aren't you? The arrow is already on the string. As Finn continued to grumble, Shen Yi barked in anger. Stop rambling. What, are you scared? It shot back immediately. I'm scared that if you slip up you'll lose your life in an instant, Shen Yi replied resolutely. If I really die, use your necromancy to turn me into your servant. The tempting condition made Finn echo him excitedly. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm adding that to the contract right now. It's a deal. It drafted a clear covenant. Party A, Shen Yi. Party B, Finn true name, Feru. Through friendly consultation, Party A will help Party B recover power, while Party B, upon recovery, must fight for Party A against the man nicknamed the Flayer. If Party A dies during this period, Party B has full authority over Party A's corpse and soul. After reading it once, Shen Yi quickly pressed his thumbprint. Deal struck. The agreement took effect immediately. Shen Yi pulled out his phone, applying technology to the battle. All right, recite your incantation now. I'll record it and play it for those undead. Finn curled its lip in displeasure, complaining, usually we recite these in person on site. Do you really have to use such a passionless, dull method? Shen Yi lost his patience and explained helplessly. Brother, I know you're anxious, but listen to me. You're just ahead right now. You can't intervene in their fight. What if your head gets crushed and you die? Recording is the safest way. Don't overestimate yourself. Faced with this risk assessment, Finn could only grit its teeth and obey. Fine, for the sake of recovering my strength, I'll endure this. The recording was completed quickly and efficiently. It cheered excitedly. Now everything depends on your performance. Shen Yi nodded toward his target, reallocating all his attribute points into agility. His legs were instantly activated, his speed maxed out. The system professionally displayed the confirmation. As requested, attribute allocation complete. Agility has reached 10.1. Shen Yi shot forward like an arrow from a bow. As he sprinted, he shouted into his headset microphone in a deep voice, "Deceased spirits, please be silent. I'm about to conduct a listening test. Please listen carefully and repeat together after it finishes. Be careful not to miss a single word. Oh, ghosts wandering at the bottom of the abyss of the underworld. Oh, please use the willpower of our skeletal spirits to transform into an altar, helping you cross the boundary between life and death. Upon this mountain-high feast of souls, please transform with us into an endless throne of bone. We beseech the mercy of the highest. O dark mother of bones, O resting king of ghosts, O lord of the underworld Migrant, please grant me your blessing that I may spread your majesty among all living beings." Listening test over. Has everyone memorized it? Everyone recite together. With that, Shen Yi successfully activated Nether Whisper. The corpses responded to his call in unison. O ghosts wandering at the bottom of the abyss of the underworld, please use the willpower of our skeletal souls to transform into an altar. Mr. Han realized Shen Yi's scheme in terror. It's an incantation. That bastard is controlling the corpses. He must be killed immediately. Feeling the surge of power, Finn shouted with joy. Success! The soul fire is burning. Shen Yi continued to run at full speed, asking anxiously, "We have to wait until they finish the incantation, right?" Finn nervously instructed on every detail. "Correct, this is only the first step. But it's also the most critical step. Now you must evade the Flayer. He will surely do whatever it takes to stop you." The corpses continued to chant the spell loudly. "Helping you cross the boundary between life and death, upon this mountain-high feast of souls." Finn kept directing his path. "Follow these dead souls and charge for the rooftop. That is where the soul fire converges." Shen Yi sprinted at full throttle without hesitation. Understood, Mr. Han pursued relentlessly from behind in a rage. You little brat, what are you doing? Shen Yi glanced back and bolted. So fast? Thanks to Shen Yi's efforts, the chant continued to echo coherently. Please transform with us into an endless throne of bone. Mr. Han was fuming, roaring. Don't even think about escaping. Suddenly he sensed someone rushing out from the left to block his way. Meng Yu had appeared to provide cover for Shen Yi. Her longsword lunged directly for his neck with clean efficiency. A single slash from Meng Yu hit the target, sending blood spraying. But despite coughing up blood, Mr. Han remained determined to hunt down his opponent. She thought frantically in a panic. This is bad. He's solely focused on chasing Shen Yi. He didn't even bother dodging my attack, but instead used the impact of the slash to propel himself forward. The incantation recited by the corpses in unison continued to rise alongside Shen Yi's footsteps, beseeching the mercy of the highest. The moment Shen Yi touched the door to the rooftop, the man named Han roared in fury. You won't escape. Shen Yi quickly ducked into the room before him. Mr. Han followed close behind. He scanned the room, roaring manically. Damn brat, where did you hide now? The corpses surrounding Mr. Han were chanting the spell loudly everywhere. Dark Mother of Bones, Resting King of Ghosts, Lord of the Underworld Miscreant, please save me. Seizing the chaos, Shen Yi regrouped with Meng Yu. I'll leave him to you. She took her stance and nodded quickly. Don't worry. Mr. Han was thunderstruck with rage, threatening. When did you get over there? You dare play me, I'll tear you into 10,000 pieces. The incantation continued to spread from all directions. Let me spread your majesty among all living beings. As the formation manifested, Finn cheered with excitement. Success, success. Now, as long as these dead are willing to pour their power into me, I can recover my strength. At that moment, Shen Yi raised the ring high, announcing to everyone, everyone, the time for revenge is here. You only have this one chance. Please give your power to me. Deceased souls, gather here. Together we shall. Suddenly, Meng Yu screamed, Shen Yi, look out. It turned out the man named Han was charging recklessly to ambush Shen Yi. To kill him, Mr. Han had disregarded all consequences. Monstrous hatred flickered in Mr. Han's eyes. Go to hell. His lethal strike pierced directly through Shen Yi's chest. Her face turned pale, and she screamed in shock, Shen Yi. But immediately following that, Mr. Han's bewildered expression was the real highlight. Shen Yi's body gradually faded into nothingness, making him realize he had been utterly played, an illusion. The real Shen Yi was right in the center of the formation. Deceased souls, answer my summons, Mr. Han shouted in horror. Since when? Shen Yi's voice remained loud, calling all the corpses to work together. Together we shall. Shen Yi firmly pronounced the other's death sentence. Kill him, the corpses responded with tears and fury. Revenge. The ring inhabited by Finn gradually glowed with an intense soul fire light. Revenge, 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 revenge. Refusing to give up, Han laughed and charged forward to hack and slash. Kill me? Is this a joke? You think you can kill me? Die? But in the next second, Mr. Han's cunning smile froze as his body was skewered by a bone sword. Amidst the dust, Meng Yu blurted out in shock, This is. Mr. Han lay motionless on the ground, coughing up blood and severely injured. Finn had fully recovered to its peak strength. I wasn't joking when I said I'd kill you. Being a day late or a second slow would be my fault. A heavy rain fell, breaking the dead silence of the place. Shen Yi stood on the massive Finn's shoulder, announcing dominantly, Now you can die, right before all those people you murdered. Mr. Han's eyes went wide. A disaster. You can actually summon a disaster. Finn's colossal skeletal frame made Meng Yu think in shock. A disaster. So this is his trump card. Shen Yi was in high spirits, waving his hand to command resolutely. Finish him. The massive bone sword was held high. Despite his heavy injuries, Mr. Han still kept his head up, shouting arrogantly, Don't even think about succeeding. He summoned countless blood-red threads that wrapped manically around Finn. It sneered contemptuously. Are these threads the ability you're so proud of? They're pathetic. Mr. Han truly hadn't expected his ultimate move to be broken so easily. What? Finn mocked loudly. An insignificant clown like you doesn't require my personal attention. Countless dead souls are wailing in my ears. They have been bound for too long. It is time to return their freedom. Using immense power, it constructed the mark to activate the revival of the undead. The corpses received the blessing of resurrection one after another. Their flesh and blood gradually returned as they stood up. The sheer number of resurrected corpses made Meng Yu hesitate to act. Shen Yi shouted excitedly, Deceased spirits, the time for revenge has come. Mr. Han frantically tried to use his corpse control sorcery, but it was completely ineffective. Damn it, I can't control them. Did you steal my spells? He cursed repeatedly in a fit of rage. You bastard. Mr. Han seized the chance to fire a thread and leap toward high ground. His feeble attempt at resistance made Finn say coldly in a deep voice, Trying to run? It opened its massive mouth and breathed out a huge torrent of fire. Mr. Han took the hit head-on, his tongue practically tying in knots from terror. My body, Finn explained with satisfaction. Don't be nervous, it's just a small soul-shaking art. It causes the soul and flesh of a living being to vibrate, temporarily stripping away the ability to move. It won't cause you any actual harm. After all, right now they are just like you, and they all crave the fresh meat on your bones. Just like that, Mr. Han was surrounded and manically torn apart by the crowd of corpses. They poured all their long-suppressed rage onto him. They bit down with fury on every possible inch of his body. Before this perfect chaos, Finn only continued coldly, "Humans always think that killing an enemy can cut off hatred, unaware that the tide of hatred does not recede because of it. In the end, the dead will wake and drag you into the abyss with their own hands." Within the layers of the crowd, Mr. Han's screams came in fits and starts. "No, I don't want to die. Save me, great deity. I am willing to sacrifice my everything to you." Suddenly, Shen Yi sensed an anomaly. A strange power was erupting from Mr. Han's body. That power was thick as miasma, constantly roiling and rising. Relying on his few remaining scraps of flesh, he offered a sincere sacrifice. "Thank you, great being. Descend, please descend and take everything from me." But in return he found his efforts were in vain, his face twisted with despair. "Why, great being, why do you reject me?" Shen Yi quickly issued an order to Finn. "He's casting, hurry. Pin him down, no more hesitating." Shen Yi desperately jumped down to suppress Mr. Han. "Take this flare. I'm going to use this sword to personally avenge Hao Yu." Meng Yu shouted urgently from a distance. "Shen Yi, look out." The man named Han remained silent, letting himself be struck, yet still thought arrogantly, "Foolish. Although the great deity has not personally descended, his shadow still protects me." He manipulated several clusters of black energy to sweep across Shen Yi's body. "Die, you weren't hurt. You were still on Finn's shoulder, watching the joke that was the flare. Foolish." Falling for the same trap twice, he looked back in a panic. "Damn it, another illusion." Shen Yi raised his gun to aim, barking, "Eat this." He also hit the head. But he hit the head of a zombie behind him. The man named Han was unharmed, glaring at Shen Yi. Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat, speechless. Finn also turned its head with a face full of question marks. To save face, Shen Yi shouted his order. "Sorry, I've never practiced with a gun, so I missed, but that doesn't matter. Go." Finn used a fire attack to kill him. Following the order, it struck powerfully, ending the man named Han. He screamed in agony, his body enveloped in light as he gradually withered. The man named Han hadn't given up yet. He was making one last struggle, silently drawing several streaks of black energy back into his body. Finn reacted extremely quickly, shouting, "Watch out!" He glowed all over and thrust his sword into the ground, entering a standby state. Hiding behind Finn, Shen Yi asked what was wrong. It keenly discovered that at the moment the flayer breathed his last, something ominous was scurrying inside him. "An unknown existence wanted to ambush you. If I hadn't used defensive spells in time, you'd probably be dead." Suddenly, Meng Yu pointed forward excitedly from behind. "Look!" Countless streaks of black energy gathered around the man named Han's corpse, surrounding it. That cluster of black energy carried Han's body out the window. She shouted in terror, "That black shadow wants to take away the flayer's corpse." Meng Yu immediately rushed to the window, following close behind. "Don't even think about running." Shen Yi didn't react in time. By the time he wanted to call her back, it was too late. "Wait, Meng Yu, damn it, why aren't we chasing?" At this point, the ever-composed Finn offered its analysis. "I can't carry you if I run at full speed. If I leave you here and that thing loops back to kill you, I wouldn't be able to save you in time. I must prioritize your life." Shen Yi understood and didn't complain further. "Fine, what on earth was that black shadow? Could it be the same person who blew up the building?" Suddenly, as if realizing something, he began to think and analyze carefully. "No, that's not right. It's helping the flayer, so it's definitely not the one who blew up the building, because the one who blew up the building was helping Meng Yu. Could there be another person here?" Finn comforted Shen Yi. Its analysis made the situation ease slightly, becoming less tense. "It seems the mysterious person helping Meng Yu has no ill intent. Why don't you try asking over the broadcast?" He was serious and a bit nervous as he said, "You're right. Which friend was it who just lent a hand? I hope you can show yourself." After a long wait, the space remained quiet with no change at all. Finn summarized that it seemed this person didn't want to show their face. Shen Yi quickly noticed other movements and turned toward the balcony. He poked his head out and asked, "Ghostfire, how is it? Did you send that girl safely to the Humanity Martial Arts building?" The motorcycle reported the situation. "Mission incomplete. Target mission objective has gone missing." He jumped up in surprise. "What happened?" It briefly summarized the entire process. "The target left me halfway through and landed safely on the street. She vanished after that. I do not know the girl's whereabouts." Shen Yi was too agitated to speak. "What?" Finn began a meticulous analysis based on the existing information. "The motorcycle was so fast, yet that little girl managed to jump off mid-ride? That proves she's definitely no ordinary person. I warned you long ago not to recklessly help a stranger. It's a stroke of luck she didn't turn on you." Suddenly, a ringtone interrupted the conversation. Shen Yi pulled out his phone and turned on the screen. It was a message from Manhua. He froze on the spot, staring at the phone in disbelief. This was a video played on the screen showing the back of a girl. A dull voice spoke up asking her a question. Yin Chen, what kind of boyfriend do you hope to find in the future? She leaned against the railing, her gaze fixed on the distance. A boyfriend? I've never thought about it. The voice seemed enthusiastic about the topic. You can start thinking about it now. After all, you're almost an adult, and who knows how many talented young men are eagerly waiting. Yin Chen was stunned for a moment, remaining silent and not speaking further. She thought for a long time before finally saying, I remember going to the Shen family home once when I was little. My sister and I were chased by a vicious dog. At that time, only Brother Shen Yi stepped forward to block that dog. Brother Shen Yi is a very good person. I've always remembered him. Yin Chen smiled slightly, a hint of a blush on her cheeks as she turned away. If I were to look for a boyfriend, I would want someone like him. The video cut off halfway through, showing nothing further. The screen went black, leaving only a few sharp bursts of static noise. Following the static, a pair of black leather shoes appeared on the screen. The environment here was extremely dark, completely different from the clip played just now. A series of judgmental voices rang out. Who is that kid named Shen Yi? He's already been checked. He's mediocre and won't have any intersection with her. Are you sure you've clearly seen Yin Chen's heart? What if she goes looking for him? You guys find a way to resolve this. I don't want to see that person named Shen Yi appear before my dear Yin Chen. They were heatedly plotting, ensuring no one else would know. Don't worry, it's a trivial matter. We don't even need to do it personally. Hiring someone to stage an accidental disaster is very simple, just a matter of money. As the final few words fell, the video screen went completely black and closed. Hire someone to go play with him, consider it a lesson. Shen Yi froze on the spot, unable to process the reaction. Staring blankly at the phone in his hand, he lowered his head, his face shrouded in shadow, but a terrifyingly grim expression could still be sensed. Playing with me? Shen Yi stood there like a statue, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. He had imagined many scenarios. Perhaps someone targeting the Shen family, or trying to strike at his parents by killing him. Or perhaps his predecessor had inadvertently discovered some secret. Or even that someone knew a soul from another world was hidden in this body and wanted to eliminate him. But he never thought the truth would be so absurd. Behind him, the zombies were slowly approaching. Led by the butler, he stepped forward on behalf of everyone to thank the young man. Following him, the other zombies gathered around, expressing their gratitude one after another for his efforts in killing that demonic man. We were no match for him, and were all murdered by him. Only you have sought revenge for us. We saw his death with our own eyes. Thank you, but I really want to know. Why did that demonic man want to kill us? Shen Yi felt a bit awkward, his gaze involuntarily scanning the surroundings. An indescribable guilt filled his heart. That assassin was clearly after him, yet so many people had been collateral damage. Shen Yi stood solemnly in the center, speaking sincerely and softly. Everyone, if possible, I hope you all find a better place to be reincarnated. I hope in the other world everyone can live with dignity rather than like this, dying so helplessly, humiliated and filled with lingering attachments that cause such pain to your loved ones. Please don't worry and don't linger on anything here. One day, when I have enough power to investigate everything, I will surely find the one who gave the order and kill them. Shen Yi stood majestically on the high platform, looking at those tragically killed souls with absolute determination. I swear I will do it. After speaking, he lowered his head gloomily, blaming himself for being too weak, unable to keep up with Mengyu's speed in pursuing the Black Shadow, and forced to keep this skeleton here to protect himself. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere toward Shen Yi. A zombie stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder and comforting him with a smile. In any case, thank you for being willing to avenge us. You must take care of yourself and live well. The other zombies also spoke up, offering encouragement and support. That's right, that demon is dead and we are at peace. One by one they stepped forward and placed their hands on Shen Yi's shoulder. You must live a long life free from illness and disaster. I hope you gain even greater power to deal with the mastermind behind this. We will watch over you from the underworld. Thank you. Sincere words echoed continuously. Thank you, truly, thank you, thank you. Once these thanks ended, the hundreds of zombies collapsed in waves, no longer showing even a trace of life. Finn stood on high looking down and reported to Shen Yi. The technique sustaining them has ended. They have returned to the underworld. Shen Yi watched in surprise as Mengyu jumped in through the window, braving the curtain of rain. She asked immediately upon entering, "You're still here?" Shen Yi asked curiously. "What was that black shadow?" Mengyu answered calmly. "It got away. Its strength is beyond imagination. It definitely isn't human. I suspect it's related to an anomaly. If it's provoked, the consequences will be unimaginable." Shen Yi hesitated. "An anomaly?" she explained further. The power of an anomaly can easily destroy a city. That black shadow displayed a certain abnormal field identical to the field around your friend. Your power remained on my body and gave me many insights. Thank you, Shen Yi. Once this matter is over, I want to find a safe place and start increasing my strength. Shen Yi inwardly encouraged her. The sacred arm keyword could still be maintained for a while, and he hoped she could achieve a breakthrough. Shen Yi then said, I watched the video you sent me, but there are some things I still don't quite understand. Can you explain it to me? She lowered her eyes in thought for a moment, then slowly explained to him, I've already investigated this matter, but the situation is very complex. We cannot intervene. Shen Yi lowered his voice and asked, Who are those people? Meng Yu turned her face and advised him composedly. You should leave quickly. I won't tell anyone you were here. You still insisted on asking who they were. A trace of sorrow appeared in her eyes. They are scions of certain great families. Anything more specific cannot be found, Shen Yi argued loudly. You also come from a noble clan. Do you really not know their identities? Meng Yu was very calm. There are differences between clans. The Shen family you were born into and the Luo family I belong to are like the light of a firefly compared to the bright moon in the presence of those families, Shen Yi countered. Do you plan to just let them off like this? Meng Yu struggled to explain. I have already exposed this matter. With so many dead, they must provide an accounting. Shen Yi asked in confusion. What accounting? Will they be executed? She turned her head, avoiding his gaze. No, they will be disciplined. Shen Yi was shocked. Disciplined, Meng Yu said sadly. A few scoldings, a punishment like being forbidden from leaving the house, things like that. Then they might apologize to you and the Luo family. Shen Yi frowned and questioned, Who are you kidding? If they made a move but failed to kill me and accidentally killed your brother instead, then to eliminate any future trouble, they will surely find a way to get rid of both me and you. She closed her eyes, calmly accepting reality. This is the price I must pay to get the truth. They are, after all, the strongest noble clans in the world. Yin Chen is the focus of everyone's pursuit. With me alone, there's no way. The Luo family won't help me either. In fact, I should feel lucky. This time I just happened to encounter that Flayer assassin. He cared more about his own feelings than the mission. Meng Yu recalled the image of that assassin leaving with Zhao Yibing. If it were any other assassin of the same level, we would never have known the truth. In any case, the entire assassin team is dead. I think this is enough to comfort my brother's soul in heaven. It's also time for me to take my leave. Take care, she turned to leave. Shen Yi asked hesitantly, If you had the power to kill all those great family scions, would you do it? Meng Yu stood still. Stop joking. Their families are extremely powerful. The cornerstones of human civilization. Once I do something, I'm afraid my own family would also, Shen Yi interrupted her. Forget all that. I'm only asking if you're satisfied. Shen Yi roared in anger. My friend is dead. Your brother is dead. The tens of thousands of people in this block are all dead. Every one of them had parents, teachers, friends, even siblings and children. They were supposed to have their own lives, but after being brutally murdered and their corpses controlled, they still had to endure the pain of the blood demon magic. In their mouths, all of this is actually just a small lesson. Having said this, Shen Yi asked in a low voice, Is it just playing? He then shouted, What do they think human life is? I won't accept this. I will make them pay in blood. Before this impassioned speech, Meng Yu drew her sword, a surge of power rushing forward. Yu reached out to block the falling stones. She calmly looked at what she had just done. Meng Yu's tears slowly fell amidst the ruins, and then only Shen Yi remained standing there. Fin appeared beside him at some point. What are you doing? You made her cry and drove her away. You remained silent, then jumped to the ground. It's all over. I should go home too. It looked at Shen Yi's back and asked, How do you plan to handle this? After landing, you casually threw away the headphones you were wearing and said calmly, I thought it was someone with a deep grudge against me. Turns out I'm just not strong enough yet. So there's nothing to think about. The skeleton lowered its eyes. I don't believe you, you responded. For humans, the most important thing is to be happy. It got angry. I don't believe what you just said, Shen Yi explained patiently. You don't understand humans like us. We believe living isn't easy to begin with, so we must be happy. Fin was helpless. You can't just let others slaughter you at will. Not to be outdone, you immediately countered. This is our human pursuit. I will work hard to find this kind of happiness, working to fill this life with joy, it pressed. How do you plan to pursue it? Shen Yi sat on the motorcycle and smiled slightly. It's simple. They want to play, then I'll play with them to the end, until I kill every single one of them to sacrifice for the innocent souls of today, and while I'm at it, get revenge for myself. At that time my heart will be filled with joy and I might even feel this life wasn't lived in vain. Fin laughed loudly. This time I believe you. Shen Yi slowly withdrew it into the ring. Go back into the ring first. Such a large lump is easy to attract attention. Shen Yi waved his hand, turning his head to look around and thank someone. That friend, if you don't want to show your face, then forget it. Whoever you are anyway, thanks a lot. looking down from on high at the place where Shen Yi departed. The girl blowing bubbles and swinging her legs sighed. Brother Shen Yi has grown up too. Yin Chen slowly stood up, and then a ball of red energy surrounded her, gradually transforming her into an adult woman. She smiled gently. Compared to when he was little, he's become even sillier now. Yin Chen stood quietly in the rain when suddenly her eerie headset emitted a mocking voice. That kid really is quite silly, but don't you plan to meet him? Yin Chen was very calm. The time hasn't come yet, it continued to complain. He just saved you once and even went out of his way to send you on his motorcycle. This was clearly the mess your sister Qing Yun caused, yet she doesn't care at all. Instead, you rushed here to help, almost making me exposed. Yin Chen lowered her head and advised, "Stop grumbling. Didn't I almost get exposed too?" the headset warned. "Once your identity is exposed in the sunlight, let's see how you handle the fallout." She changed the subject. "Stop talking, I'll take you for beef noodles later." It enthusiastically upped the ante. "I want an extra egg and a bowl of good wine. Wait, do you have something to ask of me? Speak up." She happily raised her hand. "You really do know me. Help me wipe away all traces. Don't let anyone know I was ever here. Especially that group belonging to my sister. Wipe away all traces of Brother Shen Yi's combat as well. Don't let anyone discover them," it reminded her. "There is one other person who knows the internal details, that girl with the sword. If she speaks about tonight's events," Yin Chen whispered softly, "she won't betray Brother Shen Yi." The headset closed its eyes. "Fine." It then gradually transformed into a streak of energy. "Time to work." Those shining eyes projected energy toward the building, instantly erasing all traces, it urged impatiently. "Done, let's go quickly. I can't wait to eat noodles." A phone rang suddenly, and she answered. The voice on the other end said, "Yin Chen, where have you run off to? There's another banquet tonight. I can't handle it alone. Come back quickly." It turned back into the headset, cursing angrily. "Damn it, your sister sent you a message. Now are we going to the banquet or to eat noodles?" Yin Chen naturally put on her hat and answered, "To eat noodles, of course. Since I promised you, I must do it." It was deeply moved. "I'm so moved, but will it be okay if you don't go to the banquet?" She was very composed. "My sister is like a fish in water at banquets. I won't join the commotion. Anyway, everyone knows Qing Yun's sister Yin Chen is a useless person who knows nothing." The headset laughed mockingly. "You, a useless person? That's the funniest joke I've ever heard." Rows of wooden stakes were driven straight into pools of blood, each drop of blood weaving a horrifying image. A group of corpses was hung above a bathtub, blood filling it to the brim. A figure poked its head out from the bathtub. Mr. Han, the terrifying flayer, surfaced. "Is this my rebirth?" He stepped out of the bathtub, moving step by step. "Great deity, was it you who resurrected me?" A voice spoke. "Foolish." Mr. Han knelt to the ground, looking up at the great existence before him. "I cannot find words to describe your greatness. Thank you for not abandoning your loyal servant. According to your agreement with me, I have paid the corresponding price, but clearly you could have descended just now. Why did you leave in the end?" That being cursed angrily. "Mortal, are you questioning why?" A series of tentacles pierced through his body. Mr. Han screamed, denying it in agony. "I would never dare to question you. There were just some doubts in my heart." The being slowly withdrew the tentacles and said coldly, "There was someone hidden in the shadows whom I could not see through. It was inconvenient for me to appear." He gasped in shock. "What?" He then knelt and pleaded, trembling. "Great existence, please forgive my sin. I completely failed to sense any other presence." The being mocked. "Your power is as weak as a firefly. It's normal that you didn't notice. At first I thought your world was extremely weak and not worth mentioning, completely beneath my notice. Who knew the cursed statue of the myriad fallen ghost king I bestowed upon you would actually suffer backlash, its power entirely stolen. Immediately following that, you were also defeated. Only then did I discover your world is full of interesting things. Even having many beings as powerful as myself, descending here, operating from the shadows." Mr. Han turned his head in confusion. "Great existence, where are you?" Suddenly the room door was pushed open. Click, a girl with a vacant expression walked in. "Yibing," he stammered in panic. "How is this possible? Clearly you had already." She reached out to tidy her long hair, her entire body shrouded in an evil aura. "It is you, great being," that existence praised. "Your work this time is indeed excellent. It's just right for me to use." Mr. Han kowtowed, trembling with a heart full of joy. "This is my supreme honor, O eternal and great deity. I fall at your feet to serve by your side forever," the great being commanded. "My servant, lead me as I walk through your world. Let me see what secrets are hidden here. And while we are at it, I must ask that boy named Shen Yi how he managed to break the curse of the king of myriad fallen demons. That is power I have collected over countless ages. I want it all back." Mr. Han listened in terror as it continued. "I have descended from an immense distance to this place and resurrected you. Now I require souls to replenish my depletion. Surely you feel it. Your soul is enduring unspeakable agony. That is the work of the flesh puppet. I used it as a vessel to bring you back." A horrifying mouth suddenly split open on Mr. Han's abdomen, a greedy tongue darting out. "Once it feels hunger, it will torment your soul. Given your current spiritual strength, you should not let it remain hungry for long, or your soul will be completely devoured by it." Under that emotionless gaze, the great being commanded, "Go and hunt, kill 1,000 people. I need their souls to nourish me. The remaining flesh and blood scraps are yours." Mr. Han mentally calculated the number, 1,000 people, and then replied obediently, "As you command." Immediately after, he fell into a state of manic ecstasy. "Excellent, I can finally have a hearty feast." Meanwhile, Shen Yi performed a stylish emergency stop in front of the group building. A security guard stepped out, frowning. "What was that noise?" Shen Yi explained somewhat awkwardly. "I let the motorcycle out for a flight through the clouds. It's nothing," the guard warned. "That was too much commotion. Don't do that in the middle of the night. It's not safe." Shen Yi replied obediently. "Sorry, it won't happen again." He sat on the ground and breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly realizing that everything had started because the original host had saved those 2 girls when they were little. So many people had died, yet to those great families it was nothing more than a game. What a bunch of scum. Suddenly his phone rang. Shen Yi was shocked when he saw the caller ID. The Shen family, the very noble clan Shen Yi originally belonged to, was calling. After answering, a voice came through. "Hello, Shen Yi," he replied coldly. "It's me," the other party said. "I am your eldest uncle." Shen Yi silently evaluated this uncle, Shen Shuoming. He was the manager of the Shen family's daily affairs. Every time Shen Yi returned to the family, he was always the coldest one, never caring about Shen Yi or his mother, and sometimes even mocking Shen Yi's father. Shen Yi gave a faint "hello, uncle," waiting to see what he really wanted. Shen Shuoming offered warm, fake pleasantries. "I heard you were sick a while back. At that time your father came to the house to beg for medicine, but I happened to be away. Now that I'm back, you can come and get the medicine whenever you like." Shen Yi declined coldly but politely. "No need, I'm already better." The voice on the phone cut to the chase. "That's good. Actually, there's something I want to tell you. Do you remember? Every year when you return to the Shen family for New Year's, scions from other noble clans come to visit us." Shen Yi kept his words brief. "I remember." Hearing the other's tone turn cheerful, Shen Yi was slightly surprised. "It's good that you remember. You were young and foolish back then and caused a lot of trouble. I'll make arrangements. And in a few days you will come back and apologize to those noble scions in person." Shen Yi's fist clenched in rage. "Apologize?" Shen Shuoming explained. "This is all for your own good. You offended too many people at school before. Now you must step forward and apologize publicly to earn their forgiveness. This way our Shen family saves face as well. Understand?" Shen Yi calmly considered the chain reaction that might have occurred after Manhua exposed the matter. If he actually went to apologize, it would mean admitting everything was his fault. The deaths of those tens of thousands of people would have nothing to do with those noble scions, and he would become the scapegoat. Meanwhile, the Shen family would gain the favor of those noble scions, and his uncle would gain recognition and profit. As for the assassination attempts against him, not only would they not stop, but his death would become legitimate, potentially even involving his parents. Thinking of Meng Yu, Shen Yi questioned with a cold sneer. "You say this is for my own good? I remember never offending anyone. How about you name a few specific incidents, uncle? Who is the other party? How did I offend them? When did it happen?" Shen Shuoming brushed him off impatiently. "You don't need to worry about all that. Just do as I say when the time comes." Shen Yi declined composedly. "Uncle, but there is a problem with this matter. If this problem isn't solved, I can't follow your instructions." He mocked the Shen family in his heart. "If I didn't know the truth, I might actually think I had offended someone. What a great Shen family, willing to sell me out for profit without a second thought." Shen Shuoming cursed angrily. "What problem? Is it because your father came to beg for medicine and you want compensation? You're young, but instead of learning anything else, you've learned to be profit-driven quite fast." "Speak, what do you want?" Shen Yi replied calmly. "It's not that. Rather, I have a doubt in my mind. This doubt has been preventing me from obeying your order." The uncle had lost his patience. "What doubt?" Shen Yi mocked him word by word. "I want to ask, who the hell do you think you are?" Shen Shuoming roared. "Shen Yi, I'm warning you, don't refuse a polite offer only to be forced later." Shen Yi gave him a direct reality check. "It seems you are too conceited and arrogant. Since you're so capable, why don't you go before those people and wag your tail for mercy yourself?" The other party couldn't help but grow suspicious. "You know everything," Shen Yi mocked. "Know what, uncle? Do you really want to wiggle your backside and flatter those people?" Shen Shuoming cursed furiously. "You little animal, this is not up to you. Do you dare defy your grandfather's decision?" Shen Yi clicked his tongue. "Ha, giving up already? I haven't even finished speaking." Suddenly another call came in. After answering, several girls in bikinis said happily, Shen Yi, we are the sisters of the Yan family from Phoenix Island. Want to come to our midnight bikini party? Looking at the hot young women on the screen, his face flushed and he had a nosebleed. The girl in the pink bikini praised, Shen Yi, you're quite handsome. We have many girls here. Everyone wants to meet you. Shen Yi declined awkwardly. That wouldn't be very good, would it? It's too late. It's not convenient for me to go out. The girl tempted him while puffing on a cigar. It's fine. Just do it as a favor to me. I'll send someone to pick you up. Shen Yi refused decisively. No, we boys can't just go out at night. We have to protect ourselves. Thank you for your kindness. A short-haired girl chided. You're not giving Sister Yan any face at all. Do you know how great a blessing this is? Shen Yi countered politely. It's not that. There are too many women there. I'm afraid you'll get me drunk and take advantage of me. I'm going to sleep. Bye-bye. After hanging up, Shen Yi tossed his phone aside and turned to go inside. These noble families were truly well informed. They must already know the ins and outs of the whole situation. More calls like this would likely follow. These people simply wanted to see what kind of man had been favored by the most powerful daughter of the Qing Yin family. He lay in bed, lost in thought. They call me up so casually and flippantly, wanting me to go over just to be looked at like a monkey. If I were a disaster myself, who would dare order me around like this? Just then, the system sounded a friendly reminder. 10 minutes until midnight. In the new day, your first entry through the door will earn you an evaluation. Now is your chance to obtain a special hidden ability. Shen Yi asked seriously. A hidden ability, the system responded enthusiastically. Condition for success. Obtain the One of Us evaluation for the third time. Since you have already obtained it twice, you will receive certain key hints during the process. Remember, this is your only chance to obtain a hidden ability. Shen Yi sat up and muttered to himself, there is no such thing as defeating enemies by sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor in this world. Whether it's countering the family's arrangements or dealing with those noble scions to avenge myself and the innocent, I need power. He firmly believed. Power can sweep away everything. As Shen Yi planned, the clock struck 12. I must seize this opportunity and find a way to get that hidden ability. With a shout, he summoned the hidden door and stepped into that gloomy, misty forest. The skeleton crawled out of the ring. Shen Yi asked in surprise, What are you doing out? It replied briefly, It's time to part ways. Shen Yi hummed in response, Right, you're free now. With that, Finn made his own decision. That's right. I'm going back to the undead race. I have a lot of unfinished business. I can't waste any more time. Shen Yi agreed. Fine, then we'll part here. It gave a solemn thanks and offered a gift. Thank you for helping me recover my strength. Kid, I see you don't even have a storage tool. Take this ring as a souvenir. Shen Yi took the ring, his heart filled with mixed emotions. All right, thanks. It's a pity I didn't prepare a parting gift for you, Finn said politely. No need. Helping me recover my strength was enough. Well then, goodbye. Shen Yi also said softly, Goodbye. Its blurred figure gradually vanished into the thick fog. Shen Yi felt a bit worried. I only looked after him for a few days before releasing him back into the wild. I wonder if he can survive. A crow croaked in the pitch-black sky, and suddenly a wave of dark energy struck. He crouched down in confusion to dodge. What's going on? A miserable scream echoed from the distance. Shen Yi immediately recognized it as Finn's voice. He worriedly moved forward to check the situation. No way, he just left and already met an enemy. The sound vanished. With Finn's strength, could he not even block one move? Shen Yi soon realized this power was extraordinary. He hadn't seen such a terrifying move even during the battle with the Flayer. Wouldn't he just be throwing his life away if he rushed up? As the saying goes, it's better to avoid a problem than to solve it. He'd better retreat quickly. The system sounded a warning. Critical hint triggered. You have been discovered. Retreating now will affect your evaluation, making it impossible to obtain the third One of Us title. Shen Yi gave an awkward smile, thinking, as the saying goes, see injustice on the road and draw a sword to help. I'd better go check the situation. After all, our brotherly bond is deep. It's definitely not because I'm greedy for that evaluation. A row of wooden stakes fell, surrounding Shen Yi, followed by a bone cage that imprisoned him. A figure stepped down from the top of the cage, its tone satisfied. A bountiful harvest today, Shen Yi blurted out in surprise. Finn, Shen Yi shouted angrily. What did you do to my brother Finn? Then he thought to himself, I'm screwed. I'd better try to build a rapport first. Finn was left as just a skull, communicating with Shen Yi. That undead leader just said, Last time you participated in the mission to assassinate the elven village on my behalf, not only did the mission fail, but you also got several undead killed. Now the other undead have come to settle the score with me. Damn it. Shen Yi understood and instantly switched into acting mode. Got it. Let me think of something. Cut the crap. Brother Finn saved my life and I'm sticking with him. I swear to overthrow the wicked human empire, Pierre-Lon sneered. You two think you can overthrow the human empire. Do you take me for a fool? Die? Shen Yi hurriedly pulled out his medal and shouted. Wait, look at this first. Finn and I have already infiltrated the human high command. This is the proof. The other party reached out to take it. Let me see what tricks you're trying to play. Pierre Lon froze at the information presented. This Medal of Valor was awarded to the last survivor of a territory rank, and holding this medal would display one's military achievements. Shen Yi raised his head confidently. Awarded to the boy who lived, Saint Violet Empire. Next in line for succession after Prince Not of the Human Empire. One subordinate was surprised, the other stunned. A medal issued by Prince Not, the other replied. I didn't expect this human to actually be telling the truth, Pierre Lon asked urgently. Where did you get this? Speak. A line of text appeared above its head. Purple Omen Lord. Shen Yi thought, no wonder, as expected, those with titles are powerful. Then he said, Finn and I made a plan to infiltrate the human imperial capital together and find a chance to assassinate the king. It cursed angrily. Stupid, even if the medal is real, what makes you think you can assassinate the human king? Shen Yi muttered to himself, drenched in cold sweat. I've already met 3 creatures with titles, namely the elven high priest, Meng Yu, and this undead leader. Although the Flayer and Finn didn't have titles, they were also strong, even stronger than Meng Yu, who had one. So what exactly did these titles represent? He held the letter toward Pierre Lon, his tone firm. We already have a way to enter human high society. He silently planned to manipulate the other. If you lie all the time, others might not believe you. But if you act like a fool, they definitely will. Because fools usually tell the truth, and only a true fool would think they could assassinate a king. The other party took the letter and began to read. A recommendation letter from the Imperial Capital Military Academy. It was actually written by Prince Not himself. The handwriting was identical to the captured arrest warrant from Prince Not. Pierre Lon asked in shock. Incredible. Who exactly are you? Shen Yi composedly changed the subject. First tell me, why are you treating my friend Finn like this? The other party didn't hide anything. There's nothing to hide, I can tell you. In the mission to assassinate the elven village leader, everyone was caught except for him, who abandoned the mission and fled. Such behavior must be severely punished. Shen Yi burst into a laugh with an irritating expression. Pierre Lon reached out to pinch his mouth, making Shen Yi cry out in pain. Ah! The other leaned in close and asked, What are you laughing at? Shen Yi answered proudly. I'm laughing at your stupidity. He was the only one who saw through the elven trap and fled the scene. He even saved me, yet you want to kill him. It expressed doubt. What? At this point Finn, lying in a corner, spoke up. The elven village leader wasn't there at all. The one presiding was the elven high priest. She was prepared to kill all the assassins disguised as elves. Pierre Lon looked back and asked, What evidence is there? Shen Yi frowned with a cold sneer. Aren't you very capable? Go check for yourself. My deeds have already spread through the human military camp. Everyone knows I appeared in the elven village. At that time, the elven high priest was right there, which is where Finn was carrying out his mission. The other party let go. Everyone knows you appeared in the elven village? Are you that famous? Shen Yi beat his chest confidently and made things up. The prince even personally wrote a recommendation letter calling me the boy who lived. Pierre Lon's 2 subordinates whispered to each other. The rebellious man asked in confusion, could it be true? The other was also full of questions. Could it be that only Finn sensed the danger and retreated in advance? Pierre Lon ordered. Go verify this. The rebellious man took the command. Yes, he then warned Shen Yi. If you dare lie to me, I will make you wish you were dead. Shen Yi put on an air of true gold, fears no fire. I'm only afraid you won't check. Go ahead and check all you want. Pierre Lon looked at Shen Yi's candid appearance and wiped away some sweat. You have quite the presence. I'm starting to believe you a little. But as a human, why would you betray the human race? Shen Yi spoke his heart's truth with a deadpan expression. Because I'm tired of the days of being exploited by capitalism. The other party was confused by the new term. What is a capitalist? Shen Yi explained calmly. Let me put it this way. I'm a poor man with no tools of production or ways to make money. Labor must be transferred to the owners of the means of production, the capitalists. The value of that labor is generated during the actual work process, only to be thoroughly extracted by the capitalists, leaving the worker with just enough to barely survive. The undead leader and his subordinates stood there, dumbstruck, completely unable to wrap their heads around it. Pierre Lon barked at his men. I told you to read more books, now you can't even understand what others are saying. Don't you feel ashamed? The 2 subordinates suddenly asked. Boss, can you understand it? He blustered, feigning modesty. Of course I can, why else would I be the leader and not you? Now get out of here. The subordinates looked at him with worshipful eyes. Heavens, the boss is truly great. Pierre Lon hesitated a moment before asking, So how exactly do these experts called capitalists torture you to make you hate them so much? Shen Yi answered succinctly. They subjected me to 996. He panicked. 996. Heavens, what on earth is 996? Shen Yi began to recount his grievances. I start work at 9 a.m. and don't finish until 9 p.m. My lunch and dinner breaks combined add up to less than an hour. I work over 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. Pierre-Lon showed a look of sympathy. That is indeed a bit harsh, Shen Yi continued. After that I experienced 007, from midnight to midnight. 7 days a week without a single day of rest. That is 007. Listening to this profound tale, Pierre-Lon trembled and bit his nails. My God! Then he gently pulled Shen Yi into a sympathetic embrace. Let me hold you. Shen Yi was moved to tears. Thank you, Pierre-Lon looked at him with pity. I think I'm starting to understand you. I want to know, in such a cruel environment, how did you survive and climb to such a high status? With tear-filled eyes, Shen Yi recalled pitifully. I remember that day. The snow was falling heavily. I was cold and hungry, and I only had a single box of matches on me. The system chimed. The undead have decided to spread the word of the evils of human 996 and 007. You will become the protagonist of this propaganda war. Please note that your new title, the Little Match Boy, may be born from this. Shen Yi immediately bristled with rage. The boy who lived is already stuck to me like a piece of gum I can't shake off, and now I have to add the little match boy? Absolutely not. Then he continued, spinning the yarn. Just when I was about to freeze to death, Finn saved me. Therefore, Finn is my savior, and I will absolutely not allow you to frame him or dispose of him as you wish. A subordinate ran back to report the situation. Report, we have verified that he is telling the truth. The elven high priest was indeed lurking in that village, preparing to wipe out all of our assassins in one fell swoop. The undead troops immediately broke into a stir. This meant Finn was innocent. One undead marveled. Not only did Finn escape the elven trap, but he also recruited a human youth who possesses a medal of valor, and who is soon to be sent to the Imperial Military Academy. This is a massive achievement. Pierre-Lon fell into extreme anxiety, thinking seriously. Higher-ups had already ordered Finn's death, but now it seemed he absolutely couldn't kill him. If I execute Finn, it's equivalent to offending all the soldiers. Sooner or later I'll be thrown away by my superiors to appease public anger, becoming an object of public execution. He glanced sideways, thinking the high-level undead above will gain fame from it, while I become a stepping stone for their promotion. But I've already beaten Finn until only his head is left. Reviving him would cost a fortune in resources. No matter how I look at it, this deal isn't worth it. I'm not spending my own money on this. Pierre-Lon closed his eyes, cleared his throat with a cough, and reached out to hand Finn a medal as a commendation. Very well, Finn. It seems you are a brave undead warrior and have not forgotten your mission. This commemorative medal is for you. It is a glory you deserve. He turned and smiled at Shen Yi, giving a thumbs up. And you, child, from now on we shall call you the Little Match Boy. This title can mask your identity as the boy who lived. The system continued to update. Your new title, the Little Match Boy, has begun to take shape. Shen Yi roared in agony internally. Damn it, I couldn't dodge it after all. Pierre-Lon praised with his eyes closed. Ah, I am truly proud of you both. Now we must immediately report the situation here. We'll leave you to handle things on your own. Then he said to his subordinates, let's go. The crowd answered in unison. Yes, Shen Yi shouted at their departing backs. Hey, you beat him into this state and you're just going to dump him here and ignore him? Seeing no response, he immediately cursed the lot of them. Damn it, they vanished in the blink of an eye. Finn consoled him. I told you before, we undead are usually just left outside to fend for ourselves when we're injured. Luckily, my power is still here, just sealed within my head. It'll be usable as soon as my bones grow back, Shen Yi said crossly. Lucky my foot. You don't even have a body, you're in worse shape than when we first met. Finn asked, you didn't throw away that fish tank, did you? Shen Yi answered, I paid money for it, I'm not stupid, so of course I didn't. When we get back I'll order some takeout for you and change your calcium supplement solution, Finn said gratefully. Many thanks. By the way, do you humans really have capitalists that terrifying? Shen Yi replied with a flat expression, we do, but not in your world. Finn breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Shen Yi asked curiously, why do you care about human affairs? Finn said seriously, it seems you don't understand the situation in our world yet. Here other races actually love to learn from humans. If you have capitalists like that, it's only a matter of time before they appear among the undead as well. Just as Shen Yi was about to speak, the familiar system prompt rang in his ear. Critical warning triggered again, you have been discovered once more. Shen Yi grew suspicious. Were those undead back? Please note, this is the critical moment to complete your third evaluation title. One of us. You must not escape. In the distance, a group of people surrounded Shen Yi, shouting loudly, don't move. Fully armed soldiers approached. A traitor to humanity, caught in the act of secretly colluding with the undead. Right. When the other party saw Shen Yi's face clearly, they let out an exclamation. It's you, the boy who lived. Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat as he looked at the person before him, His Royal Highness Prince Not. Not interrogated coldly. Speak, what is going on here? Don't even think about lying. Any lie will be instantly seen through and I will kill you with my own hands. Shen Yi raised his hands and spoke with a smile. Your Highness, please allow me to introduce him. This is my informant Finn, the battlefield collection officer for the 5th Squad of the Bone Legion. He has been trading with me, providing intelligence on the undead race. We have signed a contract. Not repeated warily. A contract? How is that possible? How could a human sign a contract with an undead? The mage beside him said with closed eyes. He is not lying. I am continuously using arcane magic to monitor his actions and his soul. The soldiers whispered among themselves. They hadn't expected the rumored boy who lived to have such methods. He truly lived up to his reputation. It was incredible. Julia appeared out of nowhere and placed a hand on Shen Yi's shoulder. Did you really get undead intelligence from him? Shen Yi replied with a fawning smile. Yes, I've already handed it over to the Hand of Shadow. Julia said softly to Not. Your Highness, I believe him. I specialize in the study of soul sorcery and am very sensitive to fallen souls. His soul is pure, filled with anger and firm conviction. He absolutely cannot be one of the undead's lot. Not asked curiously, Undead, why would he establish a trading relationship with you? Shen Yi stammered an explanation. He received unfair treatment on the undead side. Life was very difficult for him. Suddenly he remembered something and blurted out, amidst everyone's shocked gazes, 996. Because I was fed up with the 996 system. Not frowned in bewilderment. 996, Finn complained pitifully. I suffered too much unfair treatment. Perhaps you humans don't know, but among the undead, capitalists truly exist. Not asked curiously, is a capitalist some new species of undead? Recalling his own hardships, Finn answered, Yes, let me tell you, I am a poor undead with no tools of production or wealth. I must deliver my labor to the owners of the means of production, the capitalists. Simultaneously, during the actual labor process, the value of the labor generated is entirely extracted by the capitalists. Leaving me with just enough to barely survive, the prince's mage stroked his beard and said, The immortal and tireless undead race would indeed be the perfect objects of exploitation for producers. Finn immediately expressed his agreement. Exactly. We don't even need to eat and can work like this forever. The capitalists save a fortune in employment costs. Not pressed further. And what is 996 then? Finn explained mournfully. Starting work at 9 a.m., finishing at 9 p.m. with less than an hour of rest between noon and evening combined. Working over 10 hours a day, 6 days a week. Not closed his eyes and said with a hint of sympathy, That is indeed somewhat cruel. Then Finn continued. I also experienced 007, working from midnight to midnight, 7 days a week without rest, commonly known as 007. The soldiers all wore expressions of shock upon hearing this, and the mage and prince also fell into deep thought. My God, Not stepped forward and gently embraced Finn. Let me hold you. Finn was moved and a bit shy. Thank you, Not sighed sympathetically. I think I'm starting to understand you. I want to know, how did you survive until now in such a cruel environment? With tearful eyes, Finn recalled. I remember it was a day of heavy snow. When I escaped, I saw him, the boy who lived. He was cold and hungry, and he only had a single box of matches on him. Shen Yi interrupted guiltily. Everyone, let's forget about the matches. Finn answered shortly and angrily, No, and then continued the unfinished story. It was he who struck the matches and burned a pile of wood to keep me warm. It was through him that I felt human kindness and warmth for the first time. Finn was transformed by this warmth, and so he confidently announced he was standing up to resist. I decided to revolt, the system chimed happily. Congratulations, you and your companion have exposed and denounced the capitalists. This has caused the new evaluation title, The Little Match Boy, to grow rapidly, rivaling The Boy Who Lived. Shen Yi cursed in his heart. Congratulations, my foot, isn't there a single decent evaluation title? Not asked gently. My undead friend, how do you prove your identity? Is there any evidence? Finn quickly produced the medal he had just received. I have a bone medal here. The mage took the medal and cast a spell to inspect it. Subsequently, the screen displayed that the medal was awarded to Finn, the battlefield collection officer of the 5th Squad of the Bone Legion, issued by Torrens, the undead war array general. The mage immediately confirmed, Your Highness, only a medal holder can burn soul fire. What they say is true. Prince Not frowned as he pondered. An undead who betrayed his own race, actually seeking refuge under a human. This has never happened in history. A sense of witnessing history is born spontaneously. He stepped forward, placed a hand on Shen Yi's shoulder and praised, The boy who lived, you were severely injured in the war and even forgot your own true name. As a prince of the St. Violet Empire, I shall bestow a name upon you, the soldiers whispered in surprise. A name bestowal? Heavens, a royal name grant is an extremely high honor. Once a name is bestowed, as long as one lives in the human kingdom, one's livelihood is guaranteed for life. Shen Yi was only in his teens, if he could perform military service in the future. It was almost unimaginable, not said with a smile, the boy who lived, from now on you shall be called Harry. As soon as Shen Yi heard it, he refused. No, your highness, please change it. Absolutely nothing starting with ha. Please accept my most sincere request. Not agreed. Alright then, how about Rally? Shen Yi thought to himself. Rally is even worse than Harry. Not saw Shen Yi's predicament. It seems you don't like that much either. In human history, legend tells of two sons of the ancient gods. It is said that when endless disaster descends, they will appear to save the devout people. One is named Rally, and the other is named Peppa. Finally, looking at the blank-faced Shen Yi, he proudly settled on the name. If you don't want to be called Rally, then from now on you shall be called Peppa. Shen Yi wailed tragically in his heart. Peppa is a hairdryer-shaped pig. Back in my home on Earth, an image of Peppa opening a door appeared in his mind. Saint Peppa. A squad of soldiers stood at attention with swords drawn, radiating a powerful aura. Not walked over and said seriously to Shen Yi, "Take the oath, Peppa. From this day forward you must never betray humanity. If you violate the oath, your soul shall instantly shatter." At this moment, Shen Yi took the oath. He would become a respected hero. In the future, as long as he performed military service, he would have the chance to be canonized. Shen Yi looked in surprise at the miraculous scene before him. Canonization. Does that mean I am now a saintly child? Fine, this isn't a bad deal. He placed a hand over his heart and shouted loudly, "I, Peppa, do hereby swear that I will never betray humanity at any time." As soon as Shen Yi finished speaking, a powerful force surged straight down. He felt that magical power. The mage nearby spoke, "Congratulations, child, the ritual is complete. From now on, you are no longer just Peppa." Shen Yi was very happy. No longer just Peppa, completing the ritual earns me a new name, the mage smiled. Prince Not, the mage, and Julia spoke in unison, smiling as they answered, "It is Saint Peppa." Shen Yi froze on the spot for a few seconds as if flash frozen. He was speechless at the bizarre name. Saint Peppa, Not instructed once more. "I'll pretend I didn't see what happened today. You and your companion must be careful in the future. Don't let your guard down. If anything happens, feel free to tell me. If you perform meritorious service, I will not be stingy with rewards." Shen Yi gave a respectful bow. "Yes, your highness." Not pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to him. "Take this." He explained that it was magic stationery. "Anything written on this will be instantly synchronized to another piece of magic stationery in my hand. This is a tool specifically provided to Royal Intelligence personnel. In the future, if there is any important intelligence or event, you can contact me through it." Shen Yi stood at attention and saluted, saying loudly, "Loyalty to humanity until death." He was secretly delighted. "I've struck it rich this time. That big skeleton must have plenty of undead intelligence in his hands." The prince's party prepared to leave. "We're going now, take care." Julia approached and said in a low voice, "Saint Peppa, let me tell you, the name Peppa actually represents a secret." Shen Yi asked curiously, "What secret?" She began to recount. In the legends, the weapons of the godchild Peppa were ever-changing. At times a saber or sword, at times a spear or bow and arrow, and could even transform into bizarre weapons never before seen by humans. Those who possess this name will always gain an extremely high boost in the field of weapon mastery. Shen Yi gave a forced smile while breaking into a cold sweat. "So he's called Peppa because the weapons he carries are peculiar?" "So that's how it is," Julia sighed. "As expected of Saint Peppa, you're quick to catch on. Remember, you must also work hard to strive to become a grandmaster proficient in all kinds of weapons." Shen Yi asked skeptically. "Are there many people named Peppa?" She thought for a moment. "Not many. Among the people I know there are only 5. Old Peppa, Little Peppa, Red Peppa, Big Peppa, and Fat Peppa." Julia patted Shen Yi on the shoulder and praised, "Of course you are certainly the most special one. You are the Saint Peppa canonized by the royal family." Shen Yi was a bit embarrassed. "Well, thank you very much then," he consoled himself in his heart. "Good, it seems I'm not the only one with this name." With that, Julia smiled and encouraged him. "Keep at it. The prince thinks very highly of you." The two waved goodbye. Finn teased, "Time to go, Peppa." Shen Yi replied coldly, "Are you looking to die?" He irritably summoned the door. "Don't call me that name. Call me Shen Yi, got it?" Finn sized him up curiously. "Why are you so angry?" Shen Yi didn't bother with him. "Cut the crap." Finn continued to joke, "Fine, Peppa." As Shen Yi stepped through the door, he threatened, "You're done for. No more calcium supplement solution for you." The surrounding scenery began to turn bizarre like signal interference. Shen Yi stopped in his tracks, gradually feeling something was wrong. He looked back and saw that Finn had become lifeless. Panic-stricken, Shen Yi shouted, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? What exactly is going on? Who am I?" Suddenly, the system's voice rang out before Shen Yi's stunned face. "Congratulations, you did it. You survived being surrounded by both the undead and humans. The undead have dropped their hostility toward you. And so have the humans. The bone metal left by the undead has granted you the title of the Little Match Boy. The Prince of the Human Empire has bestowed upon you the title of Saint Peppa, and performed the canonization ceremony. This means both great races consider you one of them, someone worthy of trust. A surge of power enveloped him, and the evaluation result was a frail human. When trapped in the enemy's heavy encirclement, you turned the situation around through wisdom, even turning enemies into friends and navigating between the worlds of light and shadow. This is the fundamental reason you received this evaluation term. Congratulations on obtaining the evaluation term for the third time, one of us. As an ordinary person, you have broken the rules 3 times in a row to obtain the same evaluation term, which was supposed to be impossible, yet you achieved it. Congratulations, your door has gained a hidden ability. This power transformed into a clock of flowing time, elementary time fluid. Shen Yi asked curiously. Time fluid, the system explained. When you pass through this door, you can cause time to stagnate for 3 seconds on one side of the door. The other side remains unaffected. After each use, it cannot be activated again for a week, using you as the reference point for time. Shen Yi sighed. Stopping time for 3 seconds once a week? This ability is way too weak, the system added a reminder. Furthermore, when you break through the evaluation ranks and obtain the blue rank evaluation term excellent or anything above blue, the door will gain new abilities. He understood. So it can be upgraded, meaning there's a way to make it last longer. Everything returned to normal and the time stagnation ended. System notification. This instance was a trial version and does not count toward formal usage. Shen Yi turned to look at Finn, who had changed back into a ring, and complained, "That's it, that was fast. Big skeleton, how do you feel?" It answered dizzily. "What?" Shen Yi said. "Nothing, just kidding." Subsequently, he thought to himself, swallow evaluation term one of us. System prompt. Evaluation term swallowed. Gained 3 attribute points. Current free attribute points, 10. Shen Yi lay on the bed and let out a long yawn. "Is it 6 o'clock already? Let's call it a day. I'll work hard again tomorrow. I'm dead tired, got to get some sleep." Suddenly, the phone rang, making him scowl. "Who is it?" It was Supervisor Qian calling. "It's me, Qian Rushan. Hurry and get up. We're taking the spaceship to the testing ground soon." As the spaceship traveled through the blue sky and white clouds, Shen Yi dozed off in his seat. Suddenly, a phone ring made him feel irritable. "Can't I just get some sleep?" On the other end was a text message from Zhao Yibing. "Shen Yi, I also got the chance to take the entrance exam for the 3 elite high schools. Let's meet up." Receiving her text surprised him. How did Zhao Yibing get the exam qualifications? Wait, something felt off about her appearance. Was it because she dyed her hair purple? He asked Qian Rushan, who was sitting opposite him. "Manager Qian, there's a girl from our school who also got into the entrance exam for the 3 elite schools. Did you know about this?" He replied coldly while looking at a book. "Her name is Zhao Yibing, right? I just heard about it too. I heard the girl is exceptionally gifted and had been hiding her strength until she revealed it today. Hidden by whom? The Archaeology Association." Shen Yi fell into deep thought. The Archaeology Association was an extremely important organization in this world, responsible for excavating various ruins, searching for humanity's past, and even seeking the legacy knowledge, weapons, and martial arts left from ancient times. They possessed immense power, but Zhao Yibing didn't look like someone who would have a connection to such an organization. Right, Meng Yu had been investigating this matter. She should know the situation better. It seemed he'd have to ask her. Shen Yi fell silent for a moment, remembering that Meng Yu had cried that day. Since he'd made her cry last time, would she still talk to him now? He made up his mind and dialed the number. "Whatever, I'll just call. If she's still angry, I'll just apologize properly." The call went through, and a voice came from the other end. "Hello, young Master Shen, what's up?" he asked awkwardly with a blush. "Meng Yu, let me ask you something. Do you know Zhao Yibing?" Shen Yi was stunned by her answer. "I know her. She's already dead. You arrived too late and didn't see it." He was horrified. "Dead? She just sent me a text. She said she also got exam qualifications and asked to meet me." Meng Yu immediately pressed, "Where are you?" Shen Yi briefly explained the situation. "On the spaceship, preparing for the exam." She quickly arranged, "I'm also going to the exam. We'll talk when we meet later." He hesitantly agreed. Qian Rushan smoked a cigarette coldly. They reached their destination 10 hours later, and Meng Yu caught up on the situation. "Understood. Shen Yi, you must remember my words." She reminded him never to meet Zhao Yibing alone under any circumstances. She was extremely dangerous. Shen Yi nodded in understanding. Finally, Meng Yu set a time to meet. "Then let's meet at the exam site," Qian Rushan asked casually while reading and smoking. "Meng Yu," Shen Yi replied. "Yes," Qian Rushan continued. "At 3:25 this morning, a surge of sword chi soared into the sky over the Baijiang River outside the city. Investigation revealed that this sword chi was unleashed by Meng Yu of the Luo family. The AI has determined she broke through her sword technique. Shen Yi couldn't help but feel surprised. It seemed she had successfully achieved a breakthrough with the enhancement of the sacred arm. Qian Rushan continued. After her breakthrough, she demonstrated 49 moves of her sword style on the river's surface, treading upon the sword and departing gracefully. He asked, why did she master sword techniques so early? We're all just in junior high and have only learned basic physical training. Qian Rushan said frankly. She is a daughter of a noble family. Her family has a sword-style heritage, and she has been practicing since she was a child. Shen Yi wore a look of realization. So that was it. Ordinary people only have the chance to learn combat methods if they get into high school, but children of noble families start practicing from childhood. Winning at the starting line, he replied coldly, noble children start cultivating comprehension and resonance from a young age. You won't even touch courses in those fields until high school, let alone secret arts. Compared to them, their families' pills, artifacts, and secret divine weapons make competition practically meaningless. He broke into an angry laugh. The gap is too big. I actually have to take an exam with a bunch of monsters like that. Qian Rushan consoled him. It's all right, Shen Yi. Actually, you're a noble child too. He glanced at him after speaking, even though Shen Yi had never received the slightest benefit from his family and had even been treated poorly. But with our Humanity Martial Arts group here, we will do our best to support you through the exam. The Humanity Martial Arts group is your home. Shen Yi gave a dry laugh. Thank you then, but in his heart he cursed. This old fox. He's only saying that because he's afraid I'll leave the group and go back to the noble family. Qian Rushan continued happily. Since Meng Yu could tread on the river after her breakthrough, it seems her movement technique has also broken through. Truly, the student surpasses the master. He let out a long yawn and stopped speaking. I'm going to sleep first, wake me up when we arrive. Shen Yi looked at his phone with a dark expression as it rang. Seeing a text from the other party. Shen Yi, I'm also heading out for the exam. Why don't we go together? He muttered irritably to himself. Zhao Yibing again. Are you dead or not? I'm exhausted. Please stop texting me if you want to meet me. Go use an old photo to trick her. Shen Yi replied. You go ahead. I'm hanging out in Zhangbei and won't leave until the day after tomorrow morning. He raised an eyebrow at the screen as Zhao Yibing replied calmly. What a coincidence. I'm also in Zhangbei. Where are you right now? Shen Yi was shocked. Such a coincidence? No way. Subsequently, he politely declined. Ah, what bad luck. My friend just came to pick me up and we're heading to Nanshan Temple. A message immediately appeared on the phone. She hadn't given up. Haha, I also plan to go to Nanshan Temple to offer incense. I'm almost there. Want to grab a meal together? Shen Yi panicked. How was that possible? Nanshan Temple was 100 kilometers away from Zhangbei. How did she manage that? Only a few minutes after his message, dejected by Zhao Yibing's words, he lay on the sofa. Whatever, I'm dead tired. I'll sleep first. Anyway, she can't threaten me right now. Zhao Yibing stared at the phone and mocked. Shen Yi, do you think you can get away? In the ruined ancient temple there was not only Zhao Yibing but also that flayer who was ravenously eating human flesh. What belongs to me I will definitely take back. An image of Shen Yi playing with fireworks as a child surfaced in his mind. Suddenly the two Song sisters ran close with terrified faces, a monster chasing behind them. He sprinted forward to block the monster. The monster bared its teeth and attacked Shen Yi, leaving only a pool of blood in the hospital. The ticking of machines was accompanied by a doctor's voice. He's truly lucky. He was bitten in dozens of places all over his body. If the pressure had been a bit higher in a few spots, this kid would be gone. He's temporarily out of danger. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Shen Yi's father and mother right before him. Immediately after, the Song sisters stood there and said with smiles, Brother Shen Yi, this is a greeting card for you. Thank you for saving us. We're going home now. We've had a great time being with you these past few days. Shen Yi took it happily and gave them gifts in return. I also prepared greeting cards for you. He stood in the snow watching as the two little girls in the car gradually faded into the distance. Returning to reality, Supervisor Qian called out incessantly, Shen Yi, hurry and get up. I'm taking you to eat. He covered his face and agreed dizzily. Shen Yi pondered. 10 years have passed. What do they look like now? As the spaceship traversed the blue sky, Shen Yi stared dumbstruck at the lavish spread of food in the cabin restaurant. This is too much. Qian Rushan waved his hand. Of course, this is the most advanced large-scale spaceship, the most luxurious kind. He ate in huge mouthfuls. This is great, thanks Manager Qian. Qian Rushan looked calm. Eat slowly, don't act like someone who's never seen the world. After a while, Shen Yi finished like a whirlwind and rubbed his stomach. So full, can't eat another bite. A voice came from the cabin door as Yun Yi said excitedly, Sorry to interrupt, why are these meat skewers left over? Can they be eaten? He said politely. Eat if you want. Yun Yi quickly picked them up and ate. Thanks a lot. Shen Yi asked Supervisor Qian, Does the group not provide food? Look how hungry this kid is, it shouldn't be like this. Qian Rushan countered, Don't look down on our group. This spaceship has gathered newcomers from 11 provinces. Besides our group, there are also newcomers from the Eternal Science Union's Hunting Equipment Research Institute. Yan Yi chewed on a skewer and said, "Hello, I'm from the Eternal Science Union." Shu Zihai stood behind him at some point with his hands behind his back. "Yan Yi, why did you run off here?" he stammered. Group leader." Shu Zihai looked sideways at the people by the table. "Isn't this old Qian? What kind of dumb luck did you have this year to actually recruit a newcomer?" Qian Rushan said in surprise. "Zihai, you recruited 7 at once?" Shu Zihai stared intensely at Qian Rushan, who refused to back down. Qian Rushan spoke first. "Kids, you go play. We adults have some things to talk about." Shen Yi caught the hint. "Ah, okay." Yan Yi happily led the way. "Follow me, there's a fun place on the spaceship." The two arrived at the activity area, and he introduced himself first. "I'm Yan Yi, and you?" Shen Yi answered. "Shen Yi, you want to play bowling?" Yan Yi waved his hand. "No, this is the only place where we can move freely." He held a card and smiled. "Actually, asking you for food just now was playing this game." A line of text appeared on the back of the card. "To obtain an exclusive card from the newcomer deck, please complete the following task. Eat the free food of 7 candidates. Task progress 3-7. Shen Yi asked, "What is this?" Yan Yi said in surprise. "You don't know, it seems your parents aren't professionals." "It's okay, I'll tell you. Here, give me your hand." The card was handed to Shen Yi, and then another one appeared. He exclaimed, "Magic? That's so cool." Yan Yi explained, "This isn't magic. This is the 3 elite high school newcomer deck issued by Tarot Tower. I only told you because you helped me complete a task." A line of text appeared on Shen Yi's card. "To gain a foothold in the newcomer deck and become one of the cards, please complete the following tasks. 1. Have at least 6 candidates participate in an activity you host without any promotion. 2. Have at least 2 candidates participate in another activity you host." He asked curiously, "Why do I have a task 2? Yan Yi closed his eyes. "Complete the tasks and you can become a candidate card in the deck." "I'm working hard on it." Shen Yi looked blank. "What's the use of becoming a deck card?" Yan Yi was speechless. "You really know nothing at all. I admire you for even daring to come to the exam. Let me explain it to you slowly. Tarot Tower is the arbitration agency for this exam. This card set is an auxiliary system they issued. You can get a lot of information about the exam through the cards. The cards will randomly issue these kinds of tasks, and completing them can improve your evaluation. If your evaluation rank can make it onto the card leaderboard, the benefits are endless. Not only can you get bonus points for the exam, but you'll also be continuously watched by major organizations. You'll also hold the initiative in exams and school selection, have more prestige in front of other candidates, and even gain advertising sponsorships to become a well-known rising star." Shen Yi giggled at the card in his hand. Tarot Tower was quite interesting. Anyway, he had to find a way to complete the task and become a newcomer. He grumbled at the task on the card. "Find at least 6 candidates to participate in an activity you host without making any requests." Shen Yi looked around and finally looked at the vent on the ceiling. He pointed up and asked, "Hey, did you see that vent?" Yan Yi looked up. "I see it," Shen Yi suggested. "It's boring just standing here." "Let's see who can touch that vent," he said without hesitation. "It's quite high. I reckon I'd have to use all my strength to touch it." He showed a look of surprise. "Really? I don't believe it." Yan Yi provoked. "What if I touch it?" Shen Yi said. "Then you're impressive," he answered readily. "Watch closely." Yan Yi took a running start to jump, his speed fast as lightning. He rushed halfway up the wall and kicked off hard, but he was still a distance away from the vent, and Yan Yi had no choice but to drop down. "Damn it, so close," Shen Yi joked. "So close, you're still way off." He said he was just warming up and would try again. Shen Yi stopped him as he was about to start his run. "Wait, it's my turn to touch it now." Yan Yi agreed. "Fine. Everyone gets one try." Shen Yi leapt up amidst the others' taunts. "Yours is what I'd call way off. Now it's my turn." He countered that the first jump was just a pro, but if someone could actually touch a spot that high, it would be truly impressive. Yan Yi interrupted. "Stop making excuses and watch me." People standing nearby witnessing this scene broke into a flurry of discussion. "Look over there, they seem to be having a high jump competition," a girl said. "High jump? That's so childish." A boy didn't pay much attention. "That spot was so high it would be hard to reach." Another child stepped forward and mocked, "It might be a bit high for you, but if you let me take a few running steps, I can definitely touch it." The boy from before said, "Touching it with your fingertips doesn't count. I mean, the entire palm has to slap the flag." He stated calmly that slapping it with the whole palm would be no problem. Someone nearby laughed out of sheer anger. "Who can't brag? You think you're the only one?" he said confidently. "You don't believe me? This brother here used to train." His companion countered that if he said his fingertips could touch it, it might be possible, but slapping it with his palm was absolutely impossible. He dropped a sentence as he walked away. "Your vision is too narrow. I'll show you how it's done." The girl stared blankly as the two walked away. What are you two even doing? I'm over this. What's so fun about this? A boy popped out from nowhere. This was a challenge. The girl looked at the person beside her. Xiao Yi, are you going too? He was full of confidence. Keep a close eye on me for a second. I'm definitely going to jump higher than them. Someone sprinted past. You can't outjump me. Voices also came from behind. I'm the one who's going to hit the highest spot. A string of people leapt up simultaneously. Watch me, it's my turn. Shen Yi smiled while holding the card. A boy's happiness was just that simple. A voice came from the card. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have become a member of the newcomer deck. Now, please complete the second challenge. Have at least 12 candidates participate in another activity you host. He evaluated that this was indeed a bit difficult. But fortunately, the no promotion allowed condition had been removed this time. Shen Yi pondered for a moment and came up with a new idea. He waved his hand. Hello everyone, brothers, look over here. The Humanity Martial Arts Group is giving out benefits to everyone. A group of people got interested, and Xiao Yi asked, benefits? A series of intrigued discussions asked him to explain. To protect everyone and to ensure that no one is deceived or hurt during the most beautiful years of your youth, the young boss of the Humanity Martial Arts Group has invited me to host a free anti-emotional fraud lecture for everyone. The contents of the slips in Xiao Yi's and Yun Yi's hands were different. You smell so good, give me a hug. I don't want anything else, I just like this feeling. The two were very curious. Anti-emotional fraud lecture, or what's that? What's written on these slips? Shen Yi closed his eyes and listed some dialogues between men and women. Xiao Yi panicked. Do you really have abs? I don't believe it. A girl once said this to me, he thought. Are you curious if I unbutton my shirt to show her? He answered, yes. I was too stupid back then. After she saw them, she kept pestering me. I regret it so much now, I just didn't know how to deal with it at the time. Shen Yi pointed at him seriously. Remember, girls are not simple. You must be careful when you encounter such words. Don't just show people your abs casually. You also have to watch out if she's using her phone to sneak a photo of you. Someone panicked. Could there really be such a thing? Xiao Yi broke out in a cold sweat. Not only were there, but she had taken a lot of them. Shen Yi cursed angrily, saying this lesson must be etched into memory. Our boys' bodies are very precious. If you get posted online, who are you going to talk to? Do you want people to point at your face for the rest of your life and say, I have a photo of him? He clutched his head and wailed. My life is over. Yun Yi patted his back to comfort him. It's okay, life is long, this isn't your fault. Shen Yi was moved to tears. Brothers, it's only because I'm so handsome that I have this kind of experience, and you guys are also outstanding among the crowd. You must pay attention to this in the future and protect yourselves, Xiao Yi praised. Too professional, brother. So what if someone keeps pestering you, like those sending messages online? I don't want to burn bridges, are you confident? After all, you know each other. Just reply with ha, heavens, that's brilliant. So powerful. Is that so? So that's how it works, he wondered. Is that really enough? What if it doesn't work? Shen Yi loudly pointed out the key. Just say you're going to take a shower. The chat naturally ends there. Gazes of admiration for a genius gathered. Everyone took turns praising him, deeply moved. Brother, how should I deal with this situation? Your Adam's apple is moving, can I touch it? It's too late to go back. What should I do? What about this situation? My ex hurt me too deeply. I don't dare to give my heart to you, that's what she told me. Brother, your lip shape is so nice, it looks so soft. Shen Yi waved his hand, his body radiating light as he instructed. Brothers, remember, you must distinguish whether she likes you as a person or just wants your body, and, even if it really gets to the point of confirming a relationship, you must keep evidence. Otherwise, if she turns around and bites you, you won't be able to clear your name even if you jump into the Yellow River. We boys must be responsible for ourselves. Everyone was high-spirited, shouting that he spoke well. That's right, brothers of the Handsome Men's Association, we must be independent. I think the name Handsome Men's Association isn't domineering enough. What do you guys think? How about the Overlord Brotherhood? That's a good name. Domineering enough. Nearby girls watched them. What kind of tricks are they playing now? The card manifested a notification. Congratulations on completing the challenge. You have become a member of the newcomer deck. Shen Yi thought happily, success. Xu Zihai watched them from above. These little brats aren't resting properly. What kind of nonsense are they up to down there? But Qian Rushan interrupted. Let the kids play. Once they get there, they won't have this kind of leisure time. It's likely a newcomer deck task from Tarot Tower. Truly nostalgic. We went through this when we were young too. He looked down at Shen Yi. It's still the kid you brought back leading the way. Looking at his high-spirited appearance, he probably completed the task. Quite clever. I remember among the newcomers I led before, someone reached 4 stars in the tarot deck at most. I didn't expect you, you lazy bone, to start leading newcomers too. How is that, kid? He smiled. There's hope he'll surpass your 4-star student. On the other hand, why did you suddenly recruit so many people? Shu Zihai closed his eyes, recalling the past. An A-rank disaster broke out in the 8 southeastern provinces, and a large number of experts were sacrificed to barely seal it. Now these newcomers I'm leading are all orphans of martyrs, and their abilities are quite good. The government decided to let the kids try. If it doesn't work out, they'll be guaranteed admission to the provincial key high schools. Qian Rushan took a glance. Those who could come to this exam were all top students globally. The children of noble families were even more like hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Although killing is not allowed in the exam, there have been many accidents in previous years. What if he interrupted. Old Qian, I understand what you mean, but that's not something we can intervene in. I'm just following orders, he said with a straight face. True, the sky outside the spaceship is getting dark, you guys play for a bit. I'm going out for some fresh air. Shen Yi stood outside and a pattern appeared on the card. The card in his hand manifested Finn's felon image. This is Shen Yi, candidate of the Humanity Martial Arts Group. Preliminary card, Ace of Cups or simply Cup. He gave a dry laugh in surprise. Why does it look like a villain? The card manifested an explanation. All newcomers who have just joined the deck are preliminary cards. Evaluations will be improved subsequently based on your performance. When you reach the 1-star level, you will become an official card. Current treatment. You can query some basic information about newcomers. You have become a preliminary card in the newcomer deck. You can query basic information related to this selection. He asked, what's the use of becoming an official card? The card replied, become an official newcomer card. Retain this qualification until the end of the exam and you will definitely be admitted to the 3 top-tier academies. Shen Yi was startled and understood. So becoming an official card means guaranteed admission? So it's a guaranteed admission qualification. If that's the case, won't everyone be fighting tooth and nail? How many cards are there in the official newcomer deck in total? It replied, 54 cards. He was very curious. 54 cards meant there were only 54 guaranteed admission spots. How many candidates are participating in this exam in total? And how many are involved in this activity? The card said. There are a total of 3,579 candidates this year, with a total of 1,708 becoming preliminary cards, of whom 1,603 are children of noble families. All of them have cards. There are only 105 ordinary candidates. Shen Yi sneered. The gap between people is just too big. The competition for 54 spots is extremely fierce. I'm afraid those 105 ordinary candidates will never be able to break through the siege of the noble scions and become official cards. By the way, the noble scions are all in the deck, so is she also. Meng Yu's photo gradually manifested. The introduction column read, Xiao Meng Yu, daughter of the Luo family, strength level 5 stars, official card, number 1 in swordplay among all candidates. Unquestionable 5-star treatment. One must reach 5 stars to view the details. His eyes lit up. 5 stars. Why was she able to cross the river alone on a boat, wearing a bamboo hat and carrying a longsword, looking so cool while I'm holding a skull? He was surprised. I can even add friends. Add friend? The other party had accepted the friend request. From now on, calling the other party with the card would allow direct dialogue. Meng Yu spoke first. Shen Yi, you've joined the newcomer deck too? Shen Yi leaned against the railing. It was a bit boring on the spaceship, so someone happened to teach me and I learned it. Over there, Meng Yu said this was something from Tarot Tower with some added benefits. I was going to tell you when you arrived. Speaking of which, the image on your card looks like some kind of evil villain. He let out an awkward sigh. I don't know why they gave me this image. I wonder if I can change it. Meng Yu comforted him, saying it was automatically generated. By the way, I suggest you check the newcomer leaderboard when you have time to understand everyone's strength. We'll talk about the rest in detail when we get there. Shen Yi agreed readily. All right, I'll check the leaderboard first. See you later. Meng Yu also replied. See you later. He clicked on the card curiously. The leaderboard for the 54 official cards: first place Nangong Si Rui, second place Wang Dingzhou, third place Sha Shi Zi, fourth place Niu Zi Chang, fifth place Xiao Meng Yu. Meng Yu, with her peerless swordplay, was actually only ranked 5th. Ranked first was Nangong Si Rui. Let's see. The card manifested the first person's appearance. Nangong Si Rui, eldest son of the Nangong family, strongest successor, strength level 6 stars, a heavy favorite to win the championship this year. He marveled, 6 stars. Girls these days are really strong. Every one of them is not only powerful but also beautiful. Wait, look closely. Eldest son? Shen Yi's eyes widened. Wait, eldest son of the Nangong family, a guy. He rubbed his face. What is a big man doing looking so beautiful? Still wearing ancient white clothes, holding a fan and surrounded by a bunch of beautiful maidservants. Is being 6 stars really that great? Looking at the leaderboard made him unable to help but curse. Damn it, this guy is actually the only 6 star. The remaining 4 and 5 stars were also all children of noble families. I must find a way to improve my evaluation star rating as soon as possible. Shen Yi thought hard about the evaluation criteria. I'm quite familiar with this. After all, I'm trying to enter that big door to earn evaluations every day. Speaking of which, don't I have a partial set of Bone Moon Heaven Shaker? He stepped forward to practice it and see. Shen Yi slowly closed his eyes. His silhouette gradually disappeared bit by bit. Shen Yi practiced quickly. Bone Moon Heaven Shaker, he suddenly delivered a side kick, his movements skillful as he rapidly changed moves. A perfect leap, Moonlit Deer Walk, the card manifested. Although incomplete and somewhat unstable, it is, after all, similar to a move that has been lost for a long time. If this heritage reappears in the world, it will add many uncertainties to this exam. He smiled. It worked as expected. New text appeared. You have successfully upgraded to 1 star. You have become an official member of the deck, possessing 1-star treatment. You can refuse a challenge from others once every hour. His card manifested. Shen Yi, candidate of the Humanity Martial Arts Group, newcomer card, 1 star. He said awkwardly, "Hey, this smile looks really punchable. Getting this carried away over just 1 star? The card notified that he received a friend request from Yun Yi preliminary card and a friend request from Xiao Yi preliminary card. Shen Yi said it's the 2 of them, except. Yun Yi marveled. Shen Yi, you upgraded to 1 star so quickly, that's simply heaven-defying. Meanwhile, Xiao Yi had stars in his eyes and a face full of admiration. Brother Shen is too fierce. When we arrive, let's go explore together, he stammered as he agreed to the 2. Sure, but I have an appointment later. I'll contact you guys again soon, Ha, the 2 answered in unison. Then we'll get off the spaceship first later. We'll wait for you. Shen Yi was helpless. It's only 1 star, is there a need to be so excited? Qian Rushan was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. You've become a 1-star official member, he asked casually. Yeah, is 1 star worth you being so excited? He laughed loudly. Of course, as long as you can make it onto the leaderboard once, even if you're knocked off later. It's enough to catch people's eyes, Shen Yi asked. Hey, do you really want to see me knocked off that much? Qian Rushan laughed heartily and patted his shoulder. That you could upgrade to 1 star so quickly has already exceeded my expectations. Good job, he gave a small smile. Is that so? He praised. As expected of the talent I have my eye on, he then pointed ahead. Look, we've arrived. Shen Yi looked at the scene before him and suddenly said in surprise, Sky Island, where is that? I've never heard of such a city. He was very pleased. This was Cloud Mountain Port, once built around ancient ruins, and after the excavation was completed, it became a port city for entry and exit. Look over there, those are ancient ruins that haven't been completed yet. They're full of unknown dangers and are extremely difficult to excavate. One of the world's 3 famous high schools. Jialan High School is located in these ruins, Shen Yi asked curiously. A school built in ancient ruins mid-air, Qian Rushan replied. Exactly. Otherwise, why would it be called one of the 3 elite high schools? The teachers and students of Jialan High School are responsible for researching the sky ruins, seeking heritage and history from within. The human elite shoulder the heavy responsibility of excavating history. One day, history will tell us what the truth of the world really is and where we humans come from. The 2 looked up at the starry sky when suddenly a series of light beams shot toward them. This is, he explained, these are the admission tickets, exam permits. Once you step into Cloud Mountain Port, you will receive your admission ticket and enter the observation range of the proctors until the banquet ends tomorrow night. Evaluations will be given based on your performance during this period. Those with high evaluations will receive certain rewards and exam blessings. Shen Yi couldn't help but think, the evaluation system is very similar to my big door ability. He then asked, are the blessings and rewards powerful? Qian Rushan replied, of course. After the banquet tomorrow night, you will be teleported to the exam grounds. So before that, you must find a way to get a high evaluation so that you can get rewards and achieve good results during the exam. Shen Yi fired off a barrage of questions. What was the exam format? How long would it last? Qian Rushan rubbed his chin and replied that it was hard to say, as the format and duration changed every year. One year it was a written test that lasted only 45 minutes. Another year it was a wilderness survival challenge that took a full 3 months. Shen Yi complained that it was far too unpredictable. However, Qian Rushan offered some cheerful comfort, telling him to look on the bright side. At least he was already a 1-star newcomer. He would certainly receive extra benefits during the exam. Though exactly what those benefits were remained uncertain. They were different every year. Just then, the card in Shen Yi's hand suddenly lit up, notifying him that he had become a member of the newcomer deck and was now undergoing fusion. Shen Yi, Humanity Martial Arts Group candidate. 1-star newcomer card. First reward task obtained. Take the Azure Dragon to the East Sea for a change of pace, traveling 100,000 miles through the Sea of Clouds. Seeing this, Shen Yi stared in stunned silence, his mouth hanging wide open. Taking a dragon for a walk? What kind of ridiculous task was this? Asking a newcomer like himself to walk a dragon for 100,000 miles was giving him far too much credit. The card emitted a voice. To forfeit the task, please swipe the card with your finger. Qian Rushan explained leisurely that the scions of great families relied on their vast resources to improve their evaluations by completing specific tasks. Shen Yi frowned. This was far too unfair to ordinary candidates, but fine. Let's switch to another task. Next task. Slay demons and eliminate monsters for 10 years, with no fewer than 3,000 demon heads harvested. Shen Yi felt completely dejected after hearing this. 10 years? Was there not a single task that could actually be completed? The card displayed another new task. Practical learning. Win a single duel to quickly increase your star rating. This task cannot be refused unless high-level permissions are used. Shen Yi perked up. This sounded manageable. Qian Rushan waved a hand in warning. Don't think it's that simple. As I mentioned earlier, this task is specifically designed for the noble scions. They wear the best equipment from their families and specialize in hunting ordinary newcomers like you to farm evaluations. Shen Yi was indignant. Why does it have to be noble scions? Qian Rushan closed his eyes and pointed randomly. Look over there. He saw Xiao Yi sprawled on the ground, beaten unconscious. Shen Yi exclaimed, That's Xiao Yi. He just stepped off the spaceship, and he's already been beaten so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. At that moment, someone nearby sneered mockingly. What are you looking at? He's not even a newcomer yet. I didn't gain a single bit of evaluation from him. What bad luck. Shen Yi was so angry he wanted to rush down. Was no one going to manage this? Qian Rushan reached out to stop him. Don't worry, the medical team is on standby at all times. Ordinary injuries can be healed quickly, though he'll have to suffer a bit. But if a life is lost, the situation becomes entirely different. Not only would they be directly disqualified from the exam, but they might also face prison time. Qian Rushan reminded him. So don't hold on to naive thoughts. As for so-called fairness, your assessment actually began a long time ago. Only the strong can stand out and win respect. I didn't originally plan to have you come here so early, but since you are being hunted, the surveillance here is strict. Compared to the outside world, this place is much safer for you. Shen Yi nodded. I understand. At that moment, text appeared on the card. Evaluation obtained. Drowning Man. The so-called drowning man refers to a person who is in a situation where they could be killed at any moment without being aware of it. This was the drowning man. Shen Yi fell into a terrified state of thought. Manager Qian had clearly stated that the exam grounds were under tight surveillance and killing was strictly forbidden. Why would the card give such an evaluation? Was he truly facing a life-threatening danger at any moment? Who wanted to kill him? Was it some noble scion looking to risk their life against him? Could they really bypass the exam surveillance to strike? Or had a new assassin already infiltrated the candidate ranks? Damn it. Just then, another prompt from the card caught Shen Yi by surprise. Someone is challenging you. Challenger, Xiao Meng Yu. Shen Yi stared at the card. The task could not be refused. Shen Yi looked toward Meng Yu. Why was she initiating a challenge against him? In the distance, a young girl was waving at the two of them. Over here, Meng Yu offered a gentle smile. Qian Rushan took the hint and quickly turned to leave. I won't stay here and be a third wheel. Let's catch up later. Shen Yi explained awkwardly. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. What's between us is a pure friendship. Meng Yu approached and said, Shen Yi, thank you for treating me during the last battle. That power remained in my body and helped me complete a breakthrough. Shen Yi thought to himself that after not seeing her for a night, the aura around her had indeed changed. The Sacred Arm title above her head had disappeared, and the Great Swordsman title was very blurred, seemingly evolving into a new one. Shen Yi replied politely, You're welcome. I'm just glad you've become stronger. Then Shen Yi asked curiously, But why did you challenge me? Meng Yu suggested, Let's find a place to talk. Follow me. They arrived at a combat gym and rented a small soundproof duel room. All right, please go straight and turn left to room 9. Shen Yi followed behind and asked, What is this place for? She replied, The combat gym is used for cultivation. You can go into seclusion for meditation or spar and hone your skills. The equipment here is top-notch and the soundproofing is excellent. Suddenly, a girl was violently thrown out. The sight before him took Shen Yi by surprise. What happened? The girl slowly stood up and said, You clearly master so many powerful techniques and have such a good weapon. Why are you fighting me? The three people opposite her mocked arrogantly. I'm just doing it to farm some evaluations. Who cares about you? My turn, my turn. It was hard enough to catch a 1-star. I have to earn some evaluation points. Hey, go easy on her. Don't cripple her. I want to earn some points too. That depends on if she can take a beating. Shen Yi looked at them. He had seen this name on the deck leaderboard. He was likely a 4-star newcomer, wasn't he? Ranked 17th in the deck. At this moment, a woman wearing gloves was forcefully dragging the girl. Get up quickly, it's not over yet. the girl kept struggling. Let me go. The stout woman turned her head and immediately looked as happy as if she had found a treasure. Another 1 star, my luck is really good today. Just then a longsword flashed before the stout woman. Manhua spoke coldly. He's mine. The woman gave a cold snort. Fine, I'll let you go first. It'll be my turn after you're done, Manhua repeated calmly. Did you not hear me clearly? He is mine. The stout woman swung a fist and cursed. Looking for a beating? I'm telling you, you won't last long here acting like this. Facing the fierce attack, Manhua slowly drew her sword. The stout woman swung a strike with all her might. With a casual wave, Manhua sent the stout woman flying back. Shen Yi remained silent, while the 2 followers behind were also dumbstruck. He observed that the woman's clothes had been shredded, but her skin was completely unharmed. After her breakthrough, Menghu's swordplay had become increasingly reserved, sharp, and precise. It was like a surgical scalpel. Even at the most subtle and distorted angles, she could perfectly avoid vital areas and strike with precision. The stout woman was now red-faced with shame, trembling as she clutched her torn clothing. It turned out to be the 5th-ranked Xiao Menghu. Menghu coldly spat out one word, "Scram." The group fled, stumbling over each other. Damn it, let's get out of here. Shen Yi hesitated. Are we really going to have a match later? Menghu threatened with a smile. What? Scared? Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. At most I'll have you running around naked like her later. Shen Yi's face turned red upon hearing this. How what? The girl hiding in the corner whispered. Thank you. Menghu looked back and gave a small smile, indicating that she was just joking. In reality, it was because as long as he and she were in a dual state, no one else could initiate a challenge against him. Although Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief, he also felt a fair amount of disappointment. Menghu shook the card in her hand. Look at your card, it shows you are in combat. As long as the battle isn't over, others can't challenge you. Shen Yi thought to himself, is this a loophole? If everyone did this, wouldn't they all be able to protect themselves? Menghu interrupted him. That wasn't the case. Others could also forcefully interrupt their battle provided they could defeat her. Shen Yi gave a few dry laughs, looking a bit sheepish. Then I'm relieved. Between the 2 of us we're a 6-star combo. Who would dare come looking for trouble? Shen Yi felt a bit nervous seeing Menghu's thoughtful expression. Surely no one would actually come to challenge them? Menghu said that wasn't the case. Such behavior was inherently shameless, and not every noble scion stooped so low. Shen Yi nodded in agreement. She hadn't gone hunting for others' evaluations either. Menghu continued, from what I know, Nangong Si Rui, who is ranked 1st, never does such things either. That person is very arrogant and disdains such petty tricks. Shen Yi asked curiously, so what happens if those who farm evaluations overtake you? She said matter-of-factly. Isn't that simple? Just defeat that person and take the evaluation back. Shen Yi gave a thumbs up in admiration. Truly, strength was the absolute truth. They arrived before room 9. Menghu introduced it as a closed practice room. Others wouldn't be able to hear them talking inside. Shen Yi marveled that the conditions were excellent. He'd have to apply for a room like this next time. Menghu instantly shattered his fantasy. Advanced dual rooms like this could only be applied for by noble scions, professionals, or newcomers of 5 stars or above. An ordinary person like you would probably be kicked out before even entering the door. Shen Yi felt a bit dejected. This was indeed frustrating. Was this world created for the great families? Menghu stopped arguing and changed the subject. Let's not talk about that. Let's discuss serious business. Regarding Zhao Yibing, Shen Yi swallowed hard, his expression turning serious. Menghu said Zhao Yibing was dead, yet she had sent him a text. Menghu explained that Zhao Yibing was killed after taking her to find the Flayer. Remember that black shadow that took away the Flayer's corpse? There was an 80 to 90% chance that Zhao Yibing's body was also taken by it. Shen Yi was aghast. Since Zhao Yibing had returned to life, wouldn't the Flayer also? Menghu knew what he wanted to say. It was highly likely. Furthermore, Zhao Yibing had also come to participate in the exam. He must be careful and stay as far away from her as possible. She was certainly no longer human. Shen Yi broke out in a cold sweat, a chill running down his spine. This matter had become very serious, hadn't it? It should be reported to Kunlun. Weren't they specifically in charge of these supernatural events? Menghu said softly that she had already reported it, but there was no response yet. She advised him not to get his hopes up. After all, no one truly cared about the life or death of an ordinary person like him. Shen Yi recalled the somber boy's voice from last night. Speaking of which, his police report last night hadn't worked either. Menghu's expression was grim. Someone had already reached some kind of agreement with the Flayer. In the area where the Flayer fought, all communications would be cut to cover up his murderous deeds. Shen Yi was shocked. Was the noble power behind the Flayer really that vast? She added. Not only that, but several great families approached my house this morning. They want me to get engaged. Shen Yi was stunned. Engaged? Menghu explained slowly. The engagement target is a middle-aged man over 50 from a top-tier family who recently lost his wife. Shen Yi asked in horror. You definitely didn't agree, right? she said hesitantly that she told them she needed a few days to consider. Shen Yi was dumbstruck. Why didn't you just refuse? Meng Yu explained with a smile. Because I'm still too weak, I can only use this excuse to buy time. As long as I get into one of those 3 top-tier high schools, I'll stay inside the school and not come out until I have the strength to no longer fear them. Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That's good then. Subsequently, he slowly organized his thoughts, falling into contemplation. The Shen family was forcing him to apologize, and he hadn't expected the Luo family's side to be even more ruthless, wanting to directly ruin Meng Yu. She had studied the way of the sword since childhood, and her current swordplay achievements were so high, yet she still had to maintain a facade, while he didn't even have a self-defense skill. She suddenly asked Shen Yi if he had decided which high school to take the exam for. Shen Yi felt a bit awkward. Not yet. I have no understanding of these 3 high schools at all. Meng Yu drew her longsword and said slowly. Then let's set the exam matter aside for now. I'll give you some pointers. You should know that before high school, ordinary people have no access to any cultivation techniques, but I can teach you our family's techniques. The sword light flashing before his eyes left Shen Yi in surprise. Meng Yu sheathed her sword. This is our Luo family's rippling wave sword technique. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Shen Yi was startled and asked back. Rippling wave sword technique? If you teach me your family's swordplay without permission, won't it affect you? She was stunned by Shen Yi's attitude. Meng Yu couldn't help but ask. Do you have any idea? If I put our family's cultivation techniques out there, I don't know how many people would fight frantically for them, yet you actually have the leisure to worry about me. Shen Yi gave a helpless smile. He just didn't want her to get into trouble. This tenderness made Meng Yu turn her face away in shyness. She suppressed her embarrassment and said, It's fine, there won't be any trouble. But inwardly, she was immensely grateful. If he hadn't stepped in to save her yesterday, she would have been humiliated by the flayer. Now that she was teaching him techniques to repay him, he was actually still thinking of her. What a fool. Although the problem was solved, Shen Yi was still a bit uneasy. I really want to learn, but unfortunately I don't have a sword. Meng Yu froze and asked. But when you fought the flayer yesterday, didn't you have a sword in your hand? Shen Yi explained stutteringly. That was just a decoration I picked up at the hotel. I've already thrown it away. Meng Yu didn't suspect anything after hearing this. That makes sense. How could you have such a good sword? If I'd known, I would have stolen a sword from home, but it seems too late now. Going back would be too conspicuous, making it hard to strike. Shen Yi grew even more panicked upon hearing this. Don't steal. If your family found a precious sword on me, what would I do if they wanted to kill me? Meng Yu could only give up helplessly. True, we'll have to put the sword technique aside for now. Fortunately, I prepared other techniques. Shen Yi's eyes lit up. There were other techniques. She listed them. There's also Red Kick, 7 Kill Handblade, and Thunder Palm 16 Root Close Combat Striking. Which one do you want to learn? No. Shen Yi immediately caught the main point upon hearing this. Wait, did you just say Thunder Palm? Meng Yu explained. That's right. The palms are as fast as lightning and as powerful as thunder, which is why it's called Thunder Palm. Shen Yi recalled the words the mysterious voice had once said. Wasn't Thunder Palm exactly one of the techniques the mysterious voice had told him to collect? He had always remembered the mentioned techniques. Next, they need to find a way to get the undead race's Ghost Shadow technique, the Beast King race's Thunder Palm, and combine them with Moonlit Deer Walk. Master your Elephant Wind, and you can unlock the secret. Shen Yi thought to himself that he had already gathered Moonlit Deer Walk, Ghost Shadow technique, and Elephant Wind. Now he only lacked Thunder Palm to complete the set, but the Thunder Palm mentioned by the mysterious voice was a technique from the Nightmare World. How did Meng Yu know it? So Shen Yi asked where this set of Thunder Palm came from. She also said without reservation that it was discovered in the Sky Ruins. I heard that when the ancestors of several of our great families were excavating the Jielan Sky Ruins, they found it in a deserted loft. It seems you've also heard of Thunder Palm's great fame. Shen Yi's interest grew immensely after hearing this. Was Thunder Palm very famous? Meng Yu explained patiently. It's famous for being difficult to practice. Without enough savvy, it's hard to unleash Thunder Palm's true power. I've memorized its moves and mantras before. Since you seem interested, I'll demonstrate it for you. You must focus your attention on observing my palm strikes and mobilize all the savvy you have. Shen Yi then observed with total concentration. Simultaneously, the system prompted, since you have never developed or honed your savvy, you only have the most primal basic savvy point, 1 point. You have allocated attribute points. Your current savvy attribute is 11011. With just a few moves, Meng Yu demonstrated the prototype of Thunder Palm. The moves were both fast and steady, forming a complex pattern of fists and palms. Suddenly she saw Shen Yi practicing alongside her, even successfully executing the palm strike on his first try. This scene left Meng Yu frozen on the spot in surprise, unable to hide her inner joy. My specialty is swordplay and I've never studied palm techniques. To demonstrate for you, I just casually flipped through these techniques on my way here. I didn't expect you to not only keep up with my explanation but even discover the issues within. It seems your savvy is indeed extraordinary. Here, take this. This is the Thunder Palm mantra. Read it for yourself. Shen Yi subsequently acquired the green grade Thunder Palm mantra. He flipped through the book, marveling internally. Green represents excellent, and she actually gave me a green grade cultivation technique directly. Meng Yu is a truly good person. In an instant, Shen Yi had grasped the Thunder Palm mantra. He discovered that reaching the basic understanding stage required 5 points of savvy, minor accomplishment required 9 points, major mastery required 12 points, and reaching the peak stage required 15 points. Only then did he realize how savvy was meant to be used. No wonder those children of noble families could learn profound cultivation techniques at such a young age. They must have started cultivating their savvy from childhood. Thus Shen Yi practiced his strikes while reading the book. Congratulations, your savvy is extremely high. You have cultivated the Thunder Palm mantra to the minor accomplishment realm. Meng Yu reminded him. It seems Thunder Palm suits you very well to have learned it so quickly. Hurry and check your tarot card. Your strength evaluation will definitely have changed. Shen Yi indeed found that the card had transformed. You learned Thunder Palm in an extremely short amount of time. It seems your savvy is very high. Star rating increased. You have become a 2-star newcomer. In addition to accessing basic information, you can now obtain designated personal data, a new hairstyle, a new outfit, and an exclusive slogan. Shen Yi was excited. I can even change my hairstyle and clothes. Let's try it. Unexpectedly, the image on the card instantly turned into a bald Shen Yi wearing a Satan outfit. He slammed the card onto the ground in a rage. What the hell is this? Meng Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. That card is just teasing you. Once you reach 4 stars, its attitude will get better and better. Being mocked, Shen Yi cursed indignantly. Trash card, Meng Yu quickly advised. Be careful, if you have a bad attitude toward it, it might affect your evaluation. Hearing this, he quickly picked up the card and flattered it. Sorry, you are my precious treasure. Shen Yi suddenly took out his phone to check the time. Oh no, it's already 11 o'clock. Qian Rushan told me to find him tonight. Meng Yu spoke up. Go quickly then, I'll stay here to continue comprehending the sword style. If you're free, you can come find me anytime. Before leaving, Shen Yi remembered something and requested, by the way, could I trouble you to continue investigating the background of the flare? Naturally, she did not refuse. I will continue the investigation. Shen Yi waved goodbye. All right, thank you, see you later. When he arrived at Qian Rushan's office building, the assistant informed him. Supervisor Qian had to step out for some business. This is your room card. Go back to your room and rest first. Shen Yi acknowledged and returned to his guest room, unable to help but marvel. I didn't expect the group to have a building in Cloud Mountain Port as well. They're really rich. Since Supervisor Qian isn't here, I'll go back to my room and see if this Thunder Palm is the same one from the Nightmare World. Upon entering the room, Shen Yi immediately began practicing. He hadn't expected to gather the techniques mentioned by that mysterious voice so quickly. He had to research what secrets were hidden within. First, he performed all of them. His figure was extremely fast, as if 2 clones had appeared. His strike speed was dazzlingly quick. However, after completing the set, nothing happened. Shen Yi felt a bit discouraged. It seemed this Thunder Palm really wasn't the one from the Nightmare World. Suddenly, the big skeleton contacted him. I say, why do you love looking for this junk to practice all day? You've even gathered the most garbage skills from several races. Shen Yi was stunned. Garbage? It explained. Ghost shadow technique is junk that even the undead despise practicing, let alone humans, orcs, and elves. Look, even my subordinates can do it. A subordinate chimed in. Look, I can make clones. Finn immediately cursed. Idiot, then it continued. Elephant Wind has no killing power at all, and you're a sitting duck when facing ranged attacks or large groups of enemies. No human would practice such a thing. It even demonstrated for Shen Yi. It had to be a knockback. Finn's sharp tongue wasn't finished. Moonlit Deer Walk is just the footwork of ordinary elven soldiers. Any elf who has performed military service would learn something more advanced. And as for the orcs' Thunder Palm, almost no one practices it. That thing has no power, and orcs are naturally afraid of thunder. In all my years, I've never seen anyone collect junk specifically like you do. You'd better find a way to go to the Imperial Capital Military Academy to learn something actually advanced, Shen Yi confirmed tremblingly. Gathered, wait a minute. Are you saying the Thunder Palm I practiced is the Orkosh Thunder Palm from the Nightmare World? Finn asked back as if it were common sense. What else would it be? But he still didn't understand why a cultivation technique from the Nightmare World would appear in this world. It wordlessly revealed its hollow skull. I don't even have a brain, why are you asking me? This left Shen Yi completely baffled. Strange. Finn has confirmed this is the authentic Orcish Thunder Palm. So why is there no reaction? Clearly, last time I gathered the skills I gained an insight. The incomplete Bone Moon Heaven Shaker. Suddenly, a violent sense of vibration struck, making him freeze in place in an instant. Countless blood pores seeped from Shen Yi's entire body. Finn also sensed the anomaly. "Shen Yi, what's wrong with you?" Shen Yi struggled to twist his body. It became even more frantic. "What is happening?" Shen Yi's eyes rolled back as he thought, "What's going on? Oh no, I can't breathe." His consciousness began to blur. Is this what death feels like? He was already unable to respond to Finn's calls. "Shen Yi, damn it! Shen Yi, wake up!" But his consciousness was nearly exhausted. "I'm going to die." Deep in his consciousness, Shen Yi felt himself falling. Immediately after, a dazzling energy hit his body, waking him up. That feeling was like an oxygen tank supplying air, helping Shen Yi regain consciousness. "What is this? This cold aura saved me. This is breathing. Have I learned a new way of breathing? This breathing method carries a cold aura, protecting my consciousness from being eroded by darkness. I must maintain this breathing, or I will die." Gradually, Shen Yi curled his body in the space, as if his body were being reborn. Shen Yi felt this new breathing method mobilizing every organ in his body. He could feel his heart, blood, nerves, and cells, everything circulating within the breath. His body felt as if it were floating in a cool stream. Shen Yi moved in the direction of the water's flow until he gradually comprehended everything. Shen Yi's body felt as if it were flying toward the clouds, achieving a state of unity between heaven and man. So my previous breathing had always been cluttered and random. That could only maintain the body's basic functions and serve no other purpose. The scene before him was extremely bizarre. Although it was the first time seeing this sight, a voice echoed in his heart. A whole universe seemed to appear before Shen Yi's eyes. That voice said to him, "This is the Dharma realm." In the real world, Shen Yi remained unconscious. System notification. "Congratulations, you have mastered the Dharma realm pupil technique." As the system gave its conclusion, his eyes flickered with light. Moonlit divine illumination. This pupil technique is the unique fundamental art of the moonlit lineage. Description. The Dharma realm and all high-level technical energies are manifested before your eyes with nowhere to hide. By now, Finn also sensed that he was awake. "Shen Yi, are you okay? You scared me to death." He felt even more surprised. The system explained, "All your base attributes have increased by 3 points. Base resonance has increased by 8 points, and resonance for all moonlit lineage inheritances has increased by 20 points. Shen Yi felt his whole body filled with power. His body was completely recovered. Not only that, all attributes had increased by 3 points, and his entire body felt full of vigor. He checked the attribute panel, and the current attribute increase was astonishing. Shen Yi was even more stunned. What does resonance represent? It actually increased by 8 points in one go. But the benefits didn't stop there. The Dharma Eye had opened. He received the following notification. When you increase all attributes to 20 points, you can obtain the True Human Evaluation term. Shen Yi grew more confused as he read, True Human Evaluation term. What is this again? There was also the Dharma realm phantasm which he had seen in his consciousness. This world seemed to hide 10,000 mysteries. Finally, the system reminded, the incomplete parts of Bone Moon Heaven Shaker have evolved into a complete form. From now on, you can perform the true Bone Moon Heaven Shaker. First layer of Bone Moon Heaven Shaker, Dharma realm. This was a moonlit lineage inheritance, an extremely rare purple tier secret technique. Shen Yi was even more shocked. Purple moonlit lineage, it was still upgrading. Elephant Wind evolved into Bone Ring, Moonlit Deer Walk evolved into Flowing Moon, Thunder Palm evolved into Thunder Quell, and Ghost Shadow evolved into Heaven Shadow, Bone Ring. A leg technique to kick away enemies' weapons or even enemy spells, carrying an ice attribute that can reduce the movement speed of the target kicked. Flowing Moon. A movement technique merging basic moves like evasion and dashing, capable of creating water-like afterimages while moving, Thunder Quell. A palm technique containing the power of heavenly thunder, capable of breaking all magic power with immense destructive force. Heaven Shadow. A mystic art. You can hide in the shadows of people or objects without being discovered unless the opponent is proficient in shadow-type abilities. Special reminder. Resonance for all moonlit lineage inheritances increased by 20 points, and power is tripled. Shen Yi clutched his face in wild joy. He was just worrying about not having offensive techniques. He hadn't expected to gather leg, movement, palm, and mystic arts instantly. With the addition of the Moonlit Divine Illumination Pupil technique, the power was tripled again. This kind of purple rare secret technique is something that can be sought but not easily found. My suffering between the two worlds was not in vain. It was so worth it. But who exactly used this method to hide Bone Moon Heaven Shaker among the 4 races? After the test ended, he didn't think about it any further. Forget it, there are no clues right now. I can't figure it out even if I rack my brain. This world is too complex. I'd better wash off the blood on my body first. Shen Yi went into the bathroom to wash the blood off his face. Looking at himself in the mirror, he still felt surprised. This was simply unbelievable. Suddenly being critically injured and near death, then actually resurrecting after learning moonlit divine illumination. If not for these bloodstains, I definitely think I was dreaming. Is this what a pupil technique is? My eyes look more spirited. Just having used the skill, 2 sets of fragments appeared before Shen Yi's eyes. The system provided a considerate explanation. The following evaluation terms have an extraordinary origin and can be obtained by completing high-difficulty opening the door missions. The boy who lived, the little match boy. Shen Yi pondered. Now I can see the annotations corresponding to the evaluation terms. Is this the power of moonlit divine illumination? Suddenly he sensed something. Shen Yi looked in shock at the red thread tied around his neck. What is this? When was a red thread wrapped around my neck? When he saw the red thread, information also surfaced. Otherworldly divine spell. Description: when you appear within a 500-mile radius of the other party, they can sense your location. Simultaneously, they can teleport instantly before you. Late at night in a high-end casino, several people were placing bets at the table. A long-haired man hit the jackpot. My hand is solid this round, you guys are about to lose. Why is he sighing? Clearly I am a supreme VIP of the Assassin League. Who knew they would dare to be so negligent? The assassin they sent actually leaked the employer's information. A blonde man interrupted. Less talk, you've already lost a round. The failure to assassinate Shen Yi has brought a lot of trouble to everyone. The long-haired man got even angrier. When I take power in the future, I'll definitely kill every single person in the Assassin League. The blonde man waved his hand and folded. A bunch of slaves. Can't get anything done. I'm not following this round. Consider it my apology to everyone. That person was still unsatisfied. The trouble caused by the Assassin League shouldn't be borne by the few of us. AI, call the Assassin League headquarters. The intelligent brain immediately executed. As you command, connecting you to the Assassin League. Soon the image of an old man appeared, saying with a smile, "Good evening, everyone. Future pillars of the world, I am the general manager of the Assassin League. Just call me Gong Wu," the long-haired man questioned. "Gong Wu, how do you do business? Your assassin actually leaked the employer's information?" The old man offered a graceful apology. "My apologies. That assassin was originally the strongest in our league, but he was obsessed with a certain romantic art and often forgot the mission. He has already paid the price. I killed him." The long-haired man's face was grim. "That Shen Yi has already reached Cloud Mountain Port and is about to take the exam. Gong Wu, you won't fail again, will you?" The old man bowed respectfully and replied, "I assure you all that I will make Shen Yi disappear completely. If the mission goes wrong again, I will personally present my head to apologize to everyone." Only then did the long-haired man say with satisfaction, "Then it's settled." He then said to the others, "Each family should send an expert to oversee this. We must ensure this matter is completed successfully." A person wearing a hat crossed their arms disdainfully. "We really do have to keep an eye on those assassins. They're not reliable at all," the blonde man volunteered. "I'll go ask my family's grand enshrined expert to take action. He dotes on me the most, he definitely won't refuse." Hearing this, the long-haired man was even happier. Is he going to act? Then there will definitely be no problem, he thought with malicious intent. "Shen Yi, you piece of trash who toys with women, you actually dared to target Qing Yun. And those commoners, if they had stayed quiet it would have been fine, but they dared to resist. They can only be eliminated this way." He looked at the game on the table as if victory were already in his grasp, his heart full of confidence. Those lowly inferiors, all of them deserved to die. At the same time, at the Assassin League headquarters, that man called Gong Wu was still standing like a statue. A red thread was wrapped around his neck, and in the blink of an eye his head was severed from his body. And the one who did this was Mr. Han, too weak. Assassins are covered in injuries. By the time they're old wounds flare up constantly. But these noble scions are different. They've been soaked in special medicinal baths since childhood, and their bodies are tempered to be extremely flexible. Their flesh must be very delicious. The floor here was filled with corpses bound by red threads. In the center was a blood chi vortex, and the one who stepped out of it was that great existence residing within Yi Bing's body. Mr. Han greeted respectfully. "Master." The other party looked coldly at his subordinate. "You promised them just now?" he replied, sweating. "I just said it casually. Besides you," the great existence interrupted. "No need to explain. My followers must keep their promises. Even when pretending to be someone else, one must be sincere to allow the spirituality of things to manifest." Mr. Han immediately changed his tune. "Yes, I will take this old fellow's head to Cloud Mountain Port and fulfill the promise to them." The great existence lowered its head slightly in thought. "Those mortals said just now that Shen Yi is in Cloud Mountain Port. That will become a new hunting ground for the two of us. Do you want to eat the true scions of those great families?" Mr. Han restrained his excitement and replied tremblingly, Very much so, thus the great existence spoke. The old rule, the flesh and blood are yours, the soul is mine. I will also participate in this hunt. I need more souls to recover the power consumed during my descent. Mr. Han was ecstatic. Master, thank you very much for your generosity. Actually, there's no need for you to act personally. I am your servant and can be of service, but it refused. Just now the spell I placed on him was discovered. This indicates that there is not only an undead by his side, but there may also be someone formidable hidden there. To prevent being traced back to the source, I have released the spell. With your strength, if you encounter that fellow, you would be annihilated in an instant, and even I couldn't save you. Going there this time, I will not only absorb souls but also see what kind of existence is behind Shen Yi. At the same time, Shen Yi also received a notification. The current spell had sensed that he had discovered it. The red thread subsequently snapped. The spell was deactivated, but at some point in the future its owner would use it again. The people of this world could not yet comprehend such a spell. He was struck with terror. Damn it, anyone could see at a glance that this silk thread was related to the Flayer. As expected, he had been resurrected. So this was why the card had evaluated him as a drowning man. Suddenly, the card lit up and underwent a transformation. The image of a deer about to fall into a trap appeared on it, and the evaluation was updated to canary before the trap. He knew his own destiny possessed claws and fangs, but could he escape the fate of death? Seeing the change in the card, Shen Yi was greatly astounded. He was no longer a drowning man. Was this thing really so efficacious? It could actually sense his status. Then the card changed once more. It displayed a few images, followed by an image of himself dressed in ancient attire. Shen Yi, Humanity Martial Arts Group candidate, strength level, 5 stars, ranked 11th. Provisionally designated as the fastest improving candidate in the newcomer deck rankings, this point was beyond doubt. Shen Yi watched, his heart pounding in fear. He had actually jumped directly from 2 stars to 5 stars. Simultaneously, he saw the benefits of a 5-star rank 1. The final evaluation before the exam begins will grant you a special power to use during the exam. 2. You can hide your true rank and continue to appear as a 2-star rank to others. Special hint: because you have awakened the Dharma Eye, the system will ignore other performances and force an upgrade to a 5-star rank. This information is visible only to you. This left Shen Yi overjoyed, ranked 11th. It seemed this Dharma Eye was considered exceptionally powerful among all the candidates. In any case, he would hide his rank first. There must be no mistakes. After all, there was a group of noble scions who wanted him dead. After he made the decision, the card changed again. Once hidden, the system would use 2 stars as the benchmark for ranking on the leaderboard. Shen Yi mused to himself that trump cards were not meant for showing off, although according to the card rankings, few noble scions could threaten him. The battlefield changes in an instant. One cannot completely believe in paper strength. Examples of the weak defeating the strong are too numerous to count. Furthermore, the resurrected Flayer and the possessed Zhao Yibing could come knocking at any time. The top priority was to find a way to continue increasing his strength. Suddenly, his phone rang again. It was a call from manager Qian. Rushan roared, "Shen Yi, what on earth are you doing? I haven't been able to reach you all day. If the system hadn't shown you'd returned to your room, I would have sent a search and rescue team for you long ago." With a look of utter confusion, he finally realized what had happened. It turned out he had been unconscious for an entire day. Shen Yi hurriedly said, "I'm sorry. I went to handle some private family matters." Rushan didn't scold him too severely. "As long as you're okay, come to the 63rd floor martial arts arena. I'm going to teach you some new knowledge." Shen Yi quickly replied, "Okay, manager Qian." At the 63rd floor martial arts arena, Rushan explained, "Your goal this time is to be admitted into the 3 elite high schools, so I must first introduce the situations of these 3 schools. The 3 elite high schools are Jielan, Guishu, and Quorang, each with its own advantages. Jielan High School emphasizes combat power and is located in the ruins on Sky Island. Guishu High School pursues human history and is located deep beneath the sea. Quorang High School balances both and is located deep underground." Shen Yi asked curiously, "Are these 3 high schools the strongest in the world?" "Are there other schools?" Rushan explained. "These 3 schools evolved from ancient sects. They have long histories and deep foundations that no other school can match. Jielan High School in the sky is the strongest of the 3. They directly study divine arts and the Dharma realm. It is also the most prestigious high school, and the vast majority of noble scions will choose this place. Endless Guishu High School focuses on secret research and archaeology. It is said that before our era, there was a gap in history. The ruins of the civilization before that gap are all on the seabed. Therefore, the students who come out of this school are all brilliant and knowledgeable. However, since the school deals with prehistoric knowledge, many students become disciples of certain secret societies after graduation. Kwarang High School of the Earth relies on a massive underground necropolis, which is the birthplace of human historiography. The style of this school leans toward practical combat because underground monsters are numerous and terrifying. Naturally, it is also the wealthiest high school. Every part and hair of a monster, as well as the rare minerals and spiritual herbs underground, can be exchanged for immense wealth. Furthermore, some ancient techniques and equipment can be discovered there, but very few people can use them. Most only have research value. At this point, Shen Yi was curious why so few people could use them. Rushan explained patiently. This involves resonance. In addition to the ancient techniques passed down to this day, there are various divine weapons, armors, and even various secret arts. To use these things requires an extremely high degree of resonance. Therefore, resonance is also known as recognition. It was as if Shen Yi had heard new knowledge. Recognition? Rushan nodded. Exactly. Either you obtain their recognition or you obtain the acknowledgement of the Dharma realm, thereby gaining the right of use, and they will willingly serve you. Hearing this familiar name, Shen Yi hurriedly asked, obtaining the acknowledgement of the Dharma realm, what is the Dharma realm? He remembered clearly that he had seen a vision named the Dharma realm when he awakened moonlit divine illumination. Rushan pulled out a pile of books. The Dharma realm is the source world of power, and it is also used to classify each person's strength realm. Alright, it's too early to tell you about this now. You'll learn it in school later. Don't think too much about it for now. Come, I have some techniques here specifically prepared for you by the group. Shen Yi looked at the pile of techniques, feeling greatly shocked. Tiger subduing 17 palms, 2 sun finger, northeast divine fist, Dugu 8 swords, south river chain kicks, chrysanthemum treasure, palm of the coming milk. What on earth are these? Why is there even a cutesy devouring heavens? Is this a secret technique from Guangdong? Rushan said with great interest. Actually, cutesy devouring heavens is a mocking type of provocation that can make the opponent's blood boil with rage when they strike, causing them to lose their cool. Shen Yi was speechless for a while. What about the chrysanthemum treasure? Rushan answered in detail. That is a technique that uses the buttocks as a hidden weapon to fire petals and liquids to attack the enemy. It is said that at the highest realm, the buttocks can emit a strange fragrance that causes the enemy to hallucinate. He pointed in horror at another book. Then what about this northeast divine fist? Does it have something to do with the Big Dipper? Rushan immediately shook his head. No, years ago, a set of ruins was excavated in the far eastern position of the northern region, and this fist technique was found there. So it was named the Northeast Fist Technique. Actually, the excavation of that ruin had been completely finished, and everyone was preparing to leave, but a senior archaeologist felt uneasy, always sensing there was something else. He looked, and suddenly a voice asked him, "What are you looking at?" He thought someone was joking with him, and subconsciously replied, "What's it to you?" As a result, this book of fist techniques dropped out on its own. Actually, this is also a manifestation of resonance. He gained the recognition of this fist technique, and only then did it appear in the world. Shen Yi was completely speechless. This was just too ridiculous. Rushan even bragged, "This is called a compatibility of personalities." Naturally, one will receive a gift from the ruins. Although some people's resonance is very high, they cannot gain the recognition of divine weapons. Therefore, resonance is only a threshold. After crossing the threshold, it depends on whether you can obtain recognition. Pick one to practice. Just in case you have to fight during the exam, you'll at least be able to cope. Shen Yi muttered in his heart, Northeast Divine Fist, I think it should be called Northeast Divine Secret instead. To his surprise, the system popped up. Northeast Divine Fist, green excellent quality, requires special conditions to activate. Higher compatibility, increased power. Shen Yi chose it with excitement. All the other techniques were ordinary white quality. Only this Northeast Divine Fist was green excellent quality. Could it really have some extraordinary qualities? Shen Yi excitedly held up the book. This Northeast Divine Fist looks pretty good. I'll choose it, Rushan praised. You have an eye for it. Among these several martial arts, this fist technique has the strongest power. By rights, I shouldn't have given you such a good technique. After all, the better the technique, the harder it is to master in a short time. But if you learn it, your strength evaluation might increase. Shen Yi asked excitedly and directly. Is it possible to jump from 2 stars to 5 stars all at once? Rushan gave him a displeased look. Stop dreaming here. I've never heard of anyone being able to jump directly from 2 stars to 5 stars. These words gave Shen Yi a sense of confidence. It seemed Moonlit Divine Illumination and Bone Moon Heaven Shaker were indeed extremely powerful. Subsequently, Rushan took a stance. Don't lose heart. That you rose from 1 star to 2 stars so quickly shows you have great potential. Come, I'll demonstrate the Northeast Divine Fist. Watch closely and strive to learn it. Then you'll be able to cope with combat-type exams in the future. Shen Yi observed while pondering. All his attribute points were currently added to Savvy, with the value reaching as high as 14. With savvy at this level, this northeast fist was simply like a child's toy in his eyes. Fortunately, this move could be used to handle some lower pressure battles, allowing him to better hide his true strength. After a while, Rushan showed a look of exhaustion. All right, the demonstration is over. Have you learned it? Shen Yi broke into a cold sweat. This was far too perfunctory. If it weren't for having such high savvy, it would have been impossible to learn. Rushan could only be heard instructing, "It's already past 4 o'clock, let's call it a day. Go back and rest first and remember to attend the banquet tonight." Shen Yi had no choice but to obey. "Okay, thank you for the guidance, Manager Qian." Suddenly, his communication device flashed. Meng Yu had sent a message. "Shen Yi, I've found some information about the flare. Meet me at the multifunctional hall." Shen Yi replied excitedly, "Okay, I'm heading over now." As he walked, he noticed something strange. An old man by the roadside was holding a bowl and begging for money. After seeing Shen Yi, he said, "Hey young man, do a good deed." Shen Yi fumbled around on his person for a while, then pulled out a coin. "Here you go, old man, I only have some change left." After giving the money, Shen Yi left. Suddenly he heard the sound of the coin hitting the ground behind him, and in an instant, that coin actually flew past Shen Yi's head. The old man sighed. "I'm old, I'm no use anymore. To think you actually dodged it with flowing moon." He threw away the bowl, and lamented that a young man could actually avoid his attack so easily. Shen Yi said coldly from midair, "You're not old at all, on the contrary you're quite aggressive," and even shamelessly played the sneak attack. He then activated Moonlit Divine Illumination. Shen Yi could already see through hidden things. The old man was carrying an invisible sword on his back. Without the pupil technique Moonlit Divine Illumination, it would be impossible to see it. The old man also seemed to have noticed something, so he no longer hesitated and drew his sword to strike. At this time, Shen Yi hurriedly retreated to put some distance between them. The old man showed a look of surprise. "You can see it?" Shen Yi cursed in anger. "You old fogey, I kindly gave you money, and you actually launched a sneak attack from behind. You carry a magical treasure, yet the things you do are so despicable." But the old man reminded him, displeased, "Ly, I only wanted to teach you a lesson because you're young and don't practice hard, but instead entangle yourself with rich young ladies all day long." Shen Yi roared in bewilderment. "You mean Meng Yu? She is a person of true character who doesn't fuss over small details. Besides, I only have a life and death friendship with her. It's not as dirty as you think." Before he could finish, Shen Yi froze. In his eyes, the old man's aura was extremely terrifying. Lord of Li Firestar recently broke through successfully. This was the evaluation from the Dharma realm. Only now did Shen Yi seem to understand. "I get it. You're from Meng Yu's family, aren't you? You Luo family are truly weak to the point of being laughable. Not only did you let Fei Chuan die a tragic death, but you even want to ruin Meng Yu, the only one who wants to help seek justice for him. Clearly you are so powerful. Yet you can still sit still while your own young girl is forced to marry an old man as a concubine. Instead, you've come all this way to sneak attack me, a 15-year-old junior high student. It's truly enough to make one's side split with laughter. No wonder Meng Yu is desperate to leave the Luo family." The old man was enraged by the scolding. "How interesting. I didn't expect that one day the Luo family would be mocked by an outsider like you." In the blink of an eye, his hand had reached for Shen Yi. The old man grabbed Shen Yi's head to slam it down, but halfway through he sensed something strange. Instantly, the person who was grabbed dissipated like an afterimage. It was a clone. Meanwhile, Shen Yi appeared to the side and unhesitatingly returned a thunder quell, directly shaking the old man back. The old man thought it was very interesting. This move is not bad. Shen Yi's figure was blurred as he stared warily at the enemy. "Of course it's not bad." Then Shen Yi emerged from his shadow. It was Heaven's shadow. The old man was startled, thinking, this kid can actually hide in shadows? He saw Shen Yi execute a sharp bone ring, kicking him back several meters. This left the old man completely baffled, and he had to steady himself at a safe distance. He pondered, feeling it was very strange. With Shen Yi's strength, he shouldn't have been able to kick him back so far. Could it be due to body stiffness? So he took a deep breath, and a scorching pressure as intense as fire erupted from his entire body. "How is this possible? Why do your strength and agility fluctuate so much? Exactly what are your attributes?" Shen Yi replied vigilantly. "Take a guess." He knew very well that this was a triple-powered Bone Moon Heaven Shaker, yet it actually didn't work on this old man. The old man slowly approached with a powerful aura, his strength and agility constantly shifting, along with various strange moves. And he even activated a Dharma Eye. Shen Yi retreated in panic. "Old fogey, what are you muttering about? I'm telling you, this place is regulated by Kunlun. If you kill me, you won't be able to bear the responsibility." Shen Yi had a plan. The moment he made a move, Shen Yi would open the door, use time fluid to pause for 3 seconds, and then escape. But the old man stroked his beard sorrowfully. As expected, it was the elders who were in the wrong. As the aura grew stronger, Shen Yi became increasingly uneasy. "Here it comes," unexpectedly. The old man said, "Goodbye, kid. This old man is leaving." He then transformed into a streak of firelight and vanished. Shen Yi had a look of blank confusion. He really left? Who on earth was that old man? In the distance, a golden light shot toward a hot air balloon, circling before landing on the spaceship. The elder who had just exchanged blows with Shen Yi appeared and gave the order. "Proceed immediately to the Gold Coast. I'm going on vacation. Spread the word. From now on, anyone is forbidden from contacting other noble families." A subordinate tried to stop him in panic. "Please wait, master. The Zhao family is pressing very hard. If we don't hand the young lady over to them, the consequences will be unimaginable. Not only will it affect family relations, but even our business will." Before he could finish, his face was crushed by a punch. The force of the punch was so great it directly sent the person flying. The others from the Luo family heard him say, "Ever since you few began to hold power and handle family affairs, the Luo family has started to bow and scrape, swarming around others like flies. Now you actually want to send the most outstanding descendant of the family to be trampled upon. You're ruining not just little Fishy's future, but the Luo family's future as well." After speaking, he leapt and landed on top of the hot air balloon. He stroked his beard and fell into deep thought. The mountains and rivers were before him, and the Dharma body stood between heaven and earth. A 15-year-old with a Dharma Eye and every attribute at least at its peak. Movement and palm techniques were at least of rare top-tier quality. In 500 years such a figure has never appeared. Interesting, truly interesting. Subsequently, he summoned a certain object, and along with the elder's lament it flew off into the distance. From afar, the moonlight glows like the first light in a morning mist. Up close, it is as bright as a lotus blooming upon jade-green waves. "Granddaughter, I have thought it over, and I have decided to give you a hand after all. We of the Luo family must never be looked down upon by others." Night had fallen, and the wind hissed as it brushed past the towering skyscrapers. A few minutes before the mysterious old man's spaceship was set to depart, Shen Yi walked in, unable to help his surprise at the constant whistling sound echoing through the combat gym. It turned out that Meng Yu was spinning rapidly, practicing her swordplay. The longsword she swung grazed past him. Shen Yi raised a hand to shield his eyes from the force of the strike, thinking to himself, "The sound coming from that sword is terrifying." Although her swordplay is incredibly powerful, the momentum is too heavy, and she is far too obsessed with rigidly applying the sword mantras. Consequently, there is a sense of desperate struggle in her movements. The evaluation term above her head hasn't changed at all, which means her strength hasn't been able to progress further. It turns out that increasing my savvy allows me to see so much detail. Simultaneously, the system's voice rang out to tell him that as a swordsman whose technique had already broken through fixed boundaries, she remained lost regarding her own path. Only when she found a path that truly belonged to her could she obtain a Dharma realm recognition term. Shen Yi fell into thought, feeling somewhat confused. Dharma realm recognition, wait a minute. Do these evaluation terms come from the Dharma realm? Is it a certification of strength granted by the Dharma realm? What exactly is the Dharma realm? Before he knew it, Meng Yu was standing before him. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I'll tell you the information I found regarding the Flayer now." She began to recount the past, starting her narrative. Originally, the Flayer was a senior staff member of the Archaeology Association. During an important archaeological operation, he caused a major accident. Shen Yi asked curiously, "An accident?" Hearing this, Meng Yu explained slowly, one point at a time. "Exactly. It was an altar used to seal an extraterrestrial object. During that dig, he destroyed the seal and released an unidentified entity, resulting in a massive number of casualties, after which he disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already become an assassin." "You asked why he became an assassin?" she continued. "Most of his past is a blank, but it can be found that he originally had a wife and a daughter. Before the altar incident, the two had passed away for no apparent reason. The files state that the bodies of the mother and daughter were found in a sewer, naked and covered in wounds. They had been subjected to inhumane treatment while they were alive. The sewer where the bodies were found was located on the border of the continent, in a small town governed by a minor noble family. Subsequently, that family and the town's residents were all wiped out. I suspect these two incidents must be connected." Back in reality, Shen Yi's face was filled with worry. "What exactly was that sealed thing?" Meng Yu answered sadly. "The altar sealing incident is classified at a very high level. With my current status, I cannot access the files. This is all the information I could find." She then turned to remind him, "In any case, you must be careful. I'm afraid it won't be long before they find out you are taking the exam in Cloud Mountain Port, and then they'll come looking for you." Shen Yi nodded with a smile. "I understand, thank you, Meng Yu." Suddenly, the phone in Meng Yu's pocket rang incessantly. She turned to answer the call. "Auntie." Her face was etched with sorrow. Yes, I understand. You stood to the side and asked anxiously, what happened? Manhua merely replied casually, my family is calling me back. They say the elders of that family are coming to deliver the betrothal gifts. Shen Yi was shocked. Where are your parents? She lowered her voice to recount her sad family history. My mother died early. After my brother's death, my father was overstimulated and collapsed. He is still in the hospital and hasn't woken up. You interrupted. Weren't you planning to delay for a while longer? Manhua was at her wit's end. She had tried every possible way and used every excuse to death. And continuing to stall would lead to accusations from the family elders. Shen Yi was now enraged to the extreme. His hands clenched into tight fists. Damn it, it was clearly the fault of those noble scions, and yet they won't let it go until you're married off to them. She understood his feelings. Everyone in the family is afraid that powerful clan will vent their anger on them, and since my father is in a coma, they want to push me out just to feel at ease. Suddenly thinking of something, you confidently patted your chest and said, how about this, Manhua? If you don't mind, I'll take you to dinner. I'll introduce you to old Qian and have you join the Humanity Martial Arts group. That way, you can break away from your family and no longer be at anyone's mercy. Manhua hesitated, looking down, afraid of involving innocent people. Aren't you afraid of offending that great family that wants to marry me? Not only that, even my uncles and aunts will hate you. They'll find every way to deal with you. Shen Yi continued to look at her intently, encouraging her. What's there to be afraid of? Those who urge others to jump into fire pits are the ones who deserve to die. I encountered a weird old man just now too. Not only did that old geezer from your family sneak attack me, but his words also made me furious. Come with me, leave that home. She was immersed in her own thoughts, suddenly realizing that even though he came from a humble background and had average abilities, why was he always so fearless? This time was the same. Just like when he fought the Flayer before, she only now noticed that he was actually quite handsome. Although he hadn't even combed his hair and it was a mess, he had an informal, free-spirited air. His features were as sharp as a blade, lacking a bit of approachability and giving off a keep-away vibe, but Manhua smiled shyly, looking at this hot-blooded youth and agreeing. All right, so where are we going to eat, and what are we eating? Her voice was soft and warm. Shen Yi reached out and scratched his head, stammering for a long time. I don't know either. Old Qian hasn't mentioned a location yet. Anyway, let's go together. She crossed her arms, feigning displeasure. You want to ask a girl to dinner without even knowing the location? Shen Yi immediately said. I'm sincere. There's always a solution to everything. Manhua explained casually and shyly. I'm not the kind of person who just agrees to a date with someone on a whim. Suddenly, her grandfather sent a text. Walk out of the combat gym and look toward the east. Manhua was startled. Has grandfather changed his mind? So was the person Shen Yi encountered grandfather. She walked away quickly and instructed Shen Yi, don't wander off. I'll be right back. You looked blank, not knowing what had happened. Shen Yi scratched his cheek and looked back. How did she just run off? Could it be because my invitation just now was too abrupt? I really do lack experience in inviting beautiful women. Manhua was already outside the building when a force suddenly struck her, followed by a direct infusion of power amidst her shock. Within that powerful energy a voice rang out, Granddaughter, I have thought it over and I still want to support you. Manhua couldn't hide her surprise and cried out, Grandfather. She seemed to feel a surging power within her. A technique surfaced in her mind. This is the Luo God sword style. Manhua looked up at the distant spaceship in the sky, whispering with a smile, thank you, grandfather, for bestowing the Luo God sword style upon me. Shen Yi suddenly appeared behind her. Hey, are you okay? Why are you smoking? Are you afraid I'll dump you, so you're stubbornly following me? She gave a gentle sidelong glance to soothe him. You don't need to worry. My grandfather came to see me and passed down a sword technique. You were also happy for her. So there is still someone in your family who dotes on you. Then you suddenly reacted. Wait a minute, so that old geezer was your grandfather. Manhua tilted her head and reminded him. Shen Yi, you're inviting me to tonight's banquet, right? You replied stutteringly. Right, they called it some kind of banquet. Shall we go together? Suddenly, for some reason, her eyes crinkled with laughter. Manhua clutched her stomach and laughed, teasing. Shen Yi, you really are an idiot. Shen Yi looked dazed and full of embarrassment. What's wrong? On what grounds do you call me an idiot? The smile on her face showed no signs of fading. Everyone taking the exam must attend that banquet. We had to go anyway. You opened your mouth as you remembered. Oh right, you didn't even need my invitation. I was so eager to help her that I completely forgot about that. How embarrassing. Manhua waved for him to follow, smiling, let's go, we'll attend the banquet together. Shen Yi let her tease him, not minding at all. Anyway, she rarely showed such a carefree side. This was the state that suited her age. In the quiet sky, the two of them sat together on the motorcycle, happily joking. Manhua shouted, faster, faster, you spoke up to remind her. Safety first. but she excitedly continued to accelerate and sprint. Shen Yi and she stopped the bike before a palace on the suspended island. This was the banquet venue. He hadn't expected it to be on a floating island. Qian Rushan walked out with a broad smile. "Welcome, Miss Luo. Did you want to come with Shen Yi?" Shen Yi stepped in to answer. Meng Yu greeted politely. "Hello, yes, I am accompanying him tonight." He walked over and threw an arm around his neck, teasing, "You rascal, not bad, progressing so fast that you're already asking the girl out for dinner." You shook your head in denial. "It's not what you think." As they prepared to go in, she stopped and gave a serious warning. "Stop messing around. Shen Yi, you need to be careful tonight." Shen Yi asked what was wrong. "It's full of the noble class in there." You were startled by hundreds of stinging gazes, but Rushan coldly ignored all of them. "The banquet is the final opportunity to improve your evaluation. The noble scions will seize the time to find prey." Shen Yi recalled previous battles and asked seriously, "What happens if I beat someone to death here?" He frowned and stopped him. "Hey, don't do anything reckless, the big shots are all watching." You let out a bored sigh. Rushan said, "Do you love fighting that much? I remember the first time I saw you, you had just finished a fight." Suddenly, a loud boom echoed from the center of the banquet hall, and someone charged straight at Shen Yi. He held the head of the unconscious Yun Yi tightly, challenging. "I am a 4-star newcomer, Wang Juyan of the Wang family. Shen Yi, I challenge you." A sword light, coming from nowhere and fast as lightning, sliced off a lock of his hair. Juyan looked in surprise at the young girl who had just sheathed her sword. "What?" Meng Yu said coldly. "I am currently in a duel with Shen Yi. If you want to challenge him, you'll have to fight me first." The surrounding people trembled in terror. "That sword was too fast, did you see it?" "No, I don't even know when she drew it." Xu Chang stared ahead and reached out to pat Juyan's shoulder. "Forget it, don't provoke her," he said angrily. Xu Chang looked at the leaderboard. He hadn't expected this 2-star newcomer to be protected by her. Newcomer leaderboard, 1 star, Nangong Sirui, 2 star, Wang Dingzhou, Sha Shizi, Xu Chang, Xiao Ming Yu, 3 star, Li Yingwei, Zhang Huayu, Zhang Fengyuan, Wang Juyan, Lin Jichao, Li Lihuo, 4 star, Li Shiji, Huang Peishuan, Wang Xiling, Zhang Fuhai, 5 star. She is one of the only 5 people who can stand alongside me. Xu Chang smiled insidiously, and under the angry gazes of Shen Yi and Meng Yu, delivered a vicious punch to Yun Yi's abdomen. He said, "We'd better find soft targets like this, even mosquito legs are still meat." Juyan threw him aside and clapped his hands, saying, "Let's go." Yun Yi's companions shouted anxiously, "Call the medical team over fast." You gave a sidelong glance. "That sword strike just now should have been angled a bit more." Suddenly, behind Shen Yi, a woman's voice rang out, "Isn't this the boy from the Shen family? I heard long ago that you were very arrogant. Seeing you today, it seems the rumors are true." Shen Yi asked, "Who is this, labeling me right off the bat?" Rushan thought to himself, "This is the aunt of the Song sisters. What is she doing here?" He then spoke up, "Allow me to introduce you. This is the newcomer I'm leading, Shen Yi. This is Madame N of the Jiangnan Song family." Madame N raised her fan to cover her face and interrupted, "I don't need an introduction for my affairs. Shen Yi, your eldest uncle mentioned something to me not long ago. I wonder if you still remember it." You blushed. "What thing?" she then mocked. "He said you've been unruly since childhood and loved training dogs to hurt people. When our Qing Yun and Yin Chen went to your home as guests, they were almost..." A crowd of reporters began taking photos frantically. Big news. The Song sisters were almost bitten by Shen Yi's dog. No one expected this clean-looking boy to have such a wicked heart. The 2 young ladies of the most powerful great family were almost harmed by this country bumpkin. Damn that Shen Yi. You slowly recalled. It was clearly you who saved the Song sisters, yet now it had become you setting a dog on them. Shen Yi spoke politely. "Sorry, Madame N, I don't remember things from a long time ago. My family was kicked out of the Shen family long ago. We're dirt poor and can't afford to keep a dog, let alone train a vicious one to hurt people. I was sick not long ago, and my father went to beg my uncle for a marrow supplementing pill, only to be kicked out directly." She feigned concern. "You were sick. Why didn't you tell me? Our Song family might not have much else, but we can certainly provide marrow supplementing pills." Shen Yi also feigned being pitiful. "Does Madame N not know I almost died of illness? It seems Madame N doesn't know me very well." Rushan praised inwardly. Good catch on the loophole. If Madame N didn't even know Shen Yi was recently critically ill, how could she conclude he was training dogs to hurt people 10 years ago? She was very displeased. "So you mean you left the Shen family and want to take the high school entrance exam on your own?" Shen Yi said. "That's right, I've already signed with the Humanity Martial Arts Group." Madame N said, "I have a guaranteed admission spot in my hand, why don't I give it to you?" You clapped excitedly. "Really? Thank you for your kindness, Madame N." She then continued, "Our Song family can also cover all your expenses during high school." Shen Yi followed up with flattery. "Madame N truly is a living bodhisattva." She stated her requirement, "But there is one condition," Shen Yi urged. "Please speak, Madame N," she said coldly. "From now on you are not allowed to pester Qing Yun." The surrounding people gathered to point and accuse. This Shen Yi actually still has a connection with Qing Yun? A delinquent kicked out of his home dares to covet the daughter of the Song family, but that he actually gets a guaranteed spot because of this is truly hateful. If he could be with Qing Yun, why would he even take the exam? The corners of your mouth gradually turned up, your eyes sparkling. Stay away from Qing Yun, is it that simple? Fine. As long as Madame In gives me that guaranteed spot, I agree. A burst of disdainful laughter erupted from the surroundings. What a spineless fellow, with his status, how could he dare defy the Song family's wishes? It was a bargain for him, getting a guaranteed spot for nothing. Madame In was very satisfied. Then it settled. Subsequently, Shen Yi raised his own question. Madame N, but regarding staying away from Qing Yun, I need Madame N to do me a favor. She gave a brief response. Speak. You playfully winked and stuck out your tongue. Can Madame N give me a photo of her? I don't know her and I don't remember what she looks like. Madame N and several people nearby were momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by the embarrassment. Juyan pointed and gestured in disdain. You don't know Qing Yun? Shen Yi played dumb. No, he said. That's not right. You met when you were 4 or 5 years old. You have a great memory, you countered. I don't remember things from when I was 4 or 5, Rushan frowned in thought. He doesn't remember. In that case, it would be impossible for him to go through the trouble of raising a dog to bite Qing Yun, much less use that to form a connection with her. He had forgotten exactly who the other person was. The massive Song family had actually turned its spearhead toward an ordinary person. Shen Yi reached up to cover his mouth. Oh no, did I say something wrong? A flurry of discussion erupted in the surroundings. So even the strongest great family is only capable of this. No poise at all. This is the newcomer's debut banquet after all, he continued. My apologies, Madame N. Perhaps we should just forget about that guaranteed spot. After all, I really don't know her, and I'd be too embarrassed to take your benefits. Rushan was still immersed in thought. If Shen Yi said this in front of everyone, even if he was acting, it would become the truth from this moment on. That he could go this far meant either he had truly forgotten, or he simply didn't care at all. The irony was that everyone else was racking their brains to scheme and pave the way. It was such a loud commotion. Even Madame In had made a personal trip, yet in the end you couldn't even find a reason to attack him. Madame In stared at him fixedly. Do you really not need the guaranteed spot? Do you really not remember Qing Yun? She is the eldest daughter of the Song family, and I am her biological aunt. Shen Yi closed his eyes and gave an awkward little smile. Madam, I don't know you, and I don't know her. I'm afraid this is all a misunderstanding, so I certainly cannot accept a guaranteed spot for no reason. He opened his eyes with a look of cunning. However, one thing is true. Madame N, you are highly respected and your methods reach the heavens. Could you perhaps do me a favor? Shen Yi smiled, hiding nothing. Not long ago I was critically ill. After narrowly surviving, a police officer named Luo said he wanted to protect me. But he was sacrificed. My best friend died too. For some reason, tens of thousands also lost their lives at the Maple Forest Hotel. Bad luck just keeps coming one thing after another. I'm very troubled. Do you know who the mastermind behind all this is? For a big figure like you, investigating such things must be much easier than for a junior high student like me. You must know something. Can you seek justice for them? After all, those are tens of thousands of lives. She broke into a cold sweat, thinking to herself, this kid actually wants to use me and this banquet to spread the word. So she spoke up. I'm not too clear about that matter. I heard it's that Officer Luo's sister who is investigating. Madame N immediately turned aside. By the way, Miss Meng Yu, I must congratulate you. I heard you're engaged, but why are you with him? Meng Yu returned the greeting politely. Greetings, Madame N. I am not engaged, she smiled and was about to speak when Shen Yi reached out and blocked the way before Meng Yu. Madam, you always speak of things you've heard. Just now it was me and now it's her, regarding these groundless words. I think it's not good to speak carelessly. However, Madame N was not wrong about one thing. Meng Yu and I are indeed investigating this matter. And the results are already quite clear, though the truth is not convenient to reveal at this time. Hearing this, Madame N's face was filled with terror, and Rushan also broke into a cold sweat, fearing for him. Hey Shen Yi, do you know you're playing with fire? It's fine if it's just yourself, but do you want Meng Yu to break with her family as well and become an enemy of the great families from now on? A voice broke the silence. The daughter of the Luo family is gentle and graceful, understands the big picture, and knows right from wrong. She wouldn't mingle with a thug like you and speak nonsense. Luo Arshu walked in majestically. As for her life's major event, she's just a girl and may not be clear about the family's arrangements. She is indeed engaged. Madame N gave a smiling greeting. So it's second brother, what brings you here? He ignored her, only staring dead at Meng Yu. I clearly told you to go home, why didn't you return? She didn't dare look him in the eye, lowering her head as she replied, Greetings, second uncle. I wanted to take the exam, so I didn't go back. Second uncle reached out to pull Meng Yu. The engagement is the family's arrangement. Madame N is also acting out of kindness, don't misunderstand her. Come with me, she dodged. Where to? His hand trembled as he repeated in rage. I said just now go home and get engaged, Meng Yu questioned. Did grandfather agree? Where's your father? And you? Did father agree? And what about me? Did I agree? At this moment, second uncle and Meng Yu stood confronting each other, both filled with burning rage. He suppressed his anger and spoke first. The head of the house will know about this very soon. Your father is still in a coma, but this is a good thing. He'll only be happy when he finds out, she countered. My father will be happy, he'd be worried to death. Tell everyone exactly how old is the person I'm engaged to this year. Second uncle grabbed her arm in public. Stop these disrespectful acts. Come with me, she lowered her head, spitting out cold words one by one. Grandfather didn't agree and my father didn't nod his head. By what right do you make decisions for me? Shen Yi couldn't help but be startled, staring fixedly at Meng Yu. A powerful force erupted from her body. At this moment, a system prompt appeared. Sword Chi Resonance 10 points. All attributes 5 points. Sword technique damage doubled. New stage unlocked. Innocent All Saint. Shen Yi muttered to himself in shock. Meng Yu's evaluation term has changed. Sword Saint. This meant she had firmly chosen her own path and was no longer lost. The sword intent is so surging. Is this a sword saint? He prepared to draw his sword, his hand still tightly grabbing her as he reminded. Meng Yu, put away your killing intent. Do you see this Luo god sword? It symbolizes the family's great deacon and is a divine weapon enshrined by the Luo family. If you dare to resist before this sword, then I will have to use the family law. I'm going to use it too. Before he could finish, his eyes began to twitch. Meng Yu swung her sword and severed second uncle's arm, sending him rolling on the ground in pain before he slammed heavily against the far wall. The wall cracked, accompanied by a painful wail. Ah? She sheathed her sword and said without looking back, a person blinded by greed, holding a divine weapon yet unable to take even one strike from me. To privately arrange an engagement for a relative without telling the parents or gaining permission from the family head, you are no longer fit to use it. She looked at the severed hand clutching the divine sword and said, Luo Shui, are you willing to follow me and keep my remaining snow company? The divine sword shook slightly, emitting a powerful aura, and flew directly into Meng Yu's hand. She grabbed the divine sword and two forces erupted simultaneously. People in the distance looked back at the updated leaderboard. The rankings had changed. First place, Nangong Sirui Xiao Meng Yu. Second place, Huang Dingzhou, Sha Shizi, Niu Zijiang. A group of people cast disdainful glances. Meng Yu actually upgraded and is tied for first with Nangong Sirui. Is this the power of a divine weapon? Her strength is actually about the same as ours. She only raised her rank by relying on a divine weapon. I should also borrow a family divine weapon to increase my evaluation. Shen Yi fell into deep thought. No, it's not that simple. If Meng Yu hadn't broken through to the Sword Saint evaluation term, she couldn't have gained the divine weapon's recognition. This leaderboard doesn't just look at personal strength. Equipment, resources, potential, and even willpower all affect the card's evaluation. Beside him, Rushan suddenly spoke. That sword actually recognized Meng Yu. This means that from now on, the power of the Luo family has fallen into her hands. Now she is the one in power in the Luo family. She is still young, and her future is boundless. He laughed loudly, patting Shen Yi's back hard. Nothing to be envious of. That's because their family has good resources, but you, as an ordinary person reaching 2 stars by your own efforts, are simply a model of inspiration. Shen Yi was a bit embarrassed. This is all thanks to the boss's investment and cultivation. But in his heart, he thought, if I let him know I've reached 5 stars, wouldn't he brag about it for a lifetime? Meng Yu walked over and interrupted them. Now let's get back to the main topic. As the new person in power of the Luo family, she turned to look at Shen Yi. Those words that were inconvenient to reveal just now, I can say them now. This concerns the truth I've uncovered. The mastermind behind the deaths of countless people is none other than the great families present here. Led by the Song family. The crowd broke into an uproar. What is Meng Yu saying? Has she gone crazy? Madame Anne's face was grim, her eyes spitting fire. Little girl, I advise you to watch your words. Meng Yu pulled out her phone in front of her and all the great families. Of course, Madame In, according to my investigation. Everything is because of your niece, Song Qingyun. To avoid engagements while dating scions of various great families, she claimed to like Shen Yi and used him as a shield. Those noble scions grew jealous, and to eliminate Shen Yi did not hesitate to massacre tens of thousands of innocent civilians. These are all the videos, photos, and solid evidence. If there is even a hint of falsehood, I am at your disposal. Losing sanity to pursue personal interest and treating human life like grass. Madame N, I wonder if my investigation is rigorous enough? At this moment, Shen Yi raised his phone and shouted at the group of great families, Madame N, your eye for people is truly accurate. Xiao Meng Yu really did investigate it. And these videos and photos are simply explosive, just a bit bloody. he laughed loudly, pointing his phone at the lenses of two reporters. Quick, aim at the lens. Song Qingyun is about to make a soulful confession to me. A voice came from Shen Yi's phone. If I were to look for a boyfriend, I would want someone like Shen Yi, the two reporters cried as they threw their equipment into a nearby fire, feigning, "Oh dear, how did my camera suddenly spontaneously combust? I can't record now." "Me too. My notes, camera and phone all spontaneously combusted." The two reporters hid behind her and apologized. "Madam N, our equipment is all broken and everything we recorded is gone. Please, madam, do not punish us." She loudly denied and explained, "Fake, those videos and photos must be edited and synthesized by you. Qingyun would absolutely never harm anyone. She is the publicly recognized paragon of the new generation and the student council president of Jialin High School. Countless noble scions can testify to this." A group of noble scions echoed in unison. "Exactly, how could Qingyun like a commoner like you who reeks of filth, no ability, no background, no money, I see you, are just fabricating facts and maliciously blackening Qingyun's name. A toad thinking of eating swan meat, right?" Shen Yi closed his eyes, feeling weary. Even with ironclad evidence they still wanted to bite back. "You people of the great families have long inherited all kinds of heritages and taken full advantage of savvy and resonance. By rights, the world's progress should be driven by people like you who possess the resources. However, what I see is that you only know how to bully the poor and kill the innocent. In my view, you don't deserve to be called human at all." Suddenly someone cursed. "What kind of thing are you? Shut your mouth right now," that person introduced himself solemnly. "I am Zhao Tianjun of the Hedong Zhao family. Madam N, you are a dignified member of the Song family. Don't lower yourself to this little thug. Let me teach him a lesson for you." 15-year-old Zhao Tianjun challenged Shen Yi. A sharp sword was thrust directly before him, catching him off guard. Meng Yu held her sword in hand, and Tianjun was defeated. She mocked, "Shen Yi hasn't finished speaking yet. As a member of a great family, you are far too uneducated." Xu Chang clapped lightly in admiration, stepping closer to Meng Yu to greet her. "I heard Miss Xiao's swordplay is peerless. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Congratulations on obtaining a divine weapon and successfully rising to second place. I'm Niu Zijing, ranked 4th among 5-star newcomers. I wish to ask Miss Xiao for a few pointers." Shen Yi frowned, thinking, "So his name is Zijing. His real name is truly vulgar." Meng Yu was not at all polite. "You clearly know I've already risen to second place, yet you still want to cross paths with me." "Yes," he revealed a sinister smile. "Naturally, we noble scions do not fear hardship and have the courage to challenge the strong. If I can win against you, I can also obtain a higher evaluation." Shen Yi's Dharma Eye suddenly lit up, sensing something was wrong. A venomous snake was wrapped around that person. Shen Yi hurriedly reached out to block the way before her. "Wait, she and I are still in a duel. You cannot challenge her." Shen Yi thought to himself that everyone else seemed unable to see this snake. If Meng Yu fought him, she would surely suffer. With so many big figures sitting in this banquet, it was impossible that only I could see this snake. Yet no one spoke up, much less stopped it. It seemed this might be a default unspoken rule. Zijang said contemptuously, "You don't even dare to take my challenge, so what are you standing there showing off for? Why don't you just kneel to Madam In and admit your mistake and apologize?" Shen Yi's card suddenly lit up, displaying a skeleton pierced by a sword. "Death. You have offended the great families, you're dead meat." He listened helplessly. Even the card was cursing him. So he said, "Fine, I admit defeat." The system announced the end of the battle. Shen Yi admitted defeat. Xiao Meng Yu won. He nodded with satisfaction. "At least you're smart. Scram to the side, you shrinking turtle, lest you get hurt by the shockwaves of the battle between Meng Yu and me." Subsequently, Zijang received a challenge application. The card manifested text, "Challenger." Shen Yi countered confidently. "Who told you I admitted defeat so you could duel with Meng Yu?" She looked at him worriedly, stammering to say something. But Shen Yi clutched his stomach and laughed loudly. "Did I hear that right? A 2-star commoner proactively challenging a 5-star powerhouse? I say trash, you're not even fit for me to strike." He revealed a hideous face, controlling the venomous snake. "Just my killing intent alone could scare you to death." Shen Yi gave a cold snort and said, "Scare me to death? In reality, you're releasing a snake to bite me. If I couldn't see this snake, I'm afraid I really would be scared to death." Shen Yi took his stance. "Thunder quell!" A stir broke out among the surrounding noble scions. "What is he doing? Why is he attacking the air? Impossible. Could he actually see it? For real?" At this moment Zijang retreated in terror. You can see it? Why?" Shen Yi held his offensive, his eyes tinted with a faint layer of purple. Rushan trembled in amazement at this point. Dharma Eye, he has actually awakened the Dharma Eye. At this time, Zijang thrust his hand into his pants pocket, thinking in total confusion, "This kid can see Shu Hei? No, absolutely impossible. Only those who have awakened the Dharma Eye can see it." attacking from both sides. Even I can only rely on the experience of long-term companionship to estimate its approximate location. I'm afraid this peasant was scared silly by my aura and is just throwing random moves only to happen to hit it by chance. This time, I'll let Shuhei attack from behind, giving him no chance to get lucky. He raised his staff, prepared to attack Shen Yi. Can you take this move of mine? Shen Yi quickly dodged sideways, avoiding this fierce strike. Zizhang watched Shen Yi raise his leg, prepared to kick Shuhei, and screamed in shock. What? Immediately after, a massive green snake was kicked flying, shattering rubble. Yun Yi stared wide-eyed and asked urgently, Xiao Yi, exactly what is Shen Yi hitting? Why can't I understand his maneuvers? Xiao Yi was wrapped in bandages from head to toe, frowning. I don't know either. In any case, it must be something incredible. Look at the faces of the other noble scions. It's like something happened at their homes. Shen Yi couldn't help but be curious as well why the faces of those noble scions just now were all so ugly. Meng Yu looked at him now, realizing the truth. He's awakened the Dharma Eye. So the reason he didn't let me charge up just now was because I couldn't see that spiritual creature. Charging up recklessly would have surely resulted in a loss. Shen Yi took his stance and mocked. Without that snake, what other skills do you have? Zizhang's face was filled with killing intent as he roared in rage. I am fourth among the 5-star newcomers. What the hell are you? A strong wind swept in, and both of them reached out to cover their faces. Yun Yi cried out, the air current is too strong. Xiao Yi, hold on to me, I'm about to be sucked over. At this moment, he violently spun the long staff in his hand, a look of pure malice on his face, as he thrust straight at Shen Yi. Seeing this, Meng Yu shouted in desperation. Shen Yi, countless tiny fragments swirled around Shen Yi. Xu Chang watched him intently, his eyes fixed on the scene. Suddenly, a system prompt chimed, as per your will. All attribute points have been added to strength. Shen Yi reached out and effortlessly blocked the attack. His current strength was 4.31014.3. Zizhang trembled, questioning him incessantly. You took my full power strike and remained completely unharmed. How is this possible? My strength has reached 8.7. No newcomer below 5 stars could be higher than me. I know, you must be bluffing. Suddenly, Shen Yi gripped Zizhang's collar tightly and hoisted him into the air. Zizhang struggled, desperately hammering at Shen Yi's arm while shouting curses. Damn it, let me go. Don't touch me with your filthy hands. Shen Yi's face remained cold, showing no reaction to the punches and kicks. If you dare take one more step, I'll snap his neck. Hearing this, Xu Chang froze in place, silent, panicked. Zizhang searched for his snake, calling out, Shuhei, where are you? Are you back? Quick, bite him to death. Shen Yi let out a mocking laugh. So it turns out you can't even see that snake yourself. It seems your title as fourth on the leaderboard was entirely built on your family piling up resources. By now, Zizhang had no time to care about the mockery. Shuhei, charge, so many people are watching here. He wouldn't dare move against me. Shen Yi delivered a heavy punch straight to his face and said coldly, Who says I don't dare? This punch is for the girl you struck earlier. Shen Yi then warned Shuhei, who was lurking nearby. Hey, don't move, little snake. You wouldn't want him to die, would you? By the way, Zizhang, don't you dare forfeit. I'm not done with you yet. Undeterred, Zizhang continued his stubborn, foul-mouthed cursing. You lowly pauper, how dare you look at me like that? Just you wait. I will kill you, your friends, and your family. I'll kill every last one of you. Shen Yi was surprised by a new prompt from the system. Special conditions triggered. Under specific circumstances, the Northeast Divine Fist has been enhanced. The quality soared to blue, the excellent grade. Shen Yi couldn't hide his inner joy. So there was actually a way to use the Northeast Divine Fist like this. He threw another punch as a provocation. What can you do about it? The system flashed another prompt. Dual special conditions activated. The Northeast Divine Fist has been enhanced again. Its grade has soared to blue. Perfect, he mused to himself. Does triggering keywords actually increase the power of the fist technique? This is incredible. Shen Yi struck again, the Northeast Divine Fist landing in a heavy continuous barrage. Yun Yi shouted excitedly, This is so brutal, well hit, beat him until his own mother won't recognize him. Xiao Yi also cheered with excitement. Brother Shen, avenge us. By now, Zizhang was beaten black and blue, his initial arrogance completely gone. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. No, this is bad. Shen Yi's gaze was cold as he stared at him and asked, Rested enough, I'm going to continue. Zizhang thought, trembling. This guy really wants to kill me. He let out a terrified scream. Help, someone save me. This peasant really wants to drag me down with him. No, I don't want to die. The other noble scions continued to watch coldly, letting him cry for help as a dead silence filled the hall. Madame calculated privately. If Zizhang dies at Shen Yi's hands, the 3 elite high schools will surely step in together to severely punish the act of maliciously murdering a candidate. When that happens, whether it's Qingyun's reputation, the noble scion who hired the assassin, the tens of thousands of lives lost, or even tonight's farce, it will all vanish completely. She looked at Zizhang with cold eyes. Little Niu, go in peace. His eyes were still filled with tears. After you die, I will support your father to take the position of the Niu family head. A hint of malice appeared on Madame Anne's face. Your greatest value right now is being killed by Shen Yi. Shen Yi seemed to see through the intentions of these noble families and let out a cold laugh. Do you really take me for a fool? Don't worry, I won't kill you. You see it clearly now, don't you? They've already abandoned you. We were just sparring, but they actually want you dead. Because as long as I kill you, they have a legitimate reason to execute me. That way, the scandals of the great families will be entirely covered up. Displeased, Madame Anne ordered those around her. Enough. We can't let him keep talking nonsense there. Someone quickly moved to rescue Zhejiang from Shen Yi's grip and spoke slowly. That's enough. Sparring is fine, but it's not good to harm harmony. I am a proctor from Jielin Academy. You fought brilliantly. I'm sure the divine weapons will give you a good evaluation. Shen Yi let out a cold snort. Now that you know I won't kill him, you come out to mediate? The card showed that the duel had been forcibly terminated and would not be included in the evaluation. Madame N stuffed a medicinal pill into Zhejiang's mouth and urged, "Eat it quickly and recover. The exam is about to begin." Zhejiang's face was ashen as he replied politely, "Many thanks, Madame N." The card issued a new prompt. "Time is up. Final evaluations and rewards will now be distributed to all newcomers." Subsequently, cards were delivered into everyone's hands. Yun Yi shouted, "It's here. This is the final evaluation from Tarot Tower." An evaluation for a 5-star newcomer appeared before Meng Yu's eyes. "You have received the final evaluation. Sword Saint Stance. You obtained a divine weapon while fighting alone and gained an absolute advantage. Therefore, you are granted power of leadership to enhance your teamwork capabilities. Power of leadership, effect 1. After inviting someone to form a team, members who agree will be instantly teleported to your side. By forming a team, you can exert double your strength. Effect 2. If no one is on your team, all your power will be weakened by 70. Effect 3. Within a team, if you transfer the leadership role to the other party, you will maintain your normal strength while the other party gains effect 1. The above effects have been activated and will persist until the end of the exam. Next, it was Shen Yi's turn. As a 5-star newcomer, you have received the final evaluation, the indomitable one. You brought it upon yourself to become a dish at the banquet, yet your indomitable will is the reason you have repeatedly escaped death. Therefore, you are granted power of flesh and blood to enhance your survival capabilities. Flesh and blood body. Facing a lethal strike, you can be hit up to 3 times before dying or becoming a piece of standard meat to be devoured by others. The above effects have been activated and will persist until the end of the exam. Suddenly, a small flame appeared above everyone's head. All candidates will receive essential survival supplies for the exam. Flame of the burning bamboo. Description: never goes out. Only by relying on it can you see everything around the exam grounds. Congratulations to everyone for being approved to participate in this year's 3-school entrance exam. Teleportation will begin after a 3-minute rest. Suddenly, the small flame above Shen Yi's head instantly vanished. The card prompted, "Your flame of the burning bamboo has been stolen." He was in disbelief. "What? The exam hasn't even started and my flame was stolen?" The card replied. "The other party is also a candidate with the evaluation. Exploitation. Using this ability, they have stolen your light. You will be unable to see anything at the exam site." Just then, Zhejiang walked up to him. His face restored to its original state, he laughed mockingly. "Shen Yi, this is the consequence of opposing us. Losing the flame of the burning bamboo is only the beginning. Soon you will completely break down because you cannot fight us. Any one of our pills can turn all your efforts into nothing. We are born at the mountaintop, while you are just an ant at the bottom. What do you think you are? Shen Yi, just wait. You, your family, and those close to you. None of you will escape. You are just lambs to the slaughter. Resistance and struggle are futile." After hearing this, Shen Yi struck back. "A gentleman knows his fate and does not worry. He perseveres and never stops." He stepped forward, holding up his card. "Everyone, I'm sorry to let you see the true face of these great families so early. They are always thinking about how to enslave others and steal everything from them. This time they targeted me. Next time it could be any one of you." Yun Yi and the others felt deep resentment toward these bullies and silently agreed with Shen Yi's words. "Indeed, we don't have their resources, their precious treasures, their ancestral techniques, or their divine weapons. But kings and generals, are they truly born to such destinies? We are not more lowly than anyone else, and we certainly shouldn't endure their bullying and exploitation." The card emitted a prompt. "Exam begins in 10 seconds. Candidates, prepare to be teleported to the exam site." He held the card high, light radiating from his body. "The card's final evaluation of me is the indomitable one." Shen Yi thought firmly, "Even if I am alone, I will walk this path to the very end." Xiao Yi's fists were clenched tight. Zhejiang was smug. "I'll let you have your wish, Shen Yi." As soon as he finished speaking, a short line of text appeared on the card. Exam start. Outside the suspended palace, the card broadcasted. Exam start. Round 1. Find a way to reach the floating island below. Shen Yi was startled. Is this the exam site? I must first find a way to find Xiao Mengyu. Damn it, it's pitch black all around. I can't see anything without the light in the darkness. Zizheng Juyan and another person surrounded him, preparing to launch an attack. Shen Yi quickly dodged. Flowing moon. He let out a cold snort. Is sneak attacking all you noble scions can do? No sooner had he spoken than a long spear pierced through Shen Yi. The opponent mocked. Who can you blame for losing your flame? Die. He turned back in surprise and quickly released his power to send the person flying. Bone ring, flesh and blood effect activated. A group of noble scions rushed toward him. Zizheng laughed loudly. This is the consequence of opposing us, Shen Yi, the card reminded. 2 chances remaining. Breaking out in a cold sweat, Shen Yi shouted, "Come forth!" Residual bone scourge fin instantly manifested as a blurry skeleton. Fear was written all over the 2 attackers' faces. Juyan spoke first. What is this deathly aura? Zizheng warned. Careful, he might have a dirty trick, Fin hurriedly reminded him. Shen Yi, find a way to escape quickly. I have very little power left. I can only bluff them at most. Shen Yi couldn't help but be surprised. What? Just then he received a new notification. You have received a team invitation from Xiao Mengyu, he muttered to himself. A team? Shen Yi instantly vanished from before the noble scions. You have accepted Xiao Mengyu's team invitation and are about to be teleported to the leader's location. Where did he go? Damn it, he was just bluffing. He got away. A moment later, Shen Yi had been teleported to Mengyu's side. She asked, Shen Yi, are you hurt? While explaining, you discovered in surprise. I was just sneak attacked by those noble scions, but the wound has already healed. That's right, this is the card's effect. Shen Yi asked curiously. Why did I appear by your side? Mengyu said. This is my card's effect. When a team is first formed, members are teleported to me. There is another effect. After forming a team, the leader's combat power doubles. You understood. So that's how it is. This card's effect is far too powerful. The darkness gradually dissipated, and a new notification appeared. Flame of the burning bamboo has been shared. He breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally see his surroundings clearly. What kind of place was this? She said. We are still on the suspended island, the place where the banquet was held, but the scenery around us has changed. The Cloud Mountain port below has disappeared, replaced by the location for the second round of the exam. Shen Yi pointed opposite. I see it. That's it, right? Mengyu looked in that direction. Correct. The assessment for the first round is for candidates to find a way to reach that place. Suddenly remembering something, she asked curiously. By the way, Shen Yi, have you awakened the Dharma Eye? You asked in confusion. Dharma Eye, I can see some hidden things. Is this called the Dharma Eye? What exactly is it? Mengyu explained. The Dharma Eye is the symbol of a cultivator recognized by the Dharma realm. The Dharma realm is the source of the universe. The power of all things originates from the Dharma realm. There are many mysterious and powerful things that can only be seen once the Dharma Eye is awakened. Knowledge about the Dharma Eye is too complex. Currently, I only know this much. Shen Yi felt as if he had received a divine revelation, muttering to himself, So the Dharma realm I saw last time is the source of the universe. Are those junk techniques those mysterious voices had me collect really this strong when combined? He scratched his cheek a bit sheepishly and said, I guess I'm a bit impressive too. She smiled. More than just a bit. Suddenly Shen Yi sensed an evil aura and froze on the spot. He saw 2 dark figures in the distance and quickly grabbed Mengyu's hand. Come with me fast. He charged straight out of the suspended island area and jumped down. Blushing, she stammered. What are you doing? Shen Yi answered seriously. There were 2 people behind us just now. I felt a terrifying killing intent from them. We'd better leave first. Anyway, the goal for the first round is to reach the island below. Mengyu hesitated for a long while. The condition is that we must arrive there alive, you said calmly. Of course, step by step, a life is taken, 1,000 miles, no one remains. The card displayed a new notification, passers for the first round, 2 people. The Flayer spoke up then. Sorry, seeing Xiao Mengyu, I couldn't help but leak my aura, the great existence soothed. It's not your fault. I didn't expect him to be so sharp either. This fellow isn't the kind of trash who just waits to die. It seems he knows how to use the power of the cursed statue very well. However, when he was attacked just now, I felt the undead power behind him was already like a flickering candle in the wind. Let's go, we're going down too. The man gave a response. Just then, the card displayed another new notification. Number of people passing the first round, 4. The people around broke into a clamor, deeply surprised. Only a few minutes have passed. 4 people have already passed the first round. Nangong Si Rui spoke up from somewhere. Interesting to actually be beaten to it. It seems I, the number 1, will have to work a bit harder. Several nearby people were very curious. Nangong Si Rui, the only 6-star newcomer. He lightly snapped his fingers and 4 streaks of light appeared. Nangong Si Rui sat leisurely on a sedan chair, respectfully carried by 4 maidservants. Please sit tight, master, we will take you down. Several people watched the direction he departed. That's total VIP status. He's practically like a god. Seeing this, several noble scions also departed on their swords. It turns out it's below. Let's go too. Xiao Yi froze for a moment and said, these rich second-generation kids are all showing off their special abilities. What are we supposed to do if we can't fly? Just then, Yun Yi spoke. Xiao Yi, get on my back, I'll take you down. He looked in surprise at the person who had just transformed. You can actually turn into a wolf? That's too strong. Yun Yi questioned. You call this a wolf? A strong wind galloped past. A moment later, several candidates quickly arrived there. How hateful, I didn't even pass the first round. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was observing the situation while on the motorcycle with Meng Yu. This place is also shrouded in thick fog. She proposed a plan. I'm afraid we'll still have to use the flame of the burning bamboo to light up the surroundings. No sooner had the two landed in the nearby forest than a new notification appeared. Everyone has entered the second round of the exam. This round is not a combat-based assessment. The content is as follows. The wave of mourning is about to arrive. Many statues of the gods are scattered across the island. Candidates must find a suitable statue of the god and obtain its protection to safely survive the wave of mourning. Those who fail will be eliminated. You are fighting as a team, so you only need to find one statue of the god. The flame of the burning bamboo helped the two dispel the thick fog. Standing before that giant statue, Meng Yu said in confusion. Are these awakened statues the statues of the gods? What do we need to do to obtain their protection? Shen Yi marveled. They're massive. Suddenly, the statue's eyes lit up, manifesting into heart shapes as it spoke. Pure maiden, if you wish for my protection, help me reassemble my body and restore my divine power. Then I wish to drink your companion's blood, and you must strip and perform a dance for me. Meng Yu hesitated. Can we change the conditions? Shen Yi broke into a curse. You shameless creep, the wave of mourning is terrifying. If you want to survive, can you really not even pay this small price? Information appeared on the card. Statue of the god of lustful dance. This deity had fallen long ago. Shen Yi recognized this god of lustful dance. It turned out to be a dead heterodox evil god. In a rage he drew his sword and lunged at the statue. Go to hell, the statue let out a pained cry. If you don't agree, then forget it. Why are you attacking me? Shen Yi cursed even harder. Drink my blood and want her to perform a striptease? Where do you get the confidence? The statue snarled. Damned humans, go face the wave of mourning yourselves. The two had already walked far away, and the statue actually ran off. Shen Yi waved a hand. Ignore it. Let's look for another statue. There are statues everywhere on this island. There's bound to be a suitable one, Meng Yu advised. We'd better not act rashly. They do represent deities after all. Shen Yi's anger remained unquelled. These gods are dead and gone, leaving only empty shells, and they aren't necessarily anything good. In my hometown, a god like that would be demoted to the mortal realm and turned into a pig. He looked over and discovered a horse lying on the ground. Shen Yi said excitedly, I like grounded gods like this. Hey buddy, the wave of mourning is coming, can you protect us? Standing to the side, Meng Yu thought to herself, why does that sound like an insult? Information manifested. Fragmented statue of the war god's mount. The statue spoke, young man, as you say, I am just a horse lying down. I can only lie here, if you want protection. You must find my master. The girl with the sword beside you is a perfect fit for him. As long as you show him respect, he will surely help you. Shen Yi was full of joy. That great, where is he? Just as the statue was about to speak, a force suddenly struck the mount statue. At that moment, that great being approached. Finally we meet, Shen Yi. Shen Yi frowned. You guys again, how annoying. It was those two ill-intentioned figures who had been lurking behind them earlier. Shen Yi questioned, you two have been following us like ghosts. What exactly is your goal? The two slowly tore off the masks on their faces, revealing their true countenances. Shen Yi's eyes widened in surprise. The Flayer and Zhao Yibing. Shen Yi asked sternly, it's over between us. Why do you keep pestering me? Suddenly a green light flashed in the great being's eyes, and it wailed through Zhao Yibing's mouth. Shen Yi, I'm already dead, the Flayer shouted angrily. Damn it, it's the power of the undead. Watching the scene unfold, Xiao Meng Yu said solemnly, Shen Yi, just as you said, she is no longer Zhao Yibing, she urgently reminded. Run, Shen Yi, I can feel they are stronger than before. The Flayer waved a hand and countless red threads burst forth. Do you think I'll let you escape like last time? Shen Yi looked back and thought, this is bad. The great being slowly reached out, muttering to itself, now the item should return to its master. The tears on Zhao Yibing's face slid down her hands as she forcibly pried Shen Yi's mouth open, whispering, now it's time to return it to the rightful owner. Shen Yi was shocked, screaming in his heart, oh no, I can't move. Suddenly, a violent vibration struck, sending Zhao Yibing staggering back and flipping through the air. This scene left Shen Yi and Meng Yu stunned. What happened? A notification appeared. Combat is strictly forbidden in this round. Fighting prohibited. The attacker has been relocated to the edge of the exam grounds. Repeat offenders will be directly disqualified and expelled from the exam grounds. the flayer shouted. Master, he spoke through gritted teeth. I didn't expect the exam grounds to have such rules. We'll let you live a little longer, but it won't be for long. Just as Shen Yi was about to respond, the flayer's body was actually sliced in half instantly. A red warning appeared, otherworldly divine spell. Description: when you appear within a 500-mile radius of the other party, they can sense your location and teleport instantly before you. The world you are in cannot yet comprehend this type of spell. Shen Yi clutched his neck tightly. Damn it, this move again, Meng Yu asked in a panic. What's wrong? Are you hurt? Shen Yi nodded. You can't see it, but Zhao Yibing left a thread on me just now. Through this thread, she can sense my location at any time and teleport here instantly. Shen Yi's expression was full of worry. Fighting isn't allowed in this round, so we're safe for now, but the next round is uncertain. She analyzed decisively. In that case, we must enter the next round of the exam as quickly as possible. Shen Yi was a bit confused. Meng Yu explained that if they wanted to fight, they also had to follow the rules and complete this round first. If they could enter the next round first, they would gain the upper hand and be able to prepare in advance. Shen Yi immediately turned and ran. Makes sense, then let's hurry and find the statue that horse mentioned. Meng Yu suddenly called out to him. Shen Yi. A firm smile appeared on her lips, her eyes resolute. I will absolutely not let them hurt you. Hearing this, Shen Yi also replied with a smile, his voice full of trust. Then I'll leave my protection to you. The surroundings soon fell into silence. On the other side, Chen Ping and Lin Zi were kneeling in prayer with pleading faces. Oh great deity, can we change the request? Yeah, we're only 15, the god statue refused without hesitation. No 2 eggs, I can't take a single one less. The statue explained that it originally wanted 4, and asking for 2 was already doing them a favor. I must absorb the primal yang essence of youths like you to restore my power. Otherwise you will not receive my protection and will be swallowed by the torrent of the wave of mourning. Lin Zi's face turned ashen, his heart filled with grief and rage. My family went into massive debt just to send me to these 3 top high schools. I absolutely cannot fail here. Chen Ping was equally terrified. Who isn't in the same boat? To please our benefactor, my sister even married over as a concubine. This exam is my family's only chance to turn things around. Lin Zi raised his dagger and shouted. Let's cut 1 egg each. At worst, we'll call ourselves the Lone Warriors from now on. Chen Ping also turned around and steeled his heart. Let's do it. I heard there's a secret manual called the Sunflower Manual. They say the fewer fruits you have, the more powerful it is. When the time comes, we'll practice the manual. Maybe we'll even turn a disaster into a blessing. Lin Zi broke into tears out of cowardice. I can't do it. You help me, Chen Ping agreed and raised the dagger high. Fine, you have to help me later too. Suddenly, a vibration echoed. At that critical moment, Shen Yi rushed over and delivered a bone ring to the god statue. Die, you pervert. A notification manifested. Fallen statue of the god of Longyang. This deity had fallen, leaving only a tiny amount of residual energy instinctively craving primal yang essence. Shen Yi stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the statue's kicked-off head as he provoked. These heterodox paths are more ridiculous, one after another, always wanting flesh and blood. Scram! From a distance came Meng Yu's shout. Shen Yi, come here quickly. I think I've found a statue holding a sword. Shen Yi leapt away, leaving the 2 boys stunned on the spot. I'm here. Chen Ping was trembling with terror. He actually dared to do that to a god. Lin Zi was also stunned. Strange he did that and didn't seem to be kicked out of the exam grounds. I understand now. The key to this round isn't for us to fulfill the statue's unreasonable demands, but to find a suitable statue. Meanwhile, Meng Yu had already waited for Shen Yi. Shen Yi, look, I found this statue. She explained it was the only one related to swords, but she wasn't sure if it would work. A notification appeared. Dragon-headed gold and silver bronze brave soul suppressing sword with attached sword spirit. Meng Yu knelt with her head bowed, offering a respectful salute. I, Xiao Meng Yu, humbly beseech Senior to protect us through the wave of mourning. What are your requirements, Senior? But the response remained the silence of stone. She was a bit disappointed. It's not working, no reaction. Suddenly, the longsword in the statue's hand emitted a light. Shen Yi pointed at the sword and said, You're asking the wrong person, you need to ask this sword. Meng Yu was somewhat confused. This sword, are you sure? Shen Yi nodded for her to try again. She walked to the sword and said sincerely once more, I, Xiao Meng Yu, humbly beseech Senior Sword Spirit to protect us through the wave of mourning. Please speak any requirements you may have. The previously still longsword suddenly vibrated violently, and Shen Yi said in surprise, There's a reaction. The powerful shockwaves from the longsword shattered the surrounding stones into dust. Violent sword chi overflowed and then a line of text appeared. Use me to slash 10 times, stab 10 times, and dance 10 times. Meng Yu took the longsword, a bit surprised. It's that simple? She raised the longsword high. Then I shall begin. As Meng Yu swung the sword, a gale rose. She suddenly stopped her movements, her gaze focused, finally grasping the meaning of a suitable statue in the task. Then Meng Yu continued her attack. The key to this round was to test the candidate's resonance. The Sword Saint title above Xiao Mengyu's head added 10 points to her sword chi resonance, therefore she had to look for a statue related to swords. This sword's resonance with her had clearly crossed a certain boundary, making it willing to accompany her through hardships and battles. This showed it recognized Xiao Mengyu as a true sword saint. A notification appeared. You have obtained the recognition of the sword spirit. It will assist you during the wave of mourning. Additionally, it will pass down an ancient sword technique to Xiao Mengyu as a team member. Your resonance with the sword is also not low. The sword spirit will also thank you. Shen Yi was ecstatic. I get one too. He raised his own sword to check. Your sword is unique, more like one used by an assassin. The sword spirit bestows upon you a simple sword move from the Tai Bai path. A sure kill move, a fatal strike. Shen Yi frowned slightly. This move was the final form of the Qinglian sword style, seeking a killing blow at any cost by sacrificing one's own safety, searching for the perfect angle. A sword of sacrifice, a sword for killing, Mengyu spoke. A sure kill sword technique is exactly what I need. Combined with the flesh and blood body effect, it's a perfect match. It's so timely. Thanks, brother sword. Suddenly, a notification appeared. This ancient sword technique is a more sophisticated and profound sword kinesis art, but it is extremely taxing on mental strength. You cannot master it at your current level. The text appeared again. 5 minutes remaining until the wave of mourning erupts. From now on, the thick fog will dissipate, and you no longer need the flame of the burning bamboo for light. You must immediately find a stable shelter. Mengyu realized the sword spirit was reminding them to find a hiding place. Shen Yi searched around. It seemed finding a statue didn't just grant protection but also unexpected cultivation rewards. Like some kind of magical treasure or something. We need these to counter Zhao Yibing. 5 minutes left and visibility is much better now. Shen Yi thought, I'll definitely find a statue that belongs to me too. With moonlit divine illumination, he had 29 points of resonance in the moonlit lineage. He had to find a related statue. Shen Yi sprinted off. You look for a shelter, I'll go find a statue, let's meet up later. As he ran, Shen Yi wondered what exactly is this moonlit lineage. Looking back, he saw Mengyu running after him and asked in confusion, why did you follow me? Didn't I tell you to look for a shelter? She explained. You might encounter danger alone. I'll go with you. Tell me how your resonance manifests and I'll help you look. Shen Yi shook his head. I'm not sure either. It probably has to do with the moon and the night. Suddenly, a pair of feet blocked the path. Qianji and his associates appeared. Finally found you, Shen Yi. This made Shen Yi feel utterly annoyed. You guys again. Qianji balled his fists, gathering power, and charged to attack. This time we will definitely kill you. But before he could even get close, Shen Yi delivered a kick, instantly sending the group flying high into the sky. Another group that doesn't look at the rules. Then Shen Yi continued his wild run. Damn it, time was wasted by those fools. Time was getting tighter. Where on earth was the moonlit lineage statue? Suddenly, Shen Yi stopped, his gaze drawn by the rushing current ahead. Water? Shen Yi thought, I can feel something in the water. Correct. When I awakened the Dharma Eye, I also saw flowing water. The divine sword move was also called Flowing Moon. The moonlit lineage statue might be in this water. He pondered, but the wave of mourning was going to erupt in a few minutes and the current was too fast. Shen Yi shook his head, seeing no related statues. He had no clue at all. He looked back, his brow furrowed. Forget it, time's running out. Let's go straight to the shelter. Mengyu approached, her tone serious. Stop lying to yourself. Her lips curled up, filled with confidence and inquiry. Your statue's clearly in the water, right? Go if you want, leave the rest to me. Seeing he'd been seen through, Shen Yi gave a brilliant smile. I only looked at the water twice and you caught me. I'll make it quick. With that, he plunged into the river. A notification appeared. 30 seconds until the wave of mourning. Mengyu drew her longsword. Come then, sword spirit, please buy Shen Yi a little more time. Just then, a lurking monster appeared behind Mengyu. It made a piercing scraping sound in the night. Immediately after, the monster lunged at Mengyu. But before it could succeed, a sharp strike from Mengyu sliced the monster in half. Unexpectedly, however, countless monsters poured out from behind, but they all bypassed her and lunged into the water. A lead monster shouted, "They've gone into the water!" Just then, the spirit sword swept past at high speed, directly slaughtering the pack of monsters. The bloody scene made Mengyu marvel. Truly powerful. Suddenly, a hand pointed from the distance and countless hidden weapons surged like a tide. Mengyu froze instantly, feeling a bit at a loss. Mengyu's hands and feet went cold. She stood frozen on the spot, unable to move. She stared at that giant arm. Is it a spell from that hand? Then the giant hand slammed violently toward the rushing water surface. Mengyu realized immediately, oh no, he's looking for Shen Yi. She desperately reached back, drew her longsword, and delivered a heavy slash with all her might, severing that arm into two. Don't you dare! The giant palm let out a groan of pain. Mengyu crouched to evaluate. Breaking the binding spell just now had consumed a lot of mental strength. Fortunately, she had repelled it for now. But that arm was too massive. What kind of monster was hidden in the black mist of this wave of morning? Just then she noticed Shen Yi emerging from the water. He shouted, "Xiao Mengyu, I found the statue, let's go, we need to find a shelter." A few minutes later, not far from the riverbank, the surroundings were a blur. Mengyu observed as the sword spirit warned, "The shelter here is too crude and the thick fog outside is turning from black to red, indicating the power of the wave of morning is increasing. We can only make do for now, but seriously." Mengyu was a bit helpless. "Shen Yi, is this wooden lump really a statue of the god?" The screen displayed moonlit divine puppet art. Shen Yi was frantic, pleading bitterly with the wooden figure. "This is truly strange. Why is there still no reaction? Brother Wood, please help us, protect us and guide us through this wave of morning. My attributes, bolstered by the moonlit divine illumination, give me a total resonance of 29 points in the moonlit lineage." Suddenly, Mengyu lowered her head to observe Shen Yi, and noticed an anomaly. "Wait a moment, this wood has actually taken root." Sure enough, the base of the wood had already sprouted roots that were digging deep into the ground. She quickly noticed something else. "Shen Yi, look, there's small text on the leaves. It says, 'Give me water, light and fertilizer, only then can I grow strong and protect you.'" Shen Yi pulled out a water bottle. "You need water? That's not hard." He thought to himself that it was a good thing his ring still held the drinking water supplies he had prepared back in the nightmare world. Mengyu watched as Shen Yi excitedly began watering the tree. Although Shen Yi didn't come from a famous noble family, the magical treasures and abilities he carried far exceeded anyone's imagination. However, an objecting voice immediately emerged from the leaves. "Not this kind. I need holy water rich in nutrients. Here is an ancient secret recipe. 2 grams cinnamon, 1 gram dried orange peel, 1 gram coriander seeds, 1,500 milliliters water, 50 grams white sugar, 80 grams rock sugar and a sprig of coriander, 2 grams black tea, 2 lemons and 3 grams baking soda. A soda water machine may be used instead. First, lightly stir-fry the orange peel, coriander seeds and cinnamon until fragrant. Second, place the white sugar in a pot and simmer until it reaches a light caramel color. Third, pour in hot water, add the coriander sprig to boil together, add the lemon slices, rock sugar and black tea. Boil for about 10 minutes, then filter out the residue. Fourth, squeeze in the lemon juice, add baking soda and stir well. Fifth, finally, mix the brewed tea with sparkling water and add ice." Mengyu couldn't help but feel bewildered seeing this. Heavens, this is too much trouble. Consequently, Shen Yi simply pulled out a bottle of cola and poured it onto the wood with an irritated huff. "You went through all that just because you wanted a Coke? Here, drink up, Your Excellency." "Exquisite," it shouted excitedly. "This exquisite flavor is even better than the holy water brewed according to the recipe. I shall call it Elysian water." The wood grew another leaf which read, "Water, light, fertilizer." Shen Yi shouted happily, "Great, the water issue is solved. Now only light and fertilizer remain," she suggested. "There's no light here. The light is outside, but the outside is shrouded in thick fog. Try using the flame of the burning bamboo to illuminate it." He evaluated that this wood's riddles never followed common logic. "I don't think it needs ordinary light. The leaf says insufficient sunshine." Shen Yi rested his chin on his hand, falling into deep thought. Indeed, if it just lacked illumination, it should have said not enough light. Why did it specifically say a lack of sunshine warmth? Could it be? Having said that, he placed his hands on the wood, putting on a doting expression. "Brother Wood, I worship you. You are my savior, the most powerful tree in my heart. You are so charming, so meticulous, filled with charisma, and you even have a pleasant fragrance. It smells so good. I like you so much. You are my one and only. You are my sunshine." Witnessing this intimate scene, Mengyu also felt somewhat embarrassed. "Shen Yi, what on earth are you doing? This is far too bashful." The wood, thrilled by the flattery, immediately waived the other lighting requirements, leaving her utterly shocked. It actually worked. Shen Yi was now very satisfied, a brilliant smile on his face. "Excellent. Now only the fertilizer is left," Mengyu whispered helplessly. "The fertilizer at once definitely won't be ordinary either." The wood grew yet another leaf which stated the only designated fertilizer, poetry related to the moon. "Spiritual food." Mengyu let out an "Oh, does it want to hear me recite poetry?" As soon as the words left her mouth, he cleared his throat and recited a poem. "Before my bed the moonlight glows like frost upon the ground below. I raise my head to view the moon, then lower it with thoughts of home." Shen Yi thought to himself, "Is this the style of the moonlit lineage? Drinking coke, begging for praise, and now having to listen to poetry." Mengyu was quite impressed by this poetic talent. "This poem is written so well, yet why have I never heard it before? I didn't expect Shen Yi to be a poet." The wood, meanwhile, was full of praise. "Excellent poetry." It smiled warmly and said, "The offerings are complete. Take me with you and I shall protect you." Shen Yi picked up the wood and gave it a tap. Its roots had all retracted. "Is that it? How exactly is it supposed to protect us?" She determined it wanted them to carry it. "There will surely be some kind of special effect. Suddenly a violent vibration shook the space. Rubble around the spirit sword went flying in all directions. A giant emerged from nowhere, staring in their direction. He raised a massive fist and slammed it down with a heavy, forceful strike that shattered the rock into dust. Shen Yi was sent flying by the shockwave. "What is this? A giant?" The spirit sword then swept over the giant's head, decapitating it with a single heavy slash. He raised his clenched fists and praised, "Sword bro, well done." But suddenly Manhua noticed something and shouted, "Shen Yi, watch the ground." Before Shen Yi could see the situation clearly, some creature beneath the earth lunged out at incredible speed. A monster burst through the soil and struck Shen Yi, causing him to lose his balance and even drop the wood. Immediately after, in a split second, it was Shen Yi who was knocked back, while the wood became stuck in his place. Shen Yi slammed heavily onto the ground, leaving Manhua deeply worried. "Are you alright?" "I'm fine." He didn't feel pain, only extreme surprise. This wood could actually switch positions with him. The wood gave a brilliant smile and said, "That's right, I've become your substitute." As soon as it spoke, dense spikes appeared all over the monster's body. Its body had been pierced by branches growing out of the wood, and it trembled all over in pain. In addition, "Give me a drop of blood, and I can take your form to participate in the exam for you." This left Shen Yi overjoyed. "That's incredible," the wood clamored loudly. "Shen Yi, hurry and put this centipede into the ring. I want to have a grand feast," he whispered back. "This is a centipede. It's highly venomous. You're going to eat it?" it replied without hesitation. "Of course I am. I need to make preparations to recover my strength. It's too dangerous here. If you die, I'm finished too." Shen Yi gave a slight smile. "You've got quite a bit of ambition, don't you?" "Very well, I support you." Manhua stepped forward and pointed at him. "Shen Yi, why are you putting that centipede corpse into your magical ring?" This question caught him off guard. Shen Yi stammered an answer. "Actually, I'm an insect enthusiast. I've loved making insect specimens since I was a child. I really like this giant centipede." On the other side, a spirit sword was still fighting the giant with all its might. However, the giant fired a hidden weapon that struck the spirit sword, breaking it into two. Countless fragments danced in the space, leaving the two shocked. This was bad. Looking at the giant's face right before him, Shen Yi worried, "Sword bro lost, what do we do now?" But before he could finish his sentence, he was punched into the air by the giant. Shen Yi was completely stiff and unable to move, and the giant seized the opportunity to grab him tightly. However, the wood appeared again and swapped bodies. As expected, the giant was pierced by countless spikes. This left Shen Yi ecstatic. "Many thanks, Brother Wood." Manhua walked toward the longsword at this time. The sword spirit was trembling slightly in pain, signaling for her to take it away. Just then, Shen Yi threw the wood toward her from behind. "Shao Manhua, catch it, let it protect you. I still have 2 flesh and blood effects left, so I'm perfectly safe." Having said that, he leaped backward. "It's charging at me. It seems it knows to attack the person without divine protection." But Manhua threw the wood back. "I'm not afraid of it. You keep the wood." The giant on this side had already noticed Manhua. The massive monster watched the two of them tossing the item back and forth, its eyes growing dizzy from the sight. The two of them continued to argue while throwing the wood to each other. "No, you take it. My status is special, and I can evade its attacks. My combat experience is richer than yours." "You hold it. I'm a man, how could I let you charge ahead?" "You take it. Women can hold up half the sky. Don't you dare look down on me." "You take it." The giant was dizzy from watching, its face turning purple with rage, but the argument wasn't over. "Ladies first, you take it. Men and women working together. The task is never a bother. You take it. You take it. No, you take it. Just take it already." Suddenly, Shen Yi leapt from behind. "Buddy, I'm over here." He delivered a powerful kick, launching a counterattack. A low post coordination, a 2-on-1 play, a fake pass turned into a real strike. "We've already scored. Why are you still looking around over there?" Below, Manhua seized the opportunity to pick up the spirit sword and wait. As soon as the giant's head dropped, she swung a heavy slash filled with internal energy, finally killing it directly. Charged heavy slash. Seeing this scene, Shen Yi couldn't help but feel deeply shaken. "That was so cool. This broken sword actually has such power," Manhua spoke. "The moment I gripped it, I felt power surging out. Its name is Courage. These seem to be the moves of its original master, likely because we just experienced a life-and-death battle. My resonance with it has increased. Some moves appeared in my mind, but they are all the charging type, which doesn't quite fit me." The wood was ecstatic. "We struck it rich this time. Quick, let me eat this giant's flesh." Shen Yi was somewhat puzzled. "You can eat giant flesh too," it grinned foolishly. "The current situation is critical. I'll eat anything. You've already been targeted by the Flayer and his master. I must be prepared." Shen Yi's brow furrowed. "So what exactly do you want to do?" The wood shook its head and said, "You wouldn't understand. Don't call me for no reason from now on. I'm going into seclusion." He stammered, acting mysterious. Suddenly Manhua asked again, "Shen Yi, do you want the giant's head too?" Shen Yi had to put on a bashful look, explaining with a racing heart, Actually, I have some research on giants too. I've been making specimens of various giants since I was a child. This giant is so big and special I like it a lot. But Meng Yu felt very uncomfortable. This guy can't even tell a lie without a script. He pulled out a card. Seeing new information appear on the card, he called everyone over to study it seriously. Important intelligence. The notification bar displayed, "The wave of mourning is in progress. All candidates who have not reached the island have been eliminated, totaling 163 people. You have defeated a powerful enemy. The powerful aura you emitted has kept the monsters in the wave of mourning from daring to approach." Shen Yi was somewhat confused. "Does this mean we succeeded?" she reminded him. "Don't be careless. Finding the exit definitely won't be that easy." Suddenly, a strange sound was heard, catching Meng Yu's attention. "Shen Yi, listen, there's a dog barking." He listened intently. "I hear it too, not just a dog barking but cries for help coming from the forest." She took a defensive stance. "Be careful, it might be a trap." Shen Yi gave a shout. "Look, two dark figures are sprinting here in the distance, but it doesn't look like they're running, they're being thrown out with broken bodies." He asked Zhang Xiao Yi blankly, "What happened to you?" Xiao Yi endured the pain to sit up, stammering, "Brother Yi and Miss Xiao Meng Yu." He wept while holding Yun Yi. "It's a good thing I ran into you. I'm saved. A noble scion wants to kill us." Hearing these words, Shen Yi couldn't help but be shocked. "Kill you? How is that possible?" "Doesn't the exam strictly forbid mutual attacks?" he asked softly. "Someone wants to kill you too. The exam rules don't allow attacking each other. Besides, where did this wolf come from?" Xiao Yi seemed a bit awkward. "Shen Yi, why do I feel like this is a dog?" He gritted his teeth and explained that this was Yun Yi's transformation. His ability is to turn into various dogs. As for the person chasing us, I recognized him. It's he she see, ranked 3rd. Cold sweat broke out on Shen Yi's face. The people who attacked us before were clearly bounced away by the rules. This he she see is actually ignoring the rules? What method is he using to harm people? Xiao Yi shook his head. "I don't know either. He just attacked us directly the moment he saw us." Suddenly, Yun Yi let out a series of ferocious roars. Subsequently, he barked incessantly at a nearby dark figure. Xiao Yi shouted, "It's him, he's chased us all the way here." A man wrapped entirely in black cloth emerged from the red mist carrying another man in his hand. He she see raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Meng Yu, Shen Yi." Shen Yi asked abruptly, "He she see, how did you violate the rules without being punished?" He gave a cold laugh. "Rules? Who said I violated the rules? This is called legal hunting." He looked at her incredulous expression. "I'm afraid you're not clear on the situation yet, are you?" Hearing this, the two said nothing more, only observing silently with serious expressions. He she see said coldly, "The rules have changed. During the wave of mourning, candidates can hunt each other. All deaths are permitted." Suddenly, the spirit sword flashed with lightning, and so did the wood in Shen Yi's hand. The system displayed hunting rules have been added to this exam. 1. Candidates may begin hunting. God statues do not participate. 2. All death events are considered normal exam behavior. After the exam ends, all traces will be completely erased. 3. The successful hunting party will receive a power boost. Shen Yi was horrified. "Killing actually grants a power boost," Meng Yu stammered. "How can this be? There must be a mistake somewhere." He raised an eyebrow. "Xiao Meng Yu, you are a member of a noble family after all, yet you are still so naive. The law of the jungle is the fundamental rule of this world." He she see looked toward Xiao Yi and Yun Yi. "Beasts should rot in the sewers, yet they are insatiably greedy. Thinking they can get into the 3 elite academies and compete with us for resources." His palm suddenly contracted with power. "In the future, they'll even want to take our positions and fight for our power. They even want to use marriage to pollute the bloodlines of the great families. It's simply nauseating." He she see squeezed that youth's neck hard and said hatefully, "These commoners only deserve to be our stepping stones." The person's face was distorted as he squeezed, constantly crying for help. "Save me." In just 1 second, that head was torn straight from the body. Shen Yi cursed inwardly. "Damn it, this guy is a maniac." Meng Yu was shocked. "He she see, you actually dare." He she see threw down the man's corpse and spoke. "I remember now, Xiao Meng Yu. You only got this rank because you were lucky enough to get a divine sword. Originally, you should have gone back to be a concubine for some old man from a great family." He provoked. "Fundamentally speaking, you are just a piece of trash manipulated by your family. No wonder you like to hang out with this bunch of commoners." He she's brow furrowed as he held up the severed head. "So you're playing that boring 'my fate is mine to decide, not heaven's game,' I see." Xiao Yi wanted to vomit from the disgust, quickly covering his mouth. "Heavens, those are all the candidates he killed." He mocked. "The end for you few is only one. To become the fuel for my power." Meng Yu could no longer hold back, drawing her longsword and taking a combat stance. "He she see, I will use your head to appease those children." He she see thought it was a joke and laughed loudly. "Just you, why don't you use that sword? I'm afraid you know yourself that you can't control it at all." His eyes shone with light. "Without it, what are you?" Xiao Yi shouted. "Careful, his agility is extremely high." Just then, He appeared behind Meng Yu, and she quickly noticed so fast. However, Meng Yu's counterattack was successful, giving him a great shock. What? She actually blocked this strike. Before he could recover, Meng Yu delivered a backhand heavy slash filled with internal energy. However, he refused to admit defeat, quickly gathering power in his hand. But before he could launch an attack, that giant black hand had already rushed toward Meng Yu. He was sent reeling backward. No, it wasn't her who blocked it. Shizi immediately deduced the truth. There was someone else lurking in the shadows, a martial artist. He then seized Meng Yu's longsword with one hand. Shizi laughed arrogantly. I can catch your sword with a single hand, let's get rid of you first. Xiao Meng Yu, however. Meng Yu quickly wrenched her hand free and launched a ferocious assault. Blood sprayed from Shizi as his eyes widened in pure shock. He collapsed to his knees, and Meng Yu spoke coldly. To kill you, the remaining snow sword is more than enough, he muttered to himself. What a move, Snow Cloud Shadow. I didn't expect you to master the Luo family's ultimate sword technique so quickly. Even more unexpected is that your strength far exceeds my estimates. Most troublesome of all is that someone is secretly helping you. Seeing the situation, Shizi turned toward Xiao Yi's direction. In that case, I'll finish you lot off first. Meng Yu stepped in front of Xiao Yi just in time, shielding him behind her. Don't even think about it. Her longsword steadily parried the opponent's strike. Seeing things were going south, Shizi immediately turned to flee. Just you wait, I'll be back, he barked back. Live the rest of your days in fear and vigilance. The moment you lower your guard will be the moment you die. As the guy fled, Meng Yu's brow furrowed. She knew she couldn't let him go, or he would only continue his killing spree. Shen Yi, take Xiao Yi and the others to find a shelter first. I'm going after him. She looked around and shouted, Shen Yi, do you hear me? Shen Yi. However, the only response was a deathly silence. Meng Yu instantly panicked. Shen Yi, where are you? Where did he go? Come to think of it, she hadn't seen him for a while. Just then, Xiao Yi suddenly sensed something was wrong. He whipped his head around and found a flurry of darts and hidden weapons whistling through the air. He shouted at the top of his lungs, watch out, an arrow rain. Yun Yi was also terrified by this sudden onslaught. Xiao Yi hoisted him onto his back and sprinted away while Meng Yu continued to launch counterattacks. Suddenly shouts erupted from the surroundings. We found Xiao Meng Yu. That's them, but I don't see that brat Shen Yi. A brawny man with a massive axe on his shoulder sneered. It doesn't matter. Everyone can see Shen Yi's real-time coordinates. Finding him is only a matter of time. Brothers, let's take out Xiao Meng Yu first. Chen Ping pointed ahead with a treacherous look. No matter how strong she is, she won't escape a combined assault from so many 4- and 5-star newcomers. Kill her and seize the Luo family's divine sword. Meanwhile, Shizi was sprinting like a madman through the dark, tearing through thorny thickets before finally collapsing at the base of a rock. That strike was brutal, he cursed, panting heavily. That bitch, I'll definitely kill you. Blood continued to well up from Shizi's mouth. He hurriedly reached for a pill bottle, thinking 2 pills should be enough. But before he could even taste the medicine, Shen Yi's eerie, terrifying voice rang in his ear. What good stuff are you eating? Let me have a taste too. In an instant, the pill bottle in Shizi's hand dropped to the ground. A gale rose as a bone-chilling power descended. Though exhausted, Shizi couldn't help but ask in terror, an elemental attack? What rank of technique is this? A sharp blade was thrust forward as Shen Yi delivered a fatal heavy strike, piercing directly through Shizi's muscles. Blood prayed from the wound, accompanied by soul-shattering pain. It's you, Shen Yi. You can actually hide in the darkness. In his final moments, Shizi's body trembled as he begged in a weak voice, Enough, I admit defeat. I was wrong. I shouldn't have killed those students. Hearing this, Shen Yi let out a cold laugh. Now you know you were wrong. Shen Yi didn't buy any of it. He knew the other was only struggling at death's door. On the verge of passing, Shizi desperately searched for a bargaining chip to stay alive. Shen Yi, you and I are the same kind. We're both noble scions. There's no need to become enemies over these commoners. I'm ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. My future is limitless, and yours is even more so. We can join forces. What do you want? Pills, secret arts, weapons, magic? I can give it all to you. Shen Yi's icy blue eyes glanced at him. Shizi trembled and said, Our family has everything. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to pay any price. It sounded tempting, but Shen Yi, ever the pragmatist, suddenly pulled out his sword and asked, Truly? Of course it's true. Cold sweat poured down Shizi's face like rain. With a shaking hand, he tore open his collar to reveal a complex mechanical system. I've said it before, noble families should support each other. My family owes you a favor, please help me one more time. Looking at the massive machinery before him, Shen Yi asked curiously, What is this? The weakened Shizi begged humbly for survival. This is a life support device. Help me get inside. Shen Yi didn't listen at all, merely marveling to himself. This thing looks pretty good. Can I have one too? Shizi answered generously. Once my injuries are healed, I'll give you whatever you want. Shen Yi stood with his hands on his hips and began to let his sharp tongue loose. Being a noble scion is great. Even when you're critically injured and dying, you have such powerful life-saving methods. Sensing the killing intent in Shen Yi's tone, Shizi asked in horror, "What do you mean?" Shen Yi's gaze became increasingly dangerous. He looked back and said in a low voice, "Nothing, I just wanted to ask, if I put the heads and bodies of those commoner candidates into this machine, could it bring them back to life?" The words were jarring. Shizi weakly retorted, "Are you joking? They're long dead." Before he could finish, Shen Yi swung his sword and decapitated him. Even as blood sprayed, there was no trace of pity in Shen Yi's eyes. He spoke softly to the silent space. "I know they're long dead." The head tumbled into the river with its momentum. These ordinary families had worked so hard to raise one or two talented children. They had struggled to climb upward, and their parents must have held such high hopes for them. Back in his hometown, such a joyous achievement would have been celebrated with fireworks and offerings to the ancestors. Shizi's blood dyed the water's surface red. Amidst Shen Yi's judgment, he destroyed everything. "How could I ever let you go?" A system notification appeared. "You have killed a candidate. You have absorbed the power boost they obtained from killing others. Your flesh and blood evaluation has been further enhanced, evolving into meat shield." The system requirement rang out. No matter who the attacker is or what kind of attack is used, the opponent must hit you at least 4 times before you completely lose combat effectiveness, followed by death or becoming standard meat for others to use. After reading this, Shen Yi muttered to himself, increasing from 2 hits to 4. Was this the reward for killing a red-named candidate? Shen Yi then nimbly began to collect his spoils. "Right, I'll take this machine and these pills too." Seeing a lot of good items, Finn chimed in with a reminder. "He has a storage treasure on him. Aren't you going to take it?" Shen Yi walked away without looking back. "I won't. Noble families are unfathomable. That thing might have a tracking or positioning function. We have to be careful and clean up the crime scene thoroughly." Hearing this, Finn praised Shen Yi's cleverness incessantly. "I didn't expect you to be so cautious, as expected of the man I chose. Sadly, these pills of his are different from the ones you gave me before. These only work for the living." A dark red light enveloped Shen Yi. Receiving Finn's signal, Shen Yi looked around vigilantly and found another flame of life approaching him. "There are 2 people following you from behind." A scorching fireball whistled directly toward Shen Yi. He was agile, dodging before the fireball exploded. He thought it was some sudden emergency, but it turned out to be Lu Hao standing there with a sinister grin. "Hey Junior Shen, don't be in such a hurry to leave." He swung a terrifying iron hammer in a wild frenzy. "Let us search you and make a little extra on the side." Shen Yi was forced into the air to defend himself. A system prompt appeared. "All attributes have been added to strength." Warning sounds rang out repeatedly as several more flames of life approached Shen Yi. Shen Yi looked down from his high vantage point, taking everything in. 1, 2, 3, 4, there were 8 people in total. As Shen Yi's loyal guard, Finn hurriedly reminded him, "Careful, Shen Yi, there are 8 people surrounding us." The group below had already fired thousands of flying swords at him. It looked as if Shen Yi would be torn to shreds. "Run, you're no match for them." A violent explosion occurred, dyeing the entire sky red. Shen Yi leapt out of the explosion's range with lightning speed. Finn urged anxiously, "Quick, run to the east. There's a gap in their encirclement over there." Shen Yi was currently sprinting at full tilt. Understood. At the same time, the system updated. Attributes have been comprehensively increased, especially agility. As he ran, Shen Yi felt relieved. "Luckily I used Bone Ring to kick away those projectiles at the last second, or I'd be dead for sure." Over here, Qianji's eyes were fixed on Shen Yi as he ordered, "He's running east. Watch out, he's extremely fast." To the side, Zhang Qian gave a cold snort. "He's injured, he won't get far." Several swords wrapped in light continued to pursue Shen Yi closely. In the middle of his run, the ground beneath his feet suddenly buckled, causing Shen Yi to panic. Finn also lost his composure. "They've surrounded us again. Go north." Shen Yi could only sprint recklessly now. But tragically, his every move was known to the enemy. While he was darting through the branches to the north to escape, Finn suddenly let out a startled cry that threw Shen Yi into a panic. "No, Shen Yi, think of something. No matter where you flee, those flames of life can follow, maintaining the encirclement." Just as Finn said, they were right behind him. They seemed to have a precise fix on his location. Before Shen Yi could recover his breath, he ran headfirst into Lu Yu, who was hovering in midair. What? In an instant, she left several bleeding wounds on Shen Yi's body. Lu Yu hooked her legs around a branch for support. Below, Yi Ming was already prepared to intercept Shen Yi. "I've already collected the bounty on your head, Shen Yi." Before Shen Yi could land, a terrifying heavy punch slammed into his back. Several bones in his body snapped instantly. When he saw Shen Yi sent flying into the sky, Yi Ming was still leisurely complaining below. "Oops, used too much force and sent him flying." Taking advantage of Shen Yi's weakness, a sharp sword instantly pierced through his abdomen. This fatal strike was immensely powerful. Seeing this, Yi Ming was surprised. "That's Li Yinghuai's flying sword." One of the Shao sisters began to lose her patience. "He's taking Shen Yi away. Damn it, he wants to hog the bounty for himself." Agile legs were in hot pursuit. Zhang Qian laughed triumphantly. deploying a sword array as he said, "A bunch of idiots. I'm a 5-star newcomer ranked 6th. How could I possibly split the bounty with you, small fry?" He was immersed in his own world, completely unaware that Shen Yi was already beside him. "That's a bounty issued by a great family. The reward must be extraordinary. Giving it to you lot would be a total waste." Shen Yi's hand rested lightly on Zhang Qin's shoulder. "Thanks for helping me break through the encirclement." Shen Yi then conveniently snatched the longsword nearby and stabbed it directly into his stomach. Even at death's door, Zhang Qin was still bewildered. "You're still alive, how is that possible?" The system updated. "Meat Shield will only completely die after sustaining at least 4 fatal attacks. Currently, 3 chances remain." Shen Yi looked gloomily at the half-dead guy on the ground. "Get up and answer my questions. What exactly is this bounty you're talking about? How are you tracking my location?" Zhang Qin suddenly opened his mouth wide, his eyes gleaming as he confessed everything. "A great family issued a bounty. Whoever kills you gets a reward, so they added a hunting rule to the exam. Aside from you and Xiao Mengyu, all noble scions can see your real-time location." Shen Yi immediately pressed Zhang Qin. "Which great family?" he answered blankly. "I don't know." Hearing this, Shen Yi continued to probe deeper. "How do you contact them after completing the bounty task?" Zhang Qin continued. "A guide will come back to verify the truth and distribute the rewards." Just then, a fireball was hurled toward them. The fireball hit the ground and caused a massive explosion. Fortunately, Shen Yi dodged it in time. Before he could catch his breath, the voices of noble scions came from the distance. "Found him, he's here." Shen Yi frowned and muttered. "They got here fast." Yi Ming fumbled around on the ground and said, "Li Yingwei is here too." "He's dead." Upon hearing this, Qian Ji replied coldly, "Serves him right. Keep chasing, we can't let anyone else beat us to it." Along the way, Fin sensed something was wrong and hurriedly warned. "Shen Yi, more flames of life are approaching you. It's too dangerous here. We'd better head back to the nightmare world first." "You didn't listen and insisted on moving forward." "No, if I leave the exam grounds I'll be directly disqualified." Seeing this, Fin shouted, "What's an exam compared to your life?" As Shen Yi sped down the road, Meng Yu called him. "Shen Yi, where are you?" he answered while running. "I'm on the run. A bunch of noble scions are hunting me down." Over on Meng Yu's side, corpses were everywhere, terrifying Xiao Yi and Yun Yi into clutching each other tightly. "Hunting you? You were attacked by them too?" Seeing him in danger, Meng Yu anxiously suggested, "Where are you? I'm coming to meet up with you now." Shen Yi decisively refused. "Don't. They've locked onto me. We move separately for now." Hearing this, she grew even more anxious. "What? Can you handle it alone?" You had a flash of inspiration and pulled out a card to reassure her. "Don't worry, I have a plan. I'll find you after I deal with things on this side." In an instant, the system's voice rang out. "You and Xiao Mengyu have disbanded your team in the dark of night." The thick scent of blood filled the air. Shen Yi stood under a tree listening to the system announcement. "The wave of mourning has ended. Currently, 429 people have been eliminated. Congratulations to all candidates who passed the wave of mourning. You will enter a new round of testing. Round 3, Wilderness Survival. Survive on the floating island for 3 days. As long as you stay alive, you pass this round. Special reminder, the hunt continues." Seeing this, Finn shared his thoughts. "Even though the wave of mourning is over, I sense those people are charging toward you even faster. Under their assault, you won't last 3 days. Listen to me. Go to the nightmare world." He listened to Finn's warning while running. "Careful, there are 2 people nearby." Suddenly, several chains shot out from beneath his feet. Locking Shen Yi down tight, he reacted quickly, using Flowing Moon to create an afterimage, and successfully escaped. Lien Yuan leapt out from nowhere, charging forward with a weapon. Just as Niu Zizhang's intel said, "You possess a movement technique that can leave afterimages." He swung his weapon at Shen Yi's head, only for it to be forcefully blocked. Lien Yuan continued, "And strength that is beyond the ordinary." Finn caught the scent of a living person and immediately issued a warning. "Shen Yi, more people are heading this way." Shen Yi activated a technique, causing the opponent's eyes to widen. You delivered a Thunder Quell strike toward Lien Yuan. He nimbly dodged out of the way. Lien Yuan laughed darkly, standing to the side and praising, "That's right, you also have a powerful lightning attribute Palm Strike, and a card effect that can block fatal attacks, but that effect must have a limited number of uses. I bet you don't have many left, do you?" At this time, Zizhang also approached from the distance, mocking him. "Shen Yi, I've already seen through all your little tricks." A group of noble scions stood there provocatively. "This time we won't give you another chance." Shen Yi went all out, his speed reaching terrifying levels as he put all his attribute points into agility. They watched the direction Shen Yi vanished in and cried out in shock, "This speed is too fast." Zizhang remained calm as if he had already set a trap. Like a naive mouse thinking it could escape, Shen Yi didn't know disaster was imminent. A young girl from the Xiao family suddenly appeared, delivering a flying kick toward Shen Yi. "You're already a cornered rat." Shen Yi dodged the attack in the blink of an eye. the three Xiao sisters launched a flurry of attacks in rotation, and Shen Yi struggled to dodge with all his might. Suddenly a heavy kick slammed violently into his face. She raised both hands, prepared to deliver the final strike. With just this one move, Shen Yi was sent flying, snapping a tree trunk. He slammed heavily into another tree and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Fin shouted anxiously, "Shen Yi!" The three Xiao sisters leveled their swords, determined to take your life. To be an enemy of the great families is a path that leads only to death. Today you are a caged bird with no escape. Yield your life, Fin shouted in a panic. Shen Yi, open the door and flee. Your meat shield count isn't high enough to withstand their combined assault. To Fin's shock, you countered, "Shut up. My plan has succeeded." Fin was bewildered. What? At the exact moment the three sharp blades lunged at Shen Yi, black chi erupted around his body as he activated Heaven Shadow. The sisters' vision blurred. By the time they regained their sight, there was no one beneath the tree. "Where did he go? He's gone," one of them warned alertly. "Careful, the intel was wrong. In addition to his movement technique, kicking style, and palm strikes, Shen Yi also has..." Before she could finish her sentence, her two sisters beside her were assassinated. Before she could even name the other moves, Shen Yi sent her to her grave as well. After you dealt with the three of them, a system notification appeared. "You have killed 3 candidates. Your meat shield count has been restored to 4. Only then did Shen Yi reveal his inner thoughts. Midnight has passed and the moon is sinking. This forest is where the moon shadows are longest. Fin realized the truth with a start. So that's how it is. In this place, Heaven's Shadow can be utilized to its peak. This was your plan, you replied as a matter of course. Exactly. Since they insisted on adding new rules to the exam, I'll play along with them until the very end. Just then, the group of noble scions caught up. Over there, Qianji confirmed Shen Yi's coordinates with confidence. He hasn't moved from that spot for a long time. He must have been caught by the Xiao sisters. Xu Chang remained high-spirited, full of anticipation. I hope they didn't break the rules and strike first. This commoner Shen Yi must be killed by my own hand. Meanwhile, on Shen Yi's end, he was releasing his power and waiting for his prey. Now it's my turn to hunt. When they arrived at the scene, they found the three sisters had already breathed their last. The crowd cried out in disbelief. The Xiao sisters are dead. How is this possible? Lian Yuan observed the wounds and deduced. A single strike to the throat. Their combined strength was not to be underestimated. Careful, Shen Yi might be hiding a trump card we don't know about, Xu Chang said with resentment. No matter how strong Shen Yi is, he's just a 2-star newcomer. They probably beat him to critical condition and then fought over the bounty, only to be counter-killed instead. He continued to order his companions to charge with confidence. If you ask me, they died of stupidity. Shen Yi is injured and can't have run far. This is proof. He must be hiding nearby. Everyone, split up and search. The noble scions immediately scattered in all directions to search. Qianji muttered excitedly to himself. Shen Yi, you'd better not be found by anyone else first. I want to kill you with my own hands to avenge my hair. Suddenly, a shoe peeking out from behind a tree caught his attention. Qianji revealed a sinister smile as he rushed behind the tree, shouting excitedly, "Caught you!" However, what awaited him was only a single lonely shoe on the ground. "Ha!" Shen Yi leapt down from a high vantage point, his short sword already pressed against Qianji's throat. "Caught you!" Qianji's face instantly turned ashen. Shen Yi mocked him calmly. "Answer me a bit louder. Did you find me?" No sooner had he spoken than blood sprayed everywhere. Suddenly a voice shouted, notifying the noble scions. "Found him. I found Shen Yi." Song Si heard the commotion and sped toward the source. "Hurry." Lian Yuan also joked excitedly. "The bounty is ours." The urging voices grew louder. "Over here, move fast." Blood gushed from Qianji's mouth. But what awaited Song Si and the others was Qianji's severed head, which was currently speaking. "I really did find him. Shen Yi is right here." Lian Yuan was terrified. What a talking head. A surge of thick black qi pierced through Song Si and Lian Yuan. It proceeded to spread into every corner, slipping past Yi Ming and the cloaked man. Shen Yi moved nimbly among the trees, longsword in hand, ready to enter berserk mode. His eyes flickered with purple light as he issued commands in a low chant. Those who were entranced loudly reported their own positions. With eyes emitting green qi, they confessed everything. Under the tree at the 9 o'clock position, in the bushes by the rock, Xu Chang and his cohorts monitored every movement in the forest from their high vantage point. Shen Yi looked down at the trackers gathering and thought, "Come then, you've found Shen Yi." Here he hovered in midair, beginning to plan his route meticulously. He would first use dark whispers to distract them, then find the opportunity to deliver fatal blows with the Tai-Bai sword style. "I'll make you pretentious noble scions taste what it feels like to be the prey." Not far away, Wang Dingzhou was also observing the surroundings. He hid behind a massive tree, peeking out at Lian Yuan's decapitated head, which was howling madly in the grass. "Over here, I'm over here." Standing nearby, Zhang Huaiyu was stunned by the sight. Song Si said with some disdain, "How could a child from a third-rate family know such techniques?" After his critique, he immediately urged, "We need to tell the others about this intel immediately." Before he could finish, a dark shadow suddenly dragged Song Si toward the tree, causing his head to bleed from the impact. Lu Yu panicked. Feng Yuan, immediately after, she entered high alert mode. Careful, Shen Yi is nearby. No sooner had she spoken than a long spear suddenly appeared behind Shen Yi and pierced through his body. The spear lunged with violent force, pinning him firmly to the tree, and Shen Yi let out a muffled groan of pain. It turned out to be Wang Dingzhou's strike. He feigned kindness as he said, "Careful now, this fellow can not only make heads talk but can also lurk in the shadows." Xu Chang approached slowly in surprise. Wang Dingzhou. Shen Yi was pinned into a hollow in the tree, his eyes glaring at them with resentment. At this moment Dingzhou stood with his hands in his pockets saying leisurely, "He's vanished. Although he was hit in a vital spot, he didn't die. It seems that card of his saved him again." Hearing this, Xu Chang's anger flared. "This forest is shrouded in darkness, and with that wretched card of his, we can't catch him at all." Dingzhou insulted Xu Chang flatly. "Idiot. Since there's nowhere to hide, why not just level this entire forest?" Xu Chang looked bewildered. "Do you want to use that move?" The tip of Dingzhou's spear had already begun to glow red. In an instant he changed his attire, his body radiating a scorching aura. "After I succeed, I'm taking 50 of the bounty." Although Xu Chang felt the sting, he nodded and agreed without hesitation. "Fine, witnessing the Wang family's secret technique is worth it." The armor was fully donned and the weapons were ready. Dingzhou announced majestically to the surroundings, "Anyone who doesn't want to die, come and gather." Dingzhou was surrounded by flames as he slowly rose into the air. The blond man asked in confusion, "What's the meaning of calling us all back?" Xu Chang replied with a smile. "You'll know in a moment." Dingzhou raised his long spear high and an orange light gathered toward the sky. He snapped two fingers together, chanting the triple fire incantation under his breath. In the pitch-black night sky, a tiny point of light appeared in the center of the forest. Immediately after, that point of light erupted in a violent explosion. The blond man squinted, quickly covering his face. The flames from the explosion spread rapidly across the entire forest and ashes flew everywhere. In an instant, a vast expanse of trees was reduced to cinders, and a massive crater was blasted into the ground. Someone exclaimed, "Heavens, the entire forest has been scorched. Is this the strength of the third rank?" Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, Shen Yi is there. He's been burned beyond recognition." Shen Yi struggled to crawl out of the ruins, the system interface showing, "Meat shield count remaining 2. Zijing said triumphantly, "Shen Yi, before the absolute power of our great families, everything you do is in vain." Shen Yi, "Open the door and run. There's nowhere left for you to hide," he answered with difficulty. "You think I don't want to run? These flames keep burning. I can't move," Finn shouted anxiously. "What? This is it then." Zijing opened his arms in mockery. "Today you are a bird with no wings." As long as Wang Dingzhou maintains the technique, these flames will turn into high walls, completely cutting you off from the outside world. This was the triple fire incantation, one of the Wang family's exclusive secret heritages. It was said they discovered it in the Monkey Mountain ruins. Dingzhou barked sternly, "Stop the chatter and finish him off quickly." The card was repairing Shen Yi's injuries. He looked up and replied, "All right." Xu Chang was making calculations in his mind. Maintaining this fire incantation requires a massive amount of energy and stamina. Wang Dingzhou will be exhausted soon. At that time no one will be my match. He sneered inwardly, "I'm going to kill every last one of you, die all of you. Shen Yi, the final winner will be me, Niu Zijing, alone." The system displayed information, wilderness survival, heavenly destruction. During the 3 days of survival, disasters will randomly fall from the sky. Finding ways to survive in extremely harsh environments is the key to this round of assessment. Zijing covered his face in confusion. "Heavenly destruction, is this the true test of the third round?" Finn shouted anxiously. "Shen Yi, hurry and summon me. This hail isn't normal." Hailstones struck Shen Yi's face at high speed. Lu Yu screamed, "Run!" Ru Hai reminded everyone to find a way to block the hail. If hit, their bodies would begin to freeze. Shen Yi barely forced out his final words, "Damn it, I can't move. This is bad. There's nowhere to hide nearby." Dingzhou stepped forward. "Stay there and don't move. I'll block the hail." Lu Yu was ecstatic. "Great!" Yan Yi also shouted excitedly. "Brother Dingzhou is too strong." However, Dingzhou was worrying in his heart. Maintaining the fire incantation has already consumed too much stamina. "I won't last much longer if this continues." Dingzhou shouted loudly, "Niu Zijing, retreat. Shen Yi will definitely die in the blizzard. We can just come back later to collect the body." Zijing refused firmly. "No, I want to kill him with my own hands." Zijing's eyes suddenly widened. He saw a dark figure appear in the mist, thinking, "This cold aura of death is..." Finally, Zijing spoke, "It's a skull." "So the deathly aura I felt earlier was coming from this skull," Shen Yi explained with composure. "This hail isn't a natural disaster but a type of technique. The freezing power within it is exactly what I like. I can even recover my strength by absorbing it. Thanks to you guys blocking the hail for me, I've gained time. With the support of the meat shield effect, my injuries have basically recovered," he announced happily. The counterattack begins. Shen Yi leapt into the air, launching an offensive aimed at Zijing. The latter nimbly dodged, thinking, "This is bad. That skull is blocking the hail for him, allowing him to move recklessly here." Zijing shouted in panic, "Retreat, retreat now, fighting him here will put us at a disadvantage." Dingzhou asked in confusion, "What on earth is that skull? Is it an incarnation of calamity?" Shen Yi shouted angrily, "You come when you want to kill me, and run when you want to escape, not a chance." He kicked into the void, executing Bone Ring. Xu Chang discovered in horror, "He can actually kick the hailstones away?" Dingzhou was about to use a movement technique to counterattack. Shen Yi charged toward him rapidly. "You stabbed me twice just now. Now it's my turn to strike back." He was kicked to the ground by Shen Yi in a single strike. Dingzhou mocked disdainfully, "How ridiculous, a limp, weak kick." No sooner had he spoken than dense hailstones instantly smashed into him. Lu Yu clutched her head and screamed, "Oh no, Wang Dingzhou has fallen. No one is blocking the hail for us anymore." The blonde man wailed, "Help me." The speed of the falling hail became faster and faster, turning into a dense curtain in the blink of an eye. More and more people fell to the ground. Finn watched the tragic scene and said, "On open, unobstructed ground, the storm's power reaches its peak. These people are beyond saving." Their flames of life were rapidly extinguishing. Shen Yi added, "Although the storm is powerful, as long as one can find a place to hide, it shouldn't lead to death. Sadly, they destroyed the entire forest themselves. They are reaping what they sowed." Finn looked around and said, "The gold bracelet on this fellow is a treasure. It contains massive energy and should be a family heirloom. Sadly, he didn't even unleash one of its power, and a single technique exhausted all his strength." Suddenly, Finn sensed something strange. "Wait a minute, there's still a survivor in the pile of corpses." Hearing this, Shen Yi walked over quickly. "Hiding in your teammates' corpses to avoid the storm? Only you would do that. Looking at these wounds, you must have killed these few yourself, right?" Zijing cursed loudly. "Damn it, how did you find me?" The blonde man also spoke up. "That's right, I was killed by Niu Zijing's sneak attack." Finn mocked with disdain. "Stupid human, of course I was the one who found you. What, did my charming voice scare you into wetting your pants?" he countered dismissively. "What kind of joke is that? You're just a broken skull. You can't compare to my family's snake god, Black Void. Come out and help me kill him," Zijing shouted in a flurry. "Black Void, where are you? Black Void, damn it, Black Void, come save me." Before he could finish his sentence, a hailstone hit him squarely on the head. Finn laughed wickedly. "How unlucky." Shen Yi glanced toward a nearby corner and asked, "You're clearly right beside him, so why are you standing by and watching him die? What kind of twisted plot are you hatching?" The little snake, Black Void, replied, "This brat can't even unleash one of my power. Fighting alongside him is nothing short of a humiliation," Shen Yi said in surprise. "What? You can actually talk," it stated. "On the contrary, I find you quite interesting." It slowly revealed, "It's a pity your understanding of this world is so meager. However, seeing as you are also of the moonlit lineage, and we have some shared history, I'll tell you something interesting." Shen Yi's face was grim as he stared calmly at the venomous snake. It radiated an eerie green light. It said, "Kid, for the sake of our shared origin, I'll tell you a few interesting facts. I heard your speech at the banquet. It seems you have a very serious misunderstanding regarding the great families." You frowned and asked back, "Misunderstanding? I don't think there's any misunderstanding. Are you trying to speak up for that bunch of scum?" The snake opened its mouth, revealing two sharp fangs in its flickering tongue. It answered, "Even though you have awakened the Dharma Eye, you are still so ignorant. From now on you had better abandon the concept of great families, because that is an erroneous perception of ordinary people." Faintly, a grim and ancient building appeared behind it. It continued to explain, "From the perspective of the Dharma realm, your so-called great families are merely god nests. Of course they are not only god nests, they may also be the burial grounds of some unknown existence." Sweat broke out on Shen Yi's face, his eyes filled with shock, terror, and curiosity. "God nests? What exactly are burial grounds?" It answered you. "See for yourself with your own eyes. Kid, this world is far more complex than you imagine." After speaking, the snake vanished before Shen Yi's eyes. It left these words, "If you can survive, we shall meet again." You were full of panic. "Hey, wait, explain yourself clearly." Shen Yi looked up at the pitch-black sky. Had the blizzard stopped? Shen Yi was suddenly stunned, his eyes wide as he looked high into the sky as if he had discovered something extremely terrifying. The entire sky had been dyed an eerie orange-red, and countless meteors of various sizes, engulfed in raging flames, were falling from the heavens. Shen Yi and the skeleton Finn stood amidst a sea of fire. Finn shouted in terror, "This time it's fire rain. Quick, put me back in the ring. I can't block this fire." Shen Yi reached out and let Finn hide inside. Before vanishing, Finn reminded him, "This place will be burned to cinders soon. I suggest you hurry to the nightmare world to take shelter." A door manifested behind Shen Yi as he replied, "Without you, I still have this door." Finn followed up, "You idiot, a door summoned here is just a window. It won't stop fire rain." Consequently, Shen Yi shouldered the wooden door over his head and sprinted. A massive fireball fell from the sky, hurtling straight toward him. He showed no fear, saying confidently, "Who said I was going to block it? Did you think I was as brainless as you?" Finn clicked his tongue in admiration. He hadn't expected Shen Yi to actually open the door to redirect the flames into another world. This move was indeed creative. Suddenly, Shen Yi's expression changed drastically, his eyes widening as a plume of fire scorched the edge of the door and began to spread. Shen Yi slumped to the ground, his hands frantically swatting at his backside and thighs to extinguish the fire. "Ouch, ouch, ouch, that's hot," Finn laughed triumphantly. "Being too clever for your own good, I told you only the nightmare world is the safest and most reliable place." Just then, a voice rang out, "Give me a drop of blood and I can become your substitute, and take the exam in your place." Shen Yi grabbed onto it like a life-saving straw, saying, "That's right, I still have this statue." He put his finger in his mouth and bit down hard. Blood flowed, which he then dripped onto the statue. He thought to himself, "The battle between candidates has ended, I can continue to use the statue now." Subsequently, his substitute appeared, a faint, composed smile on its face. It spoke to Shen Yi with confidence and a hint of playfulness. "You go hide, I'll dive to the bottom of the river and lie there until you return." Shen Yi was ecstatic to see it truly transform into his likeness. Just then, a blue box popped up. "Since the meat shield power has been transferred to the substitute, you have temporarily lost this ability until you return." Shen Yi's substitute pondered, "This is for the best. Entering the nightmare world this time might allow me to obtain evaluation terms, which is a great opportunity to increase my strength." The scene shifted as a figure poked its head out from behind a low stone cliff to observe the surroundings. Seeing the sight before him, Shen Yi's face was filled with confusion. What is the situation? What met his eyes was a desolate ancient battlefield. He was utterly perplexed. Did a great war happen here? Haven't humans already won? His thoughts were interrupted by a youth holding a long staff, his body enveloped in a golden shield. The youth waved and shouted, "Soldiers over there!" It was Yan Zhang, draped in a cyan cloak with an armor plate embedded in his forehead. At this moment his face was covered in blood, his eyes reflecting extreme terror. His mouth was wide open as if he were screaming with all his might, "Hurry to the camp and report. The undead are attacking." Before he could finish, a cold flash swept past, and his body was instantly severed into two. Shen Yi was terrified by this tragic sight. The scene was dominated by a massive skeletal monster. "Not good, it's an undead army." He hurriedly brandished a glowing object, shouting, "I am the little matchstick boy. This is my bone badge." As a sharp claw touched the badge in his hand, Shen Yi froze. A massive skeleton appeared behind him. Shen Yi looked up at this colossus, his mouth agape, his eyes full of astonishment and shock. "What is this? So many evaluation terms. I bumped into a big boss right after coming out," he lamented. "This nightmare world is 100 times more dangerous than the fire rain on the exam grounds." Fred's eerie skeletal face flickered beneath long black hair. His bony sharp fingers lightly held up the glowing skull badge. He spoke, "I heard a humanoid boy had defected to us. I have always been curious." "So it was you," Shen Yi replied with a fawning expression. "It is indeed I," the other party questioned. "I have a doubt. Reports say you already went to the human imperial capital." "Why would you appear here?" Shen Yi stammered. I can explain." But inwardly he was cursing. "Finn, you bastard, what a terrible idea. I think you want me dead." Fred stood tall like an iron tower wearing a wide red-purple feather cloak. He spoke with immense pressure. "Explain then, you only have one chance. If I find you are lying, I will burn your soul." Shen Yi's expression was tense. He suddenly realized another truth. The evaluation terms surrounding the other party did not all belong to him alone. Shen Yi was startled to find himself completely surrounded by countless invisible enemies. If he couldn't explain his way out, he would surely die. His mind raced, and he immediately put on a look of resolve, even bringing tears to his eyes as he spoke. "I am looking for the human Prince Norton. He tortured me with 996, working from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 6 days a week. He even did 007. No rest 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. He simply has no humanity. I want to kill him and have my revenge." He leaned closer, his eyes flashing with purple light. Fred continued, "Is that so? But what makes you think you can get close to him?" Shen Yi continued his persuasion. "During those days of oppression, I worked hard without complaint. I performed great military service for him and won his trust. When I asked for a promotion and a raise, he told me to report to the Imperial Military Academy. This is a recommendation letter written in his own hand." Fred took the letter and read it carefully, saying, It is indeed a recommendation letter for the military academy. It seems you were doing quite well over there." Shen Yi took the opportunity to vent, "Of course I was doing well. 90 of the fruits of my labor were taken by him, and the wages I received could barely sustain my life." A magnificent palace appeared in Shen Yi's mind as he spoke. He used that money to make even more money, building palaces for himself and taking many concubines. To prevent workers from striking, he set various debt traps and raised prices, forcing us to work desperately every day. A mage appeared in the scene, setting up illusions in the dark of night. Shen Yi continued, after getting off work, everyone indulged in them and stopped thinking, completely becoming walking corpses who only knew how to make money. Recently, he's gone even further, using illusions for different people to create conflict, making the divide between everyone deeper and deeper. Hatred and attacks are increasing day by day. However, everyone has overlooked the true culprit. Shen Yi acted extremely indignant, shouting in grief and anger, "That is Prince Norton, the most hateful capitalist among humans." Fred was swept up in the emotion, sighing in indignation for Shen Yi. Truly so degenerate and evil. Humans are indeed a despicable race. I acknowledge your thoughts, but the plan is too crude. It's full of holes like my grandmother's socks. Fred reached out a sharp bony hand, a ball of eerie black energy gathering in his palm. I am Fred the Snow Demon. Let me assist your revenge. As long as Norton is killed, the human army will surely fall into chaos, and our undead race will certainly win this war. He lightly pushed the black ball toward Shen Yi. Take this. Inside is the undead formation distribution map. With this important intelligence, your chances of approaching the prince will increase greatly. Shen Yi looked at this purple-black stone ball emitting an evil aura, his face filled with alarm. He thought to himself, the aura of this stone is not right, and I can't see its information. It's definitely not some distribution map. Fred continued to instruct, in a moment I will send undead to pretend to hunt you down. You just need to run while shouting that you have important intelligence. The humans will surely save you. After entering their camp and approaching Norton, strike directly. Upon success, give a loud shout, and I will be nearby to assist your retreat. Shen Yi was terrified, his pupils contracting, cold sweat pouring down. He thought, I just made up a reason on the fly and you're actually sending me to assassinate Prince Norton? He's surrounded by experts, how could I possibly survive? And the more I look at this stone, the weirder it gets. Could it be a bomb? Isn't this clearly sending me on a suicide mission? Only a fool would agree. Shen Yi immediately stood tall, gave a solemn military salute, and guaranteed the mission's completion. He thought to himself, agree, I must agree, or I'll die right now. The tail spikes of the surrounding undead made him feel weak. Fred showed a look of satisfaction. To agree to such a dangerous mission without hesitation. Young man, I admire your courage. Don't misunderstand, these soldiers are not threatening you. We are a regular army, just conducting a pursuit exercise. Completely reasonable, Shen Yi replied. What is there to fear? In life I am an undead man, in death I am an undead ghost. Inwardly, however, Shen Yi thought, this is clearly a naked threat, you cunning snow demon. Subsequently, Fred grabbed the still-dazed Shen Yi, leaned back to gather power, and violently threw him forward. Fred shouted, go with peace of mind. Shen Yi clutched the black ball tightly. Fred pointed at the distant Shen Yi and ordered, that human brat took away important intelligence. Kill him. Shen Yi shouted for help. Fred's subordinate asked, Lord Fred, is this kid really reliable? Even our assassination of Norton failed. Fred said coldly, you think I really placed my hopes on him? He is merely a pawn I have placed. The end is already set. All humans must die. Shen Yi used all his strength to sprint forward, avoiding the pursuit of the undead behind him. He turned nimbly, looking ahead with a determined gaze amidst the swirling dust. Stealing his heart, Shen Yi violently smashed the purple-black stone ball against the wooden door behind him. Get lost, do you take me for an idiot? How could I carry something so dangerous on me? He scrambled toward the human soldiers, hands raised high, shouting in panic. Help, help, I have important intelligence to report. Two armored soldiers bravely charged forward to block the undead. They shouted, it's Saint Peppa. Hurry, we'll help you hold back the undead. The undead swung their sharp limbs in a heavy strike, slamming hard against the human soldier's large shield, sending sparks flying. The soldiers roared as they held their ground, escorting the little boy who lived toward the camp. Shen Yi ran to deliver the news with an urgent face. My lord, I must see the prince, I have intelligence. The undead have sent out the king of shadow assassins. That is an undead hero, a god traitor who has claimed the heads of 11 kings, along with his 2 followers. The shadow executioner and the enemy of elves, the famous undead general. They are coming to assassinate the prince. Julia showed a disappointed expression. Peppa, your intelligence is late. Shen Yi was stunned. What? He pulled back the tent flap and walked in, only to see a person sitting inside, completely wrapped in bandages and covered in blood on the left. 2 white-robed medical staff were casting spells to treat him. Prince Norton looked at Shen Yi with difficulty, his body enveloped in a green healing magic light. Saint Peppa, I didn't expect to see you before I die. Shen Yi looked at him, his eyes slightly red as he asked, Prince, what happened to you? The other party replied briefly. Accidentally fell into an undead trap. The mage nearby had a grim expression. We have used the strongest healing magic, but the prince's injuries are too severe, his internal organs are badly damaged, and he's been eroded by undead spells. He's beyond help. Norton was sweating profusely from the pain. The mage continued, Prince Norton, may the mysteries and laws forever protect your soul. Julia stood to the side, palms joined in prayer. May the goddess of nature protect your long sleep. The girl beside her was weeping uncontrollably. Your Highness the Prince, the soldier also spoke with guilt. It's all our fault. The Night Order failed in its duty of protection. Once you go, we will all be buried with you. Shen Yi reached out to stop everyone. Wait a moment, don't give up just yet, he continued. I have an ancestral healing recipe. I want to ask the prince to give it a try. Let's treat a dead horse as if it were alive. Give it a shot. Unsurprisingly, Julia and the old mage still had faces full of sorrow. Saint Peppa, now is not the time for nonsense. Even the strongest human healing arts were useless. What effect could an ancestral medicine of a commoner like you have? Norton spoke weakly from the side. It's fine, let him try. I have no hope anyway, the mage sighed. Your Highness, Shen Yi's face was serious, filled with a bit of anxiety and contemplation. He raised his right hand, his fingertip holding a small bottle, and thought to himself, Prince Norton was kind to me, and even bestowed the title of saint upon me. I must do my best to save him. I don't know if the thing I got from River West Temple will work. At the same time, Fred was staring at the lights of the camp. His subordinate reported no major movement, nor had they sensed the soul dissipation that occurs when a human dies. It seems that Matchstick Boy failed, Fred replied. I saw with my own eyes that he entered Norton's tent, that's enough. He looked into his hand. That stone he gave Shen Yi was not a map at all. Subsequently, a control panel appeared in his hand and he coldly spat out a few words. Soul Shock Bomb. The two subordinates behind him broke out in a cold sweat at his cruelty. Soul Shock Bomb. They had heard this bomb was immensely powerful. Its only drawback was its tiny blast radius, only 5 meters. No matter, that humanoid youth had already entered the tent. As long as it was detonated, the prince would surely die. Of course, so would he. Fred spoke with killing intent. Perish, last noble bloodline of the human empire. Your death symbolizes that humanity has reached its end. The undead race will become the true leaders of the beings on this earth. With a crisp click, he pressed the red button. However, nothing happened. The two subordinates covered their ears tightly. Fred raised the controller and shouted, Distance too far, unable to detonate. The distant soldiers watched him acting crazy and said, What is that undead leader muttering about? No idea. Probably all officials are a bit neurotic. Fred looked at the button that gave no response after being pressed. He wondered, Is the distance too far? No matter. I'll get a bit closer. Fred tried to get closer again, shouting a threat. Humans, when I press this button, your last hope will be destroyed. You will become slaves to the undead race with no more chance to fight for dominance. But when he pressed the button again, the prompt still said, Distance too far, unable to detonate, making him curse in a rage. Fred immediately performed a tunneling technique, sliding underground to approach the camp, bypassing the guarding soldiers. He stopped at a certain distance and slowly materialized. The guards in the camp immediately became alert. Fred raised the button high and proclaimed loudly, Norton, despicable human leader, the most evil capitalist, you, the creator of 996 and 007, you are doomed. However, when he pressed the button, the prompt tone cycled again, Distance too far. This left him frozen on the spot. Meanwhile, the soldiers warned each other, Unable to detonate, this undead leader actually dares to charge before our ranks. Careful. He might have a powerful ultimate move at this moment. Fred was simply embarrassed to the extreme. He stared at the button and cursed. Damn it, I'm already so close. Why does it still say it's too far? When I get back, I'm going to slaughter those useless trash in the RD department. After grumbling, he tucked the button away and ordered his followers to withdraw. Followers, charge with me. Tell the soldiers in the back to keep up. We're going for a direct frontal assault to take Norton's head. Opposite them, the soldiers began to deliberate. The leader of the undead has gone mad. He actually dares to start a war with us right here. Everyone often says the leadership loves to go crazy. Hold the line. Don't let them get within half a step of the camp tent. Inside that tent, due to the severity of his injuries, Norton lay on the bed exhausted after taking his medication. Seeing his condition worsen, the old mage could only say here trendingly, Although your medicine is effective, it can only help the prince hold on for a little longer. It seems this medicine won't do. Shen Yi immediately thought of the medical equipment he possessed and could only pin his hopes on it. But if he brought it out directly, it might cause too much of a shock to the people of this world. He might even be judged as a heretic or something and then burned to death. The guards outside the tent hurriedly flipped open the door curtain to report, stating that the undead had launched an attack led by Fred, the king of shadow assassins, and his followers. Norton forced himself up weakly and said, Fred is taking the field personally. The soldiers won't be able to stop him. You all go and support them." Hearing this, the soldier hesitated and stammered. "But your highness," Norton weakly interrupted and ordered, "do not sacrifice any more of our compatriots for a dying man like me. Go, this is my final order. Just let Saint Peppa stay here with me." Seeing Norton's spirit of sacrifice, everyone's eyes welled with tears as they hesitantly withdrew. "By your command, your highness." When only the two of them remained in the tent, he looked at the ceiling and said, "Saint Peppa, thank you for your efforts. You needn't be sad, because countless warriors die every day just like me. I am merely one among them. The evil undead have adopted the policies of capitalists. Actually, this is an advantage for them. If they win, they will surely impose that system upon us humans," Norton continued, here trendingly. "Our human bodies certainly cannot withstand the torment of the 996 and 007 systems. This is a crisis of racial extinction. I have a bottle of sedative under my pillow. Taking just one pill can make a person fall into a deep sleep. It was originally meant to stop my pain. Take it out and feed me a few more, and I will be able to sleep forever." As Shen Yi picked up the medicine bottle, he explained the reason. "If I keep dragging out my broken body, the generals won't be able to let go completely. At a life-or-death juncture, this will affect their combat." Shen Yi was about to speak, but the prince revealed a helpless smile. "Do it, and then spread the news of my death. Afterward, regardless of the bottle's outcome, leave this place and go to the Imperial Capital Military Academy to learn your craft." Shen Yi took out a pill and said, "Your Highness, rest assured, I have a secret technique that can save you. While I perform the secret technique, please take a nap first." After saying this, he fed it to Norton, who hadn't yet figured out the situation. "What?" After Norton fell into a deep sleep, Shen Yi brought out that equipment. Prince Norton was broad-minded, always keeping the world in his heart, worrying about the common people suffering under the 996 and 007 systems. And even on the brink of death, he was thinking about the future of a boy he had only met a few times. Shen Yi slowly placed his body into the pod. Although he was a feudal prince, he was also a comrade who hated capitalists. Regardless, he was worth saving. After the pod door closed, several lines of prompts popped up. "Welcome to the medical pod combining everlasting technology. Fully scanning the patient's condition. Current status, critical. Partial internal organ loss detected. Restoration in progress. Estimated completion in 10 hours. Shen Yi breathed a sigh of relief and wiped his sweat, but he still had some doubts. It looked like he could be saved, but it would take 10 hours. Finn suggested, "I suggest you take him into the secret passage. It's both hidden and safe." Shen Yi immediately agreed. "Good idea." But when he summoned the door, that massive object couldn't be squeezed in at all. "Damn it, the door is too small, I can't push it in." Finn laughed wickedly then. "The ring can't store living things, you can only carry the prince out. Put this coffin into the ring and carry the prince into the primary world. Open the door again, carry the prince into the nightmare world's tunnel, then take out the coffin and put the prince inside." Shen Yi was going crazy, clumsily lifting Norton's body out of the pod. "Curse it, this is too much trouble, I must hurry." This door's function was truly inhumane. Seeing him laboring so hard, Finn was a bit confused. "By the way, what are you even trying to achieve by going to all this trouble to save him?" Shen Yi carried Norton through that door. On the other side, the sky was filled with fire and no one was around. He said Norton's character reminded him of a saying from his hometown. Finn asked curiously what it was, and Shen Yi replied with a moved expression, "Long live the people." After hearing this, Finn went silent. In the end, it still didn't understand, even cursing. "What are you mumbling about? I think you just want a better evaluation term." Shen Yi didn't deny it. "That's not wrong either." After crossing that door, Shen Yi had to move very fast because the fire rain at the exam site was still ongoing. He had to hurry to the undead secret passage. After a while, he stepped through a second door leading to a sealed mountain cave. Here, Shen Yi placed the equipment down with relief. He had finally finished processing everything. Although this place was a bit crude, it was relatively safe. The system panel popped up a notification. This time, opening the door had earned a new evaluation, and the content began to manifest. "The boy who lived, blue, excellent grade evaluation. You saved a prince of the human empire. You saved a divine bloodline. This is a major event that changes the course of history. Your fame will surely spread far and wide. Run toward the sun, Saint Peppa who lived. Effect: every time you escape from fatal danger, your base attributes will increase by 2 points simultaneously. Limited to once per day." Shen Yi felt a bit disappointed after reading it. In the end, he still didn't escape this evaluation term. The system panel continued to show, "You can keep this evaluation and upgrade it later, or you can devour this evaluation to obtain base attribute points. Because you already possess time fluid, and added to obtaining a blue excellent grade evaluation, this door has gained a new ability, non-dual gate. From now on, any door in the world can be granted the ability to connect worlds by you. Until you actively cancel it or it is destroyed, you can still summon this door. Shen Yi looked at these evaluations and commented, "Non-dual gate. This one's not bad, but this the boy who lived evaluation is a bit of a stretch. What I want is the ability to deal with danger, not to add attribute points only after surviving danger. I might as well just devour it." Before the words had even left his mouth, the top of the mountain cave suddenly dropped stones due to a vibration. Shen Yi looked up to find a giant rock falling and instinctively slid into the distance to dodge. The giant rock then smashed down heavily. After escaping the danger, the system notified him again, "You have escaped fatal danger. The boy who lived evaluation has been activated. All your base attributes have increased by 2 points." Feeling his body filled with vitality, Shen Yi looked at himself and said, "I feel like my whole body is filled with power. It turns out this evaluation term is so top tier, its growth potential is so strong. Luckily I didn't devour it or I would have lost big time." He looked back at the pile of fallen rocks. The earthquake just now had caused another part of the tunnel to collapse. This place had become even more hidden. "I'll rest here for a while until the prince's treatment is over." Some time later at the exam site in the primary world, Shen Yi's substitute was standing still in the river with eyes closed as rain pitter-pattered down on the bank. Yin Chen looked at him and said to herself, "Brother Shen Yi is so stubborn." She sighed. "He actually used a substitute. My trip from so far away to save him was for nothing." Suddenly a strange voice rang out. "The guy slipped away long ago." Yin Chen didn't care anymore. "Forget it, as long as he's okay." Suddenly a thin red line took shape out of thin air. When the red line was fully manifested, Yi Bing appeared in mid-air. She looked down at Shen Yi's body and asked in confusion, "A substitute?" Behind Yin Chen another red line appeared and Luo Sheng manifested simultaneously. "This scent, back then during the hotel battle, the person hiding nearby was you, wasn't it?" Yin Chen stood there calmly and said, "I don't know what you're talking about." Hearing this, Yi Bing's eyes held a smile. Floating in the air, she continued to probe. "Interesting. I see the conspiracy shrouding you. It could snatch away the thing you care about most at any time. 1 person, 2 people, 3 people. You killed 15 candidates for Shen Yi." Yin Chen's face darkened, emitting killing intent as she warned, "Stop prying and don't go provoking Shen Yi, or you'll die even more miserably than them." Yi Bing replied expressionlessly, "Rest assured I won't intervene. I can feel the conspiracy surrounding you is extremely dark and dangerous. I will watch you all struggle in the mire. That feeling is quite wonderful." That voice spoke to Yin Chen again, saying time was short and it was time to leave. She said with a smile, "Boring person, have it your way." Yin Chen's body gradually began to glow. Before disappearing, she gave one last reminder, "Just remember my words. If you dare touch a single hair on Shen Yi's head, I will make your soul dissipate." Seeing Yin Chen use a teleportation spell to vanish, Luo Sheng asked in confusion, "Master, are we just going to let her leave like that?" Yi Bing said with a smile, "I can feel someone is using Shen Yi as bait, trying to lure her out. Those powers hidden in the shadows are not to be underestimated." Then her expression instantly turned ice cold. "Humans will tell us many things through their mutual slaughter, even leaking classified intelligence. Before my power is recovered, we need only watch and wait in the dark night." Wind and rain raged and the sky was pitch black. Yuanzhang stood in the wind and rain on the mountaintop, wondering. "Strange, truly strange, all the people who went to look for Shen Yi are dead." His fingers formed a seal and a green light shot straight into the clouds. "Didn't I already mark that little brat's location? Could it be that those children of noble families participating in the exam this time are all useless? Or is someone helping Shen Yi?" Finally he lowered his hand and his power dissipated with it. "Fine, if so many people continue to die, things will become more and more troublesome. It seems I'll have to take action personally. Even though I might get a reputation for bullying the young." Yuanzhang stepped through the air. "Speaking of which, Luo'er's birthday is coming up soon." He slowly stepped into the wind and rain. "I'll just use Shen Yi's head as a birthday gift for Luo'er." At the same time, in the nightmare world, Shen Yi stood before an advanced piece of equipment. The body recovery process was complete, the anesthetic effect was gradually fading, and the patient would wake up within 3 minutes after completion. He shouted, "It's done." Norton's injuries were still serious at this time, and he leaned against the wall with difficulty to support his body. He slowly opened his eyes, and spoke with difficulty. "Am I not dead yet?" Shen Yi immediately ran over and knelt. "Yes, Your Highness, we won this bet, but you are still very weak, you must rest for a while longer." Norton asked vaguely, "Where are we?" He quickly explained everything. "This is an abandoned tunnel in the undead position. He asked back in confusion, "How can we be in an undead tunnel?" Shen Yi explained to Norton that the god's family recipe couldn't be seen by outsiders, so your servant brought you out to administer the medicine. However, this place is about to collapse. Your servant will escort your highness back in a moment. After hearing this, he lamented, "As expected, the most dangerous place is the safest place. Truly a brilliant plan, Peppa." Subsequently, a cube surfaced from the ring on Norton's hand. He said, "However, we cannot go back now. A traitor has appeared by my side. That is also the reason I was assassinated." Norton carefully handed the cube to Shen Yi. "Saint Peppa, you saved me. You are definitely not a traitor. This is a teleportation crystal. It can take us to a secret refuge. Once there, I need to use magic letter paper to issue military orders and command the battle. During this period, I need you to protect my safety. Can you complete the mission?" Shen Yi pondered privately. "Becoming the prince's personal bodyguard. Wouldn't that mean I could obtain a powerful title like Royal Guard?" Thus he stood up abruptly, eyes shining as he responded, "Your servant guarantees the mission's completion." Hearing Shen Yi's guarantee, Norton was also relieved. "Very well, then get ready. It might be a bit dizzying and nauseating." Hajimina Merlot. In the quiet night, a wooden house in the forest shot out a beam of intense light after the commotion. Shen Yi was also surrounded by golden light. He looked around in surprise. We've arrived. Is this your highness's refuge?" Norton explained slowly. "To prevent being tracked, there are 6 refuges in total, and every teleportation is randomly selected. It seems this time we have arrived at a stream valley deep in the mountains." After speaking, he flipped through a book while instructing Shen Yi, "Go and scout the surroundings to ensure safety. I must issue orders immediately." Shen Yi nimbly accepted the command. After walking out of the wooden house, he carefully checked the surroundings. This place was quite similar to the exam site with dense forests and bushes all around. "It seems it's safe enough for now. Tomorrow is coming soon. I have to go back to the exam site to check, and I might be able to get new keywords." Finn immediately asked him, "Are you sure you dare leave the prince alone there?" But Shen Yi was very confident. "It's only stepping away for a few minutes. I'll be back soon." Shen Yi immediately cast a spell on that door. Non-dual gate connected this door to the 2 worlds. Finn was confused seeing this. Why not just summon a door? Wouldn't it be faster to go back?" Shen Yi explained to Finn while pushing open the door. "You're so stupid. If I summon a door to go back, when I want to come back, I could only return to that undead tunnel. But if I use non-dual gate, as long as I don't deactivate the effect, I can return to this place at any time." Finn was very surprised. "So that's how it is." Just then, an unknown object flew out from the forest, and Shen Yi noticed it immediately. "Someone's fighting a good show as soon as I get back." Once he saw clearly, he cried out in shock, "Wait a minute, isn't that my substitute?" Immediately after, Yuan Zhang appeared in midair, making him confused. "Who's that old guy?" From high up, Yuan Zhang delivered a fierce kick to Shen Yi's substitute. A loud boom then echoed from the forest, and Shen Yi cried out, "My God!" Yuan Zhang landed in the deep pit he had just smashed and discovered. What? It was actually a substitute. No wonder it wouldn't die no matter how it was hit. Just then he sensed it again. He immediately took flight and directly found the place where Shen Yi was standing. This aura, so the original body was here too? Shen Yi hadn't reacted yet, stammering to ask, "Who are you?" "It's only New Year's Day. How can an old man run all the way here to take the college entrance exam?" Yuan Zhang was burning with rage. Glib-tongued, "Stinky brat Shen Yi, give up your life," his substitute could only cry out weakly. "Shen Yi, run," Finn also urged in a panicked run. This man was not to be trifled with, and Shen Yi knew it. "I can see that." The system promptly appeared. "As per your will, attribute points have been allocated to agility." With his current agility at 18.1, his figure darted out instantly. Seeing this, Yuan Zhang also offered praise, quite fast, but he merely tapped his toes lightly, and in a flash he was blocking Shen Yi's path, his speed far exceeding the speed of sound. Yuan Zhang pressed a single finger against Shen Yi's forehead. The surrounding space distorted instantly before he unleashed a powerful attack. The moonlit divine puppet whispered in Shen Yi's ear, "Shen Yi, he can use sound wave vibrations to attack. He's terrifyingly strong. Run quickly. His target is you. He won't waste time on a substitute like me." The system's mechanical voice rang out again. "Meat shield consumed once, 3 uses remaining." Following another violent impact, Yuan Zhang landed slowly on the ground, feeling puzzled. Looking at Shen Yi slumped there, he said, "To survive a strike from this old man, is that the effect of a card? The one left behind is a substitute. Where did that brat go?" "He vanished into thin air." Yuan Zhang then exerted himself again. The sonar detection was normal with no suspicious objects nearby. There wasn't even the sound of a heartbeat. This is the first time this old man has encountered such a situation. He tried to guess Shen Yi's background. Could this boy have a master guiding him from the shadows? But he never imagined that seconds ago, Shen Yi had used the non-dual gate to escape. After the non-dual gate closed, Shen Yi was gasping for air. Damn it, what's the deal with that old man? During the fight with him, the statues didn't lose their effect, which means he's not a candidate. Finn observed the situation. It seems those who want to kill you have grown desperate. They've sent a true master. Shen Yi completely agreed. It seemed he couldn't go back for the time being. Shen Yi hurriedly pushed open the door. Your Highness the Prince, I'm back. Everything is normal outside. Norton asked Peppa in confusion. What's happened to your hair? He rushed to defend himself. I was just out on patrol and the wind was very strong. By the way, Your Highness, how is the situation at the front? At this time, Norton was leisurely recording. Those undead have been searching everywhere after discovering I was gone. I decided to beat them at their own game. Setting up an ambush with my soldiers, we killed a batch of them, and coupled with their previous reckless assault, they're in a difficult position now. Shen Yi quickly flattered him. Your Highness's wisdom is truly unparalleled, Norton replied with great humility. This is all thanks to you. Peppa, once the war is over, I will appoint you to a high office. Hearing the praise, Shen Yi felt light as a feather. Being an official is too exhausting, Your Highness. You'd be better off just giving me money. Suddenly, a knock at the door made him freeze. A low voice came from outside. Little matchstick boy. Fred knocked rhythmically on the door. Are you inside? Shen Yi's face turned ashen. That's the voice of Fred the Snow Demon. How did he find us? This is impossible. Norton was equally surprised. Saint Peppa, is this what you meant by everything is normal outside? Shen Yi's entire body tensed up. This time he was in deep trouble. He couldn't return to the exam grounds. It truly was a case of a wolf in front and a tiger behind. Lord Fred, it's me. Is the only way to save my own skin to sell out the prince? Wait, perhaps there is one last way. Shen Yi feigned a response. You've come at just the right time, my lord. I've already completed the mission, Norton asked in confusion. Saint Peppa, you... Shen Yi quickly interrupted him. Forgive me, Your Highness. Then, with a swift hand, Shen Yi knocked him unconscious. While supporting Norton, he said to the fellow outside, I have already brought the Prince of the Saint Laurent Empire under control. Please have a look, Lord Fred. A surge of black chi poured in from the doorway as the door was burst open. He stood tall there. Didn't you say you wanted to take revenge personally? Why not kill him directly? I only need his head. Shen Yi immediately grabbed Norton's hair to lift him up. No, that would be too easy on him. I hope you will use the most terrifying spell to make his soul wail in endless agony. Fred replied with some suspicion. I see, is this why you exposed your flame of life? Shen Yi thought to himself. I originally thought this was a human trap, but now it seems that just as the matchstick boy said, no human would use a divine bloodline as bait. He immediately saluted the fellow and replied, Of course, to eliminate the capitalists I am willing to pay any price, even exposing my flame of life. What do you mean? Finn immediately reminded him that there was a barrier in this hideout that could stop the undead from sensing the flame of life. Shen Yi cursed inwardly. Why didn't you say earlier there was a barrier here? It countered. It must be because your door connected to another world, causing a leak in the barrier. You didn't ask me. Fred burst into a loud laugh. Very well, I shall make your name known throughout the land of the undead. Shen Yi could only chant to himself. He could feel that there were no other living entities around. A human child. He poses no threat to me. Then Shen Yi said, Please, my lord, take revenge for me with your own hands. The fellow reached out a skeletal claw. As you wish, I shall burn his soul to ashes before all of humanity. A sharp gleam flashed in Shen Yi's eyes, and at that exact moment he activated the non-dual gate. The room vanished instantly, leaving the fellow stunned. He roared, What? Yuan Zhang looked back at Fred. Is this spatial summon a disaster? Yuan Zhang looked around blankly, realizing with resentment where he was. Fred also reacted by now. Not good, a human trap. His eyes glowed. Having been pushed here, only one person came to mind. Could this be that brat's killing move? No wonder he could kill 15 scions of great families at once. Shen Yi hid in the back enthusiastically cheering Fred on. Kill him! By now Fred was closing in, his entire body radiating killing intent. Seeing this, Yuan Zhang also took a defensive stance. He thought to himself, this boy is indeed insidious. If he isn't eliminated, he'll surely cause big trouble for Luor later. Shen Yi's methods are too sophisticated to think he even tricked Fred. Meanwhile, Fred cursed inwardly. He had actually been stupid enough to trust a human again. He must have used a teleportation spell to lure me into an ambush. Both sides had already charged at each other, the distance between them closing rapidly. It was worth mentioning that both were cursing Shen Yi in their hearts. That damned little matchstick boy, that damned Shen Yi. Rain suddenly began to fall, adding to the grim atmosphere of the battle. Once I deal with the trouble before me, once I deal with this human, I will surely tear you into 1,000 pieces. A whirlwind swept toward Fred. Facing such pressure, Fred felt a bit worried. To be able to strike with such power without even using a weapon. Humanity actually has a master of this level, but he was not one to be trifled with either. Amidst the thick smoke, Yuan Zhang couldn't find any trace of Fred. Did he vanish? Just as he was searching everywhere, a dark shadow loomed over him, and Fred suddenly leapt out from behind. Die human, thousands of spikes fell like rain, weaving into an enveloping net that trapped Yuanzhang. Fred stood proudly in the void, saying disdainfully, "A trivial trick. You dare to look down on this old man." The spikes pierced Yuanzhang's body, and blood soaked his clothes, but he remained very calm, his eyes glowing and the veins on his hands bulging. His aura was even stronger than before. Suddenly a massive beast head appeared, opening its wide maw as if to swallow Fred, the white fox spirit. The beast slammed into him instantly. With a loud boom, thick smoke rolled, and Fred's figure was nowhere to be seen. Yuanzhang said disdainfully, "Utterly weak." Behind the door, Shen Yi squinted at the battle, unable to stop laughing. Everything was going according to his plan. "They're fighting. They both think the other is my helper." Before he could be happy for long, a voice interrupted him. "Don't get happy too soon. Fred is very cunning. Once he realizes he can't win, he'll flee immediately. He is the king of assassins. If he wants to escape, few can catch him. Think about it. When he realizes he can't return to the nightmare world, who will he look for?" Shen Yi naturally knew. "Me, of course. It's hateful that I'll never have peace unless these two are eliminated." He then asked worriedly, "Do you have a way?" The person said, "Do you remember that black stone Fred gave you? That's actually a soul shock bomb. We need it." Shen Yi's face turned ashen upon hearing this. "It really is a bomb? I left it at the exam site, probably near that scorched clearing." The other party immediately reminded him, "Go and get it back." "How is that possible?" Shen Yi couldn't think of a way for a while. "Easy for you to say. Those two out there are fighting fiercely. If I don't handle it well, I'll be dead the moment I go out." Not only that, he also had some doubts. Besides, is that thing really useful? Can a small bomb kill two powerhouses like them? The skeleton confirmed his thoughts. As long as the distance is close enough. Shen Yi was very worried. "But that's Fred's thing. Do you know how to use it?" Hearing this, the skeleton felt its self-esteem wounded and said irritably, "Of course I do. Stop your nonsense." Taking advantage of the fact that the situation was still salvageable, it reminded Shen Yi, "They haven't decided a winner yet. Their attention is entirely on each other. This is the best opportunity." Shen Yi walked to the door, stole a glance outside, and after a moment of silence said, "I'll trust you this once." Seeing Shen Yi preparing to act, the skeleton hurriedly asked, "Wait, you're just going out like that? Aren't we going to discuss tactics first? Since you're going out, you must have a plan." Shen Yi replied, "Of course I have a tactic, you just cooperate with me." It was curious what Shen Yi's tactic was. Shen Yi pulled out a ring and said without hesitation, "I'm throwing you out. Go find the bomb, then come back and blow them to bits." It was stunned. "What?" before it could react. Shen Yi had already thrown it far away. "Go, Finn, I'm counting on you." After throwing him out, Shen Yi began to execute the plan. He first opened the door and screamed in panic, "Help, there are more enemies, someone save me." Hearing him say this, Yuanzhang immediately stopped his actions. He thought to himself, could it be that reinforcements for other candidates have arrived? Fred was thinking the same. Could it be my subordinates have arrived? Shen Yi stood between the two of them. Everything was as expected. This was a perfect opportunity, and he must not let them get away. Just as all three fell into contemplation, Fred seized the chance to strike, and a rain of spikes fell. Shen Yi stood on one side, with Yuanzhang on the other. Yuanzhang stood amidst the rain of spikes, radiating killing intent as he said disdainfully, trying to use this little trick to cover his escape. He released the demonic beast again, its power extremely startling. Facing such an attack, Shen Yi nearly lost his footing. He squinted his eyes, looking at Yuanzhang's hand that seemed ready to crush him. Facing such a powerful enemy, the first thing to do was defend. Fred had been nearby and failed to strike Yuanzhang, so he could only curse, "Damn it, this old man's speed is too fast, my soldiers can't stop them at all." Soon Yuanzhang aimed a punch right at Shen Yi. Shen Yi fell backward. Yuanzhang stepped forward again, this time changing his move. Shen Yi stood behind the door watching this scene, mockingly taunting, "A clone child's play. Come on then." As expected, the provocation worked perfectly. Yuanzhang lunged forward in a fit of rage. Unexpectedly, as he lunged, he ran straight into Fred. At this moment, both understood Shen Yi's plan. Despicable Shen Yi, so you wanted to distract us. The two thus began to slaughter each other, shaking the heavens and earth. It looked extremely tragic. "Fine, then go to hell." A heaven-shaking vibration came from behind. Finn felt terrified as he walked. The heavy rain was still falling, yet Finn had to rummage around there for that important item. The battle was so fierce, it seemed Shen Yi had successfully pitted those two idiots against each other. "All right, I've got to find the bomb quickly. It's right around here." His hard work wasn't in vain. The bomb he was looking for was just ahead. Found it. Thick black smoke is rolling. Yuanzhang and Fred were fighting inextricably, a sight too gruesome to behold. Despite having a long tree trunk impaling his body, Yuanzhang still majestically threatened Fred. He said, "Which church does that brat belong to? How many souls did he sacrifice to make an undead like you willingly serve him?" Hearing the last sentence, Fred finally understood they had a common enemy. "Serve him? I see. So you want to kill him too? He then broke into self-deprecating laughter. We've both been played by him. Yuanzhang was stunned. What did you say? Fred finally had the chance to explain. I don't work for him. He is my enemy. He schemed to make us kill each other. Stop, we should join forces to kill him. His head is yours. The soul is mine. This was naturally only Shen Yi's strategy. The plan would be exposed sooner or later. At this time he was hiding behind the door observing, his sense of unease growing by the day. They've stopped fighting, damn it, now is the best time to blow them up. If I wait for them to clear their heads it will be hard to find another opportunity like this. He thought back and forth but couldn't come up with a new plan. Thinking of Finn, he grew even more worried. Where's Finn? Why hasn't he come back yet? At this moment Finn was shouldering a heavy responsibility. He was struggling to transport the bomb through the pouring rain. Shen Yi stole a glance outside, silently assessing the surroundings. I can't just sit and wait for death, I must find a way to buy Finn some time. On the system panel, Meat Shield had 3 uses left. Still enough capital for a gamble. Subsequently he vanished into the darkness. The hideous-faced old man was grabbing Fred's horns, roaring loudly. Why should this old man believe you if you can truly do it? Fred replied with some difficulty breathing. I will make you believe. My spikes carry deadly poison and curses, I can purify them for you. This will take a little time. From a spatial crack behind Yuanzhang, Shen Yi emerged, raising his longsword high and shouting, Fred the Snow Demon, I've come to lend you a hand. He took the momentum to aim a fierce thrust at the old man's shoulder, shouting, Die, old man! Unfazed, the old man didn't even turn his head as he said in a deep voice, Stop. Seeing this, Shen Yi panicked. I can't pierce through. No way, this was my full power strike. Suddenly the old man turned around and grabbed Shen Yi by the throat in one swift motion. I knew you two scoundrels were in cahoots. Seeing this, Fred said in alarm. Hey, don't believe him, this is his scheme to sow discord. Shen Yi struggled desperately, trying to escape the old man's grip but to no avail. Oh no, I can't move. The old man looked at the monster and asked, and how do you explain this? Even his move of vanishing into the darkness is exactly like yours, Fred said hurriedly. How should I know? If you don't believe me, let me go and I'll kill him myself. The old man gave a cold laugh. Do you think this old man will fall for your tricks again? Fred said with a worried face. Calm down, old man. If you kill me, the curse and poison will still take your life. The old man was expressionless, but his words revealed the confidence of one in total control. Fools, how ridiculous. I only agreed to let you detoxify me to lure him out. He then gave a loud shout and released a sky-shattering fart. This old man needs to expel this little bit of poison. One fart is more than enough. Shen Yi was foaming at the mouth in the old man's grip. Perhaps from being choked for too long, or perhaps because the old man's flatulence was truly suffocating. The old man sneered mockingly. Rest assured I won't kill either of you just yet. I intend to dig out every secret hidden within you, Shen Yi, he added gleefully. Mission accomplished, it's time to head back to the manor. Fred was still trying to stall for time. Wait, let me reiterate, I am not his accomplice. The old man ignored him completely, threatening, One more word and I'll crush your skull. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Fred's mind. Fred, have you betrayed us? Have you betrayed the 9 Sun Seekers? Fred was visibly stunned. The telepathic thought transmission of the undead. Who is this? The voice continued. Have you even forgotten my voice? A total traitor through and through. Fred seemed to have a faint inkling of who it was. Wait, could it be you? The voice continued to resonate. The tragic end you are about to face is indeed fitting for your fall. Then the voice roared through the air. Look up and face the impending apocalypse. The old man was puzzled. Is there another disaster? Fred shouted in terror. That's, he then screamed in a panic, it away fast. It was a soul shock bomb. Shen Yi, sprawled atop the soul shock bomb, grumbled. What took you so long? The soul shock bomb replied. Took a bit of time to find a statue. I had to use it to save you. You then said. You can just blow me up along with them. I still have meat shield anyway, it replied. No, the soul shock bomb is extremely specialized. I cannot guarantee that meat shield would even take effect. You were still uncertain and asked again, is this bomb really that powerful? Does this mean we've succeeded? The bomb replied flatly. Naturally. They are dead meat. Amidst the thick smoke, the old man scoffed. A mere little bomb thinks it can harm this old man. I didn't expect this statue to have a swap ability. I won't let you escape, Shen Yi. The old man then looked down at Fred and asked, Answer me, how many disasters did he actually summon? Receiving no response, he noticed his hand and found that Fred had somehow already breathed his last. The old man said with disappointment, Dead, was it because of the bomb? What a useless wretch. He realized that Fred, along with his own hand and body, was gradually dissipating. The old man realized the severity of the situation and instantly fell into a panic. What? How is this possible? Before dissipating and vanishing into the void, he roared, No, this old man will absolutely not. Then he turned into countless fragments and drifted into the sky with the wind. The rain poured down, and Shen Yi looked up at the remnants left by the battle. The wooden carving in his hand said happily, Shen Yi, both of them have turned to ash. You are safe. Shen Yi asked Finn, This bomb looks plain enough. Why was it so powerful? Finn replied, This is one of the top weapons of our undead race. It condenses the highest wisdom of our people, the result of pouring our heart and soul into pushing technical power to its peak. Not long ago we undead discovered that souls are essentially composed of countless tiny particles, and within each particle there are two different energies interwoven, maintaining a state of equilibrium. We subsequently discovered that once an external force is used to disrupt this balance, the particles explode with staggering power. This explosion also disrupts the balance of surrounding particles, creating a chain reaction. This continues until the soul is completely annihilated. We call this phenomenon a chain reaction. Based on this principle, our race's great scholar, Robert Oppenheim, led the undead scholars to develop one of the most terrifying weapons in undead history, the soul shock bomb. Its structure is very simple, containing a soul and a trigger device. The trigger device disrupts the particles, creating the chain reaction. All souls within range will be sucked in, triggering a total explosion. Aside from using a remote control to detonate it, there was another secret detonation method known to very few, reciting an incantation at close range. Finn then began to chant the incantation in a low voice, which translated as, "I am death, the destroyer of worlds." Shen Yi said helplessly, "Is the war you and the humans are fighting actually World War II? Finn seemed somewhat surprised. "You know about that too," a system notification popped up. "Cheating death. Today you have successfully escaped fatal danger. The boy who lived evaluation has been activated. Your base attributes have been comprehensively increased by 2 points. Today, because you mastered the method of opening and closing doors in a continuous and fluid manner, you resolved the danger for yourself without any interval. Therefore, the system will use this crisis event as the object of evaluation. Evaluation. Facing pursuit from 2 worlds plus 2 entities capable of killing you instantly, you still managed to survive through a series of miraculous maneuvers. A mysterious power surged into Shen Yi's body, giving him an unprecedented sense of fullness. The system panel continued to pop up notifications. In this door-opening event, you have won the right of choice. You may choose to upgrade the blue excellent evaluation, the boy who lived, to the purple 1 in a million rank. Or, you can activate the backup evaluation term, purple 1 in a million, the little matchstick boy. 2 notification panels jumped out, leaving Shen Yi dazzled. Shen Yi then made his decision. "I'll go with the little matchstick boy." He thought to himself that these 2 evaluation terms had different effects, and the combined result would likely be better than simply upgrading a single one. The system displayed, "In this door-opening event, you have obtained the little matchstick boy evaluation, with the rank of purple 1 in a million. Description: every time you do not step into the world behind the door for a full day, the probability of obtaining a better evaluation increases. It can reach a maximum of 90. Human longing and love are unstoppable. They will continue to accumulate until one day they erupt like a deluge. You can keep this evaluation for future upgrades, or you can devour it to obtain base attribute points." Shen Yi cheered happily. "This evaluation is too top tier. I can be more flexible and free with my entry times in the future, and the returns will be even greater." Just then, applause suddenly rang out from behind. Zhao Yibing spoke up in praise. "That battle just now was magnificent. Shen Yi, it seems my king of 10,000 fallen demons curse statue gave you extraordinary abilities." Shen Yi froze on the spot upon hearing this, then suddenly leapt backward, shouting in alarm, "Zhao Yibing, can you stop pestering me? It's really annoying." He then rushed toward the door. Seeing Zhao Yibing's appearance, Finn immediately shouted, "Shen Yi, her aura is more dangerous than before. Open the door and flee. Don't dawdle there. You're dead meat if she catches you," Shen Yi replied. "I know that." Before his hand could touch the door, Shen Yi's body was pierced by countless fine red threads. His pupils contracted sharply, his face full of shock. Zhao Yibing said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, I avoided all your vitals. It will only sting a little." "Shen Yi, I admire you very much." She appeared before you, staring into your eyes and stroking your face as she said, "No matter how much power is accumulated, it ultimately cannot escape death, yet you have allowed it to evolve into an extraordinary ability, and have utilized it so excellently. I hope you will." Suddenly, a voice that sounded somewhat youthful yet incredibly firm came from high above. "Hey, didn't I tell you to stay far away?" Yin Chen barked sternly. "Do you really want to die that badly?" Zhao Yibing retorted sharply. "Do you truly think you can kill me?" Subsequently, the surrounding earth fractured and began to plummet. Shen Yi, caught in the middle, was utterly stunned. Suddenly, Yin Chen appeared behind him and hugged him with incredible strength. The girl picked him up to prevent him from falling. Shen Yi lay in her arms somewhat shyly as she placed him on a protruding rock. He cried out in surprise, "It's you, the little girl from before who begged me to help find her mother. How are you this strong?" Yin Chen felt a bit guilty, thinking to herself that he actually remembered. No, you have the wrong person. Actually, I am a proctor. Protecting the safety of candidates is my duty," Shen Yi said helplessly. "Do you take me for a fool?" Shen Yi shouted at the girl as she ran off. He asked urgently, "Who are you exactly? Why did you save me?" Yin Chen waved to Shen Yi, leaving with a cheerful and perfunctory remark, "I really am a proctor. I have other business to attend to. Bye-bye." He didn't believe a word she said, exposing her directly. "Stop trying to fool me." Yin Chen stopped in her tracks, looking at him with a regretful expression. "It seems I can't hide it. Fine, I'll tell you then." Shen Yi was suspicious of her, unable to see through her evaluation terms at all. He had no idea what her strength level was in the Dharma realm. Yin Chen suddenly withdrew her smile and said silently, "My young lady is about to die. She said there is a debt of gratitude she hasn't repaid yet. She told me to come and repay this debt for her." Shen Yi asked curiously, "Your young lady is?" Yin Chen replied in a low voice, "Song Yinchen." Shen Yi fell into silence upon hearing the name. Song Yinchen, that's right, it was the younger of the Song sisters whose lives Shen Yi had saved when they were children. Shen Yi continued to ask, "What happened to her? Is she sick or something else?" She lowered her head and narrated in a hushed tone, "My young lady was struck by a curse, an incredibly malicious curse that no one can break." Yin Chen recounted the whole story. All her other wishes had been fulfilled. "She told me to come protect you once and return this favor to you." Shen Yi understood. "So you were also responsible for the explosion at the inn," she admitted. "I did it." Shen Yi pulled out his phone and suggested, "Yin Chen, leave me your contact information." "For what? Your young lady doesn't want to see me, and she's already in a coma. In case I find a way to break the curse, it'll be easier to get in touch with you." Suddenly she frowned and barked loudly. "You, the world's masters, are all helpless. Do you think a nobody like you can do it?" You lowered your head and said quietly, "I'll try my best. If it doesn't work, don't blame me. I only saved Song Yinchen once after all. And you guys have already saved me twice." Yin Chen refused you. "Thank you. But my young lady has already given up. If you really want to help her, record a message here wishing her a peaceful departure from this world," Shen Yi countered. "There's no logic in telling someone to die in peace. I won't do such a thing. Give me your contact info. If you don't, I'll find a way to track you down anyway." Yin Chen had no choice but to exchange contact information as he wished. Before leaving, she added willfully, "What a stubborn fellow. Now the debt between you and my lady is cleared and I have nothing more to say to you. Goodbye." Shen Yi looked at the contact information Yin Chen had left, muttering to himself, "What a strange little girl." He then dialed a number and said, "Hey Finn, you guys must have plenty of ways to break curses over there, right?" A voice came from the other end. "You really want to help her? You were already tricked once when you helped her find her mother. You still dare to trust her?" Shen Yi replied helplessly. "At least the outcome was good. Besides, she saved me twice. I don't want to owe a favor." Finn mocked him. "A favor? What's a favor worth?" Shen Yi ignored his words, explaining, "According to the traditions of my hometown, when you owe someone a favor, you must find a way to repay it." It asked you why. Shen Yi opened another spatial door and answered firmly, "Because the world is heartless." Outside, a torrential rain poured down as if to wash all things into the sea. A figure stood upon a cliff as if allowing the wind and rain to scour them. Beside him, Luo Sheng looked at the figure and asked, "Master, you clearly could have killed Shen Yi just now and devoured his soul to seize his power. Why didn't you act?" The person replied to Luo Sheng expressionlessly, "Foolish human, your lowly thoughts are no different from those of a beast. Do you know how gods eat?" He lowered his head respectfully and said, "Great master, please enlighten me." The person squinted and answered, "Soraro, that is a true god residing in the depths of the universe, possessing power sufficient to rival the stars." Her voice was steady, her explanation exhaustive. "It views planets as nurseries, sowing seeds of life and then quietly observing the multiplication of all beings. Civilizations rise until the entire planet reaches the peak of prosperity." She continued the narrative of origin. "When everything reaches its zenith, Soraro will descend judgment amidst the ruins of planetary collisions and world destruction. It will harvest all souls and then devour them entirely. When everything returns to silence, it will sow new species once more, allowing the cycle to nourish it repeatedly. This harvesting never stops in the vast universe." Suddenly, her voice became high-pitched. "To me, Shen Yi is a planet," she plotted maliciously. The ability on his body to connect worlds was still growing and evolving. She clenched her hand tightly, her tone growing heavier and filled with greed by the day. "I will help him," patiently nurturing him. Finally, she transformed into a terrifying form, elucidating her plan step by step until his everything reached perfect maturity. "At that time, I will personally pick this fruit." Night enveloped the small wooden cabin deep in the forest. Norton sat up, frowning. "It hurts." Seeing Norton wake up, Shen Yi was overjoyed and said happily, "Your Highness, you're awake." Suddenly, the former leapt up on high alert. "You have a lot of nerve actually daring to collude with the undead to plot against me." Shen Yi hurriedly defended himself. "Wait, your highness, I didn't," Norton barked. "Save the talk." Norton raised his ring and shouted. Royal Knight, swordsman transformation, an extremely blinding light enveloped Norton. He completed his transformation holding a longsword ready to attack Shen Yi. "Die, traitor." On his hand he wore the Royal Knight ring. It was a ring passed down from the Emperor of the Saint Laurent Empire. It possessed storage functions and also sealed many different outfits, from knight armor, swordsman light armor, and general's battle robes, to elegant formal wear. The owner could complete a transformation instantly to handle various occasions such as duels, wars, or meetings. It was a combination of glory and utility, symbolizing the brilliance of the imperial family. Shen Yi pacified Norton in terror. "Your Highness, don't be impulsive. Fred has already been eliminated by me. We are very safe now." He didn't believe Shen Yi's words, intent on finishing the other party. "You're full of lies and still trying to deceive me." In an instant Norton swung his sword at Shen Yi. He dodged in terror, searching for an escape route. He blocked Shen Yi's path. "Where do you think you're running?" Shen Yi hurriedly picked up the note for Norton to see. "Prince, please look at your letter. Word has come from the front. The undead general is dead, and we have won." The letter emitted a faint golden light, symbolizing Norton's victory. He took the letter, gradually accepting Shen Yi's words. "The snow demon is actually dead. Our army has won a great victory." Shen Yi defended himself hurriedly. "I didn't lie to you, did I, your highness? How would the undead army know the snow demon is dead?" Finn reminded him that his followers could sense that their master's soul had been annihilated. Norton still couldn't help but ask him suspiciously, "But how did you do it?" "Fred the snow demon is a legendary existence among the undead," Shen Yi recounted with great interest. "Your highness, this is all thanks to Finn, my undead brother. He used a secret weapon of the undead to blow the snow demon to bits." Norton continued to press. "You mean that undead spy? I've seen him. You hardly needed to knock me unconscious for that, did you?" Shen Yi admitted helplessly. "Apologies, your highness. Knocking you out was partly to make the snow demon lower his guard, and partly to protect the intellectual property of the undead secret weapon." Norton asked in confusion. "Intellectual property?" Shen Yi replied. "That's right, your highness. Intellectual property is very important. Think about it. If you spent your heart and soul drawing a manga only for someone else to steal it and profit from it, would you be happy?" Norton still seemed lost. Shen Yi explained patiently. "Imagine if 100 people were supposed to pay for your hard work, but 80 of them ran off to watch pirated versions for free. In the end, the profit you make wouldn't even buy you a meal. This vicious cycle either makes the author lose heart and stop drawing, or forces them to cut production costs just to survive. This leads to the market being flooded with low-quality content, or even being completely replaced by cheap AI-generated manga." Dizzy from the explanation, Norton asked Shen Yi, "Just what is a manga?" Ignoring Norton's question, Shen Yi continued, "When authors lose their means of survival, readers who truly love manga won't have any high-quality work to read. Is that the situation you want to see? That's why supporting official releases and protecting the author's intellectual property must start with us." Norton didn't want to hear any more. He thought Peppa was starting to talk nonsense again. However, the boy had indeed saved his life. He dismissed his doubts once more. As long as this fellow remained loyal to the human race and could be useful at critical moments, let him be. Norton accepted the explanation with a half-believing nod and apologized. "Fine, I was wrong to blame you, Peppa. Regardless, you saved me, and for that, I thank you." He looked down at the letter and asked Shen Yi, "You played a vital role in defeating the undead this time. What do you want as a reward? Money, power, women, treasures?" Norton said tentatively. "Shen Yi, I can grant you anything." For Norton, the quickest way to see through a person was to understand their desires. Finn hurriedly reminded him, "Shen Yi, the human empire possesses many secret treasures. You must seize this opportunity. The power of the 3 generals allows you to deal massive AoE damage, or the Blade of Destiny can grant immunity to all damage for a short time. There's even the Cicada Dagger that allows for short-range teleportation. Choose carefully. This is a massive leap in power." Norton waited for Shen Yi's answer. "Peppa, if your answer makes me suspicious, even if you've saved me twice, I won't hesitate." "Your Highness," Shen Yi began. "I do have one thing I want." Norton was prepared, yet he remained elegant. "Speak freely." Shen Yi reached out and pointed, proposing, "That necklace on your chest. I want it if that's all right." The pendant Norton wore was the epic-grade Holy Mercy Jade pendant, capable of dispelling all curses below the epic level. Norton picked up the jade and examined it closely. Although the Holy Mercy Jade is rare, the Empire has countless more powerful treasures, equipment, heritages, and mysterious artifacts. "Why do you specifically want this?" Shen Yi spoke honestly to Norton. "A friend of mine was struck by a terrible curse. I heard this jade can dispel curses, so I thought it might be able to save my friend." Finn was stunned. With so many treasures available, you chose this for a woman you've never even met. Folly, sheer folly. Norton smiled with satisfaction. It seems I underestimated you. He granted Shen Yi's request. Take it, Peppa. If this jade is useless, I can help you find a high priest or the elves to assist, Shen Yi said happily. Many thanks, Your Highness. Norton felt a weight lift from his heart, thinking that the boy didn't care for fame or fortune and only thought of saving others. He secretly praised him. You truly live up to the name Saint Peppa. Shen Yi was also overjoyed. The things Finn mentioned clearly required a very high level of resonance. He was better off taking this jade. If it really worked, he would be Song Yinchen's savior. A while later, the human troops arrived at the refuge. Inside the room, Norton was smiling and reassuring everyone. I told you, I'm fine. Peppa has already healed me. Luozhang was ecstatic, unable to believe that the prince's body had fully recovered and was in even better condition than before. Julia marveled, truly the goddess's protection. To think Saint Peppa actually possesses such divine power. Norton glanced back happily and shouted, time to head back to the battlefield. Peppa, pack up, we're getting ready to move. Strangely, however, there was no response. The three of them then realized that Peppa had disappeared at some point. Where did he go? A few lines of a message were left on the nearby wall. In a hurry to save a friend, leaving first. Saint Peppa, Norton approached suspiciously. Was this left by Peppa? Luozhang was very confused why the signature was in the shape of a pig, and a poorly drawn one at that. In the quiet jungle of the deep night, the sound of a phone call rang out. A gemstone? You didn't just pick up some random rock from the water and tell me it can heal my lady, did you? Shen Yi confirmed. Of course not. Take it and try it out. It would be wonderful if it works. Hearing this, the other side seemed to soften. Fine, I'm busy right now. I'll find you after your exam is over. Shen Yi was about to say a few more words when the signal on the other end cut off. How rude, hanging up before I could finish. The system issued a notification. The 3-day wilderness survival phase has ended. A total of 726 people have been eliminated. Shen Yi was shocked. The third round is over. The system indicated it was assessing the candidate's physical conditions and distributing rewards accordingly. Your body is in peak condition. Congratulations on receiving a stronger enhancement. Your meat shield has upgraded to bright bone flesh. Find the clues and proceed to the next exam location. Must be completed within 1 hour or be eliminated. He muttered to himself, it actually upgraded, even though the effect is strong. Does this mean the next exam will be even more dangerous? Messages from teammates kept coming in. Shen Yi, are you all right? Shen Yi replied. Meng Yu, I'm safe. The noble scions who were hunting me are all dead. She felt relieved. It seemed his plan had worked and she was glad he was okay. Yan Yi had transformed into a hound and used his nose to find the location of the next round. Shen Yi instructed, good, I'm heading over to meet up with you now. The system prompt rang out again. Join team with Xiao Meng Yu. Meanwhile, in a desolate canyon at the exam grounds, a sedan chair was descending from the sky. Si Rui appeared and shouted, Brother Guanshu, are you there? Looking at the cocoon covered in sealing talismans, he called out softly again. Brother Guanshu, an old friend has come to find you. Are you going to refuse a meeting? You guys hide your strength all day, don't even compete for card rankings, and find a place to hide during the exam. It's just too boring. This time I didn't come to spar like before, but to return something to you. Si Rui pulled out a fire ring. This is your Wang family's divine weapon, right? I accidentally picked it up at the exam site. No sooner had he spoken than the strange cocoon was suddenly blasted open by flames erupting from within. Guanshu's voice was both dark and terrified. This is Dingzhou's Vushen. How did it end up in your hands? Then a pale face was revealed. Is he dead? Did you kill him? Si Rui chuckled lightly. No, he died in a natural disaster while fighting Shen Yi. Guanshu roared in rage. A mere natural disaster couldn't possibly harm him. He must have died to Shen Yi's trickery. Give me Vushen. I will use it to personally avenge my brother. Si Rui frowned slightly, a trace of helplessness flashing in his eyes as he reminded softly, Brother Guanshu, can you truly withstand this divine weapon? Guanshu lunged forward like a madman and grabbed the Vushen fire ring. Enough talk, give it to me, holding his brother's relic. Guanshu clutched it tightly as if it were a priceless treasure. His eyes burning with the flames of hatred, he raised his hand over his head and slowly placed the fire ring around his neck. A shrill scream like a vengeful ghost seeking a life rang out. Shen Yi, I will burn you to ashes. Si Rui sighed softly and closed his eyes. Then, without further word, he cast a spell to manifest multiple clones and launched a rapid assault. Guanshu found himself suddenly surrounded and was bewildered. Nangong Si Rui, what are you doing? Before he could finish, he was restrained by 5 or 6 of Si Rui's clones. Unable to resist, Guanshu's body was gradually drained of energy, and the red fire swirling around him withered into a small flicker. Looking at his current withered, bone-like state, Si Rui felt a bit melancholic. The Wang family's gods have already gnawed away your soul, Brother Guanshu, you haven't been yourself for a long time. It's better if I help set you free. I didn't expect the Wang family to decline to this extent. I'm afraid the other great families aren't much better off. I must inform the family of this immediately." He sighed unconsciously. The world was no longer what it once was. All life was like grass and the gods were all mad. Meng Yu, Xiao Yi, and Yun Yi were waiting for Shen Yi in the canyon. As soon as they saw him arrive, everyone was very happy. The whole group focused on observing a cave. Shen Yi asked curiously, "Is it in here?" Meng Yu nodded. "Yes, there should be many entrances like this scattered all over the island." Yun Yi found one of them. "I suggest we go in and take a look." As they moved, the system announced that time had expired. Currently, 93 people have been eliminated. Entering the final assessment stage. "Candidates, please continue to work hard." Xiao Yi marveled. "Great, it's already been 10 minutes. Where does this tunnel lead?" Meng Yu cautiously reminded. "Stay alert." Suddenly, she cheered excitedly. "The exit is just ahead." Yun Yi also barked incessantly in that direction. The whole group quickly moved forward. Upon reaching the destination, Xiao Yi was a bit surprised. There was a whole other world below. "Look quickly, there are 3 doors over there." The system sent another notification. The final assessment is divided into 3 categories corresponding to the 3 high schools. Please choose your desired high school and enter the gate to begin the final entrance assessment. Detailed introductions for the 3 high schools followed. He said excitedly, "There's actually an introduction. How thoughtful." Jielin Academy, Guishu Academy, and Shirung Academy are the 3 top high schools in the world. With their exceptional teaching capabilities, profound cultural heritage, and outstanding talent cultivation, they have become the dream study destinations for countless students. Shen Yi listened quietly to a long, tedious introduction before finally losing patience. "What kind of nonsense is this even describing?" Meng Yu frowned. "Forget it, I'll tell you. Simply put, among the 3, Jielin Academy is the strongest but also cares the most about background. Noble scions usually prefer this school. Guishu Academy has dealt with too many civilizations and historical secrets. They know more than others but are prone to producing madmen because of it. Shirung Academy is also good, but during your time there, you sometimes need to go and excavate underground ruins. Basically grave robbing," Shen Yi realized. "In that case, the assessment difficulty and content for each school must be different." "Meng Yu, which door do you want to enter?" she stated. "I choose Jielin Academy, of course." Shen Yi scratched his head and said, "Right, I asked a stupid question. I want to choose Jielin Academy too." Xiao Yi was different from the 2. "We don't dare choose Jielin. Yun Yi and I will go to Shirung Academy. It should be easier to handle." As the gate to Shirung Academy opened, he waved goodbye to Yun Yi and Shen Yi. "Shen Yi, Meng Yu, thank you for helping us so much. Good luck." Shen Yi and Meng Yu also responded warmly. "All right, you guys do your best." Looking at the gate of Jielin Academy, Meng Yu spoke. "Then let's go in too. Are you ready?" Shen Yi said enthusiastically. "Of course, with you here, what do I have to worry about?" she thought to herself. "Does he take me for a fool? Clearly your current strength isn't much lower than mine." Meng Yu stepped forward slowly and pushed open the door. "Let's go." The sound of the door hinges made one a bit nervous. As the gate opened, a brilliant light instantly enveloped the space. Shen Yi was pulled by this light to a completely strange place. Looking around, he asked worriedly, "Where's Meng Yu?" Finn explained. "Shen Yi, you entered a teleportation portal. I'm afraid the 2 of you were teleported to different places one after the other." Shen Yi calmed down. It seemed the assessment had to be completed alone. The system's voice rang out, "Thank you for choosing Jielin Academy. The final assessment will now begin." Assessment content: obtain the key from the sinner confined in the cell. Leaving the cell will be considered passing. Seeing a dark figure lying on the ground nearby, he couldn't help but be startled. Meanwhile, on Meng Yu's side, the system was also broadcasting, "Thank you for choosing Jielin Academy. The final assessment will now begin." Assessment content: obtain the key from the sinner confined in the cell. Leaving the cell will be considered passing. She quickly realized the problem. To get the key, one must engage in a one-on-one battle with the sinner. No wonder teleportation was used to separate the candidates. Suddenly hearing movement nearby, Meng Yu turned back alertly. "Wonderful, someone has finally come." A little boy appeared, his hands and feet locked in iron chains. "They sent Big Sister to save me, right? They've finally discovered that I was wrongly accused." She raised an eyebrow, her heart filled with confusion. "Child?" Meng Yu tentatively asked. "You are the sinner. Where is the key?" The little boy hesitated for a moment and pointed to something on the ground. "The key, is Big Sister talking about that?" Seeing her prepare to pick it up, the little boy suddenly panicked. "Wait a moment, please, Sister, don't touch it. That key is the trigger for my collar bomb. If Sister touches it, I'll be blown apart. This is a trap they set." Meng Yu maintained her posture, her gaze cold. "How do you prove you're telling the truth?" the little boy said tremulously. Sister, that sword on you is the Luo family's divine sword, right? That's wonderful, so sister is from the Luo family. When I was framed and imprisoned, a member of the Luo family helped me. He also said he would find a way to clear my name. To rescue me. Sister must be the person he sent to save me. His name is Luo Feichuan. Sister must know him, right? Upon hearing this name, she was instantly stunned. Shen Yi steadied his mind and quietly repeated the exam question. Obtain the key from the sinner. Looking at the motionless figure on the ground, Shen Yi suspected, is this tragic-looking fellow the sinner? The key is lying right beside him. Is this level really this simple? Finn warned. Careful, there might be a trick. While at a loss, a strange sound suddenly rang out in the space. Shen Yi realized these sounds were coming from above and were getting closer. As he looked up to observe, what met his eyes was a swarm of snake-bodied monsters. But instead of snake heads, skeletal heads were growing from the snake necks, madly charging toward him. Shen Yi gave a cry of alarm and quickly jumped back. The ground rumbled and vibrated from the impact of the monsters. Seeing them quickly combine into a single body with 9 heads, he was shocked. What kind of monster is this? The cry sounds like a baby. 9 heads, could it be? The Jiang? Finn hurriedly spoke to reassure him. Calm down. This kind of assessment wouldn't release a high-level calamity. This guy looks impressive, but it's likely just a fake avatar. The monster's 9 heads struck simultaneously, spitting a foul-smelling dark red liquid at Shen Yi. The space here was quickly submerged. The ear-piercing sound of wailing continued unabated. He drifted in the liquid. Big bro, are you sure that's a fake avatar? Finn hesitated for a moment. Slightly stronger than a fake avatar, possessing about 1/13 of the true body's power. Shen Yi was panting. 1/13? Do I even have a chance of winning? Then why the hell are we fighting? He had a face full of conflict. By the time you feel pain, it'll be all over. After spitting the liquid, those 9 heads were now beginning a new round of attacks. Shen Yi was terrified. It was spitting spheres. Finn reassured him, don't panic, I'll help you. It immediately shifted its form, activating a super transformation. The Skeleton King. The space trembled violently as Finn's bleached bones rearranged themselves to form a massive turtle shell. Shen Yi scrambled onto its back. You can actually transform? Is this the legendary Skeleton King? Finn interrupted. Shut up and don't you dare say that last word. Shen Yi cheered excitedly. Skeleton King, you are my king, it replied dissatisfied. If my power weren't stuck at 30%, forcing me to use my shoulder blades and ribs as a boat, I would never have taken this wretched form. Seeing this, the 9-headed monster changed its attack pattern. This time they opened their maws and breathed fire. He lay flat on Finn's back. Skeleton King, let's go, it reminded him nervously. Damn it, don't draw out the syllables or I'll think there's another word coming after. Shortly after, Finn shouted, Look, the exit is over there. Did you get the key? Shen Yi confirmed. I got it, just keep swimming for all you're worth. At that moment, one of the 9 heads aimed and launched an attack. Finn panicked. Watch out, I can't dodge this one. He immediately took to the air. Keep swimming, don't stop. Shen Yi executed a graceful mid-air roll. Shen Yi's lift kick struck instantly. Witnessing this block, Finn couldn't help but offer heartfelt praise. Nice shot. While waiting for him to continue forward, it added, that kick carried the power of Icebone. It's the perfect counter for its fire. Unfortunately, the intensity is still lacking. If you could raise your rank a few more stages, you might be able to kick its flames out entirely. Shen Yi answered honestly, I can't help it. I only learned this move less than 2 days ago. Jialan Academy's assessment is far too difficult. If I didn't have you, the Skeleton King, I'd have been boiled alive by now. Finn let out a cold snort and remarked, Fortunately, you weren't required to defeat this Jiang avatar. You only need to get out of here. Hurry, the exit is right ahead. Use the key to open the door. But before they could move, Shen Yi was startled and looked back alertly. Hey Skeleton King, I think the monster is charging up an ultimate move, it barked in a deep voice. Forget it, just jump up and open the door. He hesitated for a moment, but Finn urged him anxiously. Hurry, there's no time, trust me, there's no other choice now. Shen Yi then lunged toward the exit gate. Fine, behind them, the 9 heads were working together, condensing a massive fireball. In an instant, this lethal attack shot toward him like a volcanic eruption. In this split second, Finn had already scrambled onto the bank. It used its body to block the flames while shielding Shen Yi. Shen Yi was frantic. The Skeleton King's absolute defense, can you hold it? Finn spat through gritted teeth. Are you joking? This bit of fire isn't even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. Perspiring, Shen Yi said, I can tell you're just acting tough. The door was pushed open, and Shen Yi revealed a brilliant smile. All right, let's go, Skeleton King. The two rushed out with the flames hot on their heels. Shen Yi cheered excitedly. Success, Jialan Academy, here I come. The scene shifted to Meng Yu's assessment, where the atmosphere remained extremely tense. She stared intently at the person before her, confirming again, Luo Feichuan, you said you know Luo Feichuan? The little boy nodded. That's right, sister really is the person he sent to save me. Instantly, Meng Yu lowered her guard. Fine, what do I need to do to save you? The little boy suggested. I know the real way out of here. He reached out his hand. If sister helps me cut these locks, I can lead you out. That key is bait. They want you to trigger a bomb because if I die, sister will be trapped here forever. The piercing sound of metal clashing rang out as the chains on the boy's hands were severed. She then proceeded to cut the 2 iron chains on his feet. All right, lead the way. No sooner had he escaped his shackles than a sinister smile suddenly appeared on the little boy's face. Very well, sister, but before that, let me thank you for the release you've given me. I'm going to crush every inch of bone in your body. His tiny body suddenly swelled, transforming into a giant. Manhua observed quietly, speaking calmly. Was everything you just said a lie? It laughed triumphantly. Exactly, there was no bomb at all. I only tricked you into breaking these magic suppression handcuffs. Since the key is real, I'm afraid you won't get a chance to use it. Who told you to trust my word so easily? Were you fooled by my cute appearance? She frowned slightly. No, I mean about Luo Feichuan. Was it also a lie when you said he wanted to save you? It stated matter-of-factly. Him? I talked with him while I was imprisoned. That guy was far too stiff and caused me a lot of grief, but I heard he's dead. The mutant monster's wild laughter came to an abrupt halt. It turned out that while the opponent was gloating, Manhua's sharp sword Qi had already sliced it into fragments as fast as lightning. She picked up the key flatly. I just thought it was strange. Before he died, I had already investigated and helped him complete every one of his unfinished wishes. My brother was always just and strict. He never wronged a good person, nor did he ever let a bad one go. You aren't wrong to call him stiff. I really wish he could have been a bit more flexible, like Shen Yi. The door opened and a system notification rang out. You have successfully cleared the stage. Teleportation is beginning. Congratulations to candidate Xiao Mengyu for being the first to pass, taking first place in this year's assessment. A commotion broke out among the crowd as soon as they saw Mengyu. The first candidate to pass has appeared. It's Xiao Mengyu, the Luo family's new authority. Her future is limitless. Congratulations, one of the 3 proctors spoke in praise. Well done, Xiao Mengyu. You are the first-place finisher in this year's exam. She clasped her hands in a respectful salute. Lords, I have a matter to report. The man was somewhat surprised. What is it? Mengyu spoke unhurriedly. A change occurred within the exam grounds. The rules actually permitted candidates to kill one another. Many candidates have perished, Jachin explained. The Dharma realm within the exam grounds occasionally slips from our control. If the Dharma realm deems a battle necessary, then the rules of the exam change. This proves that this year's candidates needed to be filtered on a true battlefield. You have passed the exam. There is no need to dwell on it further. He handed her a card. Congratulations, Xiao Mengyu. From this moment on, you are a new student of Jialan. Your card will gain many functions of Jialan Academy. Your assessment has concluded successfully. Looking at the card in her hand, Mengyu felt a trace of unease for some reason. The attribute doubling effect granted by the card had vanished. Shen Yi should be fine, right? After all, the final stage wasn't too difficult. With Shen Yi's strength, he should be out soon. On Shen Yi's side, although he had passed the task, he was somehow brought to another strange space. He was then tossed into the middle of a river. Shen Yi cried out in shock. Oh, what the hell? A system notification appeared. Your team has been disbanded. You will face the current Dharma Realm secret realm alone. After much effort, he scrambled onto the bank, gasping for breath as he asked in confusion, Dharma Realm secret realm, what's going on? Didn't I already pass the exam? After a cautious observation, Finn warned, this looks like an underground dark river. We must leave as quickly as possible. If we encounter that other god Zhao Yibing here, no one will be able to save you, Shen Yi asked curiously. Other god, what's that? It informed him. A life deity from another world possessing star-level power. It is currently possessing Zhao Yibing, and the conspiracy must run very deep. We must stay away from it. He was startled. Why didn't you tell me this before? Finn replied hesitantly. We've been through life and death together so many times I didn't intend to keep it from you any longer. Shen Yi, we are comrades in arms. Shen Yi froze for a moment. Why are you suddenly sounding so bromantic? It asked curiously. What does that mean? He quickly changed the subject. Nothing. I'm getting more and more curious about your identity. Who exactly are you? Finn coughed a few times. Well, actually I am. The conversation was suddenly interrupted by Zhao Yibing's seductive voice. Shen Yi, I'm truly surprised you survived. I originally came to collect your corpse. Startled, Shen Yi scrambled back a few steps, cursing in his heart. This skeleton bastard really has a jinxed mouth. Speak of the devil and she appears, he said coldly. I thought it was strange. Why was my exam task so difficult? So it was your doing. My original opponent for this stage should have been that sinner, right? You killed him and put in a monster. And this Dharma Realm secret realm or whatever was your doing too, wasn't it? I'm telling you it's useless. That little girl will come to save me, just you wait. Although Zhao Yibing's eyes were hollow, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. You're wrong, Shen Yi. I didn't do those things. eliminating your original opponent, putting in the monster, and leading you to this secret realm. Those were all the actions of your fellow humans, she informed him. Your exam grounds were surrounded by a massive magic barrier. It monitored the candidates 24 hours a day. I spent some time and effort intending to open an independent barrier to capture you, but I discovered someone had already activated a similar one. That barrier is right here. Speaking of this, Zhao Yibing suddenly laughed. Shen Yi, care to guess what else they have prepared for you? Even though I am a deity with infinite power, I still find myself holding my breath, marveling and lamenting in the face of your human malice. Shen Yi stared in terror, his scalp tingling as his mind fell into disarray. This is the first time I've seen evaluation information on her. Is this the star-level other god that skeleton bastard mentioned? She gently reached out her hand. Shen Yi, in this burial ground carefully prepared for you by these humans, you are completely isolated and without help. But don't worry, I won't lift a finger against you. In an instant he was easily subdued. Zhao Yibing pinched Shen Yi's chin. On the contrary, this is the perfect chance to save me from human toxicity. Only I can. Even if all of humanity becomes your enemy, I will be by your side, he gritted his teeth. What an enticing confession. As I see it, this whole thing is just a play you directed to pursue me, so I refuse. She revealed a meaningful smile. No need to rush your answer, let it be for now. Shen Yi, let's make a bet. What do you think? Zhao Yibing stood before the person suspended in midair and spoke. Shen Yi, let's make a bet. What do you think? This left him completely bewildered. A bet? Bet on what? Immediately, Zhao Yibing held up 2 fingers and squinted one eye. Your kind has prepared a hidden test for you. It is the greatest challenge of this Dharma realm. I bet you absolutely won't pass. Hearing this, Shen Yi instantly broke into a cold sweat. A hidden test? What if I pass? Zhao Yibing remained extremely calm. Then it proves those people weren't making things difficult for you. I was wrong. The matter of the all-fallen demon cursed statue will be wiped clean, and we'll meet again if fate allows. Her tone grew deeper, her gaze profound. But if you don't pass, you must become mine. Suddenly, an unexpected notification popped up on the system screen. The bet with the Lord of the Demon Prison has been established. This bet is manifested from the opponent's fundamental god power. You cannot resist. You cannot refuse. You can only execute the contents of the bet. At the same time, a fiery red mark appeared on Shen Yi's forehead. You are about to face the hidden stage of this assessment. If you successfully pass, the Lord of the Demon Prison will let you go. If you fail, your soul will belong to the Lord of the Piteous Demon Prison. It begins with insignificant trifles until you voluntarily offer your own soul. This was her style. Just then, the rock wall above the two of them suddenly shattered, and white dust filled the air. A man immediately poked his head out and mocked. You actually broke the wall to escape. How cunning. I haven't seen a handsome guy like you in a long time. Come give me a kiss. Give me a kiss and I'll give you the key. Then you can pass the assessment. On the other side, the sound of footsteps approached slowly as someone spoke. The assessment rule is to leave the room. As long as you get out, it counts as a success. It didn't say you must use the key. Si Rui turned toward the other side and joined in. Keep the key for yourself, old man. I don't have the luck to enjoy it. As soon as he finished, the person standing high up became enraged and extremely detestable. Meanwhile, Si Rui, standing on a shaky suspension bridge, was a bit surprised. Shen Yi, you passed the final assessment too, but are you playing some kind of bondage game? Seeing this, thoughts emerged in his mind. I've seen this guy on the cards. It's the #1 ranked Nangong Si Rui. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibing marveled. Interesting to think an unrelated person wandered into the Dharma realm's secret realm. I wonder what will happen. Shen Yi could no longer hold back and roared, What are you looking at? Haven't you seen someone plagued by disaster before? Do you want to die? Get lost now. Hearing this, Si Rui's eyes quickly became dark and unfathomable. What? He then began to observe the energy before him, as well as the Dharma realm fluctuations behind this girl. Instantly, his face was filled with a look of lingering fear. What a terrifying disaster. Subsequently, Si Rui quickly leapt down. Perspiring, he thought. She is absolutely not someone I can deal with. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibing continued to toy with the person opposite her. I like your cleverness, Shen Yi, but I don't want him reporting to the outside world just yet. Subsequently, a blood-red aura suddenly shot from her fingertip. Die. However, Shen Yi seemed to have already planned ahead. Don't even think about it. At the same time, that demonic energy aimed at a nearby massive object, and the gate was blown into fragments. The incredibly powerful aura pierced through the boulder behind the object, shooting straight toward the army stationed on a plot of land in the sky. At that moment, the system sent another notification detected that you have completed all assessments. Congratulations, you are being teleported to the Ascension Hall. Seeing this, Si Rui was somewhat surprised. What? Meanwhile, Zhao Yibing spoke while utilizing her ability. To think he used my portal to leave. That guy was teleported away as well. Was he expelled by the Dharma realm? Hearing this, Shen Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself, dangerous, but it worked. Nan Gong Si Rui, don't you dare fail to repay me for saving your life. You must report this. Suddenly, Zhao Yibing unexpectedly turned her face to reproach him. Shen Yi, you really are a bastard, always ruining my plans. But then she showed affection through her deep, soulful eyes. But I like you even more now. Let me give you another gift. A red thread wound around Zhao Yibing's fingertip. She spoke coldly and expressionlessly. Shen Yi, in the hidden test they've prepared for you, you are doomed. I like you and don't want you to die, so I've prepared another path for you. I sent my subordinate the Flayer to plant a large number of bombs at Cloud Mountain Port. A scene of desolation and death then emerged. At this moment, Zhao Yibing squinted her crimson eyes and lowered her voice. If you admit defeat now, I will detonate the bombs and Cloud Mountain Port will sink into the sea. By then, the exam will be interrupted. You won't be eliminated and everything will restart. You can still go to the high school you want, but as my subordinate, you won't have to risk your life walking into the trap humans have set for you. No sooner had she spoken than Shen Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud. Clearly, you're the one who wants to blow up Cloud Mountain Port to absorb the souls on the island and recover your strength, yet you say it's for me. Do you really take me for a fool? After hearing the other party's words, he added, Sorry, I'm not one to listen to advice. As for whether that test is a trap, I have to go see it for myself. Zhao Yibing immediately narrowed her eyes and fell into silence. Your reaction is exactly as I predicted. It is precisely this combination of intelligence and stubbornness that allows you to survive certain death scenarios, over and over again. She reveals without hesitation that this red thread is her gift to him. As long as he pulls it, she will come to save him. Of course, that would also mean he loses the bet. She continues coldly, explaining that the hidden test lies deep within this dark river. Go and feel humanity's deep and malicious ill will toward you. I hope that one day you will use the power I have bestowed to kill them all. Zhao Yibing fades away, adding indifferently, On the soul altar filled with endless wails, I shall personally preside over the ritual to welcome your fall and corruption. Currently, only her voice echoes in the air. Until then, you mustn't die. Hearing this, Shen Yi cannot help but shout, I'm not the Lich King, Dracula, or Lucifer. Why do you keep trying to make me fall? I'm going to go face that trap. Finn asks, Shen Yi, are you really going? You've got guts, he retorts. Nonsense, do I have a choice? Suddenly, Nan Gong Si Rui's voice rings out unexpectedly. Shen Yi is right. Meanwhile, the system immediately issues a congratulatory message. Nan Gong Si Rui has taken second place. Third place is Ma Jinlong and fourth is Wang Huan. Seeing that he is ranked fifth, Meng Yu is extremely worried. More and more people are passing the exam. Why hasn't Shen Yi come out yet? Just then, the proctor also makes a sudden announcement. Only a few minutes remain for the assessment. Once time is up, all candidates who have not emerged will be eliminated. Hearing this, Meng Yu becomes even more anxious, her heart burning with worry. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light appears out of thin air before her, with Si Rui inside it. Meng Yu immediately recognizes it as a secret communication barrier. She clenches her teeth. This technique is only used when secret information needs to be transmitted. To think Nengong Si Rui would use it right in front of everyone. Could something major really have happened in the testing grounds? Meanwhile, Shen Yi is standing before a massive stone wall. He uses all his strength to grip it, his body trembling uncontrollably. To think the end of this dark river would be such a huge stone gate, it won't budge at all. After a while, Shen Yi's lower body is submerged. He is extremely furious. Damn it, even using every ounce of strength won't open it. Am I going to fail to pass through this gate? Suddenly, a guiding voice rings out. Shen Yi looks at the patterns on the door as the voice explains. 2 sunken palms with an eye growing in the middle of the depression. This is exactly like the hand of the multi-eyed giant you killed before. After hearing this, Shen Yi seems to understand the intent. Are you saying this door needs that giant to open? But that giant was already killed by Xiao Meng Yu. In response to his doubt, the voice asks, Do you still remember that giant's head you fed me? Shen Yi is still full of curiosity. I remember, and then, a massive skeleton manifests, its voice deep. I can simulate the bones of things I have eaten and undergo a super transformation. Multi-eyed skeleton giant king possessing its traits. Seeing this, Shen Yi cannot help but marvel. So cool. But why only the upper body? The fellow continues to explain in detail. Because my power hasn't fully recovered yet, you dimwit. Hearing this, Shen Yi becomes even more excited. Top-tier skeleton giant king Farron. After a while, the undead gasps with exhaustion. I'm beat. Shen Yi immediately speaks up. By the way, those previous forms of yours, you didn't eat a spider and a tortoise, did you? As soon as the words land, the undead coughs. You should know that in life or death moments you eat whatever is available. After Shen Yi reaches the bank, he asks while walking, "Is this the hidden test?" His eyes widen in surprise. Before him stands a statue clad in tattered iron armor and covered in moss. In the silent space, the crackling of burning flames echoes. The sovereign speaks softly. 1,000 years. It has been 1,000 years since anyone came to participate in the trial of the Chaos Gate. Shen Yi is shocked to hear this. The statue spoke. "Just what is the trial of the Chaos Gate? Is it difficult?" The other party immediately replies, "Not difficult, quite simple." Then the sovereign takes a stance. "Just defeat me." Seeing this, Shen Yi is a bit awkward. "Senior, you must be absurdly strong, right? Otherwise, why has no one dared to come for 1,000 years?" the other party says. "Because the people of your era are becoming increasingly cowardly, scared senseless by this trial. But I didn't expect that in an age full of cowards there would still be a brave youth like you." The sovereign immediately charges at Shen Yi. "I like this." At the same time, Shen Yi hears a prompt. "Shen Yi, this statue's strength is approximately 3 times that of the Jiang. System notification. All points allocated to agility." Shen Yi nimbly dodges the attack and activates the power of Flowing Moon. He quickly rushes before the opponent. Meanwhile, the system prompts all points allocated to strength. Shen Yi flexibly utilizes the power of Thunder Palm to launch a counterattack. However, this is nothing to the sovereign. Flowing Moon and Thunder Palm. He rolls his eyes. "I didn't expect you to know Bone Moon suppressing the heavens. A pity it's too green. You haven't even reached the first level of the Dharma realm. If your base attributes were higher and your moves a stage further, you might have repelled me." Shen Yi gasps for air. "You know Bone Moon suppressing the heavens too?" The light in the sovereign's eyes flares. "The prestige of Bone Moon suppressing the heavens has stood firm for thousands of years, but I haven't seen anyone use it for several eras. I thought the moonlit lineage had lost its heritage. Boy, you have infinite potential," he privately affirms. "Against a hero like you, I will certainly go all out." The sovereign immediately summons his power. "You mustn't die. Come and defeat me to prove you're qualified to enter the Chaos Gate." Shen Yi looks tiny. "Senior, I don't want to enter any Chaos Gate. How about I take you for some maintenance? I'll lubricate your joints, polish you, glaze you, and get you an annual pass. Just let me go, okay?" The other party laughs loudly. "Boy, I admire your humor." Facing the next move, Shen Yi shouts urgently, "Damn it, Skeleton King, come help me." It responds, "I'll block this fire dragon for you. You go deal with the statue." Farron immediately switches to a super transformation skeleton spider. The sovereign cannot help but marvel. "An entity of the 9 underworlds? I didn't expect you to have a battle pet of this caliber." While it focuses on its task, the opponent takes the opportunity to sneak attack Shen Yi from behind. "Let me see your skill." Shen Yi's movement pauses, so fast. After closing in, the sovereign asks bluntly, "How many more surprises can you give me?" A look of clear vigilance appears in Shen Yi's eyes. He suddenly turns with a flying kick, activating the move Bone Ring, vowing to kick away the opponent's weapon. Seeing this, the sovereign praises, "Good move." As soon as the words land, the sovereign immediately launches a counterattack. "A pity it's the same old problem. You haven't reached the first level of the Dharma realm, so the power is too low." Next, a system notification rings. "Bright bone flesh has blocked a fatal wound for you. Uses remaining 3. Shen Yi gradually loses consciousness. "Damn it, this statue is truly too strong. With my current strength, it's impossible to win." Suddenly, the image of that girl flashes through Shen Yi's mind. "Do I really have to call Zhao Yibing to save my life?" His face is as dark as ink. Shen Yi curses himself inwardly. "Are you kidding me?" Seeing Shen Yi can still move despite being pierced, the sovereign immediately says, "You've got guts." "I respect that." His weapon lets out a piercing sound, disturbing the surrounding space. "But this level of heaven shadow won't fool me." Shen Yi is hit, revealing his true form. Meanwhile, the system prompts, "Bright bone flesh has blocked a fatal wound for you. Uses remaining 2. As Shen Yi coughs violently, the sovereign continues his offensive without a word. Shen Yi has no time to think, and quickly activates the power of Bone Ring. However, he is still sent flying a great distance. The massive commotion catches Farron's attention. It looks back and is shocked. "Shen Yi," the sovereign says deeply, "you must train to at least this level for it to be effective against me. Don't you have any stronger moves? At this rate, you won't pass the trial." Just then, the sovereign suddenly feels a surge of pressure enveloping the entire space. In an instant, the area is covered by flickering darkness, followed by a series of dense sounds. Farron immediately understands Shen Yi's intent. "Your door has transformed into that massive stone gate. This strike weighs tens of thousands of caddies. Being sent flying was also part of your plan, wasn't it?" Shen Yi. System notification. "Bright bone flesh has blocked a fatal wound. Uses remaining 1. Shen Yi gives a cold laugh. "You people hiding behind the scenes planning all this, you must think I'm definitely going to die here, right? Zhao Yibing, or rather, the lord of the piteous demon prison. Do you also think I'm doomed to lose?" He begins to resist. "Ridiculous. Do you think I'm afraid of death? Do you think I'll just accept my fate? The sound of water drips everywhere. Meanwhile, the sound of the stone gate shattering rings out, and everything around them instantly deviates from its original trajectory. Shen Yi remains calm. To still be able to move while being crushed by the stone gate. Damn it, he smashed the gate. The teleportation can't be activated. Farron reports the situation to Shen Yi while controlling the water dragon. From high above, the sovereign sees the timing is ripe and launches an ambush from the air, just as Farron predicted. The light from his internal energy pierces through the tense battlefield. Farron witnesses this, terrified. Shen Yi, just as it gets distracted, the water dragon seizes the opportunity to attack. Farron is instantly reduced to ash. Then the system notification rings. Bright bone flesh has blocked a fatal wound for you. Uses remaining 0. The sovereign speaks slowly. You did well. Boy, in thousands of years, you are the first person to manage to wound me, he adds. A pity your attributes are too low, you can't pass the first stage of the trial, the sovereign continues. If you came back in 10 years, you might have a chance. But there are no ifs in life. Farewell. In the long years of the coming millennia without an opponent, I shall remember you. The corners of Shen Yi's mouth suddenly curve into a deep smile. Facing the arrogant statue, he raises an eyebrow provocatively. What makes you think I'll die? The sovereign silently executes the same move. You think I'll fall for the same trick twice? The pressure of death has made you lose your composure. Failure is inevitable. With that, he strikes at Shen Yi with lethal intent. Let this stone gate become your tombstone. Shen Yi's body currently appears heavily damaged. Not only does he not give up, he thinks to himself that he must use the final effect of Brightbone. He puts his thoughts into action immediately, using his body to borrow the statue's power and slam open the stone gate. The system quickly activates and prompts, "You have suffered a fatal attack." The second effect of Brightbone has activated. After your life force drains, a single breath is forcibly preserved for you, forcing the heartbeat to maintain, forcibly activating bodily potential and forcibly allowing wounds to self-heal within extreme limits. Limit once. The sovereign is shocked by the sight. The system continues to report, warning, you've left the exam grounds. He asks in confusion, this space, can the door you summoned actually cross through time and space? System reminder, return to the exam grounds within 5 seconds or be eliminated. Shen Yi seems exhausted, coughing up blood. He knows perfectly well that the time fluid after stepping through the door can freeze time on the other side for 3 seconds, once per week. Time begins to start within the chaotic scene, 1 second. Shen Yi begins his move. At the cost of his own safety, the Tai-Bai sword style delivers a fatal strike. As the count reaches the second, he subconsciously clenches his teeth, assuming a posture of total self-sacrifice. Shen Yi seems like a different person, charging forward with a killing sword. Ignoring the pain, he rushes directly before the opponent. Everything around seems frozen. All sounds vanish. At the critical moment, the time finally reaches the 3rd second. The sovereign's body seems controlled by some invisible force, and the defensive layers on his body gradually disintegrate. The sovereign then marvels, what a fast sword. Shen Yi quickly deactivates the door, simultaneously causing the opponent to dissipate into mist. Shen Yi is still struggling to steady his body in the seawater. He forces himself to look up and observe. Did I succeed? The sovereign wonders, could this sword be the Tai-Bai sword style? Shen Yi immediately replies, correct, I just learned it. What do you think? He lowers his voice. I didn't even see how you made your move. Truly amazing, with the heritage ability of the moonlit lineage, the ability to cross time and space, and even the Tai-Bai sword style you just learned being so top tier, no one is more qualified to enter the Chaos Gate than you. Boy, congratulations on passing the trial. Shen Yi asks coldly, you've been talking about this Chaos Gate since the beginning. What exactly is it? The sovereign frowns. In this era, the 4 great sects have perished. No wonder you don't know, he explains seriously. Jielan, Guishu, Shirung, and Huntian, these were the 4 strongest sects in the world. The sovereign adds, and Huntian was the leader of the 4 great sects. Shen Yi's movement pauses. So the 3 high schools evolved from these sects. Then he asks in confusion, why was Huntian the leader? As far as I know, Jielan is the most powerful force, he replies. Jielan is indeed powerful, but it's far from Huntian's level. Among these 4 sects, only Huntian could communicate with the cosmic nexus. Shen Yi understands less and less. Just what is this cosmic nexus? The sovereign says helplessly. I cannot tell you this. I have already said too much and violated the rules, he adds. You only need to remember that the Chaos Gate is the oldest and greatest place of heritage in this world. It is the source of all hope. If you want to stand at the peak of the world, you must possess unprecedented providence. If you want to insight into the true secrets of the hundreds of billions of worlds in the universe, you can only go to the Chaos Gate. As soon as the words land, the sovereign's body quickly stills. Shen Yi shouts urgently, wait, I also want to ask you, what exactly is the moonlit lineage? He's dead. the system suddenly pops up a series of notifications. Trapped in a certain death situation, you miraculously defeated the statue of the Chaos Gate. The boy who lived evaluation has been activated. All your base attribute points have increased by 2. Immediately after, Farron says sadly, "Sorry Shen Yi, I couldn't help." He shakes his head. "No, luckily you were there. If you hadn't blocked that water dragon for me, I'd have been finished for sure." Suddenly, the moonlit lineage divine puppet appears before Shen Yi. Seeing it, Shen Yi says in panic, "What's with this water dragon? Are we going to have another round?" He continues, "The trial should have already ended." The divine puppet begins to emit spreading fibers. It quickly spreads throughout the water dragon's body. After the body completely transforms, it speaks, "Receiver of the moonlit heritage, congratulations on passing the trial." Shen Yi exclaims, "It actually turned into a physical dragon." Farron is also shocked. This is the effect of that wooden statue. The moonlit divine puppet's expression suddenly changes. It curls its body and takes flight, heading straight for that red line that suddenly appeared. Zhao Yibing's familiar voice rings out, "Don't be impulsive, little guy." She appears along the red line. Her voice is terrifyingly calm. "He won the bet. I won't lift a finger against you here," the divine puppet warns sternly. "Outsider, he has passed the trial, and the blessing of the Dharma realm has descended. If you dare to have any improper thoughts, you will face a fatal strike from the entire world." Yibing felt a flicker of displeasure. This was truly a loathsome creature. "I have already said I harbor no ill will." Shen Yi suddenly raised his middle finger and roared, "Since you know you've lost, what are you doing back here? Are you trying to go back on your word?" Yibing revealed a sinister smile. "Shen Yi, you won, but you should know that you were indeed schemed against by humans, weren't you?" He remained calm as he listened to her. "I'll share a piece of news I just received. Consider it a bonus for winning the bet." As she spoke, Yibing cast a spell to manifest a simulation. "Your world will soon be destroyed," she stated with icy certainty. "Only I can save you. Shen Yi, become mine. Even if this world reaches its end, I will stay by your side and protect your soul." Shen Yi remained steadfast. "I only know one thing, I won the bet. As for any apocalypse, as far as I'm concerned, you'd better get out of my world and fast." Yibing replied flatly. "It seems you still don't understand that everything I say is the truth. How about this? Let's have another bet." Hearing this, Shen Yi looked as if he had aged decades in an instant. He roared in anger, "Are you joking? I won't bet with you again, and don't think you can force me." Her tone remained unperturbed. "Gods have never forced mortals, only mortals force themselves," Shen Yi asserted mercilessly. "Fine, then vanish quickly and never appear again." Yibing's gaze was cold, piercing to the depths of his heart as she continued. The list, at the mention of those two words, Shen Yi's movements froze. Yibing appeared extremely serious. "Those who scheme to kill you, to kill your friends, to kill Xiao Mengyu's brother, and to kill the tens of thousands of citizens in that district. All of it was directed and approved by the people on this list. The flayer is merely the blade, but I suspect you'd be more interested in the hands holding the blade. If you win against me once more, I will give you the names on that list. What do you think?" Shen Yi mocked. "So much for gods have never forced mortals, only mortals force themselves." He gritted his teeth and questioned, "Fine, how do you want to bet?" Though his tone was heavy, it made Yibing smile. She pointed a finger at him, trailing a thin blood-red line. "As a god, my bets are always fairer than yours. In 7 days my subordinate the Flayer will come for you. You two shall fight." As the bloodline gradually connected to his body, she said deeply, "If you win, the list is yours. If you lose, your soul belongs to me." System notification. The bet is manifested from the opponent's fundamental divine power. You cannot resist or refuse. It further emphasizes, however, because you have won once before, the Lord of the Demon Prison must obtain your consent to establish a bet again. This bet has been mutually recognized by you and the Lord of the Demon Prison. The bet is established. Yibing offered a few final instructions before gradually vanishing. A vertical line represents 1 day. "We shall meet again in 7 days. The system appeared somewhat worried. "Starting with insignificant little bets until you sell your soul." This is her style. Shen Yi watched Yibing leave until she vanished completely. The divine tree spoke, "She is gone. Successor of the moonlit lineage, let us continue to complete the ritual," he asked in confusion. "All right, but what exactly is the moonlit lineage?" It replied. "I am only responsible for bringing you into the Huntian Gate. You must explore everything else yourself. Prepare yourself, we are about to begin." With that, the moonlit divine tree swept Shen Yi into a vortex. Meanwhile, more and more candidates were emerging. With 1 minute left, the assessment time was nearly over, and the candidates who had made it out were ecstatic. Mengyu asked worriedly, "Xiao Yi, Yun Yi, have you seen Shen Yi?" Both looked bewildered. "Shen Yi hasn't come out yet. How is that possible? He's so strong. I thought he'd have passed long ago." Just then, Jia Qian announced, "Time is up. The assessment is over. Congratulations to all candidates present." You have successfully entered the 3 top high schools. The boys in the back cheered excitedly. We did it, we've gotten into the top 3 schools. Meng Yu was in a state of extreme panic. Wait, just a moment longer. Shen Yi hasn't come out, there must be a mistake. Hao Ran tilted his head back and sneered. I didn't expect the head of the Luo family to be a fool. Shen Yi not coming out means he failed the final stage. He added with increasing contempt. Did you really think this assessment was designed specifically for that braggart? HMPH, what a foolish woman. The people around also began to point and whisper at Meng Yu. That first-place winner is a lunatic. I think she's having an affair with that commoner, Shen Yi. It's a disgrace to our great families. Jia Qian adopted a haughty stance and reminded her. Xiao Meng Yu, you have always been outstanding. Jialan Academy welcomes you, but I hope your brain can match your strength. This is a suggestion as well as a warning. Hearing this, she was furious yet helpless. Suddenly another voice rang out, I've seen Shen Yi. Si Rui stepped forward composedly. Xiao Meng Yu is right, something did go wrong in the testing grounds. Shen Yi was targeted by someone named Yi Bing. The crowd began to gasp. What? Even Nangong Si Rui mentioned that commoner. Jia Qian questioned Si Rui. Nangong Si Rui, are you sure you didn't see wrong? He confirmed solemnly. I stake my Dharma Eye on it. There's absolutely no mistake. Rushan suddenly asked in confusion, Student Nangong, when you saw Shen Yi, was he dead or alive? And she, standing behind, fanned the flames. Everyone knows that a professionless person encountering Yi Bing alone has basically 0 chance of survival. She gritted her teeth and emphasized unless he surrendered to Yi Bing. Si Rui spoke slowly. At that time, the candidate Yi Bing was disguised as had already captured him. Those two seemed to be discussing something. After he spotted me, he immediately signaled for me to run, which is why I was able to make it out alive. I don't believe he surrendered to Yi Bing. Otherwise, he certainly wouldn't have helped me. He would have lured me over instead, and she let out a cold laugh. Student Nangong, your words prove nothing. They only mean that Shen Yi might not have surrendered yet at that moment, she shouted triumphantly. Everyone, if Yi Bing descended and Shen Yi is dead, then so be it, but if he is still alive, he must be arrested. He must be interrogated for all intelligence regarding Yi Bing. And she continued to embellish her claims. He was already a stubborn, domineering, and extremely arrogant little devil. Surrendering to Yi Bing is practically a foregone conclusion. Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Yi suddenly appeared out of thin air and crashed directly onto her face. The two fell to the ground in an extremely awkward position, with Shen Yi's backside sitting right on her face. He hadn't realized he was out yet, and shouted angrily, I'm exhausted. This time the assessment must finally be over for real, right? Seeing this, everyone turned red with embarrassment, except for Meng Yu, who ran over worriedly. Shen Yi, Yan Yi shouted excitedly. Brother Yi, you finally made it out. He asked in surprise. You're all here. Does that mean you've all finished the exam? That man named Hao Ran looked furious. He's still alive. How could he still be alive after meeting Yi Bing? He must have surrendered to her. Another person pointed and said. Not only that, he even brought a statue out of the testing grounds without permission. He violated the rules. Suddenly, a mass of spiritual energy surrounded Shen Yi. To everyone's shock, he was restrained within a water sphere. It was Jia Qian who had acted, he judged coldly. Shen Yi, you are under arrest. We suspect you have surrendered to Yi Bing. You must undergo investigation. Shen Yi struggled to explain. You've got it all wrong. I didn't surrender to Yi Bing. She made a bet with me, but I won. You must send someone to Cloud Mountain Port immediately. She has planted a massive number of bombs there. If she detonates them, everyone on the island will die, and she scrambled up and mocked loudly. Nonsense, she retorted. Cloud Mountain Port is governed by the strongest Jialan Academy. It is absolutely impossible for someone to plant bombs under their noses. I think you're trying to lure the tiger away from the mountain and then summon Yi Bing to catch us off guard. Shen Yi struggled weakly. Damn it, everything I'm saying is true, let me go. Jia Qian interrupted him. Enough, you must undergo investigation. Once everything is cleared up, your innocence will naturally be restored. Shen Yi roared in anger. By then the bombs will have already gone off. Hundreds of thousands of people at Cloud Mountain Port will die. Can you take responsibility for that? He frowned and reached out to control him. Shut up. Instantly, Shen Yi couldn't make a sound. Suddenly, Rushan's arm reached out, pointing directly at Jia Qian's head. He spoke flatly. Let him go before the matter is investigated. You have no right to touch a member of our human martial arts group. Jia Qian commanded coldly. Qian Rushan, stand down. In consideration of the many contributions the human martial arts group has made for humanity, I can overlook this behavior. Rushan did not yield in the slightest, following up with, release the spell immediately, or I will use force to protect the group's interests. Jia Qian's brow furrowed in rage. Do you know what you are doing? Just then, the wooden carving of the divine tree suddenly took flight. It touched Jia Qian's controlling mana and then released its own power to envelop him. The water sphere dissipated in an instant. Jia Qian and Rushan both shouted in surprise. What? The crowd began to buzz with discussion. Look, that statue dispelled the spell. How is that guy allowed to take a statue out of the exam? Do you even have to ask? He must have cheated. Wait a minute, the thing coiled around him is the Dharma realm blessing. Rushan burst into a loud laugh. Shen Yi has obtained the recognition of the Dharma realm, and even received its blessing. Someone who can obtain a Dharma realm blessing could never possibly surrender to a calamity, and she let out a cold snort. So what? Because he exceeded the time limit, he has already failed the assessment. He is destined to be unable to enter the 3 top high schools. Even if he is innocent, you can take him back to your group to train him yourself. He cursed inwardly. What a loathsome woman. Why didn't I crush her to death just now? Suddenly, a blue light shone, drawing everyone's attention. The wooden carving of the moonlit divine tree grew several interconnected roots, followed by the clear manifestation of the divine tree dragon. And she stood frozen, unable to speak, while Rushan also shouted in shock. Is that a dragon? Everyone around was stunned. A dragon? What's going on? The divine tree circled around him and spoke. Today, Shen Yi, a descendant of the human race, has successfully passed the trial of the Huntian Gate and obtained the status of a true successor. He is being exceptionally recruited into the Huntian Gate as a true disciple. This is a regulation of the ancient Dharma realm and cannot be violated. The wooden carving cracked open, revealing a token known as Huntian, which belonged to Shen Yi. The enrollment process was completed in an instant. Corresponding programs activated. Citizen Shen Yi confirmed to have joined the ancient sect, Huntian Gate. Current personal clearance level raised to confidential, Rushan asked excitedly. Even Kunlun has stepped forward to testify. Shen Yi, you're incredible. How did you join the Huntian Gate? Shen Yi replied with a look of bewilderment. I don't know either. By the way, where is the Huntian Gate? He explained. The Huntian Gate was the head of the 4 great sects in ancient times, but it has gradually sunk into the long river of history. Therefore, you need to audit classes at the remaining 3 schools. If one day you discover the ruins of the Huntian Gate, you can enter using the token. People began to gather around, their faces full of smiles. Student Shen Yi, welcome to our Shirung. All your expenses during your time at school will be covered by us. This is the treatment Shirung offers you. We at Guishu will give double. We at Jialin can give triple. Student Shen Yi, consider it yourself, our Jialin is the strongest, he thought to himself speechlessly. They wanted to arrest me just a moment ago, and now they immediately flipped their faces to flatter me. Shen Yi interrupted everyone. Put the school choice aside for a moment. Hurry and send people to Cloud Mountain Port to dismantle the bombs. The teacher and students hurriedly chimed in. Actually, our Shirung has already sent an elite squad. They should be arriving soon. Our Guishu team is also on the way. We at Jialin have been investigating there for a long time. Suddenly, the hall everyone was standing in vibrated violently. A warning sound rang out, throwing the crowd into a panic. Warning, multiple explosions occurred at Cloud Mountain Port. Shen Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it, the warning sound continued to echo. An unknown grade of calamity has been detected as descended. Assessing the situation. Assessment complete. A-rank event. Cloud Mountain Port is about to fall. Instructors, please organize students to evacuate at maximum speed. The scene returns to a few minutes before Shen Yi fell onto Madame N. In Cloud Mountain Port, life remained peaceful. Free pigeons circled around the statue of the goddess. Yi Bing quietly sensed this tranquility. She sat by the fountain pool in deep thought. Life here flowed steadily. Luo Sheng spoke softly. This is a statue from over 300 years ago. I heard that the fountain goddess once descended and left her true likeness behind. Yi Bing slowly turned her head back. The fountain goddess, he continued to explain. Yes, artists of that era made many stone statues and oil paintings to record the goddess's miracles. Before the kingdom's wars, there was once a great drought. At the moment of life and death, the goddess descended with a water jar in hand and created a river to save all beings. Suddenly, a little girl named Xian Yu walked over. Sister, you're so pretty. The little girl's eyes were filled with sincerity. I have a flower here. I want to give it to sister. Yi Bing took the flower and asked bluntly, do you think that sacred goddess statue is more beautiful, or is sister more beautiful? Xian Yu replied nimbly, of course sister is more beautiful. Yi Bing looked at the little girl and revealed an unprecedented smile of happiness. She spoke softly. A god's most fundamental ability is attraction. All the laws manifested within me will make all beings worship. It is destiny. Contained within is a beauty of creation that mortals cannot understand. Luo Sheng chimed in, saying that praising the god's beauty was what the little girl was supposed to do. Yi Bing immediately negated this. No, there is nothing in this world that others are supposed to do for you. Most mortals do not understand this, and thus they can never find peace. The flower in her hand withered in an instant. Yi Bing gently placed her hand on Xian Yu's face. "Dear child, thank you for your flower." She suddenly widened her eyes, her voice icy. "As a return gift I curse you. From now on your life shall endure all pain and torment, falling from a height of thousands of meters, being submerged by the sea, feeling the agony before death." A gloomy aura enveloped the little girl. Yi Bing's spiteful words continued to echo. Suffering hunger and cold on a deserted island, being rescued by villains and enduring humiliation. Even if the ship sinks, you will not die. You will grow up in pain, experiencing illness, betrayal, and hardship, slandered by the whims of the mundane world. Until you are 99 years old, gasping your last on a cramped sickbed, falling into the pitch-black abyss. Only then shall your soul finally be released from my curse. Yi Bing's voice was low and eerie. "If you still remember Sister at that time, Sister will come to get you. If you have already forgotten, then in the hundreds of billions of worlds you are free to go wherever you wish." Facing these bizarre words, Xian Yu burst into tears instantly. She turned and ran away in terror, crying loudly. Yi Bing let out a cold laugh. "There are 300,000 souls on this floating island. How crowded." Luo Sheng spoke up. "Are you ready to begin your meal? I am here to serve you." She replied. "No, this feast is prepared for you." He was surprised. "For me," watching the little girl's figure, she explained. "I will take a portion of the souls on the island to recover my strength. The rest belongs to you. The soul altar is ready. Over the next 7 days, use the altar to collect as many souls as possible to prepare for my bet." After a pause, Yi Bing continued, "Meanwhile, I will discard this body and enter those 3 top high schools where I will connect this world's Dharma realm with reality. Maintain a strict guard. Do not come seeking me unless you hear my call." Her gaze was fixed intensely on the family of the little girl. Xian Yu. "Very well, time is running short. Let the movement begin." Luo Sheng wore a treacherous smile as he took his orders. At that moment, Xian Yu was still crying to her parents. Luo Sheng decisively pressed the activation button on his phone. Before Xian Yu's father could even react, the ground was engulfed in an explosion, turning the entire area into a sea of fire in an instant. The two of them watched the island indifferently, observing how many times it was rocked by explosions in just a few seconds. Alarms blared incessantly as the A-rank disaster descended. Violent explosions followed one after another, and vast tracts of land were swallowed up. Searching through the smoke, it was clear Cloud Mountain Port was about to collapse. Everyone was urged to evacuate immediately. Those with profound magical power might escape, but the rest would be reduced to ash. Yi Bing appeared quietly amidst the ruins, souls streaming toward her without end. "The flavor is quite good indeed." She suddenly gave a cold laugh. It seemed a few annoying rats were blocking her path. Luo Sheng knelt respectfully. "Master, please allow your servant to deal with them." She replied. "No, just focus on absorbing the souls." The guards of Cloud Mountain Port barked in reprimand. "Damned calamity, how dare you attack Cloud Mountain Port? We will seal you and lock you in an eternal cage where you will suffer the agony of never seeing the light of day. You shall never find redemption through all your lives." Yi Bing mocked them indifferently as 2 people launched an attack from behind. The souls of these practitioners were far more delicious than those of commoners, just enough for a full meal. When she opened her eyes, the 2 behind her were already prepared to strike. Next, 2 more charged forward in a rage. Beast die. Yi Bing remained motionless, standing quietly in place. Before the person could even make a move, they felt their bodies splitting apart. In an instant, the 2 were hacked into hundreds of pieces. Seeing this, the remaining 2 began to feel terror. "Damn it!" They unleashed a surge of powerful mana aimed straight at Yi Bing, blowing her head clean off. The old man, whose arm had transformed into a cannon, instructed, "Everyone, listen to my orders, perform long-range attacks. Under no circumstances are you to get close, understood?" "Yes." With that, they launched a combined assault. Dozens of different attacks swept toward Yi Bing at an alarming speed. The attacks landed in the same spot, triggering a violent explosion. When the dust cleared, only her legs were faintly visible in that position. Seeing this, several people asked joyfully, "Did we succeed?" Red blood threads connecting the body fragments were rapidly repairing her. And Yi Bing's voice rang out, "Humans, you always blindly pursue pleasure until you pay the price and begin to regret. Why lose your reason in the first place? Even as eras change, you will never change." They cried out in shock. "Watch out, she's not dead yet." Her body restored itself in an instant, her mouth still chanting curses. "Once upon a time to obtain water. You did not hesitate to sacrifice the souls of millions, even distorting history to whitewash a contract with a demon into a heroic anthem. How tragic. Your ignorance has caused your souls to fall. I shall grant you eternal release. Become a part of me. Praise my name." Yi Bing's voice sounded extremely eerie and terrifying. "I am the fountain goddess." Those who had just attacked her fell into a panic in the next second. Their bodies were tightened by sharp blood-colored fine threads and suspended in midair. Their bodies were brutally destroyed. and their eyes burst instantly. That magical voice continued to echo in the surroundings. I shall use this blood to extinguish your desires. Everyone was enduring different forms of painful torture. The entire city had been reduced to ruins. The corpses of young men were strewn everywhere, while the Calamity contentedly enjoyed the gluttonous feast before her. Enough souls had been collected. She drained the souls of all who had fallen, and didn't forget to instruct Luo Sheng before leaving. I must go. Stay here and use the altar to continue absorbing souls to prepare for the bet. Luo Sheng knelt and respectfully took the command. The Calamity was quite generous to her subordinates. She raised her hand to the sky and said, "Finally, to ensure you can collect enough souls. Before I leave, I shall perform one more technique." She lowered her hand. Soul Wailing Mirage. The people who had already evacuated were also awestruck by the shock of this impact. Those who were cursed, along with the countless people trapped inside, were terrified by this power. 328,611 people. After the spell was cast, the Calamity's body seemed to lose power and fell forward. She collapsed before Luo Sheng. The souls of those suffering from injustice still floated in the sky. Luo Sheng closed his eyes as if mourning his master. He devoutly extended his hands, murmuring, "Great master, thank you. Time and again, you have redeemed me from despair." Luo Sheng vowed as he held the Calamity's mortal body, "I will surely win the bet and never fail your expectations." The scene returns to the exam grounds where alarms blared, and the vibrations of the earth made everyone highly alert. Warning: an explosion has occurred at Cloud Mountain Port. The port is about to fall. An A-rank disaster has descended. Hearing this, Shen Yi gritted his teeth. Damn it, the notification continued to urge all proctors, please evacuate the students as quickly as possible. Shen Yi turned to the proctors and questioned them in anger. Didn't you say people were already sent to handle it? Why did Cloud Mountain Port still explode? But his anger was met with the proctor's vague attitude. An A-rank disaster was not easy to handle. They quickly split up to act, evacuating the students and taking them back to their respective schools. Since it has come to this, we will first organize the students' evacuation. Those who pass the Jialan assessment, come this way. Shirung students, over here. Those who pass the Guishu assessment, follow me. Rushan slowly stepped forward and instructed Shen Yi. Shen Yi, you are the rightful first-place finisher and the only person in 1,000 years to obtain the status of a true disciple of an ancient sect. You can choose to enter any school. He gave a thumbs up indicating he would support him from behind. Once we reach the school, the group will issue rewards. Whichever school you choose, the group and I will support you fully. The Shirung proctor was the first to claim him. To Shirung, of course, in ancient times, the Huntian Gate had the best relationship with our Shirung with frequent interactions. Ding Feng, unwilling to be outdone, immediately issued an invitation. Our Guishu has a better learning environment. The scenery under the sea is very beautiful. Although Jia Qian had lost face, he was also reluctant to miss out on this treasure. Shen Yi, don't forget, our Jialan is the strongest. Although there was a slight misunderstanding between us, Jalan's doors are always open to you, student Shen Yi. Meng Yu asked softly, Shen Yi, which school do you want to choose? At this moment, Shen Yi was surrounded by countless recruiting voices. Come to us, Shen Yi, come to our school. The situation had reversed. Shen Yi had become a prized catch, and his face flushed slightly. Originally I wanted to go to Jialan, but the teachers there don't seem to like me very much, so I have no choice but to give up on a top-tier school like Jialan. Jia Qian was so mocked that his face turned red and his neck bulged, but he didn't dare to retort. Shen Yi then took the opportunity to mock Guishu. As for Guishu, I've had quite enough of being soaked in water at the exam grounds. After saying that, he pointed at the Shirung proctor. I've decided. I'm going to Shirung. It just so happened he had two friends there. The proctor's eyes gleamed, trembling with excitement at having snatched the prize. This is absolutely a wise choice. She placed her hand on Shen Yi's shoulder, eager to give him the school's best resources. The Huntian Gate left some things behind in our Dharma realm. I can hand them over to you. And perhaps you'll even trigger some special events at the school. Yun Yi and Xiao Yi also danced and cheered with joy. Fantastic, Brother Yi, we're classmates again. Brother Yi, I love you. Jia Qian's face turned ashen with rage. He turned and cast a spell, and the space began to shift. He flicked his sleeves and walked ahead, shouting, Jialan, students, follow me. The students followed his footsteps in awe. The passage to Jialan is actually here. That's right. Cloud Mountain Port is under Jalan's jurisdiction. Jia Qian looked back and shouted loudly, Xiao Mengyu, keep up, but her gaze was cast elsewhere, ignoring him completely. This forced Jia Qian to shout once more, Xiao Mengyu. Then Xiao Mengyu started walking in the other direction. She walked to Shen Yi's side and announced, Shen Yi, I'm going to Shirung with you too. Standing on the steps, Jia Qian was utterly aghast. What? He hurriedly warned. Xiao Mengyu, you need to think this through. Only at Jialan can you obtain the strongest resources to make your Luo family prosper again. Jia Qian's threat had no effect on Meng Yu. My apologies, Lord Proctor. Standing beside Shen Yi, she turned and rejected Jia Qian. I prefer a place with a bit more heart over one that stops at nothing to grow stronger. Jia Qian was left speechless. He turned around and barked angrily. Let's go. Hao Ran and his group also mockingly ridiculed Meng Yu as a fool. Giving up the strongest Jialan for Shirung, birds of a feather really do flock together, preferring to crawl into dark holes to dig up graves. However, unexpected events followed one after another. Si Rui also gave a slight smile, and announced to Jia Qian, forget it, I'm not going to Jialan either. The latter roared in rage. Nan Gong Si Rui, you. Si Rui waved to Jia Qian with a smile. I want to see for myself just how strong the successor of an ancient sect is. I think Shirung will be very interesting. Bye-bye, Lord Proctor. The entire crowd erupted after hearing Si Rui's words, crying out in shock. What? Even Nangong Si Rui gave up Jialan for Shirung? Could Shirung be the strongest school? Influenced by the bandwagon effect, students began pushing each other to run toward Shirung. The two strongest newcomers and the successor of the Huntian Gate were all at Shirung. Then we have to go to Shirung too. A long queue formed as everyone scrambled to squeeze into Shirung. Wait, I'm going too. The Shirung proctor held onto Shen Yi tightly, refusing to let go, feeling like she was flying to the heavens with joy. I didn't expect to recruit 2/3 of the students this year. Shen Yi, truly, thank you. Shen Yi's friends also benefited from his success. The proctor immediately issued cards to everyone. I've already handled the enrollment procedures for you. Welcome to Shirung. Jia Qian stood to the side, gritting his teeth in resentment. Just as he was about to burst with anger, he suddenly felt a surge of pressure that left him frozen in place. Not only him, but an evil face appeared before everyone, making an announcement with a bizarre smile. You have been struck by a large-scale collective curse. This curse had spread throughout Cloud Mountain Port, affecting a total of 328,761 people. Shen Yi's eyes were filled with horror. This curse was called Soul-Wailing Mirage. You will be attacked by your own mirage for an entire day. This mirage possesses your full strength. If you are killed by it, your soul will become food for the Lord of the Demon Prison. The danger of the curse was immediate. A student fell over, clutching his head in pain, and Jia Qian immediately shouted, "Oh no, it's a curse. A collective curse. Everyone, leave now." Ding Feng reached out to cast a spell while shouting, "Guishu candidates over here." He sat down, touching the ground with both hands to create a massive lake. He instructed the students to jump in. Hurry! Across the current was the Guishu ship, which possessed an ancient magical barrier that disasters could not penetrate. Don't hesitate, jump. Unlike the chaos on Ding Feng's side, Shen Yi stood as still as a statue because something had been transmitted to his mind. You have won the bet with the Lord of the Demon Prison. According to the rules of the bet, her curse cannot affect you. Shen Yi gave a cold laugh to think such a good thing could happen. Since he was now immune to the curse, Si Rui spread his hands, manifesting a massive scroll behind him. He reassured everyone loudly, "Don't panic, students, everyone, come over and enter the painting." Hearing him say this, the students fell into a state of chaos. "A painting? We can enter a painting too?" Si Rui didn't waste time and was the first to show everyone. He reached out to touch the scroll. Amidst the crowd's gasps, Si Rui entered the painting. He had actually become a person within it. He even mounted a galloping steed and speech bubbles appeared beside him. "Why haven't you all come in yet?" Xiao Yi and the others watched, breaking into a cold sweat. This guy loved to show off too much, but no one hesitated for long. Shen Yi and the others simultaneously reached out to touch the scroll. "Let's go, we're going in too." The space inside the painting was vast and endless. People appeared one after another and settled in. The Shirung proctor gave loud directions. "All the students are in. Quickly, find a horse to ride. We must set off." Shen Yi privately examined the horse. Why does this horse look different from the ones outside? Suddenly he was startled as a blurred figure emerged from Meng Yu. A clone identical to Meng Yu separated from her body. Not just her, but everyone was stunned. Meng Yu's clone unleashed a whirlwind sword strike, directly hitting those nearby who hadn't reacted yet. Meng Yu responded quickly. Leaping up to dodge the sword chi, she looked at the clone's wild hacking in horror. This was the Luo God sword style. "Strange, is that me?" Why? Shen Yi lay on the ground to dodge the sword chi, shouting a warning. "Watch out, Xiao Meng Yu." The curse creates a clone with strength identical to the original, and launches an attack. Almost no one could defeat their own clone. Two longswords clashed violently. Meng Yu struggled to hold her ground while thinking, having gone through a long assessment. "My stamina is greatly depleted, but the clone created by the curse is in peak condition." The more she fought, the more worried she became about her own abilities. "If this continues, I'm afraid I will." Meng Yu's clone gave a sudden shove, sending her flying. In that moment of crisis, Meng Yu's mind was somewhat in disarray, but her fighting spirit soon overcame her fear. She charged forward, swinging her sword. "Die!" Before she could even touch the clone, Shen Yi suddenly flew in and kicked the clone in the face. He let out a heroic shout, making Meng Yu blush with embarrassment. Xiao Mengyu, I'm here to help. Looking at the surrounding mess and the clone, she said worriedly, the curse creates clones. My clone. Shen Yi, you all leave quickly. I'll deal with it. Yun Yi and those around them also began to produce clones. Careful, there are more and more clones. Damn it, what kind of curse is this? Teacher Yang's side was no exception. Things weren't looking good. She and her clone touched hands, forming a massive blinding sphere that sent earth, rocks, and people flying in all directions. She tightly gripped the clone's wrist. Teacher Yang, understanding the situation, immediately looked for a suitable spot. A battle between herself and her clone would surely affect the other candidates. Thinking of this, she leapt elsewhere with the clone as fast as lightning, forcibly removing it from the area. The sword fight between Mengyu and her clone continued. The clash of blades echoed through the sky, sparks flying not far away. Xiao Yi was fighting his clone with bare hands, knocking it to the ground. He couldn't help but let out a shout. Xiao Yi glared at the clone with irritation. Caught in the heat of the fight, he charged forward without much thought. However, an accident occurred. One of Shen Yi's feet suddenly kicked Xiao Yi in the face, causing his nose to bleed. Then Shen Yi kindly reached out to help him. Zhang Xiao Yi, I'm here to help. It seemed Shen Yi had helped the wrong person. That clone burst into laughter with tears in its eyes, then suddenly leapt up and kicked Shen Yi. Thanks, Brother Yi. The real Zhang Xiao Yi was slumped on the ground. Brother Yi, I'm the real Zhang Xiao Yi. Hearing this, Shen Yi froze. What? The clone put on a look of gratitude and said, thanks for the help. Now go to hell. He only possessed the power of an ordinary fist while you were surging with strength. Even though Shen Yi was sitting on the ground, he easily subdued the clone. Xiao Yi complained, feeling somewhat hurt. Brother Yi, is the gap between us really that big? You practically one-shotted me. His mouth was swollen, and Shen Yi apologized awkwardly. Sorry, I didn't expect him to beat you to this state. Xiao Yi felt wronged, his eyes welling up with tears the more he spoke. I used every ounce of my strength just to block that one punch. I almost had him. Shen Yi chivalrously rushed over to save Mengyu. Seeing him, Mengyu hurriedly asked, Shen Yi, weren't you affected by the curse? Shen Yi looked at the clone and replied amiably, I won the bet. Her curse has no effect on me. Mengyu was relieved. That's wonderful, but in my current state I can't defeat it. Hearing this, Shen Yi softly comforted her. It's all right, together we can definitely win. Without hesitation, he lunged at the clone, slamming a heavy fist into the chest of Mengyu's double. As he watched the clone's body dissipate, a flicker of alarm crossed Shen Yi's face, followed by a surge of purple light. He received a system notification. Lightning counters demons. Your lightning attribute attack counters this cursed clone, dealing 10 times the effect. Mengyu was equally stunned, saying in a flurry, you actually destroyed it in a single blow. My attack happened to counter this clone. Could it be because I hit a weak spot? Shen Yi opened his hands in confusion. No, it was an attribute counter, but she quickly pushed the thought aside. Let's go, we need to help the others. Shen Yi followed quickly. Right. Mengyu looked bewildered as she brought over 2 dogs. Shen Yi, I found 2 Guo Yun, yes, but I don't know which one is real. Shen Yi suggested. That's easy, I'll just take a look with my Dharma Eye. Xiao Yi, his face bruised and swollen, leaned in and asked, why didn't you use it just now? Shen Yi replied, I did, but I believed too much that the one being beaten was you. I thought I had seen wrong. Using his Dharma Eye, Shen Yi sensed the one on the left was the real Yun Yi, and promptly used his Thunder Palm to resolve the clone. Seeing Shen Yi so domineering, Mengyu praised, impressive. Shen Yi hurriedly urged everyone, let's move, we have to save people quickly. Prioritize helping students who aren't from the great families, Mengyu proactively suggested. I suggest we find Nangong Si Rui first. His combat power isn't to be underestimated, and we can be certain he isn't an enemy. Shen Yi's face suddenly turned ashen. Right, we need to hurry. No sooner had he spoken than he slumped to the ground. Seeing this, Mengyu immediately asked with concern, Shen Yi, what's wrong? Shen Yi forced himself to say, I'm fine, just a bit dizzy. Suddenly, a melodic voice rang out, he's exhausted. Si Rui walked over to caution the two. From the start of the competition until now, he had endured too many battles. His mental exhaustion was immense. He had to rest and could not continue fighting in the short term. Seeing someone approach, Mengyu immediately drew her sword in alert. Stay back, don't come any closer. Shen Yi hurriedly pacified her. Don't worry, Mengyu, I've checked with my Dharma Eye, he isn't a clone. Mengyu calmed down and asked him, did you deal with your clone so quickly? How did you do it? Si Rui replied mysteriously, that is my personal secret, he continued, to get back to business. To avoid involving students, the proctor has already led her own clone far away. She is the strongest person here. We must deal with her clone first. Si Rui mustered his courage and proposed, the only ones who can help are you, me, and Shen Yi. But since Shen Yi can't fight Mengyu, it has to be us too. Upon hearing this, Mengyu immediately refused, no, I can't either. Si Rui felt somewhat regretful. What? Mengyu explained. The exam has also consumed a huge amount of my energy. In my current state, I'm afraid I won't be able to help. I'd just be a burden. Si Rui expressed his understanding and decided to leave alone. I see, then you two rest here, I'll go help. With that he instantly vanished before them. Shen Yi felt somewhat uneasy and asked, "Can Nangong handle it alone?" Xiao Yi chimed in. "He's ranked first, he should be fine, right?" Meng Yu analyzed sharply. "No, Nangong Si Rui is arrogant. For someone like him to proactively ask for help means he's certain he can't resolve this independently." They watched Si Rui's departing figure, wondering, then why is he going alone? Si Rui hurried to the battlefield. The world within the painting was a small Dharma realm created by the proctor. If the proctor died, no one knew what would happen to this realm. Before Si Rui, the battle grew increasingly fierce. The painting world might close permanently, shatter, or simply evaporate. In short, if they failed, they would all die. Teacher Yang was surprised by his arrival, and her clone performed the exact same movement. Si Rui accurately found Teacher Yang's clone to launch an attack. The one on the right is the clone. His attack transformed into a celestial maiden flying toward the double. The clone used a brush to draw a black explosive circle array, blasting the maidens away. "Get back," Teacher Yang issued a warning from above to Si Rui. "Nangong, watch out for that black ink. My clone is using the 10,000 ink slaying array." Si Rui was trapped and shouted, "Teacher, save me!" Seizing the moment, he was immobilized. The clone dived down, condensing hundreds of black swords that lunged straight at him. "I'll kill your favorite student first and see if you still have the heart to fight me." 2 minutes before Nangong Si Rui was entangled by the black snakes, Xiao Yi was discussing with his companions. "Even Nangong has no confidence. Aren't we dead meat? We have to find a way fast." Meng Yu explained that in their current state, going there would only be a burden. Though Shen Yi was exhausted, he still spoke up. "We can't just sit and wait for death. If Nangong Si Rui loses, we're completely out of chances." He walked with staggering steps, no matter what. "I have to go help him." Seeing this, Meng Yu tried to stop him. "Shen Yi, wait, you've consumed too much energy." Xiao Yi said here trendingly, "Brother Yi, you rest, let me and Yun Yi go." Nearby, Yun Yi followed with a few barks. Suddenly, the silhouette of a horse appeared in the distance. Shen Yi watched as it walked toward him. As the horse drew near, it revealed a majestic posture. From a distance, the horse recognized him and spoke. "The breath of the moon, are you a disciple of the Huntian Gate?" Shen Yi replied, "That's right," he thought to himself. "This horse can actually talk." It looked at Shen Yi and decisively proposed, "To think you even have the blessing of the Dharma realm. You are indeed no ordinary mortal. I am the fastest and steadiest horse here. Mount me and let us set off." Meng Yu recognized it and blurted out, "That's the snow-tread divine steed." Shen Yi was surprised. "You know it," Meng Yu explained. "This horse is very famous, pitch black all over with hooves as white as snow and incredibly fast." Hearing Meng Yu's appraisal, it struck a powerful pose showing off its muscles. "It is said to possess divine powers that can lead its master out of desperate straits. This is a famous steed of the Dharma realm," the horse responded. "That is indeed I." Shen Yi asked in surprise, "Didn't you say this was a small Dharma realm created by the proctor? Why is it here? What exactly is a Dharma realm?" Meng Yu explained that simply put, the Dharma realm is like a boundless surging ocean of energy. Everyone's power originates from the Dharma realm. A scene appeared showing a city encased in a bubble. The Dharma realm we are currently in can be understood as a bubble in the ocean. There are countless bubbles of various sizes in the sea. They are independent of each other, but there are ways to travel between them. The snow-tread divine steed possesses such an ability. Shen Yi realized the truth and then asked, "So that's how it is. You just said the snow-tread divine steed has various divine powers. Can it help us fight?" Meng Yu replied, "You'll have to ask it to find out." The horse told him good news. "Of course, in 2 ways. The first is to borrow your power, but the borrowed power is limited. The second is for us to temporarily become one. I can utilize all the powers you have mastered." Shen Yi excitedly chose the second option. "Fusion sounds interesting, let's go with that." After the conversation, the two radiated a blinding light and soared into the air. The horse spoke, "Hand your weapon to me." "What is your name?" Shen Yi replied honestly. "Shen Yi." Hearing this, the horse nodded. "Shen Yi, it's been a long time since I fused with a disciple of the Huntian Gate. I'm excited too. Let's silently recite each other's names in our hearts." Suddenly it grew even more excited. "Yes, I sense your calling. Shen Yi is power. You truly are extraordinary." After a moment they gradually began to fuse. "Come, fusion transformation." Because there was too much smoke, Xiao Yi and Meng Yu covered their faces on the side. The resulting fusion that appeared before them was somewhat comical. Xiao Yi's eyes nearly popped out, while Meng Yu felt something wasn't quite right. In this bizarre form, the horse couldn't help but curse. "What the hell is this? Are you serious?" Shen Yi hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, it's my first time using this power. Things got a bit messy for a moment." With that, they tried fusing again. Amidst the smoke, Shen Yi's elegant hands and horse legs appeared. Then his face was revealed. Shen Yi was now a centaur with an 8-meter-long horn growing from his head. Xiao Yi praised from the side, "Wow, so cool." Yun Yi was very excited, and Meng Yu's face turned crimson with shyness because Shen Yi looked too handsome. With the fusion complete, Shen Yi instructed them, "You stay here, I'll be back soon." No sooner had he spoken than Shen Yi sped away, leaving them staring at his back. Xiao Yi couldn't help but marvel at the departing figure. Heavens, that's just too magical. Meng Yu, do you think the one talking just now was Shen Yi or the snow-tread divine steed? But in response to Xiao Yi's question, she still covered her face in shyness. What's wrong with you? Seeing the swarm of black snakes surging forward, Teacher Yang shouted a warning. Nangong, watch out for the black ink. Si Rui shouted in panic. Oh no, teacher, save me. The clone gave a cold laugh, threatening its opponent. I'll kill your favorite student first and see if you still have the heart to fight me. With that, the clone immediately executed its ultimate move, Ink Sword Circle, Dark Ink Giant Sword. The giant sword cut through the sky, heading straight for him and Teacher Yang with world-destroying force. The clone roared, die! Just as the blade was about to hit the target, an ancient shield suddenly appeared, blocking Teacher Yang and leaving her stunned. She froze on the spot, then realized with horror, is that an ancient divine shield? Seeing the opponent fall into the trap, Shen Yi chuckled. You've been played. Watching Si Rui get caught in the aftershock, Teacher Yang's face changed as she screamed. No, Nangong, don't, the clone laughed mockingly. Damn naive brat to actually dream of defeating me in my own Dharma realm. Si Rui used all his strength to restrain the enemy's clone until he spat blood from the dark spell. Yet he didn't forget to remind Teacher Yang, I'm still a bit short as expected. Lord Proctor, the rest is up to you. Witnessing this, Teacher Yang was deeply moved. Nangong, you actually came with the resolve to die just to help me restrain the clone. Seeing the opponent still resisting, the clone said coldly, Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Teacher Yang watched the attack come and shouted in despair, This is bad, we're too late. The clone opposite seized the moment and roared, Die! Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Nangong. Shen Yi took him into his arms to protect him, leaving both Teacher Yang and the clone stunned. Shen Yi asked calmly, Are you all right? Seeing Si Rui was injured, he continued, You children of the great families should have miraculous spiritual pills for self-healing, right? Si Rui looked up alertly. Who are you? Shen Yi introduced himself with a smile. I am Shen Yi, the dark steed Shen Yi. Shen Yi, the snow-tread divine steed. Hearing this name, Si Rui was very surprised. Realizing the divine shield was about to slip from his control, Si Rui frowned. Damn it, the distance is too far. My control over the shield has weakened, letting it break free. Shen Yi charged into the battlefield without hesitation. I'll go help the Lord Proctor. The clone immediately switched its magic array to attack Si Rui and Shen Yi, shouting Ink Burst Circle. However, unexpectedly, Shen Yi's spiritual power transformed into countless black swords condensing in midair, finally merging into a single massive azure giant sword that lunged straight at the clone. The clone couldn't believe its eyes and screamed, How is this possible? Shen Yi raised his hand to summon heavenly thunder, shouting 10,000 thunder induction. Bolts of heavenly thunder fell from the sky, instantly obliterating all cursed clones. Si Rui cried out in surprise. Our cursed clones have all been struck dead by lightning. Looking at the scene before her, Teacher Yang was in disbelief. To actually draw the power of another Dharma realm into one's own, is this real? Witnessing her student's performance, her eyes turned red with emotion. This year she had actually managed to recruit so many outstanding students. She looked up at the starry sky still filled with lightning and muttered to herself, Is this real? I'm not dreaming, am I? Finally, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. I'm so moved. Watching the lightning sweep across the battlefield, the crowd below screamed in terror. Our clones have all been killed by lightning. Everyone looked up at the sky in unison, all feeling shocked. What is that? A centaur? Was the lightning released by him? After inducing the heavenly thunder, Shen Yi's figure gradually became unstable. Informed that his fusion time was up, he was somewhat dissatisfied. So soon, Shen Yi gave a slight nod and proactively deactivated the fusion state. Fusion deactivate, the flow of light enveloping his body dissipated, revealing his true appearance and leaving everyone in shock. What? That person was actually Shen Yi. A student couldn't help but show a look of admiration, lamenting, So one can be this cool without being from a great family. Another looked at Shen Yi and said in disbelief, This Shen Yi is clearly a commoner. How is it possible for him to possess such divine power? Just then a divine steed descended from the sky, landing beside Shen Yi and drawing marvels from the crowd. That's the snow-tread divine steed. He can actually ride such a divine horse. Meng Yu stepped forward to support Shen Yi, asking with concern, Shen Yi, are you all right? Shen Yi replied with a smile, Yeah, just a bit tired. Seeing Shen Yi's pale face, she explained softly, It's normal to be tired. Fusion consumes mental energy, and you didn't have much strength left to begin with. Rest well, I'll take you safely to Shirong. After Meng Yu spoke, Si Rui took out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Shen Yi. Shen Yi, take this. Seeing Shen Yi was still hesitant, Si Rui continued, This is a special medicine from my family. It should be helpful to you. Shen Yi looked at the wounds on Si Rui and asked, Nangong, are your injuries okay now? Si Rui nodded. Yeah, I used this medicine too. Meng Yu looked at the spiritual medicine in Shen Yi's hand and said in surprise, Could this be the heavenly immortal Jade Dew? she recognized the origin of the medicine and cried out, "The legendary divine medicine of the Nangong family, capable of restoring all health and energy." Realizing the medicine's value, Shen Yi refused. "This medicine is too precious and you probably don't have much of it either. Is it really okay to give it to me?" He explained calmly, "I'm just a bit tired, I'll recover after some rest." Observing the situation, Si Rui continued to persuade him, "In your current state, you probably won't have much time to rest, and I don't want to owe you any favors." With a sincere gaze he added, "You've saved me twice and I, Nangong Si Rui, always pay my debts." Before departing, Si Rui flashed a competitive smile. "Focus on your recovery. Once we reach Shirang, I want to duel you again to see who is truly stronger." Shen Yi simply gave a light smile, deeply cherishing this sentiment. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, an emergency bulletin arrived from the outside. An A-rank disaster has descended. Although bombs destroyed Cloud Mountain Port, masters sent by the 3 high schools have joined forces to eliminate the threat. Search and rescue teams have been deployed and are actively conducting operations. A large number of survivors have been rescued. The estimated death toll is approximately 3,000, and rescue efforts are ongoing. Please pray for Cloud Mountain Port. Hearing that the disaster had been eliminated, Shen Yi froze. The disaster was eliminated? Has the Lord of the Demon Prison fallen? He suddenly noticed the mark on his arm was still there and immediately dismissed the report. "No, the mark on my hand hasn't vanished yet. This news is fake." Teacher Yang immediately stepped forward to reassure everyone. "Students, although the disaster has been suppressed, the curse may still linger. We at Shirang specialize in dispelling curses. You will be completely safe once we arrive. Everyone go find a mount. We're departing immediately." Meng Yu responded at once. "Let's find our mounts and head out." The others echoed in unison. Understood. After finding a mount, one student looked at his horse and then at Shen Yi's divine steed, unable to help but lament, "How come our mounts are so random while yours is so cool?" Another student replied with a laugh. "Nonsense, he's a disciple of the Huntian Gate. That's an ancient heritage. What are you? You're just here to make up the numbers." After everyone entered the spatial portal, Teacher Yang spoke up to remind them, "We've arrived. Everyone dismount." As soon as they got off, Teacher Yang continued to instruct, "Once you step out, stay in place and wait for instructions. Those in the back, keep up." Before parting, the snow-tread divine steed looked at Shen Yi with a smile. "It is time to say goodbye, successor of the Huntian Gate. Before you go, I shall give you a gift." With that, it transferred a wisp of faint energy to Shen Yi. Once finished, it continued, "This is the residual power we drew from that other Dharma realm during our fusion. Perhaps it will be of use to you." After presenting this gift, it spoke softly, "We shall meet again in a higher-level Dharma realm." Shen Yi replied with a smile, "All right, until we meet again." Stepping through the massive gateway, the students were stunned by the sight before them. Shen Yi himself froze for a few seconds before saying in surprise, "Is this place a museum?" Meng Yu explained with a smile. "Correct, this is the World Museum." Shen Yi was immediately puzzled. "But aren't we going to Shirang High School?" Seeing everyone's confusion, Meng Yu continued, "This is Shirang High School." He was instantly dumbfounded. "What?" As Meng Yu led everyone through the tour, she introduced the place. The World Museum was built by the world government itself and is located in the bustling Jade Capital. The Jade Capital is also the seat of the world government and the core city of the globe. It houses the most numerous, largest, rarest, and most valuable items in the world. Passing through various exhibition areas, she introduced them in turn. The remains of an ancient cicada after molting and the egg sacs of starkin. Moving to the next area, she continued, "Mysterious tools capable of changing inherent excavation logic." Pointing to another relic, she said, "A sea snail that records the whispers of the deceased." Looking toward the central area, she continued her explanation. "Fossilized dragon eggs, the shroud of Fendachi, and countless items recording the development and secrets of the world." She then revealed a little-known secret. The museum is built atop a gargantuan tomb, and Shirang High School is located within this grand mausoleum. This is information known to very few. After hearing this, it finally clicked for Shen Yi. "I see, Shirang is hidden in plain sight." Just then, 2 maids from the Song family walked up to Shen Yi and bowed. "Mr. Shen, we have been waiting for you for a long time." Shen Yi asked guardedly, "Who are you?" The 2 immediately introduced themselves. "We are maids from the Song family. We have specifically come to deliver news from the eldest miss to Mr. Shen." One maid activated a recording to relay Song Qingyun's message. "Mr. Shen, I was deeply saddened to learn of your recent ordeal. I have been in seclusion practicing at the Jialin Academy's Void Dojo and haven't ventured out for a long time. Therefore, the person in the videos was absolutely not me. There may be some misunderstanding between us." The recording continued to play. "I am about to complete my seclusion, at which point I will contact you to explain everything." After watching, Shen Yi confirmed once more. "Is your eldest Miss Song Qingyun?" The maid immediately replied. "Yes, none of this has anything to do with my lady, and we hope you won't have any misconceptions about her. Once she emerges, she will certainly give you an explanation." Shen Yi nodded calmly. "Fine, go back and tell her that I'll be waiting for her explanation." Having completed their task, the two maids bowed. "The message has been delivered, Mr. Shen, until we meet again." After they left, Meng Yu reminded Shen Yi, "That Song Qingyun is unfathomable. Shen Yi, if she really comes looking for you, you must be careful." Shen Yi replied softly. He didn't let everyone rest for long. Teacher Yang gathered all the freshmen and said, "All students, follow me into this room." Once everyone was settled, she began her announcement. "I originally thought the freshmen could go home for summer break after the enrollment ceremony. However, due to the Cloud Mountain port incident and the unknown curse, the school has made a new decision to ensure everyone's safety." She continued the announcement. "We will now conduct the freshman entrance boot camp." The students exclaimed in unison, "What?" Not allowing for much discussion, she explained that this boot camp was to help everyone dispel the curse and perform their initial class selection. Then, she pointed to a set of prepared armor nearby. "Time is tight, quickly pick a set of armor to put on. Then I'll take you all to depart immediately." Without waiting for everyone to get ready, she officially introduced herself. "Let's get to know each other formally. My name is Yang Yingzhen, and I am your guide into Shirung. You may call me Teacher Yang. From today onward, Shirung is your home. I hope you all cultivate diligently and fight hard. Let's go." Watching her change clothes right in front of the students, one student laughed awkwardly. "Teacher Yang really doesn't treat us like outsiders." Seeing this, Meng Yu immediately sighed. "This is exactly why I didn't want to come here in the first place." Another person asked curiously, "Why do you say that?" Demonstrating her knowledge of Shirung, she explained, "Because the environment of the underground tombs is extremely harsh. The cultivation here is considered the most rigorous and grueling among the three schools. To combat that gloomy monotony, the school gradually developed a very unrestrained and bohemian atmosphere. Most people at Shirung are informal and don't stand on ceremony." The students began walking toward the equipment racks. Teacher Yang reminded them, "Everyone, quickly choose a suitable set of armor to wear." One student picked up a set of armor, wrinkled his face and complained, "This armor is way too trashy." A dog nearby also barked in protest, "Woof, it smells a bit funky." Someone nearby took a sniff and also frowned. "It really does have a sour smell. It probably hasn't been washed in years." Another student could only comfort himself. "At least it's better than the dead man's gear the big skeleton gave us." Taking another whiff, Shen Yi immediately covered his mouth and shouted, "I'm gonna puke." Once everyone had changed, Teacher Yang announced, "Next I will take you into an anomaly." Hearing the word anomaly, the students jumped in shock. "An anomaly, isn't that extremely dangerous?" Teacher Yang didn't explain much, only checking one last time. "Squad, ready, we're moving out now." After passing through the teleportation gate, the surrounding scenery changed instantly. A student said blankly, "What's going on? Are we still underwater? It feels like the era has changed." Just then, a commander in the camp looked at the group and asked, "Who goes there?" Teacher Yang stepped forward to report, "Captain Wu, these are the recruits reporting today." Captain Wu scanned the entire squad and repeated, "Recruits." Immediately after, she flicked her finger to activate an ability. Time stopped. While everything around them was frozen, Teacher Yang took the opportunity to explain to the students. Simply put, an anomaly is a sudden intrusion of another time and space into our world. This place is a stabilized anomaly controlled and refined by our Shirung as a secret realm. It is specifically used to train the school's students. From now on, you will live and train here for a period of time. Considering you are all very tired, only basic training is scheduled for the first day. Looking at the attentive students, she continued, "On the second day, we will help you dispel the curse and attempt your initial class specification. Of course, this is just the first attempt. Many students certainly won't succeed. That's fine, don't worry about it." Regarding the subsequent schedule, she smiled. "On the third day, you'll have a day off to rest. In the evening, there will be a grand welcome banquet specially held for the three schools. Students from Jielan, Shirung, and Guishu will all gather at the banquet, so remember to wear something cool and dress up nicely." Before leaving, she waved goodbye to everyone. "The remaining matters will be arranged after the principal returns. Have fun, bye-bye." As soon as she finished speaking, a bolt of lightning flashed, and she vanished amidst the students' astonishment. The moment she left, Captain Wu deactivated her ability. "Recruits, time resumes." He scanned the students and roared loudly, "Every one of you looks like a pile of sludge. Look at your pathetic state, not quite human, yet not quite dogs." He suddenly paused. "Wait, there really is a dog." Captain Wu immediately bellowed, "Listen up. I don't care where you came from or what your background is. Now that you're on my turf, if you're a dragon, you'll coil for me. And if you're a tiger, you'll crouch for me. Anyone who disobeys military orders will be severely punished. Every time you answer, you will say, "Yes, Captain." Do I make myself clear? The students snapped to attention in unison and answered loudly, "Yes, Captain." Captain Wu pointed at Shen Yi and asked, "Hey you, what is your sole purpose for joining the army?" Shen Yi answered honestly, "To do whatever you tell me to do, Captain." Hearing this answer, Captain Wu burst into a loud laugh. "You really are a genius. That is the best answer I've ever heard. Your IQ must be at least 160. He then barked out an order. "All recruits, start by running 10 laps around the training field for me. Let's see how much skill you actually have and if you're worthy of participating in tomorrow's class selection." He turned to his adjutant and continued the order. "Adjutant, take charge. Anyone who is too slow gets the whip." The students answered in unison, "Yes, Captain." Just as they started running, one student whispered to the friend next to him, "Is that guy really going to whip us? I don't really believe it." The other student analyzed while running. "Anomalies are controllable. Isn't this just a giant role-playing game?" The dog nearby also barked a few times, expressing doubt and indignation. Just then a whip crack split the air and Captain Wu roared, "That beast, no barking without permission." Looking at the student who had been whipped to the ground, he continued to yell, "Get up and run!" Suddenly he shouted at Shen Yi, "Hey you, stop, just you, the genius." Shen Yi immediately snapped to attention, waiting for orders. Captain Wu looked at him and suddenly said, "You don't need to run anymore. Come, I'll take you back to the tents to rest." Shen Yi didn't dare to be slow and immediately replied, "Yes, Captain," following Captain Wu. He thought to himself, could there be another test in the tent area? After a while, Captain Wu brought Shen Yi to a room and said, "You can use anything in this room as you please. There's also a hot spring. Go take a bath and rest only after you're clean." Seeing that Shen Yi was still somewhat on guard, he comforted him with a smile. "Don't worry, no one else will be coming in for now." Shen Yi asked blankly, "Captain, what does this mean?" Captain Wu looked at him with full appreciation and said, "Kid, I think highly of you. Do you want to move up in the world? Hurry up, take that thing out and let me have a look." Hearing this, Shen Yi immediately crossed his arms tightly and backed away. "Hey, what do you want to see? I'm warning you, don't come any closer." Seeing his reaction, Captain Wu laughed. "What are you so nervous for?" He pointed to Shen Yi's chest and explained, "I see a strand of noble true qi lingering around you. You must be carrying some kind of token, right?" Shen Yi realized what he meant and subsequently took out the jade tablet. "Ah, do you mean this? This is my identity jade tablet." Upon seeing the tablet, Captain Wu immediately recognized its origin. "A true disciple of the Huntian Gate. I knew it. With talented young men like you, what is there to worry about regarding the great affairs of our human race?" He took out a box and said solemnly, "After recruit training ends, everyone will obtain an official initial class. Every student must choose a class as their direction for development. I have carefully selected 4 classes from among many that are most suitable for you." Captain Wu introduced the spirit stones in the box one by one. Demon Slayer, Windseeker, Evil Bane, and Nightwalker. He pointed to the first class and explained, "The Demon Slayer is a strength-oriented warrior who uses various magical artifacts to suppress demons and resist attacks." He then continued the introduction. "The Windseeker is an agility-oriented scout, specialized in tracking, messaging, assassination, and finding treasures." Pointing to the next stone, he said, "Evil Bane requires extraordinary spirit-based heterodox Taoists to learn spells to deal with monsters and ghosts." Finally, he looked at Shen Yi and said, "Of course, these are all the most basic military classes. Nightwalker is a class left behind by Huntian Gate disciples when they served in the army. If you are willing to take it on, you can obtain that class's exclusive heritage." While Shen Yi was thinking, the class description surfaced in his mind. Class selection. Those with a class will gain recognition from the Dharma realm and be able to master corresponding skills. Classes provided by the 3 high schools also allow for direct use of energy heritage from their respective Dharma realms. Shen Yi weighed his options privately. A class would provide immense assistance, and he had to choose carefully. After a moment of thought, he looked at Captain Wu and asked, "Captain, can I choose all of the classes?" He shook his head with a smile. "Come on, only children make choices." Seeing that Shen Yi was still very serious, he advised, "I don't recommend it. In the past, many people were qualified to choose multiple classes, but in the end, very few could persist." He continued to explain. "Different classes have general study plans, but there are also specialized courses that must be completed. While others are sleeping, you might still be studying. Furthermore, you must pass class exams to retain your status. In other words, you would have to handle 4 sets of exams." After hearing this, Shen Yi still made his decision. "All right, then I'll choose 2 classes first, Demon Slayer and Nightwalker." Captain Wu confirmed once more. "Are you sure you want to choose 2 classes? It will be very grueling." Shen Yi replied firmly, "I'm sure." Captain Wu nodded and instructed, "Very well, starting tomorrow. The morning will be general training for newcomers. The afternoon will be specialized courses for your respective classes," he warned seriously. "You must complete the specialized courses for all your classes or you will be eliminated and assigned to the class with the lowest starting point." Before leaving, Captain Wu added, "Nightwalker is a Huntian Gate class. I'll give instructions to the subordinates to keep your secret and avoid any unnecessary trouble." Shen Yi lowered his head in gratitude. "I understand, thank you, Captain." Captain Wu nodded and turned to leave. Get some good rest. At midnight tonight the anomaly will close for 10 minutes. You can head back to the real world to catch your breath." Once he was alone, Finn appeared and asked, "Shen Yi, shuttling between two worlds and choosing two classes, can you really manage all that?" Shen Yi replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I can adjust my attribute points freely. I don't need to spend time cultivating the specific attributes required for a class." Finn had a sudden realization. "True," it then continued. "Are you going to the nightmare world tonight?" Shen Yi shook his head. "No, I'm dead tired right now." After saying that, he lay back in the hot spring and muttered, "I just want to." Shen Yi calmly closed his eyes and rested for a while, soaking in the warm water. He let out a sigh of relief. It felt wonderful. Outside on the training field, the sounds of drills continued unabated. Students kept shouting, "Faster, 5 laps to go," listening to the hurried footsteps. Shen Yi let out a light chuckle. "I can't believe I get to watch them run here." The rhythmic slogans echoed through the camp. "Pick it up, 121, he lamented. "This is what youth feels like." Just then, a strange voice suddenly rang out from outside his door. "Hello, your delivery is here." Shen Yi blankly repeated, "Delivery? Who ordered a delivery?" He sat up instantly, his face full of confusion. "Wait, aren't I inside an anomaly? Where did a delivery come from?" The delivery man announced loudly, "Hello, your delivery has arrived." Shen Yi shouted back toward the outside alertly, while thinking to himself, "Just leave it at the door. There are delivery guys inside anomalies who ordered this for me." The delivery man quickly agreed. "All right, there's another delivery for you as well. I've left them both at your door." A second later, he pressed his ear against the door and whispered his speculation. "Sounds like he's walked away," Finn commented helplessly. "You're being too careful. This is your school's territory after all." Shen Yi retorted with a serious face, "What do you know, better safe than sorry." Without further ado, he quickly reached out and pulled the cardboard box inside. Shen Yi decisively dragged it in and slammed the door shut. He blankly read the information while unpacking. "What's this? This food was ordered for you by Instructor Wu. Please enjoy with peace of mind." It really was a delivery. This eerie anomaly was actually being controlled so thoroughly that even deliveries could be synchronized here. Shen Yi carefully opened the box lid with suspicion. What exactly is in this delivery? It couldn't be a bomb, could it? No sooner had the words left his mouth than a beam of light unexpectedly shot into the air from inside, blooming like fireworks to reveal several lines of congratulatory text. "High aspirations, traversing 10,000 miles, seeking the Tao to open new realms, leaving a name for eternity. The Human Martial Arts Group congratulates Shen Yi on his outstanding performance in the competition." The soldiers below were stunned, shouting, "What's that?" Looking at these grand words, he commented with a wry smile, "Not a bad couplet. It's a good omen, just a bit of an exaggeration." Afterward, Shen Yi curiously turned his attention to the inside of the box. There was something else inside. "Is this the reward from the group that old Qian mentioned?" At the same time, the system appeared and explained, "Greetings, Shen Yi. The top-tier technological product of the Human Martial Arts Group is currently incubating." Hearing this, Shen Yi froze and asked, "What is the top-tier technological product?" After a quick scan, the system displayed Single Soldier Bioduplicate. This duplicate perfectly replicates your appearance, physique, voice, brainwaves, heartbeat, blood flow, and height. In case of danger, the bioduplicate can be sent to handle it. You only need to find a safe place to hide. It still needs some time to complete incubation. It would automatically call him once the incubation was complete. Shen Yi pondered with anticipation. "My own duplicate. I wonder how it compares to the mask. Whatever, let it incubate slowly." Suddenly, that card appeared before him. System information update. The exam has concluded. All candidates' information has been updated. You have entered the preliminary list for the 3 high schools. The current order does not represent ranking. He blankly assessed this unranked preliminary list, but the star ratings were still there. After seeing the data inside, Shen Yi shouted in surprise, "Xiao Mengyu and Nan Gong Sirui's 6 stars are so dazzling. Wait, why is there another 6 star? He muttered to himself in confusion. "Yun Ni. Who is this? I haven't seen her. Is she a student of Jialan Academy?" Shen Yi commented with a blush. "Quite cute. Probably another genius young lady raised by a great family." A second later, he jumped back into the hot spring and vented his frustration gloomily. "Boring. Is it really necessary to have family heirlooms or divine weapons like them just to reach 6 stars? Finn smiled and comforted him. You seem quite bothered by not reaching 6 stars, Shen Yi admitted it directly. No, they've practiced for over a decade, and how long have I been at it? It's normal to not match up to them. It saw through Shen Yi's thoughts and reminded him seriously. You're clearly unwilling to settle. Shen Yi, let me remind you. I saw a flicker of lightning in your flame of life. That should be the power given to you by the snow-tread divine steed before it left. If you can make it evolve, your strength will surely increase significantly. Shen Yi had a sudden realization and shouted excitedly, right, there's also this thunder and lightning power. He began to circulate his cultivation technique without hesitation. Perfect. Let's try it out now. Instantly, the water in the lake rippled violently. The system displayed a warning in red, insufficient resonance, unable to subdue the lightning from the Dharma realm. Seeing this, Shen Yi issued a fierce command, insufficient resonance. Add all attribute points to resonance. The system confirmed the conversion. All attribute points have been added to resonance. Current resonance 25. Moonlit inheritance resonance 20. Just then he began to concentrate on condensing lightning between his palms. Shen Yi gritted his teeth and persisted. At this moment, a terrifying flow of lightning radiated throughout the entire space. He roared, "Settle down for me." Shen Yi used every ounce of his strength to lock it tightly within his palms. "Sound out for me," the soldiers muttered in confusion. "What's that sound?" After the current stabilized, the system displayed continuously. "You have absorbed the lightning power from the Dharma realm. Your Thunder Palm has officially broken through to Dharma Realm Level 1. As a Huntian Gate disciple, you have activated the Moonlit Dharma Realm inheritance power. When your Bone Ring, Sky Shadow, and Flowing Moon skills all break through to Dharma Realm Level 1, you will obtain information regarding the Huntian Gate relics left in the Dharma Realm." Next, the Fate card in the void flipped over, and the information was updated. The system praised, "You have been promoted to a 6-star junior. With your brilliant talent, you have leapt to become a true disciple of the Huntian Gate. However, the Huntian Gate has vanished in the river of time. What he can ultimately obtain, and the heights he can reach are something to look forward to." At this moment, Shen Yi cheered excitedly. "Bone Moon suppressing the heavens has broken through to Dharma Realm Level 1, and I've been promoted to 6 stars. It's a comprehensive breakthrough." Looking at the rising white steam, he cried out in surprise. "Even the hot spring water has evaporated." Suddenly, Mengyu pushed open the door and entered worriedly. "Shen Yi, are you all right?" At that moment, she was stunned by the sight of Shen Yi completely naked. Mengyu's face turned crimson, and she suddenly turned her head away, questioning loudly. "What are you doing? Why aren't you wearing clothes?" Shen Yi scrambled to cover himself and shouted, "The one who should be asking that is me." "Why did you suddenly rush in?" she explained in a panic. "The training just ended and I saw lightning striking down here. I was worried about your safety." Realizing the awkward situation, Shen Yi quickly grabbed his clothes. "Wait a minute, let me get dressed first." Just then a signal bell rang. It was already midnight. The anomaly was about to close. No sooner had the words been spoken than a naked Shen Yi was teleported outside. Everyone was complaining tiredly. Finally out, running laps around the training field was exhausting. In an instant, a group of people stared with wide eyes at the stark naked him. Seeing this, Xiao Yi shouted in terror. "Big brother Yi, you're playing it this big," one of the girls screamed in horror. "Pervert, wait, I'm not." Seeing Surui raise his phone, Shen Yi pointed at him indignantly. "Don't you dare take a picture." Suddenly, Teacher Yang clapped her hands and praised, "Shen Yi, you are the student I've seen who has adapted to the Shirung life rhythm the fastest." He tried to explain in panic that it's not like that, but there was no other way. Running for it was Shen Yi's best option. "Damn it, get out of the way, I'm going to get dressed." Teacher Yang looked at his back and nodded in praise. Truly a hot-blooded youth. After getting dressed, his parents asked gleefully, "Son, congratulations on getting into 3 top schools. Dad and Mom are so happy. The exam must have been very hard, right?" He stood in a corner and answered slowly, "I'm okay." Just then, several curious people pointed and whispered, "Look quickly, it's the guy who released the dragon." Facing the camera, Shen Yi asked in confusion, "Dad, Mom, why are you with the principal?" The principal praised with high spirits, "Shen Yi, congratulations on successfully completing the exam." Subsequently, the principal announced proudly, "You are the first student in our school's history to get into 3 prestigious schools. This is the bronze statue the teachers have sculpted for you." Fireworks shot into the sky. Seeing this, he complained with a bitter face, "This is too much. Why are there gongs and drums too? The firecrackers are deafening." "Wait, why are they still burning incense?" the people inside shouted in terror. "No need to worship, just sending flowers is fine, and skip the fruit, he's not dead yet." "You few burning incense, don't be so superstitious." Shen Yi's parents bid an awkward farewell. "Wait, it looks like something's on fire." "Son, train well, Dad and Mom have to hang up, we'll talk later." After the call ended, he muttered helplessly, "What on earth is going on?" Just then, Shen Yi suddenly noticed the back of his hand and cried out. One red line was missing. 6 days remained on the bet. Shen Yi thought seriously of that promise. That's right, Xiao Mengyu had said before that her investigation into the flare had stalled due to clearance levels. He tapped the keyboard without hesitation. Now that my personal clearance has been raised, perhaps I can take this opportunity to investigate the Archaeology Association incident from back then. As soon as the information appeared, Shen Yi shouted, "There it is! System prompt, identity verification successful. Note, this is classified intelligence. Any disclosure will be subject to criminal liability." A video subsequently played, showing Luo Sheng tied to a chair in the frame. Xiao Lin mocked triumphantly. "Look who's here, isn't this our great archaeologist?" he interrogated fiercely. "Look at who this is, isn't this our genius archaeologist?" Xiao Lin stood before him and commented arrogantly, "I remember you, husband of 768, father of 760, those two were top tier. I still occasionally recall those wonderful nights." He provocatively held up a phone without a second thought. "I still have the videos from then, let me show them to you." Xiao Lin clicked his tongue with insincere regret. "A pity I accidentally used too much force back then and crushed their chest cavities. They stopped breathing on the spot." Luo Sheng was stunned, his eyes lifting slightly to look at the screen. Suddenly he grabbed Luo Sheng's head in disdain and roared loudly. "Also, you pariah, sneaking into my manor, could it be you want to avenge them?" Xiao Lin claimed crazily. "You must understand I bought them through legal channels. It's precisely because you didn't listen to the higher-ups that they fell into the black market," he exposed without hesitation. "It seems they wanted you to activate some altar, but you refused, saying it would kill many people. Truly kind to a fault." Xiao Lin laughed loudly. "A pity that in the end it was your own wife and daughter who were killed, but I really have to thank you." He excitedly revealed a greedy expression. "Without you, how could I have experienced that?" Just then, what happened next shocked Xiao Lin. Luo Sheng whispered coldly, "Have you said enough?" He squeezed Xiao Lin's hand, making an eerie sound. "I'm very hungry," he ordered in a panic. "Guards, kill him." In an instant the two guards were killed. Luo Sheng approached Xiao Lin with hatred. "You noble scions are but lucky mortals, yet you dare to control the lives of others at will, even calling yourselves the gods of this world. Truly foolish and arrogant." Seeing the situation was critical, Xiao Lin hurriedly begged for mercy. "Damn it, noble king of bright fire, I beg you." However, he was brutally torn apart. Luo Sheng's expression was distorted as he fell into madness. "But you don't know that the true god has already descended. I will skin you with it, strip your flesh, chew your bones, and suck your marrow dry. I will eat you clean, leaving nothing behind." Seeing this, Shen Yi was stunned for a long time, unable to help but shudder. So that's how it was? The Flayer was victimized by noble families and with nowhere left to turn, opened the forbidden altar, leading to the descent of the Lord of the Piteous Demon Prison. Shen Yi suspected these images involved noble secrets. "Kunlun, why are you showing me this? Regardless of his past, he has already gone too far down the wrong path. I will not forgive him. Death will be his only ending." As soon as the words left his mouth, the system issued a clear warning. "The Huntian Gate's clearance is higher than you imagine. The secrets of the noble families are also deeper than you imagine. You can see these secrets only because you are qualified. I will continue to guard humanity, but I will never interfere in any human behavior." Finn quickly reminded. "Shen Yi, I've seen the statue in that fat guy's hand in the video." Hearing this, he was stunned. "You've seen it," it explained calmly. "That is the ancient wind dragon deity. It died in that divine war. I don't know why its statue appeared in your world." After hearing this, Shen Yi speculated with concern. "A deity of the undead race from the nightmare world appeared in this world, and Thunder Palm. The Thunder Palms of both worlds are identical. Could there be some connection between these two worlds?" He frowned and asked himself. "Someone has drawn an otherworldly deity to this world and even wants it to enter the history of human civilization. What exactly is the conspiracy behind this?" Just then the system teleported him to another location once more. Rest time had ended. The other world opened again, returning to a familiar place. Shen Yi stretched tiredly. "Whatever, there's no use thinking too much." He threw himself into a deep sleep regardless. Since things had come to this, sleep came first. The scene shifts to the Song family castle. At this time a maid walked slowly into the room and reported respectfully, "Second miss, the head of the family requests your presence in the study." At this moment Yin Chen was sitting on the balcony reading a book. She answered softly, "Understood." Subsequently, the maid pushed her wheelchair to lead her there. Stopping before the door, she tilted her head to report, "Father." "Sister, I'm here." Without another word, Song Changfeng ordered sternly, "Come in." He stared at his daughter in contemplation. Beside him, Qingyun also looked over. Yin Chen bowed politely to greet them. "Greetings, father. Greetings, sister." Suddenly, she was startled, followed by a violent coughing fit. She kept coughing up blood. Seeing this, Qingyun stepped forward arrogantly, feigning concern. "My poor sister, I went to the Shangguan family a while ago to request an old mountain ginseng. Perhaps it will be beneficial for your body." Yin Chen thanked her awkwardly. Thank you for your concern, sister, she added meaningfully. We are sisters. There's no need for you to be so polite. Meanwhile, Song Changfeng cut straight to the point with a solemn expression. Let's talk business. Yinchen, your sister has run into a bit of trouble. Although it's not a major issue, I feel it is necessary to erase this stain on her behalf. Yinchen asked worriedly. What happened to sister? Is it serious? He narrated calmly. She merely made a few jokes in public, but those noble scions from the subordinate families actually took them as truth and did some foolish things. Worse yet, they didn't clean up their mess, allowing others to get a handle on the situation, which has implicated your sister. Changfeng added angrily, originally these were all minor matters. Who could have imagined that Ant would have such good luck? He actually obtained the status of a true disciple of that strongest and most unique sect. In the blink of an eye, that Ant has become a hot commodity. This was originally a bad thing, but it can also be turned into a good one. Hearing this, Yinchen repeated in confusion, turning a bad thing into a good one? He confirmed insidiously. That's right, as long as you admit that those words were all spoken by you. Then Changfeng gave a cruel instruction. Just say that you are the Song family's second Miss Song Yinchen, and that you mischievously impersonated your sister to make those jokes, never imagining it would lead the world to misunderstand her and the Song family. After you make a public apology, I will use various means to mend the relationship with him. It would be best if we could draw him over to our side to serve the Song family. She lifted her eyes bitterly and asked, Then what about me? What should I do? He dismissed her coldly. Nothing will happen to you. You are nothing but a waste after all, Changfeng threatened fiercely. Everyone knows you don't have the ability to plot such things. Everything was done by those noble scions. No one will make things difficult for you. Beside them, Qingyun offered hypocritical comfort. This matter will cause my sister some grievance, however, he stated indifferently. There is no grievance to speak of, for childhood playmates to meet again after growing up. It's actually a wonderful thing for him. Yinchen froze and asked back, Childhood playmates? She leaned down to ask her younger sister. Don't you remember? Qingyun confirmed with a smile. It's Shen Yi, the big brother Shen Yi who saved us when we were little. She repeated blankly, Big brother Shen Yi. Yinchen managed a strained smile and said, I'm sorry, sister, I don't remember at all. At this point, Changfeng gestured with disdain. Don't waste your breath on her. She's sickly all year round. It's normal that she doesn't remember. He warned sternly. Yinchen, this is a rare opportunity for you to show that you still have some use. Cooperate well with your sister and don't disappoint your father again. Choking back her emotions, she could only obey. Yes, father. A second later, Qingyun gave her instructions triumphantly. Sister, then it's settled. I will take you with me to the 3 schools' welcome party, she persuaded in a sweet tone. You only need to apologize to Shen Yi and this matter will be over. Qingyun announced arrogantly. The altar is nearly complete. I intend to make the Song family great once more. Leading the 6 great families, I cannot be distracted by such trifles, she followed up with a smile. You'll help your sister, won't you? Yinchen replied with effort. Of course, sister, that's more like it. She choked up as she recalled those past events. Over the years, every single thing had remained unchanged, just like that day. That year, her sister awakened the family's ancient talent, causing a sensation. Everyone gathered around to congratulate her. It was incredibly lively. Meanwhile, I had started falling ill constantly a year prior, leaving my body extremely weak. As a result, my awakening attempt was a disaster, even worse than that of an average person. My sister and I were supposed to share the heavy responsibility of making the Song family the world's strongest force once more. But my performance caused the family to lose all face, even making those subordinate families waver. I should have quietly left for a place where no one knew me. However, Qingyun reached out her hand to her. She comforted her gently. Sister, don't worry, from now on I will protect you. I will shoulder everything and make the Song family the strongest force. And you, no matter how weak you are, I won't mind. You will always be my sister. Realizing the cruel truth, Yinchen was in agony. I knew that from that moment on I had already leapt into the abyss. She fell into despair. This world no longer has any value for my existence. By now, Yinchen had returned to her room. She looked at the sky and speculated inwardly, Sister, did you think I didn't know? Wasn't my illness bestowed by you? You were afraid I would be stronger than you, so you secretly placed a curse on me all along, turning me into a cripple. And yet, for a waste to have the gall to impersonate the Song family's eldest miss, causing the descent of an evil god and the deaths of hundreds of thousands, to think you want me, this waste, to take the fall for a crime that even those noble scions wouldn't dare shoulder. Yinchen stood up slowly and firmly, vowing, I will never let you have your way. She took off her clothes and emphasized, Today I seek death, for only in death can I obtain a new life. Once her clothes were completely removed, Yinchen changed back into her previous appearance with a sense of attachment. Let's go see Big Brother Shen Yi one last time. The scene shifts to the next day in the Shirung anomaly. At this time, Teacher Yang roared with a serious face. "Everyone hold on tight," he explained loudly. "These are demon-suppressing pillars which can suppress the curses on your bodies. The longer you hold on, the cleaner the curse will be removed. Everyone hold out for me." Meanwhile, Xiao Yi complained indignantly. "Holding a pillar is one thing, but why can't we wear clothes?" Guo Yunya beside him explained quickly. "I heard this is the only way to clear it completely." At the same time, Si Rui flatly refused. "I decline. I appreciate the school's kindness, but I'll pass." Nearby, Meng Yu screamed in anger. "Get away! Who dares tell me to hug that thing? I'll cleave them. I haven't been cursed at all." Seeing the fierce resistance, Teacher Yang made a helpless adjustment. "Students may clear their own curses. There's no need to hug the demon-suppressing pillars. You are free to move." Just then, she grabbed him angrily and criticized him harshly. "Shen Yi, you really are a pervert to think you chose this school." He defended himself aggrievedly. "How was I supposed to know?" Meng Yu ordered with a stern face. "Come with me, I have something to say to you." Meng Yu spoke coldly. "I just received news. The report from Cloud Mountain Port was fake. The images we saw in the Dharma realm before were fabricated," Shen Yi then asked. "Then what was the actual result?" But in his heart, he thought, "Just as I expected." She replied coldly, "The team sent to suppress the disaster was wiped out. Cloud Mountain Port has sunk into the sea, with only a very few survivors." Hearing that such a major event had occurred, Shen Yi suddenly thought, "Can those great families really suppress the news?" Meng Yu immediately negated it, saying they couldn't. After that, she added, "So this is just a stalling tactic. They are definitely plotting some conspiracy, likely involving you." Shen Yi replied with a bitter smile. "It seems they still won't let me go. Good, I also wanted to find them for revenge. By the way, what about the people you killed during the exam? Many were noble scions. There was even an old master. How do they plan to handle that?" Meng Yu asked blankly. "An old master," he then explained. "All right, you didn't know, we got separated back then. And he suddenly appeared to hunt me down. He was a blind old man with unfathomable strength, able to use sound waves to attack. Clearly some worldly expert." Only then did she realize it was the Grand Enshrined of the Zhengli family, ranked among the 36 great families. "I heard he died in a very eerie way, with even his soul missing. So you were the one who killed him." After realizing this, Meng Yu immediately asked in confusion, "Shen Yi, how did you do it? That Grand Enshrined was at the second level of the Dharma realm." He laughed and gave a casual excuse. "I don't have that kind of ability. While he was hunting me, I ran into Zhao Yibing and the Flayer, and he was killed by them." She actually believed him. So that's how it was. No wonder on the surface all casualties in the exam were attributed to the disaster. On the other side, Shen Yi spoke again. "So that old man was from the Zhengli family. That's an important clue." After saying that, he announced with heroic spirit, "As long as I follow this clue, I can find the mastermind. I must drag them all out." Just then, a notification came. "Shen Yi, someone is looking for you. They're waiting in your room." He asked back in shock, "Looking for me here?" The person immediately confirmed, "That's right, the person came with a military order and specified you by name." After hearing this, Shen Yi turned and said, "All right, then I'll go have a look." She then urged him. "Shen Yi, although it's relatively safe here, you mustn't let your guard down," he replied lightly. "I know." Soon, the previously closed door was pushed open. Subsequently, Shen Yi poked his head in to observe. Whatever he saw caused his eyes to widen in surprise. A second later, Shen Yi blurted out in astonishment, "It's you? Why have you come to find me?" Yinshin replied flatly, "Don't be surprised. Didn't I say I would come for you after the exam?" He walked closer and praised, "Impressive, I didn't expect you to arrive so quickly. Perfect timing." With that, Shen Yi placed a gift on the table. "This is for you." Her eyes immediately lit up. "Is this the gemstone to dispel the curse? You really found it? Where did you get a treasure like this? If the wrong person finds out, they'll surely kill you for it." He was very happy to be praised. "Don't worry, I earned it through a part-time job. There won't be any problems." However, Yinshin wasn't very happy after hearing this, and questioned, "What kind of job lets you earn a treasure like this? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? He immediately interrupted, "Don't ask anymore. Take it and give it to your lady. It would be best if it can dispel her curse. If not, it can at least alleviate it." Shen Yi thought to himself, "You really are just a little girl after all." At this, she asked with concern, "Then I'm really taking it?" He replied, "Take it. Your lady sent you to save me twice before, and I'm very grateful. Consider this gemstone a return gift." At this moment, an imperceptible emotion suddenly flashed in Yinshin's eyes. Then she agreed, "All right, I'll thank you for your kindness on my lady's behalf. By the way, there's one more thing. If," Yinshin continued hesitantly, "if your lady's curse cannot be dispelled and she eventually returns to the dust, could you say rest in peace to her?" This caused Shen Yi's previously light-hearted mood to sink. Subsequently, he pressed his hand directly onto Yinshin's head. Then Shen Yi warned, "Stop talking nonsense. I know you're worried about your lady, but why be so pessimistic? If this gemstone doesn't work, just come to me and I'll find a way." Don't mention the word death so easily. After that, he stated firmly, "Your lady saved my life twice. To save her life I'm willing to give everything I have." Listening to Shen Yi's words, her heart was moved even further. "Tell your lady not to give up. I will never let her die." Yin-Chen thought to herself, "This time with big brother Shen Yi here, maybe I should give it a try." With that, she added, "And he doesn't want me to die." Then Yin-Chen nodded and said, "All right, since you're so considerate of my lady, I'll tell you a few secrets." She paused and continued, "Secrets about my family's other Miss Song Qingyun's secrets." Hearing this, Shen Yi asked in confusion, "Secrets about Song Qingyun?" She immediately confirmed, Then Yin-Chen began to recount, "I received news. The Song family wants the second Miss to take the blame for the eldest Miss, claiming the second Miss was mischievous and impersonated the eldest Miss to tell those people she liked you." The more he listened, the harder it was to understand. "Why do that? Is it because the consequences are now beyond control?" She explained seriously. "Because the eldest Miss and other noble scions colluded with the Flayer and caused the deaths of tens of thousands, which then led to the evil god sacrifice at Cloud Mountain Port. There will surely be more deaths by the evil god's hands in the future. Moreover, the Song family will never allow these things to become a stain on the eldest Miss." Yin-Chen's voice grew lower. "The eldest Miss awakened an ancient talent. She is the future of the Song family. Now is a critical period for her breakthrough in strength. There must be no mistakes. The second Miss is just a waste. No one cares what her end is." At this point, Shen Yi began to understand. "So taking the fall for her sister has become the only use your lady has. The Song family must think so too, right?" she replied. "That's right, and I suspect all of this was originally the eldest Miss's plan," Shen Yi asked in disbelief. "Plan? What do you mean?" Yin-Chen continued flatly. "The eldest Miss is afraid the second Miss will be stronger than her, so she always finds ways to torment her." Then she began to recount, "Placing curses to corrode the second Miss's body, driving a wedge between her and those close to her, leaving her isolated and helpless. The eldest Miss finds ways to snatch away everything the second Miss has. Even," at this point Yin-Chen's tone shifted, "even the one person the second Miss keeps in her heart and cares about, the eldest Miss wants to erase." Just then, Qingyun asked while picking up an object, "Is this a greeting card sent by big brother Shen Yi?" She opened it and said, "I remember back then he got seriously injured protecting us from a big dog. I really miss those days, so the greeting card he sent us is here." Then Qingyun said in a measured tone, "Sister, let me keep this greeting card on your behalf. Actually, I've always liked big brother Shen Yi too." This was a huge psychological blow to Yin-Chen. Hearing this, Shen Yi also understood, meaning Qingyun said that on purpose. The goal was to use those noble scions to kill me and torture her sister with the event. No wonder she had the maid bring me a message. Yin-Chen reacted immediately. "Did the eldest Miss contact you?" He nodded and replied, She said she wants to meet me at the 3 schools welcome party in a few days to clear things up." Then she asked, "Then what do you plan to do?" This question made Shen Yi fall silent for a moment. After a while he asked coldly, "Is there any way to kill Song Qingyun?" Yin-Chen spoke with a tone full of mockery. "Kill the eldest Miss with your current strength, that is a pipe dream," Shen Yi said seriously. "I have to find a way to kill her. Not a fair duel, but assassination, poison, curses, framing. Some method will eventually work on her. Even if I can't kill her, I must find a way to interfere with her breakthrough. Otherwise, once she breaks through, I'm afraid she'll have no more scruples." With that, he added, "By then, killing me will be as easy as turning over a hand. But now she isn't on guard against me yet. I only need an opportunity." However, Yin-Chen believed it was useless. "The strength gap between you is too large. All your actions are meaningless before the eldest Miss," she said softly. "When you see the eldest Miss at the welcome party in a few days, you'll understand." She added, "I hope by then you can at least tell the sisters apart and not be toyed with in the palm of her hand." Hearing this, Shen Yi asked in confusion, "How should I distinguish them?" Soon Yin-Chen replied, "Observe carefully with your eye technique." With that, she added an explanation. "The eldest Miss Qingyun awakened an ancient talent, and a blue light occasionally appears in her pupils. It's very captivating. The second Miss, Song Yin-Chen, although physically weak, has some inconspicuous talents. When she is happy, an illusion of 7-colored winter Ran appears in the void around her." As soon as she finished, Yin-Chen added, "As for you, I suggest you obtain a class as soon as possible. Only by becoming a practitioner can you possess more resources, higher clearance, and stronger power. These are the rules of this world." She gave her instructions as she walked away. "Only then will you have a glimmer of hope in confronting the eldest Miss. Whether I can kill the eldest Miss is a matter for later. For now, I just need to keep myself alive. Well, it's late, I should head back." Seeing this, Shen Yi gave an acknowledging reply. Before departing, Yin-Chen added, "By the way, everything I just told you is for your ears only." She followed up with a cold warning, especially regarding the second Miss. "If I hear anyone outside breathing a word of this, I will kill them all." Shen Yi thought to himself, So you'd kill the listeners but not me, the one who leaked it? This girl is interesting, nevertheless, he replied. Don't worry, I swear I won't say a word. Yin Chen sat atop the back of a large fish flying through the air. The fish leapt forward, laughing as it spoke. You're truly lucky. Who would have thought that guy Shen Yi would find a gemstone from who knows where that can actually resist your sister's curse? It's clear he really doesn't want you to die. Yin Chen gripped the letter in her hand tightly and offered a faint smile. The fish asked again, what should we do now? Facing this question, she remained exceptionally calm. Then I won't die yet. Perhaps I really do trust Shen Yi. With his help, maybe we truly can resolve this dead-end situation. The fish didn't object. It also thought highly of him. Let's hope so. It had to be admitted. The kid did have some potential. On the training field, Captain Wu sternly reminded the soldiers, next you will attempt to awaken your classes. Before we begin, there are a few things I need to make clear. First, every class has base attribute requirements. For example, the minor class requires at least 7 points in strength and 2 points in spirit. As he spoke, he raised his hand to demonstrate. Only after meeting the base conditions was one qualified to learn minor skills. Just like that, as he swung his weapon down, a surge of vibration rang out. Shen Yi observed with fascination, his eyes widening at the sight. Many cracks split open in the ground, and bursts of heat rose from beneath the earth. The man explained that this was the fundamental move of mining, ore seeking. It allows one to quickly locate underground mineral veins. Only after mastering this move can one be considered to have successfully awakened the class. Some people felt indignant, even showing looks of disdain. A skill like that requires 7 strength and 2 spirit? I could do that much damage with a single punch. No sooner had they spoken than the pickaxe was pointed directly at their faces. Don't look down on miners. Mining is the most basic activity in the underworld. Any class must master it, or they aren't qualified to enter the subterranean world. Immediately after, Shen Yi suddenly asked in a loud voice, Report, when I saw you swing the pickaxe just now, a phantom animal appeared above it. What was that? This question seemed to be exactly what Captain Wu wanted. And Shen Yi even received praise in front of everyone. Everyone take note. This is the gap between you and a genius. In truth, there was nothing there, as expected of a Huntian Gate disciple. To have awakened the Dharma Eye so quickly, he demonstrated once more as a large amount of minerals from the soil rose up, he spoke as he cleaved the ground. I believe anyone can do this, but the core part of ore seeking lies in the seeking. Finding the minerals is the goal. Ore seeking is a move that mobilizes the power of the Dharma realm. That power condenses into spirit servants to help me find minerals. Sure enough, several strange creatures burrowed out from the ground, bringing out ores that had been buried deep beneath. Everyone marveled at the sight. Look, ore is coming out of the cracks, Captain Wu continued. So you understand now, successfully awakening a class is essentially obtaining recognition from the Dharma realm. Practitioners can use the power of the Dharma realm, and these moves bring about special effects. The higher the Dharma realm's recognition of you, the greater the power and effect of the moves you release. When recognition reaches a certain level, a title will manifest. Shen Yi was somewhat puzzled, wondering what this title was. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked directly, Report, Captain Wu, what purpose does a title serve? The man praised him again. Good question. I like proactive learners like you. With a smile on his face, Captain Wu radiated a surge of pressure. He said, Practitioners with titles can utilize the power of the Dharma realm to a much greater extent. Watch closely. This is also ore seeking. The pickaxe pointed at the ground as he prepared to act once more. This time I will use my title to release it. Shen Yi had been observing the whole time. At that moment, he noticed something. A tag had surfaced above the opponent's head after Captain Wu acted. A ring rose beneath his feet, and spiritual energy spread in all directions. The ground became exceptionally uneven, causing the other miners to tumble around in confusion. Immediately following this, a massive amount of ore gushed from underground, almost like a rain of minerals. This time, no one could hide their admiration. To think so much ore would fly out, the effect of this ore seeking was at least 10 times greater. Is this the power of a title? Captain Wu continued to explain. Those who can obtain a title are, without exception, rare geniuses. Standing before the pile of ore, he spoke words that provoked deep thought. But you are lucky. This is Shirung High School. Shirung, Jielan, and Guishu are the 3 top schools in the world precisely because they have obtained the recognition of the Dharma realm and can communicate with it. Here, it is easier for you to obtain a title than for an ordinary practitioner. Shen Yi observed the man before him, thinking, Instructor of Shirung, is that his title? So the tags I've been seeing all along are titles. He then turned his gaze to the girl beside him, whose expression was exceptionally serious. Xiao Mengyu already had a title, though she herself likely hadn't realized it yet. While she didn't have a class yet and couldn't use the title's power, The Dharma realm had already recognized her, after evaluating others. He finally began to evaluate himself. By that logic, I also have titles, but these names are a bit too improper. He frowned, muttering to himself. Just then the instructor interrupted his thoughts. The essence of a class is the way you use the power of the Dharma realm. Once a class is successfully awakened, the stars of the Dharma realm will shine upon you, granting you a spiritual manifestation. The power of the Dharma realm will bless you, allowing you to master your first-class skill. At that point, you officially advance to level 1 of the Dharma realm. At the same level, those with titles are clearly stronger than those without. As soon as Captain Wu finished, a miner hurriedly spoke up to ask, "Captain Wu, what is the highest level of strength?" Unsurprisingly, he received a punch as soon as the words left his mouth. Ask for permission before speaking. The man could only apologize aggrievedly, however. Captain Wu still answered happily. According to current classifications, good question. Next, it was Shen Yi's turn to ask. He spoke in a loud voice. Report, how can one break through to level 2 of the Dharma realm as usual? Captain Wu was full of praise. Good question, as expected of a Huntian Gate successor, truly ambitious. He continued to explain. To break through to level 2, one must first make the first skill stronger and more perfected, while simultaneously creating a second-class skill. It is said that all paths return to one. Only the first skill is bestowed by the Dharma realm to every class, while the path thereafter must be walked by oneself. Captain Wu talked incessantly about theories that made everyone's head spin. After level 2, one must refine the power of the Dharma realm to make their class more complete. Finally, power gathers in both eyes to condense the Dharma Eye, allowing one to see through all things in the Dharma realm, thereby stepping into level 3. Judging by their expressions, everyone felt dizzy after listening. Captain Wu added, "Of course, as you've realized, 2 of our students have already awakened the Dharma Eye. This is a very rare situation. Of course, it doesn't mean they truly possess level 3 strength." With that, Captain Wu suddenly pointed at Shen Yi. "Shen Yi, what did you see with your Dharma Eye just now?" Although surprised, Shen Yi answered calmly, "Report, I seemed to see a pangolin." Wu was extremely satisfied with this answer. "That is the answer. Correct. That is the Spirit Servant summoning of Dharma Realm level 4. Spirit Servants are better at using Dharma power than humans. Compared to the previous 3 minor realms, it is practically worlds apart. To reach level 4 is to already be a top-tier expert among humans." After speaking, his tone suddenly shifted, and he said excitedly, "All right everyone, snap out of it. It's time to choose your classes. Once you step into the Dharma realm, you are no longer mortals. Your primary goal now is to successfully awaken a class. Now go to the camps over there and choose the class you desire." After dismissal, there were various tents. Those were the camps for choosing classes. Everyone scrambled to leave except for Shen Yi, who was called back. "Genius, come this way. You don't need to squeeze in with them." Shen Yi froze upon hearing this. He followed Captain Wu to a completely different location. He said, "The Nightwalker you chose is different from those ordinary classes. It is a heritage left by the Huntian Gate, and items related to the Nightwalker are preserved here. However, a seal was placed here long ago. Only a disciple of the Huntian Gate can open it." Up the stairs was a massive black gate, radiating a truly staggering power. The instructor said, "Just stand before this mysterious thing and go inside." Shen Yi asked in confusion, "What's inside?" Captain Wu didn't make it clear. "I only know it's related to the Nightwalker. Good luck, genius." Since that was the case, Shen Yi had no choice but to go in and see for himself. He pushed open the gate, and the space inside was broader than he had imagined. He walked along the passage to a ring, above which a bow and arrow were suspended. This place was very similar to the previous trial grounds. He had discovered a Huntian Gate heritage item, and it seemed this was it. Shen Yi stood and watched for a while before reaching out to touch it. The moment his fingertip touched the bow, space shifted abruptly. Shen Yi looked up in horror to find himself in a different space. There were many meteorite-like objects in the sky, along with a brilliant golden sphere that was distinctly different from the others. He felt even more lost. What on earth was going on? A breeze blew and someone appeared. That person circled in midair, holding the bow from before. He said, "Only a true disciple of the Huntian Gate who has obtained the recognition of the Dharma realm can activate this technique." Seeing this, he drew the longbow as he spoke. "Therefore, to the person who comes after, you must be my junior brother or sister. We are fated, but unfortunately it is destined that I cannot meet you." Shen Yi was utterly astonished but also guessed what this was. It was a technique recording the past. The space here looked like outer space. The senior said, "Junior, we are fated, but unfortunately we are destined not to meet." A trace of sorrow marked his face as he looked at Shen Yi with regret. "Do you see this apocalyptic scene? As you can see, our world is already dead." Shen Yi was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "Dead?" The senior drew the longbow and pointed at the stars in the sky, explaining, "The 9 stars in the sky are gods named Isara. They have invaded our world. He released the string and continued, but they are not the ones who killed the world. His invisible arrow burst with immense power, perhaps his own hatred as well. They are merely a group of scavengers who came smelling the scent, wanting to carve up the remains within this world. Shen Yi watched intently, vaguely guessing something. Shooting the suns with a bow. Could this person be Hu Yi? The residual power of the arrow shot by the man remained in the air, transforming into multiple branches that flew toward 9 different stars. Facing this scene, Shen Yi was shocked beyond measure. He asked himself, can it really be done? Cracks have appeared in the stars that were hit. The arrows connected with each other, piercing through one star after another unexpectedly. In the next second, the spheres that were originally intact all exploded. In an instant, the place became empty and meteorites fell. Shen Yi still couldn't believe his eyes. One move to destroy 9 suns. Regarding this shock, the senior was not surprised, only explaining, just now it was the combined archery of myself and my lover that destroyed the 9 Isara. She was controlling the divine power from the moon at the other end of the sea. Once Shen Yi saw the pitch-black strange entities on the other side clearly, he hurriedly asked, wait, what are those? Facing the question, the senior's expression turned sorrowful. The world is dead and countless outsiders are swarming in. This war has reached its end. We are destined to lose. Sure enough, it wasn't just one, but many bizarre things rushing toward this place. The senior continued, but this does not mean humanity will perish. On the contrary, when a world is on the brink of death, it radiates immense energy to form a barrier, preventing outsiders from leaving. Various entities are imprisoned here, eventually falling into chaos and slaughtering one another. In his final sentence, he spoke sincerely. So I hope to pass the power of the Nightwalker down to the future. The senior looked at him, performing a move with his hand. This archery technique is called flying shot, and it is a key move for the Nightwalker. Now I shall pass it and bone moon suppressing the heavens to you. As soon as he finished, a beam of light shot directly into Shen Yi's body. Only by learning flying shot and bone moon suppressing the heavens can you awaken the Nightwalker class. This insight will stay in your mind for 3 days. If you cannot learn it within 3 days, it will dissipate, the senior reminded him, his expression exceptionally serious. The content within was incredibly vast. You must conquer it, control it. I truly hope you can successfully awaken the Nightwalker class and become a ray of hope for humanity. Finally, he drew another arrow, leaving a word of farewell. A dazzling light streaked across the sky. Shen Yi covered his eyes because it was too bright, but immediately after, he heard the sound of the longbow hitting the ground where it crumbled into powder before his eyes. These matters were too profound. He wondered, were the images just now history from ancient times? The secrets passed to him by the senior were now causing a backlash. He had a nosebleed. Shen Yi crouched down, coughing incessantly as the blood flowed uncontrollably. Strange images entered his mind, and he felt a splitting headache. Not good, my head is about to explode. Seeing his currently wretched state, he lowered his head and asked himself, is this the thing he said I must conquer? No, I'll die if this continues. Shen Yi clutched his head in agony, feeling like he was dying. Fin said in terror, forcefully accepting a heritage will turn you into an idiot or even cost you your life. Shen Yi, try adding all your attribute points to comprehension. He followed the instructions and the system panel popped up. According to your wishes, all attribute points have been allocated to comprehension. Current comprehension is 20. You have previously learned bone moon suppressing the heavens, so duplicate content in the heritage has been deleted. Next you only need to accept the heritage information for the flying shot technique. The relevant information began to stream into his mind. Shen Yi cried out, it hurts, it still hurts too much, but at least I don't feel like I'm dying anymore. Fin's face was full of disdain upon hearing this. You humans are so fragile, to think you'd actually get injured just from accepting a heritage. He was already in pain, and hearing this made him even angrier. Stop making sarcastic comments, my head hurts like it's going to explode, do you have a way or not? It replied immediately. Of course I do, it's the perfect time to show you the secret technique of our undead race. No sooner had the words been spoken than Fin grew massive, standing behind Shen Yi. An undead requests to establish a link with your spirit. This technique will transform a portion of the mental attacks against you into energy that attacks the undead. The system asked whether to accept. Before confirming, Shen Yi asked Fin, can you withstand this kind of attack? It naturally refuses to lose. If you can do it, can't I? Hearing it say this, Shen Yi was reassured. System prompt, link successful. Only then did Shen Yi breathe a sigh of relief, feeling much more comfortable. Thank you. Immediately after, the notification bar popped up again. You have escaped a lethal danger. The boy who lived evaluation has been activated. All attributes increased by 2 points. Shen Yi looked jubilant. This actually works, this trait is just too useful. Suddenly, a strange sound erupted from Farron's head, sounding like both an electric shock and a fire burning. Farron let out a scream of agony. Shen Yi shouted, "Your head is smoking." Farron looked just as miserable as Shen Yi had moments ago. He scrambled in a panic from the heat. "Are you okay? You're going to melt. Should I cut the link?" Farron immediately jumped into the lake. "No, I can cool down in the water." A pleasant aroma wafted over. Shen Yi took a deep sniff and looked at Farron, who was submerged in the water. He vaguely sensed that the smell was too fragrant. It actually smelled like a rich bone broth. However, at this moment, Farron was practically limp. "I'm not going to make it." Shen Yi couldn't help but panic slightly. "Just a moment ago you said if I could do it, you could too, and now you're failing so quickly," he muttered to himself with worry. "This is bad. Big Skeleton, you better not actually die." System notification. You have severed the link with the opponent. The moment it disconnected, Shen Yi slumped to the ground. He was covered in sweat, thinking, "Fortunately, my attributes just increased. My endurance has improved again." The flying shot heritage was almost finished being received. Shen Yi lay on the ground and let out a long breath of relief. It was finally over. He hadn't expected that simply imparting the move would produce such a terrifying impact. Now, just thinking about the information regarding flying shot made his head hurt as if it were splitting open, and this information would only stay in his mind for 3 days. But this was by no means easy. He began to ponder deeply. "I must learn flying shot and awaken the Nightwalker class within 3 days. Otherwise, I'll have no chance of winning against Song Qingyun at the 3-school mixer in 3 days. After thinking for a while, he suddenly remembered Farron and sat up to ask Big Skeleton, "Are you all right?" Seeing that tiny skull in the water, he was aghast. "Big Skeleton, how did you turn into a little skeleton?" It spoke with great effort. "I'm about to be boiled away," Shen Yi first asked anxiously. "Damn it, is there a way?" But as he drew closer, he couldn't help but praise, "This soup smells so good." Not only that, but Shen Yi actually took a sip. "Right, don't you usually replenish whatever you eat? This soup is so rich it must be incredibly nourishing. Why don't you just drink it all up?" Hearing this suggestion, the skull was stunned. "Drink my own bathwater? You're too perverse." Contrary to its thoughts, Shen Yi was very interested in the soup. "This soup contains all your essence. It shouldn't go to waste." The skull let out a helpless sigh. "Forget it, there really is no other way." No sooner had the words been spoken than the surface of the water suddenly transformed into a massive vortex. A moment later, the water was sucked dry, leaving only the big skeleton. Shen Yi shouted excitedly, "It really worked. I'm recovered." "Wait, why is only your head recovered? Your body is still so small. This looks way too funny." Seeing him laugh, Farron cursed in a rage. "You idiot. Don't you know there's energy loss during conversion? If it weren't for saving you, would I have ended up in this wretched state?" Shen Yi scratched his head and hurried to soothe it with soft words. "Don't be angry. Being small is actually quite cute." Farron put its hands on its hips. The other hand clenched in a fist, suppressing its anger to question, "Shen Yi, did you successfully awaken your class? Don't tell me that after I paid such a tragic price you still failed." Shen Yi looked at it honestly and said calmly, "I didn't fail, but I didn't succeed either." Hearing this half-answer, it grew even angrier. "What do you mean?" Shen Yi began to organize the data that was making his head split, breaking into a cold sweat. "According to the information in my head about flying shot, it's not just about shooting arrows. It refers to flying and shooting." Once the information was complete, Shen Yi explained confidently. "In other words, I have to fly first before I can shoot." Farron retorted crossly, "What kind of nonsense is that?" Despite this, he still argued firmly, "Meaning I have to learn how to fly first." After saying this, he frowned and said with certainty, "But the heritage didn't teach me how to fly. How on earth do humans fly? By the way, Big Skeleton, can't you fly?" It vaguely recalled and said, "I remember you released soul bombs during the exam." While reminiscing, Farron said firmly and gently, "That wasn't flying. I utilized the jumping ability of the spider form to leap onto those floating rocks." But Shen Yi still didn't believe it and followed up. "What about that time it hailed? You were clearly flying above my head." Farron explained sorrowfully, "That wasn't flying. It was levitation. In truth, the bodies of the undead race are adept at complex magnetic fields, and there is a mutual balance between bones, creating a levitation effect. Last time I stuffed a piece of bone into your nose, and my head just hovered above that bone." It then put one hand on its hip and gave a light wave of the other as if it didn't care at all, adding, "If I want to fly, I must transform into the bone bird form, but you can't learn that move. However, as far as I know, humans in the nightmare world have flight-type spells. You could go there and try your luck. Also, human priests should have a way to treat your headache." Once Farron finished, Shen Yi immediately withdrew his focus but didn't forget to state his stance. "All right, thank you, brother. I'll go over there now to look, and I'll also find a way to help you restore your strength." Right after it vanished, a light sound came from within Shen Yi. He stopped walking, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. A slender figure appeared, accompanied by a system notification. Received a friend request from Yun Ni. Shen Yi clicked reject without hesitation. He then continued toward that mysterious gate, muttering complaints under his breath. Ever since he became famous with the title Disciple of the Huntian Gate, all sorts of people had been trying to add him. Troublesome. Fame really is a double-edged sword. After saying that, Shen Yi stopped before the rocks in front of him, observing and critiquing. Come to think of it, this secret passage had been damaged beyond recognition. Who knew when the activation point could be changed? He looked around with a frown, a flash of inspiration suddenly hitting him. Wait, the ancient person in the illusion once said that the main world had established a barrier that no one could leave, yet I've been ignoring this barrier. Being able to travel freely between the two worlds, it seemed this door truly possessed a very special ability. Realizing this, Shen Yi lamented. Right, I should try to contact that mysterious voice. Maybe it knows something. Thinking of this, he shouted loudly without hesitation. Are you awake? I've done what you said. He had mastered Bone Moon suppressing the heavens. The voice gradually rose, tinged with admiration. Well done. I didn't misjudge you. It seems there is still a glimmer of hope. Shen Yi frowned and followed up anxiously. What should I do next? The voice answered without hesitation. Awaken the Nightwalker class as quickly as possible. Then the mysterious voice guided darkly. Draw upon the light of your natal star, condense your spiritual manifestation, and then upgrade Bone Moon suppressing the heavens to reach the level 1 Dharma realm. It suddenly paused and added. Afterward, go search for the secrets of this world. Your partners will help you, but the prerequisite is that you must help them first. Hearing this, Shen Yi's face was aghast, his eyes filled with suspicion. Partners, who are you referring to? The mysterious voice warned with effort. This is the last time I will leave a message for you. I have exhausted all my strength and am about to fall into a permanent sleep. Hearing this, Shen Yi shouted in a panic. What? The voice gave a deep instruction. You must uncover the secrets of this world, whether it is to save me or to save your world. These final words left Shen Yi both confused and worried. He tried to detain it. Wait, where should I find you? His question vanished into the silent space. The voice could no longer hold on. Shen Yi's heart was in disarray, and he gritted his teeth. Damn it, the secrets of the world? Does it refer to the fact that the world is already dead or some other secret? Suddenly, he clutched his head in pain, while also pushing aside those mysterious words. His head hurt too much, he couldn't care about all that anymore. He had to find a priest to cure his headache first. Night fell, and the soldiers in the barracks were high-spirited, their eyes widening in surprise as they exclaimed, It's Saint Peppa. Shen Yi was surrounded by a crowd of soldiers. They cheered excitedly. Saint Peppa saved the prince and performed a great service. He is the human race's youngest hero. I've seen the real person. Please give me an autograph. Shen Yi blushed with an awkward, bitter smile, his heart churning. After the human race's crushing defeat at the hands of the undead, he had actually become a celebrity. Shen Yi hurriedly fled. Make some room, I have urgent business. Suddenly, a soldier's hand emitted a light, and he shouted obsessively, I touch Saint Peppa. The person beside him widened their eyes and sighed enviously. Damn it, you're so lucky. Walking into the tent, he couldn't escape the exaggerated words of the leaders. That bearded man pointed at him and lamented. The boy who lived. Wen Han was the same, excitedly calling out his title. Saint Peppa. The bearded man looked at Shen Yi and asked in confusion, Just you alone, where's that girl from last time? Shen Yi pushed the topic aside, covering his face as he spoke in pain. What's it to you? Doctor, my head hurts terribly, please help me. Wen Han frowned and asked seriously, while also sighing, Looks like you've been pulling all-nighters, haven't you? You young people don't know the first thing about taking care of your bodies, but I understand after all the pressure is so high right now, come let me treat you. Wen Han reached out without hesitation to perform a magical head massage. A miracle occurred. A head scratcher appeared out of thin air, gently brushing across Shen Yi's hairline, making him feel incredibly refreshed. Shen Yi smiled contentedly. Wonderful, my head isn't tight anymore, and my temples don't hurt. His mind became crystal clear. Wen Han smiled triumphantly. Of course, my holy massage technique fixes whatever it touches. Since you served the prince, I'll waive your fee this time. Shen Yi relaxed, feeling his body become much lighter. Suddenly, Wen Han looked directly at Shen Yi and issued an invitation. By the way, the prince has returned in triumph and is holding a victory banquet. He specifically instructed that if you appear again, you must report to the military camp immediately. Farron's voice suddenly rang out excitedly. Shen Yi, I remembered. The prince has a flight spell in his possession. It requires 20 spirit points to learn. Hearing this, his eyes shone with excitement. Really? I'm going right now. Yun Ni picked up the screen in confusion, feeling very surprised. Rejected? She sat alone and dejectedly in the middle of the main hall steps, muttering to herself gloomily, You're still as cautious as ever. Shen Yi, I have to admit, she thought, This world has given me too many surprises. The effect of the collective curse was far lower than expected, and the clones were actually all destroyed. Yun-Ni lowered her head to look at her feet and stated with certainty, but fortunately, the Flayer has already successfully absorbed enough souls in the next bet. You're doomed, I will definitely have you. She recalled those unforgettable moments during her conquest of the mysterious universe. Tens of millions of years ago, when one of my countless clones scattered across the universe came to this planet, it discovered how different it was from other planets. Yun-Ni remembered every bloody battle here. The creatures called humans living on this planet were very interesting. They would kill each other for personal gain, yet they would also protect each other for their beliefs. Besides that, she also remembered those dazed faces. Although humans were thin and bony, they always held a trace of faith in the world, despite the abyss-like darkness hidden in their hearts. But their souls can emit an aura as holy and noble as light. Ignorance and intelligence coexist, while fanaticism and sincerity live side by side. The human body is so small and fragile, yet it possesses a perfect link between cells. They are clearly as fragile as ants, turning to dust with the flick of a finger, yet within that mortal frame is hidden infinite potential enough to shake the heavens. After saying this, Yun-Ni stood up indifferently. Not only that, she thought, after I crossed the distant starlight to actually arrive here. She glanced back mysteriously, the corners of her mouth curling slightly as she concluded gloomily. I discovered that this planet actually hides even more secrets. Red tentacles emerged from Yun-Ni, reaching toward that painting. The red line pierced straight through the frame. The painting suddenly became eerie. Fresh blood began to drip from where the red line had pierced, and a bone-chilling laughter slowly filled the entire room. A shadow detached itself from the painting, its voice raspy and magical. Have you finally discovered me? Yun-Ni emitted a sharp, killing intent as she replied, Ever since I descended into this world, you have been monitoring me. At first it was just long-distance observation, but ever since I came to Jielan, you have been hovering here. Her gaze was deep, her crimson eyes as if they wanted to see through a person's heart. Speak, what is your purpose for finding me? The monster's shadow let out a magical laugh. I admire you. To think you dared to barge into this world with a complete body. Poor wanderer, do you want to cooperate with us? Yun-Ni tilted her head, her face full of suspicion. Cooperate? The shadow observed her gloomily. You must have noticed it too, right? That magical shadow continued. This planet died long ago. Before it died, it released a seal, turning this world into a one-way cage. Once you come here, you can never leave again. It lowered its hollow, eerie face and looked at her, proposing, To break the world's seal, acting alone will definitely not work, so we can cooperate. It looked at Yun-Ni's cold, serious face and added to the situation. We have gathered quite a few of our kind, and there are some humans who want to get out. With the help of humans, we can erode this seal. The shadow's face gradually emerged, revealing sharp teeth, its hollow eyes stating with certainty, No matter what your purpose for coming to this planet is, you surely want to leave as well. If you join us now, once the seal is broken, we can go to the stars together and return to our homeland. Otherwise, I will categorize you as an outlier. We will use every means to seize your power. It gradually merged back into the painting but left one last sentence. If you want to join, follow the rabbit. As for how to choose, you decide for yourself. After saying this, the shadow vanished into the void, leaving Yun-Ni in place, hesitant and suspicious. Is it gone? No sooner had the words been spoken than an affectionate voice suddenly rang out. Yun-Ni, so you were here. Lien Dao looked down at her, his face somber as he said, Come over, you did a great service by saving people during the collective curse, and the teacher wants to reward you. She emitted a melancholy blue light, her gaze carrying a hint of trial as she lamented, By the way, I'll introduce a few senior sisters to you. They are all very good people. Hearing this, Yun-Ni's gaze gradually dimmed. A cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she said, Okay. After saying this, Yun-Ni slowly walked up the steps, wondering as she walked, Which senior sister is it? Lien Dao mysteriously reached out his hand and answered coolly, Song Qingyun is our leader. She is erudite and multi-talented, and she will share a lot of useful information with you. I guarantee you'll like her. Night fell over the nightmare world. A crisp, loud announcement came from outside. Report, Saint Peppa requests an audience with the prince. That man rested his chin on his hand, his face full of suspicion. Peppa is back, let him in quickly. Shen Yi knelt on the ground, kowtowing and crying out for help. Your Highness saved my life. The prince stood up and walked toward him, asking with concern. Peppa, you finally appeared again. What's wrong? Who bullied you? Shen Yi kept crying, clutching the prince's robe tightly as he begged loudly. Your Highness, I've caught a disease, you must save me. He looked at Shen Yi with a face full of confusion. What disease? Shen Yi frowned and forced out a few tears, answering piteously. I've caught a disease called if I don't learn the human imperial flight technique I'll die. Save me. Norton kicked Shen Yi away and roared loudly. Get out. Shen Yi covered his face, wailing with extreme grievance. Then Norton assumed a posture of giving a lecture. Actually, I just obtained a heritage move and I must learn to fly to use it. Please, Your Highness, teach me the flight technique. I will surely repay you in the future. You should go study at the Imperial Military Academy. That's where you can receive a formal education instead of wandering around the battlefield. Shen Yi wiped away his tears and asked curiously, Can I learn the flight technique there? Of course not. The flight technique is a secret of the royal family, but with the merit of enrolling in the Imperial Military Academy, and 10 years of hard work, you might have a chance to obtain it. Shen Yi knelt down, trembling, and pleaded with Prince Norton. 10 years is too long. I have some personal matters to handle recently, and urgently need the flight technique. Once I've settled everything, I will definitely go study at the Imperial Military Academy, even if you try to kick me out then. I won't leave. Shen Yi then exerted every ounce of effort to play the rogue and beg, making Norton's face turn ashen. Your Highness, I beg you to teach me the flight technique. Your Highness, I'm relying on this move to stay alive. Have a heart. Your Highness, look at me. I am the Saint Peppa you personally bestowed. Prince Norton finally reached his limit. He threw out a letter and barked, Enough, I have a classified mission here. Shen Yi opened the envelope and read intently while listening to him speak. If you can complete this, you will earn 10 years' worth of merit. I can make an exception and teach you the flight technique. A classified mission. The words in the letter appeared clearly before his eyes. A major upheaval has occurred among the high-ranking members of the undead. The Mother of Dark Bones, the Ghoul King, and the Lord of the Underworld, Mitatika Siva, who were once worshipped by the undead, have now been abandoned. Currently, the undead are establishing a brand new faith, but only the High Command knows the specific details. When the time is ripe, they will announce the establishment of the new God's Church. This matter is extremely important. Please decide, Prince. Shen Yi could not hide his confusion and asked Norton, You want me to investigate the new faith of the undead? Norton replied to Shen Yi with a grim expression. Exactly. Faith is the source of power for the undead and their gods, for them to abandon their old gods. It indicates that this new god must possess extraordinary power. This matter concerns the survival of humanity, and must be investigated thoroughly. Well, do you have the confidence to complete it? He knit his brows and read the letter carefully. Amidst his confusion, Finn's reminder surfaced in his mind. Before the undead, humans have nowhere to hide. Therefore, among the human race, any mission that enters the territory of the undead empire is ranked S-class or higher. This mission involves contacting the undead High Command. It's likely SSS class. He's just doing this to shut you up so you'll stop coveting the royal family's secret flight technique. Shen Yi whispered back. Finn, since you know so much about it, you must have a way to help me, right? Do you think the undead are as stupid as humans? It is fundamentally impossible for a human like you to enter our territory. Finn further provided detailed information. Going to the undead empire requires a lot of preparation. We undead place great importance on lineage, faction, wealth, and strength. After we parted last time, I also wanted to go back and investigate the matter of the faith. You saw the result. Even for me, going back now would only mean getting beaten up. A well-dressed skeleton walked through the night mist. Unless we can save up some money first, and then you'll need a disguise. Use some special methods to cover your scent as a living person. We also need to join a faction. Without a faction, others won't pay you any mind. Shen Yi spoke in a low voice, a small ring manifesting in his hand. Understood. Those things are easy to handle. Listen, I'm going to release you. Cooperate with me as best as you can. What are you trying to do? Do you honestly want me to beg this human prince for a favor? While Norton stood in front in deep thought, Shen Yi continued to whisper heatedly with Finn. What, you don't want to go back? Why should I solve the undead's problems? This is a complete insult to my dignity. What nonsense are you talking about? Haven't I been helping you all along? Besides, you aren't human. Finn struggled out of the ring, flying out while explaining. What I mean is, you aren't someone from our dark world, so it doesn't count. I don't care. I must obtain the flight technique to awaken the Nightwalker class. 2 guards suddenly appeared and blocked Norton's path, shouting sternly, Assassin, protect the prince. Finn stood in the middle of the guards with a blank expression. Shen Yi hurried forward and explained anxiously, Saint Peppa, this is His Highness. I accept the mission. This is my undead spy. Your Highness, this new batch of guards you've brought in looks truly fierce. I hope you won't hurt us. He then laughed and introduced Finn pleasantly, causing Finn to furrow his brow in embarrassment. His name is Finn, a descendant of an ancient undead noble family. It's just that his family has fallen on hard times these past few years. We met and hit it off immediately, becoming life and death friends. Your Highness, I want to sponsor him to return to the high society of the undead empire. As long as you're willing to support us, we might even be able to find out who the undead monarch is meeting with at night, right? Finn's entire body went stiff. He cursed inwardly, stammering in response. If he dared to say no, he would likely be executed on the spot by these humans. Finn knelt before them, bowing his head devoutly. As Peppa said, "Please help me." "Your Highness, we guarantee we will complete the mission." Norton signaled to the guards, "You may withdraw. I have seen this undead before. He is indeed a spy." "Yes," the guards whispered to each other as they left. After Finn eavesdropped on them, he shed tears of grievance. "I remember the undead being very proud. This is the first time I've seen one so humble and submissive." Norton then spoke. "Finn, right, I need to ask you a few questions. If you can answer them, it proves you are indeed an undead noble. Ask, but if you can't answer, it proves you two are conspiring to deceive me." Norton's face was grim, his eyes full of killing intent, as he threatened them in a low voice. "Peppa has merit, so he will be spared death but thrown into the dungeon. After the war ends, his magic ring will be abolished and he'll be sent to the palace as a eunuch. As for this undead, he will be executed on the spot." Shen Yi's face went stiff, his heart filled with terror. Crap. Finn was just a nameless skeleton. If he couldn't answer, he was finished. "Your Highness, Norton ordered, and then turned to question Finn. "Peppa, shut up." "Finn, answer my question. What are the major families in the high society of the undead empire?" Finn fell silent for a moment to think. Finn spoke politely to answer. Meanwhile, Shen Yi was equally nervous. "To answer, Your Highness, there are 3 major families, namely the Pale Shadows, the Soul-Cast Holy Bones, and the Dark Rose." "He actually knows?" Norton and Finn continued their QA, much to the surprise of Shen Yi, who was caught in the middle. "What is the most popular activity?" "Song and dance. In your opinion, which family will become the scapegoat for this undead defeat?" "The Pale Shadows. They led this great war and lost a large number of high-ranking generals. Even the patriarch of the Fred family died in battle. Their prestige has suffered a heavy blow. You even know this." Norton's eyes darkened, and his tone became even more serious. "Final question. What does the interior of the most noble undead carriage look like?" Finn answered devoutly. "The most noble undead carriage must have a body constructed from the bones of living creatures. All souls are attached to the bones. The great figures inside the carriage absorb soul fire while singing and enjoying themselves at leisure." Norton revealed a satisfied smile. He continued with a laugh. "Completely correct." Shen Yi and Finn were moved to tears. "Peppa, Finn, I give my full support to your mission. Many thanks, Your Highness." He got them all right. "The big skeleton is actually a noble?" Finn took out a ring and said, "Take this storage ring. Inside are the undead coins we seized during this war." Shen Yi looked at the ring with surprise. "There's nearly 40 million. That much?" He turned and asked Finn, "What are the prices like for your undead?" 3 bone coins for a low-level soulfire meal. What's the monthly salary? How are the housing prices?" Finn continued to answer every question. "Our salaries and housing are directly allocated. The average monthly salary is about 3,000 bone coins," Shen Yi said excitedly. "The prices are so cheap, then my 40 million bone coins are more than enough." Norton waved a hand and a cloak appeared. And this, the cloak accompanied by bursts of magical fluctuations, was draped over Shen Yi. "This is the Death Disguise Cloak. As long as you wear it, the fluctuations of your life force will be completely extinguished, and you will transform into a vampire." He transformed into a handsome vampire with cold eyes and charming blonde hair. Norton continued as Shen Yi looked very satisfied with his new appearance. "Not only that, it can change the style of your clothes at will. This is incredible." He bowed politely to thank and bid farewell to Norton. "Your Highness, you see I'm about to set off for the undead empire. Could you teach me the flight technique first? It will surely help me complete the mission better." Norton tossed him a flashing yellow gemstone. Shen Yi smiled happily. "Take it." "Why are you so generous this time?" Norton answered with a self-satisfied look. "This time you are going deep into the capital of the undead empire, a feat the human race has never achieved. Once successful, it will bring unprecedentedly precious intelligence. A mere flight technique? Do you think this prince doesn't even have that?" Shen Yi gripped the flight technique in his hand. "Thank you for your Highness's trust. I won't be polite then." A superhero appeared in the image manifested by the flight technique. A system notification popped up. "Copyright belongs to the royal family, for personal use only. Malicious distribution will result in a curse. You have learned the flight technique." Norton took out a square box and said, "All right, next I'll send you to the border." "Okay." The bodies of the 3 burst into brilliant light as they teleported to a pier where the surrounding scenery turned dim. Norton left Shen Yi and Finn at the pier, gave a few more instructions, and then quickly departed. "The teleportation array here leads directly to a secret area in Evernight City, the undead capital. This is a secret formation we built at a massive cost. I'm heading back, the rest is up to you. Don't worry, Your Highness. We guarantee we'll complete the mission." Subsequently, he and Finn stood on the pier's formation, and their bodies lit up. "Let's set off too." They quickly appeared in a sewer. Shen Yi held his nose and complained, while Finn didn't answer, only looking up to survey the surroundings. "It stinks." After a while, he spoke with a hesitant tone. "This is the sewer beneath Evernight City. Peppa, there's something I don't know if I should say." "What is it?" Finn said to Shen Yi tremblingly. "Actually, this secret human teleportation point was discovered by our undead dragons long ago. We've stationed heavy troops here to wait for our prey." No sooner had Finn spoken than many undead soldiers emerged around the sewer surrounding them. Finn looked around in terror and trembling, saying, "In short, we might die here before we even earn any merit." Shen Yi had a blank face, his heart full of confusion, and then his expression darkened as he quickly raised his hands in surrender. A giant took a cursory look and said, "A skeleton and a vampire, why have you appeared in this secret passage? Speak honestly." Shen Yi hurriedly raised both hands. "Don't attack, we're on the same side." "Hey, find a way to distract them. I'll open the door and run immediately," Finn asked in confusion. "Ha," Shen Yi replied concisely. "No need." The giants began to roar ferociously. "Open your eyes and see clearly who we are." Finn spoke without worry. "The bloodline of the Mother of Dark Bones, the Ghoul King, and the Lord of the Underworld Mitatikasiva has not gone far. He has returned, and he will retake control of the situation." They broke into a cold sweat and said, "This secret code, could you be that Lord?" Subsequently, the giants shouted in unison, "Welcome back, Lord. Greetings, child of the bloodline." Shen Yi pointed at himself in confusion. "Me? Oh right, exactly, it's me." Finn spoke up to stop him. "Wait, you've got it wrong. I am the child of the bloodline." They pointed straight at Finn's face and said, "Stop acting. With that dry skeleton of yours, how could you possibly be the child of the bloodline? If you say another word, I'll kill you," a giant reported respectfully. "Lord, the situation in the city is currently very unstable. They have completely abandoned the 9-day one. It would be best for you to hide elsewhere," Shen Yi reassured them confidently. "No need to say more. Since I've returned, I surely have my reasons. You just keep working hard and guarding this place. Leave the rest to me." He turned to Big Head Finn and said, "Let's go," the giant reminded. "Lord, please be careful. I didn't expect the legendary child of the bloodline to be such a handsome vampire. I just don't know why he chose this dry skeleton as a guard," Shen Yi said with a flush. "You're quite capable. Your identity seems pretty impressive," Finn replied dejectedly. "Consider yourself lucky. These guards were my former subordinates before I left. If we run into undead serving the new god, we're finished. Take this." A purple square suddenly appeared on his head. Finn explained, "This nose is my treasure. It can hide your features and help you with your disguise." Shen Yi choked out, "You're just jealous because I'm too handsome and want to steal my spotlight." Finn hurriedly provided intel. "The current situation in the city is not good. I can't show my face anymore. Time is very tight. Head east quickly. We need to go to the Road of Souls to retrieve a secret item." Shen Yi walked with rapid strides, his speed causing purple lightning to suddenly flash beneath his feet as purple energy instantly enveloped his entire body. In an instant, his body soared into the air. Shen Yi was greatly surprised. "I'm flying, I can fly," Finn reminded him softly. "Be quiet, turn left at the intersection ahead and jump onto the manhole cover above your head." He nodded and responded. "Understood." Before a massive building, several birds carrying a dark aura were flying in the same direction. A dark rose suddenly appeared. "Ah," I said, slowly turning that terrifying face. "I smell it. The scent of the 9-day one." On the ground, a skeleton-shaped manhole cover vibrated violently. Shen Yi carefully and slowly lifted the cover. Finn said excitedly, "That's right, this is the place. While no one is around, get in quickly." He guided the way with practiced ease. "Correct, take this key," a wolf introduced. "I am a VIP specialist at the Holy Soul Bank. How may I serve you?" As soon as it saw the key, it spoke quickly. "This is the supreme key. It turns out you are a VIP customer. Please follow me," the senior specialist of the Holy Soul Bank explained. "Based on the authority of this key you've presented, you may stay in an independent private storage room for 3 minutes. These 3 minutes are our security commitment. No matter who is hunting you, no matter what conspiracy you encounter, you are absolutely safe within these 3 minutes." It led Shen Yi to a room and then said, "Of course you may tap the red rune on the wall at any time. If you do so, the teleportation array will immediately send you outside to a random location," the senior specialist of the Holy Soul Bank instructed. "Once the 3 minutes are up, you will also be teleported immediately. Please be mindful of the time," Finn guided urgently. "Less than 3 minutes, 1 minute at most. The undead capital's defenses are extremely tight. Any slight movement cannot escape detection. Quickly use the key to take the items I've stored and then leave here immediately through the red rune." A skeleton on the ceiling suddenly spoke. "I need to check the key." After checking, it spoke with certainty. "The key is fine." It spat out many white scrolls enveloped in a light purple glow. As soon as Finn saw them, he said, "That's it. Quickly put them all into the storage ring. Hurry, Shen Yi looked at these scrolls and thought to himself, these parchment scrolls radiate the breath of the deceased. Finn reminded him to tap that red rune. We should go. Just as Shen Yi tapped the red rune, a beam of golden light from the ceiling descended vertically onto his position. In an instant that light whisked him away to another location with incredible speed. Meanwhile, at another spot, rubble and dust suddenly poured down from above. Gloomy Rose roared in frustrated resentment. Damn it, still one step too late, the senior specialist of the Holy Soul Bank spoke up. Hey, regardless of who you are, no one is allowed to barge into the Holy Soul Bank's VIP rooms without authorization, Gloomy Rose questioned threateningly. You've come at the perfect time. Speak, what did that person just now look like? What were his features? Where did he go? The senior specialist replied. You have no right to know. That was our VIP customer and we must ensure his safety, it spoke politely. Please leave this place. I will report today's events to the higher-ups. Our largest shareholder is, after all, that great lord. She pressed her fingertips deep into her brow and snapped irritably. I'm asking you what that person looked like. Answer me, the senior specialist described with difficulty. He wore a black wide-brimmed hat, she repeated the traits. A black cloak with red lining, and he was tall. What about his race? It replied in terror. I didn't see his face clearly. Gloomy Rose asked again where he went, and it answered briefly. The random teleportation runestone. She cursed. Useless. As soon as the words left her mouth, Gloomy Rose forced the senior specialist to go offline. She roared in fury. Pass down my orders. Immediately summon the Ghost Shadow Legion to search the entire city for a tall person wearing a black wide-brimmed hat, a black cloak and red inner robes. Gloomy Rose's hiss echoed throughout the entire area, activating a maximum-level manhunt. The bloodline of the 9-day one has returned. At a certain tower, a point of light appeared, and Shen Yi slowly descended. Finn said to him, Lucky you were fast. No one will be coming to our current position for the time being. Shen Yi asked, what next? Just as he found his footing, a squad from the Ghost Shadow Legion appeared flying in the sky. It urged, hide quickly. After observing, Finn warned, damn it, it's the Ghost Shadow Legion. We've been spotted. Once they're mobilized, things will get even more complicated. You need to disguise yourself otherwise. Shen Yi retorted from behind a city wall, disguise my ass. It gave a startled ha, and Shen Yi held down the hat on his head, saying, the current situation has clearly become tense. In my hometown there's a story that describes this perfectly. Finn asked in confusion. What story? Shen Yi reached out using a spell to create an escape door. He shouted urgently. The situation is bad, withdraw quickly. After he stepped through the door and shouted vanish, all traces of that door and Shen Yi himself were wiped clean. The door brought Shen Yi into a mountain cave. In the center of the pitch-black cave he sat down. The system suddenly prompted, this activation of the portal has earned an evaluation entry. Freeloader White Common. Description. When you perform your first transaction, you don't have to pay, and no one will give you trouble. Limit, once per day. Shen Yi sweated in confusion. What kind of entry is this? The system explained the evaluation. You have accumulated fame in the nightmare world. Whether among the undead or the human race, you can profit from it. Truly shameless and lucky. In society I only respect Lord Shen. In the underworld Peppa is the boss. Finn spoke up. Sorry, I was too nervous just now and forgot you could open a door to run away, Shen Yi then said gloomily. You'd better think of how to reintroduce yourself. Before I was too lazy to ask. After all, I had to respect your privacy, but the situation is different now. After taking off his hat, he picked up the ring used to contact Finn and asked, I don't want to die in Evernight City for no reason. Who exactly are you? Finn rushed out of the ring instantly, his head bigger than his body, and said, I've been wanting to tell you my true identity for a long time too, Shen Yi. Actually, it pointed at itself and introduced itself confidently. I am the Lord of the Underworld, the Mother of Dark Bones, the Ghoul King. This made Shen Yi unable to stop himself from being shocked. What? You're that? Why are you pausing like you're acting in a play? Finn continued. You are the successor of the Medica bloodline. Shen Yi's face went dark with rage. Can you stop taking such long pauses between words? It began to proactively tell its story. Medica was the deity our undead race originally worshipped, however, due to a conspiracy she fell. At the critical moment she used her divine power to hide the aura of my bloodline, blessing me to successfully escape the imperial capital. Finally, I changed my name to Finn, bribed a frontline general and became a toll collector. But strangely, there would always be various investigations and hunts, recalling those days of being chased until he was a mess. Finn added, When I met you, I was almost at my limit. After listening, Shen Yi said, Can divine power protection really keep others from recognizing you? That should be very safe. If they truly believed you were the bloodline successor, they should have sent the strongest assassins to kill you long ago. You wouldn't have survived until now. Even Finn didn't have a definitive answer. So I don't quite understand either. Maybe it's because I've followed their arrangements from start to finish. always doing the hardest and most tiring work, winning their trust. I suppose that's what they mean by hardship is a blessing, Shen Yi then asked again. What was your original name? It answered honestly and then asked in confusion, Furin. Why do you ask? Hearing that incredibly stupid name, Shen Yi's face twitched with rage, completely speechless. He pointed at it and cursed. Damn it, are you an idiot? You picked a fake name like that. No amount of divine power could protect you, Finn explained. In the undead language, the pronunciations of Fin, Phone, and Furin are different. One is a falling tone and one is a plosive, but Shen Yi didn't want to deal with it anymore. Who cares about the tone? There's a saying, better to kill 1,000 by mistake than let one go. Do you understand? No wonder you were under all those investigations. It's a miracle you've lived this long. Let's go. I'm going to find a bow and arrow to comprehend flying shot. When it reaches 12 midnight, we'll go back to the nightmare world to scout the situation. After he left, it shrank back into the ring, muttering aggrievedly. But those two pronunciations are clearly different. A while later, at the place where Shen Yi was, he stood there with an aura radiating around him. He reached back and drew an arrow. Shen Yi kept his eyes tightly shut as he exerted force to jump high, then opened his eyes, drew the bow back, braced it against his eye level to aim and fired. He unleashed the move flying shot. As soon as he charged up, the system prompted, You have comprehended the Huntian Gates basic technique flying shot. You have obtained the qualification to awaken the Nightwalker class. Shen Yi was overjoyed. It worked. A black vortex appeared above his head. The system prompted again. The natal stars of the Dharma realm are condensing a spiritual manifestation for you. From the vortex, a gateway to a giant tower appeared. It was the manifestation Broad Cold Moon Palace. After the distribution, the system prompted, by virtue of this manifestation, your Dharma Eye moonlit divine radiance has increased by 1 level, reaching level 1 of the Dharma realm. His eyes widened as energy slowly gathered. The system continued to display, by virtue of this manifestation, your sky-shaking moon only needs to be tempered step by step. After comprehending the basics, you can break through to level 1 of the Dharma realm. After absorbing the energy, Shen Yi received a message. You have successfully awakened the Nightwalker class. Standing in midair, Shen Yi's aura seemed to be sublimated. System prompt, You have successfully awakened the Nightwalker class. He raised his bow, aimed forward, and fired. Upon releasing, the arrow shot toward the target. The system prompted again, You have obtained the Nightwalker class skill, Deep Run. Below was a target dummy with a targeting mark on its head. Shen Yi's arrow precisely hit the center of the mark. System prompt, An arrow has hit the target. Using this as a marker, the power of the Dharma realm is triggered. The arrow even pierced through the target. Behind Shen Yi, a massive eye appeared in the sky. It immediately radiated a vast amount of aura, pouring down like a barrage of raindrops. The system panel displayed demon-slaying lines. As long as the target is hit once, the battle is declared over. Looking at the empty ground below that had been instantly leveled, Shen Yi appraised, This move is way too strong. It wiped out that old man's training ground in an instant. But just then, Finn spoke up to remind him, Buddy, you'd better land quickly. Shen Yi wondered why, and it told him to check his own body. Opening the information panel, his various indicators had dropped significantly. Your remaining attributes: Strength 0, Agility 0, Spirit 0, Comprehension 0, Resonance 5, Moonlit Inheritance Resonance 20, Available Attribute Points 0. This made Shen Yi's face turn deathly pale in an instant. Finn said loudly, That move has exhausted all your strength. I'm afraid you won't be able to maintain the flight technique anymore. But the reminder was too late. He lost his aura due to the energy depletion and fell in a free fall. Seeing Shen Yi's powerless state as he fell, Finn asked worriedly, Hey, you won't fall to your death, will you? At this moment, Shen Yi's face was extremely haggard, and he didn't even have the strength to answer. Just before his head hit the ground, Shen Yi used his class ability to turn the area below into an open door. Shen Yi dove in, avoiding the impact with the rocks and falling from the door onto the safe grass, which made Finn breathe a sigh of relief. Lucky you had that ability to open a door in midair, otherwise you'd have been smashed to pieces. In the freezing weather, Shen Yi curled his body. It hurts so much. Looks like I won't be able to go to the nightmare world tonight. Right now I can't even lift my hand. Finn didn't seem very worried at this point. That works too. The Ghost Shadow Legion's manhunt won't end that quickly. You should rest well, Shen Yi asked. How was that move of mine? Finn said bluntly. Average. He hesitated and followed up disappointedly. That's it, average. It offered no comfort, saying, Of course, your experience is still too shallow. But looking at Shen Yi again, his face was pale and he was shivering in pain. Finn said, Hey, your face is turning purple from the cold. It finally had no choice but to say, Fine, your move was amazing, okay? Now stow your divine power. In a moment you really will freeze to death. Shen Yi remained lying in the cold snow, whispering weakly, "You think I don't want to stow it? I'm freezing to death." On the contrary, Finn found it funny. "Well, that's it. You're going to become the first person in history to be frozen to death by their own class skill." Shen Yi flared up and cursed. "What are you laughing at? Save me!" Suddenly, a knock came from the front door, accompanied by a very familiar voice. "Shen Yi, is this your class skill?" That person was Meng Yu, she said while knocking. "An anomaly just descended from the sky and it suddenly started snowing. Teacher Wu said this snow contains the lunar power of the Dharma realm and shouldn't be underestimated. You must pay attention to keeping warm, otherwise you might freeze to death without even knowing it." Hearing these words and that signature voice, Shen Yi showed a hopeful, bitter smile. "It's Xiao Meng Yu, I'm saved." Seeing that Shen Yi didn't answer, Meng Yu called out a few more times and muttered to herself, Shen Yi, strange, why is there no sound?" Thinking this, she immediately hopped over the fence and jumped in. "Shen Yi, I'm coming in." After landing, Meng Yu found Shen Yi lying there stiffly. Although he was chilled to the bone, he maintained a look of satisfaction for the sake of his pride. He began his performance. North country scene, hundreds of leagues sealed in ice, thousands of leagues of whirling snow. Seeing Shen Yi lying there fine, she guessed. "Shen Yi, are you lying on the ground to admire the snow?" He replied. "Miss Xiao understands me. As expected, you are a person of great sentiment." Meng Yu asked again, "Aren't you cold?" Shen Yi forced himself to maintain a calm facade despite his face being purple from the cold, asking for help indirectly. "The snowflakes of Yanshan are as large as mats. It is a bit cold. Could I ask Miss Xiao for a favor and help me into the house?" Meng Yu laughed after hearing these words. She picked Shen Yi up and said as she walked, "You're quite easily embarrassed, as you can see," he replied with a few stiff smiles. And only a few minutes later, Shen Yi froze until he passed out. After sitting down in the room, Meng Yu said to Shen Yi, "This snow is truly too cold. I didn't expect the Huntian Gates Nightwalker class to be related to the attributes of the sun and moon. It truly is the head of the 4 great sects of the upper realm. Congratulations, Shen Yi, on successfully awakening your class. But how did you get frozen stiff by your own skill?" Shen Yi was still chilled by the snow, his face pale with a running nose and his body trembling. "I didn't expect this move would exhaust all my strength." She looked at Shen Yi with concern. "That's too dangerous. If someone were to ambush you now, you'd be finished," he said gratefully. "Yeah, thank you for saving me." Suddenly, Meng Yu felt an aura radiating from her body, followed by several light swords shooting out from within her. "Look, I've successfully awakened my class too." Shen Yi's eyes widened in surprise, discovering that Meng Yu had awakened a spiritual manifestation, 7-star sword palace. She raised her sword and pointed forward, explaining, "The instructor said I've already been recognized by the Dharma realm as a sword saint, and don't need to train up from a swordsman. This manifestation allows all my sword moves to carry the power of flying swords." He gave a thumbs up and praised. "Impressive." Meng Yu looked at the sword in her hand and said with a solemn expression, "But this bit of power is still not enough." After a pause, Meng Yu looked into the distance. "Song Qingyun has made the information public. She wants to clear up the misunderstanding with you at the welcome banquet in a few days. I don't know what methods she'll use against you. In any case, we don't have much time left." Shen Yi soothed. "You don't need to worry about that. I'm thinking of a way." She hesitated, appearing puzzled. "You might not understand yet just how formidable they are." Meng Yu recounted the noble family secrets she knew, which were divided into tiers based on the extent of resources they controlled. Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3. Families like the Shen or Luo families, which only possess one divine weapon or a small amount of heritage, belong only to Tier 2. Tier 1 families have always possessed extremely mysterious and ancient heritages. The Wang family of Dingzhou that ambushed you before, as well as the Zhongli family to which the Grand Enshrine belonged, are both Tier 1 families. And above these Tier 1 families are the 6 world-suppressing families, each of which possesses a horde of world-suppressing artifacts. World-suppressing artifacts are primal forces created at the beginning of the world's birth, and each possesses unique and special powers. The Song family was once the head of the 6 world-suppressing families. They possess the strongest world-suppressing artifact. After listening, Shen Yi asked in confusion, "You mean they used to be but aren't anymore?" "Why?" Meng Yu explained. "The Song family's world-suppressing artifact fell into a slumber at some point for reasons known to no one. Even so, the Song family's strength still far exceeds that of Tier 1 families." Meanwhile, Shen Yi thought to himself, "The maids of both Song sisters came looking for me at the same time. Could it be related to this artifact?" She continued steadily. "In short, Song Qingyun is more terrifying than any opponent we've faced before." Suddenly, Meng Yu stood up, her hands clenched and her body trembling. "She not only possesses great strength, but also holds immense political power. She must also possess some special abilities unknown to outsiders, and perhaps even a world-suppressing artifact." At this point, she appeared somewhat anxious. "We'll be facing her head-on very soon." Shen Yi listened intently without saying a word. Meng Yu firmly believed they had to be fully prepared before then. After a while he spoke slowly. I want to tell you something. Under the flickering firelight, Shen Yi recounted, I have a bet with the Lord of the Piteous Demon Prison. In 6 days I have to fight the Flayer. If I win, she'll give me a list recording the information of those noble families that colluded with the Flayer to commit murders. Exactly. Shen Yi gave a faint smile. It's a deal. I will definitely win the bet. When that time comes, I'll need your help to clear out the people on that list. Hearing him speak with such certainty, Meng Yu's tense anxiety seemed to ease slightly. Shen Yi continued to lay out his plans, stating that he had to focus on his cultivation until then. As for Song Qingyun, since her target was him, he would deal with her personally. No matter what her objective was, he would never let her succeed. Having said that, he gave a small smile. Meng Yu handed Shen Yi a bottle of medicine, saying, Seeing you so energetic, you must have recovered some of your strength. This rare secret medicine can replenish your physical stamina. She instructed him to use it according to the directions, then turned toward the door, giving a wave as she left. I'm going back to cultivate now. You can keep the down jacket. Shen Yi waved back in farewell. All right, see you later. As Meng Yu left, the snow outside was falling heavily in large flakes. She hugged her arms tightly and muttered softly, It's so cold. As she walked, she thought to herself, Shen Yi, thank you for seeing through my worries in an instant. Even though it's freezing, your current strength has already surpassed mine. I refuse to become a burden to you. Shen Yi stared at the medicine bottle with wide eyes, blurting out in surprise. It really works, just one pill and my whole body is warm. Let's see what kind of secret medicine this is. Upon reading the text on the bottle, he nearly had a nosebleed from the sheer potency. Wan Yuhao brand Ancient Divine Replenishment Pill. Replenishes yang energy, restores physical stamina, and possesses miraculous effects during combat. Shen Yi felt a surging wave of heat within his body, and as blood began to dribble from his nose, he couldn't help but complain. It's so hot, he clenched his fists, feeling the constant surge of power. As expected of an ancient spirit medicine, my attribute points have already recovered. Not only that, but I feel my entire body brimming with strength. Just then, the magic letter in his robe suddenly emitted a faint glow, causing him to start slightly. Has a message come through the magic letter from the prince? A majestic voice echoed from the letter. Saint Peppa, come to the military camp to see me immediately. Shen Yi furrowed his brows, his gaze filled with confusion. Strange, I'm currently executing a mission for the prince. Why call me back so suddenly? Could it be that the message isn't from the prince, but only he can contact me through this letter? He shook his head and quickly stood up. Whatever, I'll head over first. Right now, I'm invincible. Finn watched his excitement and asked with a chuckle, What exactly did Xiao Meng Yu feed you? Just as he stepped into the military camp, a strange knight walked up to Shen Yi. You must be Saint Peppa, right? He nodded, his eyes locked onto the other person. The knight gestured, His Highness the Prince wishes to see you. Follow me. Shen Yi observed the man secretly as they walked. The equipment this knight wore was completely different from that of the frontline soldiers. He wasn't one of the prince's personal guards. Before long, the two entered the main tent, and Shen Yi bowed in salute. Your Highness, you summoned me. An aged yet extremely majestic voice rang out from above. It was I who called for you. He looked up to find that the person sitting there was not the prince at all. An old man leaning on a scepter was sizing Peppa up with a look of disdain. So you are Saint Peppa? I had heard that Saint Peppa was brave in battle, resourceful, and a promising young man. But the reality is just a ridiculous little monkey. Yu Bin's gaze became increasingly disgusted. Such a sight was practically an insult to the title of saint. Shen Yi's face immediately went cold. Who are you? This magic letter was bestowed upon me by His Highness the Prince. How dare you take it upon yourself to summon me back in his name? Yu Bin slammed his scepter hard against the ground. Where did a rustic like you come from? You don't even recognize the Roland Holy Sun scepter, which symbolizes the supreme will of the empire. Presuming to act out before this scepter is equivalent to insulting His Majesty the Emperor. I could execute you right now. Standing to the side, Norton offered a soft reminder. Peppa, to see this scepter is to see His Majesty the Emperor. Kneel. Hearing this, the anger in his heart flared up, yet he shouted without hesitation. If I must kneel, I'll kneel. Seeing him actually go down on one knee, Yu Bin shook his head and sneered. Bestowing the title of saint on such a rustic, it is exactly as this old official feared. He turned to the prince and said, Your Highness, you are far too trusting of others. You would do best to follow His Majesty's decree and return with me to the imperial capital immediately. Norton sighed and replied, I led the army to crush the undead forces. I won the bet between my father and me. You should act according to our agreement. Follow my will. Without waiting for a response, he continued, The undead lost this time. A large part of that was due to them being in a chaotic stage of transitioning between old and new faiths. It likely had little to do with your Highness leading troops into battle. Furthermore, I heard that you were carelessly ambushed by the undead and were left on the brink of death. If His Majesty were to learn of this, I fear he would be struck by a thunderous rage. Yubin held the scepter high. You carry the bloodline of the gods. You absolutely cannot die a meaningless death on the battlefield like these low-born people. Shen Yi clenched his fists, finally unable to endure it any longer. Hey, old man, I've had quite enough of you. Every gaze in the tent instantly focused on him. Shen Yi roared in anger. His Highness the Prince personally commanded the battle on the front lines. Injuries are inevitable. By what right do you use that to negate him? Doesn't this prove that he is a brave general? We clearly defeated the undead army, yet from your mouth it sounds like it was some trivial matter. Can you speak like that and still face the brothers who fell in battle? He took a deep breath and said with a resonant voice, I saved His Highness from crisis multiple times, offered the strategies that dealt heavy blows to the undead army, and even personally killed the king of night assassins, a hero among the undead, the collector of the heads of the 11 kings, the assassin who betrayed the gods, the 2 followers of the king of assassins, the self-mutilator of the white knight, the enemy of the elves, the famous undead general, Flayer Freak. I was granted the title with the saint prefix because I earned it. Everyone fighting on the front lines is bleeding for the empire. The surrounding soldiers were instantly moved to tears, praising him. Well said, Peppa. Every word you spoke feels like it vented all of our collective rage. Though not every one of them could be granted the saint title, every one of them was fulfilling the responsibilities that came with it. Shen Yi turned and pointed at Yubin. But a bureaucrat like you, who enjoys comfort in the palace, is not worthy of even mentioning the word saint, much less representing the will of the empire. Just then his hands were seized by guards in a death grip, causing a burst of sharp pain. A guard warned with killing intent, Insolent peasant, shut your mouth. He forcefully shook his arms free. Let go of me. Yubin held the scepter high, his face as cold as frost. By the Roland Holy Sun scepter, Saint Peppa has committed the grave crime of contempt for His Majesty the Emperor. He stared at him and said coldly, I sentence this man to death to be carried out immediately. Upon receiving the order, a knight kicked Shen Yi hard in the leg and he fell to his knees in pain. The knight immediately raised his longsword high. In that breathless moment, as the executioner's blade rises alongside Prince Norton's stifled cry, brings us to the thrilling conclusion of Part 1 today. As you can see, despite all of Shen Yi's glorious achievements, saving the prince and driving back the undead army, in the eyes of these arrogant power-abusing bureaucrats, he is still nothing more than a lowly commoner with no place at the table. But rather than submitting to their oppression, Shen Yi unhesitatingly stood up to demand justice for the fallen soldiers, a priceless trait of unyielding defiance from our very own Saint Peppa. But the cost of that defiance is an executioner's sword pressed right against his neck. Will Prince Norton be able to step in and save his savior in the nick of time? Or will Shen Yi himself, hiding the true power of the Huntian Gate's true disciple, unleash a shocking trump card to turn the tables right before everyone's eyes? And with the 6-day countdown on his wager with the evil god ticking away, how will Shen Yi confront the noble heiress Song Qingyun and the aristocracy at the upcoming banquet? All these answers await you in Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and hit the notification bell so you don't miss out on the next episode. Thank you, and see you all in Part 2.